Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry's first friend was a Malfoy. Dark Harry Potter. Oh, here is short summary. What if the very first magical friend Harry Potter made wasn't Ron, but a Malfoy? In this fascinating Harry meets Draconica Malfoy in Diagon Alley, and that single encounter changes everything. As Harry grows into an intelligent, powerful dark medic, old alliances crumble and new ones are forged. Discover how one friendship rewrites the wizarding world's future in this incredible Harry Potter alternate universe. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Hogwarts 2, the girl asked in a flat tone and without turning to look at him. Yes, Harry replied with a nod, even if he wasn't sure if the girl saw that. My father is getting my potion supplies and my mother is looking through the books. The girl informed him, before asking, and where are your parents? I'm an orphan, Harry replied after a pause. But my parents both were magical. He didn't know why he added the last part, but it seemed the right thing to do for some reason. This time the girl looked at him, though her face remained more or less emotionless. My condolences. A pause. What house do you think you will be sorted into? I'll be in the Slytherin like my whole family was, she said then, deciding to change the topic. Isn't that something decided at the sorting? Harry asked, trying to cover his lack of knowledge about Hogwarts or the magical world in general. The girl nodded. Indeed, it is, but shouldn't there be some house you want to be in the most? Harry thought for a couple of seconds, before replying. Well, they all seem to be good enough. There was a ghost of distaste on the girl's face when he said that. She seemed to be some Slytherin fanatic. Oh well, while Hagrid was saying that the House Slytherin was for manipulative, ambitious and evil, Harry wasn't stupid enough to think that everyone who went into that house was just like that. So, while less favorable, Slytherin was still an option in his mind. Again there was quite a long silence. It was broken when a lady in early 50s entered the room from the door behind the counter with several sets of robes in her hands. Here you go, miss. Sorry for taking this long. The woman, Harry decided that she was Madame Malkin herself, said, giving the finished robes to the girl, who accepted them with a nod. Then she looked into the window and, seeing someone there, quickly got up from the stool and headed to the exit from the shop. Thank you for the conversation. Hope we can speak more at Hogwarts. I'm Draconica Malfoy, by the way. Harry was about to introduce himself, but someone, Draconica's father, called the girl, and she disappeared behind the doors. After getting his robes for the school, Harry managed to talk Hagrid into doing parts of his shopping separately to save the time. This also allowed the young wizard to sneak into the Gringotts and exchange some of his galleons into pounds for shopping in the Muggle world he planned to do later today. And right now Harry was getting the last, and most important, thing from his list, the wand. And he was getting quite frustrated as none of the 14 wands he had tried so far came even close to choosing him. Well, maybe you should try this one. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. Ollivander said, giving Harry another wand to try. This wand actually produced a couple of weak sparks, but nothing more. Not good enough, but still, better than the rest you've tried, Mr. Potter. The old wand maker said. If it happens so that none of my wands chooses you, this one will be your temporary wand, while I make you a custom one. Ollivander's family prides themselves on being able to find a wand for any wizard, and I will have you with a wand that is yours. He vowed. Okay, Harry said, not sure what to reply. But for now, try this one. Cedar and unicorn mane hair, 12 3/4 inches. Ollivander said, but just as soon as the green-eyed wizard touched the wand, he pulled it back from his hands. No, definitely not. How was the man able to tell? This was beyond Harry's comprehension. Well, how about this one? RR tree AN. Juniperus phoenicae and a heartstring from Irish horned dragon, 10 1/4 inches. Harry took the wand cautiously, as if expecting it to set something on fire, like it happened with the 5th wand he had tried, but instead, this wand felt just right. Wow, was all that the green-eyed wizard could say, watching a small fountain of greenish gold sparks erupt from the tip of his wand. Looks like we have found you a match, Mr. Potter. RR tree and a dragon heartstring, 10¼ inches, quite rigid. Quite a powerful wand, good for healing and charms. Here Ollivanders lowered his voice so that only Harry could hear him. And darker magics, and then he continued in his normal voice. But it should do well in any area that requires wand. Harry nodded. Is there anything you would recommend buying along with the wand? He asked. Yes, you should get a polishing kit to keep your wand in good condition. The old wand maker replied. I'd also recommend getting a holster for your wand. How much all that will be in total? The young wizard asked then, while Ollivanders was picking a polishing kit from one of his cabinets. Wrist holster, the wand maker asked. When Harry nodded, he continued. I will be 9 galleons total with the leather holster and 10 with dragon hide 1. Leather 1, please, Harry said, placing 9 gold coins on the counter. Taking the holster from Ollivanders, Harry attached it to his right hand and placed his new wand into it. Then he picked up the kit and did a step towards Hagrid, who waiting by the door with a beautiful snowy white owl in cage in his hand and the rest of Harry's things by his feet. Oh, Mr. Ollivanders, if it's not much trouble, can you shrink my things and make them lighter? I don't want to impose on Hagrid taking me back to my home, but I'm not sure that I can carry all of these on my own. But Harry, the half-giant tried to change young wizard's mind, but Harry didn't want to hear that. Hagrid, I really appreciate your desire to help me, but I'm sure you have more important thing to do than taking me back to my relatives. After a small pause, the green-eyed boy added, Don't worry, I will be fine on my own. Hagrid nodded reluctantly. Yes, of course, Mr. Potter, that would be no trouble for me to do at all. The old wand maker said and, walking up to Harry's school things, shrank them with a single movement of his own wand. Another wand movement later, things glowed pale blue for a brief movement, they were featherlight too now. Thank you very much, Mr. Ollivanders, Harry said, picking his shrunk purchases and placing them in his pockets. Then he took the cage with the old from Hagrid, and the two of them left the wand maker's store. Thanks to overly enthusiastic shopping stance in the Muggle Mall, Harry went to buy himself new Muggle everyday clothes. He barely was able to return to Privet Drive before 10 in the evening. Dursley, of course, were displeased with him being away for this long and not cooking for them. Also, they were displeased with him having new, and good, clothes and glees. Yes, Harry got himself new glees, nothing fancy, of course, but at least they were what he needed and not random old glees he wore before. But they were displeased the most with the owl Hagrid bought him, though Vernon decided to interrogate his nephew about clothes first. Boy, where did you get all of these things? Vernon roared with his face quite purple with anger. God help you if you stole even a penny from good people to get those. Being used to his uncle's tirades, Harry didn't even flinch. Don't be so worked up, Uncle Vernon. You see, the school has a fund for those who don't have their money. And their money are different. You can buy a whole new wardrobe of normal clothes for the money you'll need to get a single suit of good quality in their shops. I just saved enough to be presentable at the school with these new clothes. Do you not want me to show them that normal things are better? Harry said, carefully avoiding words, magic, and Hogwarts. This seemed to work as his uncle's anger had deflated somewhat. And I even managed to save enough money to get myself to London on September 1st, so you won't have to drive me there. This finally returned Vernon to a relatively good mood. Looks like we managed to install something good in you, boy. He said, because you were so go in showing that the normal people are better than no good freaks like you are, I'm even willing to tolerate this thing. He pointed at the owl in Harry's hands. If you keep it to your room and have it being quiet. Yes, Uncle, I will do just that. Harry said carefully not to give his uncle any reason to be angry with him. Go to your room. I don't want to see you any more tonight. But just because you didn't have to do your chores today, don't think that I will allow you laze around. Of course, Uncle Vernon. Harry relied. When his uncle nodded, he took all of his things and headed to his room. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was in his headmaster's office at Hogwarts, sitting in his grand armchair, deep in his thoughts. The reason for that, though, was quite simple. All of his plans that he had built around the assumption that Harry would get that wand from Ollivanders were crushed. the wand with the second fox feather didn't choose young Harry. Had I made a mistake all those years ago? The old man asked himself. But Tom went after Potters, so Harry must be the chosen one, right? Or was the absence of any marks the true mark, and Neville is the one? I've heard that Augusta plans to send her grandson here with his father's wand. I need to suggest her that no matter how much she wants to see her Frank in Neville, the boy will need his own wand. Dumbledore thought, and if it happens so that that one chooses Neville, I'll have to declare him as the chosen one, as only the one with the brother wand will be able to stand up to Tom. The old headmaster paused to pop a drop candy into his mouth. But what if Neville too is chosen by a different wand? I'll have to wait and watch for other signs that will allow me to determine which boy is the chosen one. Ollivanders, as Harry learned the morning after his trip to the Diagon Alley, was a clever man and had placed all those charms on his things just temporary. So by the next morning, the green-eyed wizard had his things back to their normal size and thus, could do some preschool studying. So far potions and charms seemed to be the most interesting subjects. Transfiguration and defense against dark arts seemed to be good too, though with a bit too much theory in the beginning. Herbology could have been very interesting too, but the chores of tending to the garden he had had over the years saw to him being cold to the subject. Astronomy was good, but seemed to be outdated, compared to its Muggle counterpart. Harry had heard about Hubble telescope and what it could do, as well as radio and gamma observatories Muggles had both on the ground and in space. Magical people still used just refractors, 5 inches at most. History seemed to be the most useless subject as there could be no way that all that happened to the magical world were goblin rebellions. After all, there was Voldemort at very least. And Hogwarts founders, and Merlin, and as the time progressed towards the September 1st, young wizard decided that he didn't want to travel to the King's Cross from his current residence in the morning. It seemed to be a much better idea to get to London a day earlier and stay a night at the Leaky Cauldron. He could use magical way of transportation to get to the platform 9 3/4 from there. With this thought in mind, Harry approached his relatives on August 29th. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, he said to get their attention. What do you want, boy? His uncle snapped at him. Don't you have your chores to do? I'm finished for the moment. The green-eyed wizard replied honestly. I want to ask if I could leave your hospitable house a day earlier. I'm sure that a lot of people there will be up early on September 1st, and they may see me with my things. And I will leave in evening, so I will have to skip only one chore. Harry explained, while carefully watching his uncle's face. I'm sure that one chore missed won't be too bad if we get to have you out of our hair a day earlier. The walrus of a man said. Be sure that there are traces of you at our house by 8 in evening on that day. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. The green-eyed boy replied, before hurrying back to his room. At 9:30 in the evening on August 31st, Harry learned that his idea had a one miscalculation. He didn't take in account that there could be no rooms at the Leaky Cauldron available. Thankfully for him, he managed to get one, but that was the last one the pub had. Also, the bartender, Tom, was kind enough to explain how to get to the King's Cross magically from his pub. The Flow Network, as much as Harry was apprehensive to traveling between fireplaces, looked to be a fast and relatively reliable way of traveling around. 10 in the morning the next day saw Harry standing in front of the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron with all of his things by his side, including an empty cage. He had released his owl, Hedwig, to fly to Hogwarts on her own. So, I have to throw some powder into the fire, call the destination when the fire turns green, and step into it. The green-eyed wizard asked. Tom the bartender gave him a toothless smile and nodded. Yeah, that's right, Harry. Nodding to the man, thankful for his help, Harry picked some of the flow powder from the box that stood on the fireplace and threw it into the fire. Platform 9 3/4, he said when the fire turned green. Hoping that he had done everything correctly, Harry picked his things and stepped into the fire. As he was picking himself and his things from the stone floor of the platform, the green-eyed wizard decided that flow travel wasn't his chosen way of magical travel. Still, he was at the platform 9 3/4, and there indeed was a train going to Hogwarts standing there, with a Reed steam engine as its head. Deciding that he should go and find himself a compartment while there still was a plenty, Harry entered the car he was closest to. Entering the first free compartment he came across, Harry sat down and pulled a book from his trunk. It was an old tome of biology, published in the late 60s. He had bought it and several more books on biology and medicine after deciding that becoming a doctor, magical or otherwise, was not a bad idea. Plus, the shopkeeper was as big gossip as his aunt, and by now the rumors that would somewhat counteract his hooligan rumors spread by Dursley were running around the neighborhood. As it was getting closer to 11 in the morning when Hogwarts Express would depart towards the school, more and more people were appearing on the platform and more students were filling the train, but Harry didn't let them bother him. 15 minutes before 11 he was joined by a dark-skinned boy with short black hair, half-blood with strong muggle ties or just a muggle-born, judging by his clothes. But as the boy didn't bother him after asking if he could sit there, Harry was quite okay with him being there. "Have either of you seen Harry Potter around there?" asked a lanky red-haired boy, opening the compartment door. The green-eyed wizard looked up from his book. It seemed that he got so engrossed in his reading that he actually missed the moment when the train pulled off. It took Harry only one glance to judge the redhead, and he did not want to be friends with a person like that. He didn't like parasites that wanted to use his supposed fame for their own gain, not that he wanted or needed it himself. He would gladly exchange that and all of his money at Gringotts for even a day with his parents any time. "No, haven't seen him," Harry replied, before returning his attention to the book. The redhead swore under his breath and left. The rest of the train ride, bar the appearance of a lady with a trolley full of candies and snacks, went uninterrupted. The boat ride to the Grand Castle of Hogwarts, a part of the local traditions, might have been great were it not raining tonight, but alas. And being altered by a poltergeist with water-filled balloons immediately after entering the castle didn't help much. But at least Deputy Headmistress that took the children from this point was kind enough to cast drying and warming charms on anyone who wanted her help. Once everyone was dry and warm, Professor McGonagall explained that the sorting will happen in a few minutes and said that she will call them into the Great Hall when it was time. Then she left, allowing the first years to theorize on what the sorting would be. The redhead that was looking for Harry Potter on the train was telling everyone who was willing to listen that they will have to wrestle a troll. A girl with bushy dark brown hair was worrying that she didn't read enough to be sorted. A boy with long black hair was thinking that there will be some kind of a lottery. Harry didn't listen to those or any other, even more crazy, theories about what the sorting will be. Instead he spotted Draconica among the students and approached her. "Good evening, my lady," the green-eyed wizard said, getting her attention. Silently he was thankful that she was standing by herself and not chatting with other girls, or he might not have found enough courage to approach her. Draconica's gray eyes studied him for a couple of moments, before she recognized him as the boy she spoke to in the Madame Malkin's shop. Fine robes instead of hand-me-down clothes did make Harry look quite differently. "Hello, it's nice to see you again." She greeted him back with a small bow. "I'm afraid I haven't gotten your name from our last meeting," she added after a small pause. "No, I haven't told you it back then," Harry said, and seeing a question she was about to ask, he added, "and you will learn it a couple of minutes anyway, so I'm not telling it right now." Draconica huffed in fake annoyance, but gave him an almost invisible smile a moment later. At this moment Professor McGonagall returned to the chamber the children were waiting in and, after giving a brief overview of Schoolhouse's history, led the first years to the Great Hall. "You still haven't decided which house you want to be in the most?" Draconica asked Harry as they entered the Great Hall. "No, I still don't really care," the green-eyed wizard replied. "And you still want to be a Slytherin?" The blonde witch nodded. The whole Great Hall became silent as the hat that sat on the stool in front of teacher's table opened its mouth and started singing. After it finished the song, Professor McGonagall spoke. "Once I call your name, you will sit on the stool and place the sorting hat on your head. And once it sorts you, you will go sit with your new housemates." Several students laughed at surprised and annoyed face of the redhead. It looked like he was lied to about the sorting. Abbott, Hannah, a girl with dirty blonde hair, made into two pigtails, shyly moved to the stool and, 15 seconds after placing the hat on her head, was sent to Hufflepuff. The sorting ceremony progressed with each of the 4 Hogwarts houses getting new members. Susan Bones, Justin Finch Fletchley, Wayne Hopkins, Megan Jones and Ernie Macmillan joining Hannah at the yellow and black table. Terry Boot, Mandy Brocklehurst, Michael Corner, Stephen Cornfoot, Kevin Entwistle, Anthony Goldstein and Sue Lee becoming new Ravenclaws, Lavender Brown, Seamus Finnegan, Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired ENIAC girl, and Neville Longbottom joining older students under red and gold Gryffindor banner, Millicent Bulstrode, Vincent Crabbe, Tracy Davis, Gregory Goyle and Daphne Greenger becoming newest members of the Slytherin house. Malfoy Draconica, McGonagall called, and Harry's female friend calmly walked towards the stool with the sorting hat sitting on it. As soon as she placed the hat on her head, it sorted her to the Slytherin house, adding green and silver colors to her previously neutral school robes. Removing the hat, Draconica walked to her house's table in the same calm and aristocratic manner, though she did smile back when she noticed Harry smiling at her. The sorting continued with Morag McDougal joining Ravenclaw House, Theodore Nott and Pansy Parkinson becoming new Slytherins, Padma Patil II joined Blue and Bronze House of Ravenclaw while her twin sister Parvati became a Gryffindor. Potter, Harry, it took all of Harry's self-control not to laugh at the shocked expression on Draconica's face, when she learned that she got friendly with the most famous preteen in the magical world and didn't realize who he was. It's nice to finally sort you, Mr. Potter, the sorting hat said in Harry's mind as soon as he placed it on his head. And what do we have here? You are hardworking and wouldn't mind helping others when they are in need, but for the most part you are doing things just for yourself. No, Hufflepuff isn't for you, though you do have qualities Helga favored so much. The hat continued, and you have a bright mind and you seek knowledge, but, again, you seek it not for itself. Rowena's house too isn't for you. So, it's either Slytherin or Gryffindor for me, Harry thought, noticing only now that he wasn't scared of the fact that Magical Hat was rummaging through his mind. Indeed, Mr. Potter, you have qualities of both houses, and either can make you great in their own way. You are ambitious and will walk through any obstacles towards your ambition, qualities of a true Slytherin. But at the same time you are quite noble and will fight straight and fair, something Godric wanted to see in his students. Where should I sort you, Mr. Potter? The hat asked. And isn't sorting students your job? Harry almost snapped at the hat. Yes, it is, but when one can fit into several houses I tend to allow them to make their own choice. The sorting hat responded. So, where do you want to go, Mr. Potter? I don't really care, the green-eyed wizard replied. But even if the final choice is yours, you should do it soon. People are starting to wonder why I'm sorted for this long. Harry observed. Impatient are we? No, patience is an important quality for a Slytherin, and you seem to be lacking it, Mr. Potter. I have no choice but to put you in Gryffindor, the hat announced. Removing the hat, Harry walked towards the red and gold table, trying to ignore their cheering, forgetting the boy who lived. Sitting at the far end of the Gryffindor table, Harry made an eye contact with Draconica to see what her reaction was to him being in the rivaling house. The said girl shrugged, meaning the changes in their friendship were unlikely, and it was what the green-eyed wizard hoped for. Draconica was his first friend and didn't want to lose her. The sorting continued, and Dean Thomas, the guy who sat in the same compartment as Harry during the train ride, became a Gryffindor, while Lisa Turpin joined ranks of the Ravenclaw house. The redhead, whose name was now known to be Ronald Weasley, was sorted into the Gryffindor house, and Blaise Zabini became a Slytherin. With that the sorting was finished and, after saying some nonsense, the headmaster opened the welcoming feast. After the dessert of the feast was finished by the students and professors, the remaining food disappeared from the tables, and the headmaster got everyone's attention by tapping on his golden goblet. Ahem. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. Dumbledore said, I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest on the grounds is just that, forbidden, to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Headmaster's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the red-haired twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between pleas in the corridors. And for those interested, there is a list of forbidden items, published on his office door. Quidditch trials will be held starting the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Several students chuckled at the last bit of information, but Harry could see that the headmaster was quite serious. Still, I think it's quite stupid to tell children no to go somewhere and not give a reason why. Eyes almost like he wants us to try sneaking into there. Harry mumbled under his breath, and a seventh year that sat close enough to hear him nodded in agreement. While the green-eyed wizard was thinking about what exactly was going on with the third-floor corridor, the headmaster added several more words to his speech, before sending the students to the dormitories. "Follow me." Yet another redhead, but this time with a prefect badge on his robes, said to younger students, and the first years, Harry included, followed him to the Gryffindor dormitories. Dumbledore once again sat in his office, thinking about the situation with the chosen one of the British wizarding world. Neville wasn't chosen by that wand too, so the ancient mage still wasn't sure which boy was the one. And the sorting too didn't reveal which one was the one. Both were sorted into the Gryffindor house. Still, Harry sat away from his peers, while Neville, despite being a very shy boy, was actively chatting with his housemates during the feast. Maybe he really did a mistake all those years ago, and Harry Potter wasn't the chosen one. But then again, why would Voldemort go after Potters, were their son not the chosen one? For now we still have time before Tom returns. Dumbledore let out a sigh. The chosen one should reveal himself. The chosen one will go save the fake I'm using to lure Tom. The old headmaster thought, before adding, of course, neither shall know that the stone there is the fake one. Happy with his plan to both find the real chosen one and deal a blow to the shade of Lord Voldemort at the same time, Dumbledore decided to retire for the day. In the Gryffindor dormitories Harry found himself facing a problem. A redhead problem to be exact. As soon as the first years were shown where their dormitories was, one Ronald Weasley decided to confront him. "Why did you lie and said that you haven't seen Harry Potter on the train, when you were him?" The red-haired boy said loudly in an angry voice. "I haven't looked into a mirror on the train, so I haven't seen myself there." The green-eyed wizard replied with a shrug, almost causing Ron to start yelling at him in anger. He just didn't want to tell the redhead up front that he just didn't want to be friends with someone who wanted to use his fame for his own gain. Draconica might have been told by her family. He had looked up Malfoy family the previous night, but at least she was friendly enough with him even when she didn't know who he was. Still, if the Weasley boy was as thick-headed as he tried to look, Harry would have to tell him in no uncertain terms that he didn't want to be friends with him before long. "But mate," Harry gave the other boy a glare, making him shut up. "I'm not your mate," the green-eyed wizard hissed out. "But," another glare and Weasley shut up. "Almost. And you were all friendly with a Malfoy. And, mate, you should stop talking to her, before you turn completely dark," Ronald said loudly. Harry gave the boy one more glare. "She is my friend," he stated, before closing the canopy of his bed. Not before hearing the redhead spouting nonsense about Draconica being an evil witch and him being a dark wizard just for talking civilly to her. Thankfully, Harry's bed was closest to the door out of the dormitory, and next to him was Neville's, who was a good guy. Otherwise, were Ron sleeping in the bed next to his, Harry would have been worried that the redhead will try to save him from the darkness. "I need to learn privacy wards as soon as possible." As incompetent as Hagrid was in higher-level magics, no offense to the man, he managed to install into Harry's mind that wards were stationary protective enhancements. "Yeah, definitely need to learn them before long," he thought as he nodded to himself. On the other end of the castle, in the dungeons where Slytherin dormitories resided, Draconica was sitting on her bed in her room. Yes, Slytherin students were given personal rooms, thinking about what she leaned today. The boy whom she had met in Madame Malkin's shop was really Harry Potter, the supposed hero of the wizarding world. And he wasn't what her father or anyone else had expected him to be. He wasn't arrogant in his fame, almost like he didn't know about it until that day. Nor he was knowledgeable about the magical world, but he had a sharp mind and did a good job of not showing that he knew next to nothing about the world he now was a part of. The scion of noble House Potter was intelligent and, even thought he was technically a half-blood, he was nice to be around, Draconica had to admit. Better than Crabbe and Goyle her father wanted as her bodyguards, Those two were about as intelligent as a couple of gorillas. And better than her contracted, who was not only quite stupid, but he also was 11 years older than she was. Draconica sighed. She didn't want to marry that man, but she had seen the contract herself, and knew that unless something happened, she would be married as soon as she turned 16. Oh, well, her mother had taught her that life not always was fair, nor one could get all that he or she wanted, so Draconica had humbled by now. Returning to the thoughts about Harry Potter, Draconica had to admit that she wouldn't mind keeping their friendship up. Granger and Davis were good, but they were about everyone worth her friendship in the Slytherin house. But with Potter being sorted into the rivaling house, keeping up an open friendship was outright impossible. Not that a real Slytherin should have any friendships, only associations that were benefiting, but one was easy to present as the other. But thanks to the headmaster stupidly believing that if he put Gryffindor and Slytherin together in Cleese the rivalry would end, it was possible to mask their friendship as just working together in Cleese for common benefit. Finally, while her mother, Narcissa Malfoy née Black too was contracted to her father, and the marriage was quite loveless, she had given her daughter a dream of her Prince Charming, and right now Draconica idly wondered if Harry was that prince for her. But she quickly dismissed the idea as a ridiculous one. They were in rivaling houses, belonged to political factions that were all but at open war, and she was already contracted. There was no way that anything could grow between them. Next morning Harry woke little past 6 o'clock, long before any of his dorm mates, especially the red-haired one, and, after performing his morning rituals, descended to the common room. He still had about an hour before the breakfast would be served, so the green-eyed wizard decided to continue reading his biology book, from time to time casting a Tempest charm, so that he won't miss the breakfast, because he was absorbed by the book. When the clock showed 7:30 in the morning, Harry closed his book and, using a plan for the route between Gryffindor Common Room and the Great Hall he had sketched the previous night, went there to get his breakfast. Even with the said plan it took him some time to get down there. The stairs did change their configuration during the night a little. But as it turned out, there were only so many students in the Great Hall, mostly older Ravenclaws. The breakfast, unlike yesterday's feast, was quite simple, but there was everything a true Englishman could think of having for breakfast. Helping himself with a plate of fried eggs and some bacon and a GL of orange juice, Harry started eating, while reading his book simultaneously. Professor McGonagall, his head of the house, wasn't there yet, and she was the one who would give him his timetable. At about 8:15 students and professors started filling into the Great Hall, and, after having a quick breakfast herself, Professor McGonagall went along the table of her house, giving timetables to the Gryffindors. When she reached Harry, who was sitting near the door of the Great Hall, he shut his tome and accepted his timetable. "Thank you, Professor," he said, while his eyes scanned the said timetable. It was like this: Monday, History of Magic with Ravenclaw, Herbology with Hufflepuff, lunch, Double Charms with Slytherin. Tuesday, Transfiguration with Slytherin, Dada with Ravenclaw, lunch, free period, Herbology with Hufflepuff. Wednesday, Double Dada with Slytherin, lunch, free periods, Astronomy, all houses at 11 p.m. Thursday, lunch, Herbology with Slytherin, Charms with Ravenclaw. Friday, Double Potions with Slytherin, lunch, Transfiguration with Ravenclaw, History of Magic with Hufflepuff. Nothing too bad in Harry's opinion. Thought the fact that good 9 out of the 17 lessons were shared with Slytherins was a little bit disconcerting. While he himself had no problems with the House of the Sis, not many of his housemates were of the same opinion, while most Slytherins despised Gryffindors. Who, again, had that bright idea of pairing them together for the half of the lessons. History of Magic was taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, who kept droning on and on about one goblin rebellion or another, and only Hermione was able to both stay awake and write notes. The rest of the mixed Gryffindor and Ravenclaw CL was either sleeping or doing something not related to the history lesson. Thankfully, it was just a single lesson. Herbology, which on Mondays Gryffindors shared with Puffs, was much more lively, compared to the history lesson. It was taught by a roundish kind witch, Professor Pomona Sprout, and took place in the Hogwarts greenhouses. So far she had introduced only the most safe plants to her first-year students, but, one could say she had promised, with years to come they would advance to more dangerous and more interesting magical plants. Charms was taught by very short wizard, and most likely not entirely human, as he bore some similarities to goblins in his appearance, who had to use several books to stand on to be seen above his table. And as lively as the Professor Flitwick was, the first weeks he taught only magical theory behind charms to the first years, so Harry decided not to make the final opinion about the subject until they started practicals. But on the brighter side of things, he managed to talk a little bit to Draconica during charms, as Gryffindors shared it with Slytherins on Mondays. Tuesday's first lesson was Transfiguration, which Professor McGonagall started with some demonstration of what could be achieved in the field. First she transformed into a cat and back, before changing her table into a pig and reverting it to its original state of the table with merely a flick of her wand. At this point, one-winded Ronald Weasley ran into the CL room, claiming that he got lost on his way there. This earned the redhead a scolding from McGonagall, and a threat of turning him into a map, so that he won't get lost again. This caused everyone but Hermione to chuckle, or even outright, but still quietly, laugh. After that little incident, McGonagall informed the CL, once again Gryffindors and Slytherins, about the rules of her CL room, which was followed by some theory behind simplest transfiguration of one material into another and of shape alternations. Once that was done, Professor sent each student a matchstick and told them to change it into a sewing needle. In the first 10 minutes no one had succeeded in forcing even the slightest change to the matchstick. But unlike some people, Harry was analyzing his failures and came to conclusion that the effect wasn't tied to the volume with which he pronounced the transfiguration spell, nor to the amount of power he put into the spell, at least not on this scale, and with him performing the wand movements like Professor McGonagall had shown them, those could be removed from the equation. That left only intent as a variable. But how does one intend something to change? Replacing the mental image of the matchstick with the image of the needle didn't help, so that meant that he should imagine and visualize the whole process of the transformation. Unfortunately, it seemed that his mental discipline was lacking somewhat, as all he managed to do was turning the matchstick round in section and making the sulfuric head smaller. Still, it turned out that this was enough to get a small praise and 3 points to Gryffindor from McGonagall for his efforts. Hermione, who managed to turn her matchstick silvery a minute later, earned another 5 points to the House of Lions. How? Draconica asked in an barely audible whisper from across the page between desks. In response, Harry tapped his head with his index finger and mouthed, "Intent," to her. The blonde girl nodded a "thank you," and continued her attempts at transforming her matchstick into a needle. On her second try she managed to turn it pointy, for which McGonagall gave Slytherin 2 points. "Thank you," Draconica whispered to Harry, and continued her experiments at transfiguration of the matchstick. Even if Harry thought he had figured the secret behind transfiguration, by the end of the period he managed only to turn his matchstick into a wooden needle without the eyelet, earning him 2 more points for the Gryffindor house. Unfortunately, the defense against dark arts turned out to be the second worst subject so far. Professor Quirrell was a joke. The man was reeking of garlic, was constantly stuttering and seemed to be afraid of his own shadow, and wasn't teaching them anything useful. That, and Harry was getting an odd headache in his scar around the man. Wednesday started with 2 more Dada periods, which brought only more headaches to Harry. Thankfully, there were no more lessons after that, until the astronomy at 11 in the evening. The said subject, like Harry got the feeling when reading the textbook, turned out to be stargazing. Professor Sinistra was good, but all that she taught were names of stars and planets that could be seen through the telescope. On Thursday first years were allowed to sleep till lunch, which was a good thing since astronomy ended a little past midnight. And after lunch there was herbology with Slytherins followed by charms with Ravenclaws. Friday for Gryffindors began with double potions with Slytherins. Professor Snape that taught potions was a nasty man with greasy hair that quite obviously hated 3/4 of the students, everyone who didn't wear robes with green and silver. And the moment his eyes landed on Harry's name, Snape made it clear that he hated the green-eyed wizard at least twice as much as anybody else. After a long speech about how great potions are and how there will be no need for wand usage in his CL room, Professor Snape decided to pop quiz Harry. "Potter," he called sharply, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry's mind raced, trying to remember a potion with these ingredients from the textbook, but failed to do so. But he did remember properties of the named ingredients when they were used alone, so it was possible to deduce the potion based on the information given. Snape kept staring at Harry, ignoring Hermione's raised hand. These ingredients used together would have a strong soporific effect. So, if I were to guess, this is a powerful sleeping draught. Draught of living death, Harry replied. 3 points from Gryffindor for coming to my lesson unprepared. I would have taken 5, but by some dumb luck you managed to get the answer right, Potter. Snape said with a sneer. Let's try again, but this time you will lose your house 10 points if you fail to answer. The potions professor made a pause, clearly trying to think of some really hard question. What for are lacewing flies used in potions? Once again, Professor ignored Hermione's hand. Lacewing flies are used in potions that alter appearance of the recipient, Harry replied, this time without more than a second of thinking. Snape gave him a cruel smile. Incorrect, Potter. They are used as a stabilizing agent in appearance-altering potions. It appears that you fail to see the truth that your fame is not everything. 10 points from Gryffindor. Ron wanted to shout something, but his partner, Dean, managed to keep the redhead from doing that. Let's try once more, Potter. I want you to bring me some leaves of CIA. Where will you look for them? Answer me, Potter, or I will take 20 points from Gryffindor. I'll look in an apothecary, in an ingredient cabinet in a potions laboratory or in a greenhouse. CIA isn't native to British Isles and can't be found there in the wild. Harry replied with a false confidence in his voice. Judging by Snape's face, which looked like he had just swallowed a whole, he got this one right. The professor was about to say something like, 10 points from Gryffindor for knowing too much, but Ron chose this moment to break free of his partner's grip. Potter, you traitor, what are you doing losing our points? Glare from Professor Snape made the redhead shut up instantly. Weasley, he hissed in a low dangerous voice. I do not tolerate such outbursts in my CL room. 5 points from Gryffindor. Now it was Ron's turn to look like he had swallowed a. Now answer me, Weasley, what is a bezoar and where you will look for it? And why should I know? Am I a know-it-all? Asked Granger. She is. The redhead replied angrily. This outburst cost Gryffindor 5 more points. Granger you say, Snape said in a sneering voice. No, but how about Ms. Brown? How would you answer? Lavender too didn't knew, which had the potions professor taking another 5 points form the House of Lions. For your information, Weasley, Brown, bezoar is a stone found in a stomach of a goat. And it will save you from most poisons. Looking at the clock, Snape noticed that he had used a good part of his first lesson for today already. Today you will be brewing a potion to cure boils. Instructions are on the board. With a flick of his wand he made the said instructions appear. You have until lunch. Begin. 5 minutes later Harry discovered that it was a great mistake of his of pairing himself with Neville. The chubby boy was nice, sure, but he was about as inept at brewing potions as one could be, and Snape practically melting their cauldron with his glare didn't help the situation at all. So, deciding that his partner would do better at preparing the ingredients, Harry took brewing in his own hands, which, in the end, proved to be a wise decision. Thanks to Dursley he could concentrate on his task and not let Snape's hurtful remark distract him. His cooking skills were a great help there too. Their potion turned out to be a couple of shades darker than it should be, but Snape marked it as pale, while Draconica's and Daphne's, which was about the same, got outstanding. Scowling at the obvious hate his professor had for him, Harry collected his things and, throwing his bag over the shoulder, headed to the Great Hall to get something to eat for lunch. But as soon as left the CL room, he was sent into the wall by a very angry redhead. Potter, how dare you lose us the points good people had earned, you traitorous bastard! Ron yelled as he tried to physically alt his CL mate. Alas, he was not very fast, and Harry managed to get away from the strike rather easily. At least I earned more than I lost. The green-eyed shot back, but it seemed to only make the redhead angrier. With a determination to hurt burning like hellfire in his eyes, Ron attacked again and, managing to fight his way through Harry's defenses, punched him in the stomach, thankfully, not as hard as Dudley, that is when the fatso managed to catch him. And what do we have here? Said a sneering voice that belonged to Professor Snape. Fighting in the corridors, Potter, Weasley. 5 points from Gryffindor each. And you are doing it like some dirty muggles. That's another 5 points each from Gryffindor. Ron immediately switched his anger to the professor, and started yelling at Snape for taking points from him when it was all Potter's fault. This resulted in Potions Professor giving a detention to the redhead. Using this distraction to his advantage, Harry just slipped away. Even though they had Transfiguration just after the lunch, Harry decided to visit his head of the house right away. As it turned out, when he had reached the Transfiguration seal room, Professor McGonagall just finished her lesson with the 5th years. "You wanted something, Mr. Potter?" the Scottish witch asked when she saw him standing by the door. Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor. I'd like to complain about points being unfairly taken from Gryffindor by Professor Snape earlier today. He took 10 points from me for fighting, even though I only protected myself and wasn't counter-attacking." McGonagall nodded. "Very well, Mr. Potter. But I want a proof of that. A simple oath that, had you lied to me, would have you gaining a temporary stigma of a liar, would suffice." Harry nodded. This way of determining whether he was telling truth or not seemed fair. "Okay, how do I make such an oath?" he asked. "Most magical oaths are made this way. You say, 'I,' followed by your full name, do swear on. Here you insert what on you do swear. This would determine your punishment for breaking the oath. That, and say what you are making an oath about. You must be holding your wand while making your oath," Professor McGonagall explained. "There are some other forms of making an oath, but that's beside the point." "All right, Professor," the green-eyed wizard replied, as he drew his wand. "I, Harry James Potter, do swear on a stigma of liar that what I said to Professor McGonagall earlier this lunch break is truth." There was a slight flash of magic, but nothing else happened. "Very well," the professor replied. "As the deputy headmistress, I hereby restore 10 points unjustly taken today from the House Gryffindor student Harry James Potter for fighting by Professor Severus Snape." Harry could have sworn that he felt the castle hum for a moment. "But as an advice for the future, Mr. Potter, if you're making an oath about such simple things, try not to make it on the pain of permanent penalty." Harry nodded. "Is that all, Mr. Potter?" Professor McGonagall asked then. Harry nodded again. "Then you are free to go now, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, Professor," the green-eyed wizard said, before turning around and heading to the Great Hall. But before he had made even 10 steps, Professor McGonagall called him. "One more thing, Mr. Potter. While your mother was a first-generation magic user, albeit one of the most talented witches of this century, your father was from a noble house that has several centuries of history in the magical world. Even more, if you include Potter's history before they were given the title. As such, it is possible that you have another, more official name, even if Harry is acceptable too." She said. "I suggest you contact Gringotts or the archives of the Ministry of Magic regarding this matter." Harry nodded, his in still processing this information. "Thank you, Professor," was all that he could say. While Ronald was busy by first consuming his dinner, and then by his detention with Filch the caretaker, Harry was trying to successfully cast a charm he had found in the 4th year books, the Attention's Disruptor charm. And while this charm was not as good as Notice Me Not charm, nor it was as long-lasting, it required, if it was cast successfully, a lot of mental concentration to find the object under it. And mental concentration, from Harry's observations on his red-headed dorm mate, was something that the youngest male Weasley lacked. Unless it was about food. It took Harry almost 3 hours to cast the charm correctly with himself keyed into it. He did want to fight it every time he wanted to access his things or go to sleep. The green-eyed wizard smiled evilly then. It was time for the payback. As Neville, Dean and Seamus were down in the common room, Harry didn't need to hide what he was doing. There was no one who could see him and tell others. So he approached Ron's bed and cast the charm over it too, this time keying no one in, so that he could play an innocent bystander and fellow victim of the prank. Without recasting, the charm would last for about 3 days. Once the charm was in place, Harry quickly returned to his own bed. That night 4 boys had a good laugh at the misfortune of certain redhead that couldn't find his own bed. The second week for Harry went much better than the first one. Mostly because he was getting familiar with the castle and wasn't getting lost as often. And before Potions of Friday he had earned his house enough points to cover what Professor Snape, has taken from him the previous week. This week the potions master had skipped the questioning of his students altogether and gave them the lessons task outright. And as his glare had little effect on Harry, who once again was doing the actual brewing, the potions double period went all right for the green-eyed wizard. On Wednesday that week Harry visited Hagrid at his hut on the castle grounds near the Forbidden Forest. The gigantic man was very friendly, though his cooking was inedible for normal humans at very least, and knew a lot about animals and the forest. But when the green-eyed wizard was leaving, he saw a newspaper, the Daily Prophet, with a caption that caught his attention: "Failed robbery of the Gringotts Bank." While Hagrid was busy putting cups away from the table, Harry's eyes quickly scanned the printed text. The robbery failed because the vault they were after was emptied earlier that day, the same day Hagrid had brought him here, while the robbers somehow managed to get away unnoticed. While it was worrisome that someone could sneak past goblin defenses, right now Harry paid it little mind, though he did note that whatever the robbers were after was now in Hogwarts. On Monday evening of third week into the school year a note appeared on the information board in the Gryffindor common room, saying that there will be a flying lesson on Thursday that week. It immediately started a competition among pureblood and half-blood first year for the most ridiculous story about their talents on the broom. And in Gryffindor, Ron Weasley was a definite champion in that. Oh well, the lesson would show whether he had any real talent on the broom or not. But the green-eyed wizard was more interested in what the archives of the ministry would say to him about his name. He did as Professor McGonagall suggested and sent a request there to look his registered name up. It already was more than a week, but having an idea about, from his uncle's tirades about useless bureaucrats, how the ministries work, it was unlikely that he would receive a response anytime soon. On Wednesday Neville's grandmother sent him a rememel, a small GL ball that became filled with red mist if it sensed that the one who held it was forgetting something, and this made the chubby boy a target for jokes from several Slytherin students, mostly not. But after Harry politely pointed out that making such jokes was below their social standing, the offenders shut up and didn't bother Longbottom's sign anymore, for which Neville was most thankful. Thursday finally came and the weather was quite good for flying, even if a bit cool and breezy. At least, the sky was clear and the autumn sun was shining. After the charms lesson with Ravenclaws was finished, the Gryffindors hurried to the school grounds for the flying lesson. But Slytherin students were already there, standing in front of the school brooms in a row with a gap between boys and girls. So Gryffindors had no other option but to stand behind the other line of the brooms. Almost as soon as both houses were ready for the lesson, Madame Hooch, that held some resemblance to a greyhawk, appeared. "Welcome to your flying lesson," the woman said, while her yellow eyes scanned the first years in front of her. Everyone was standing by a broomstick, so there was no problem yet. "Stick out your lead hand over the broom and say, 'Up,'" she instructed. Immediately air was filled with students shouting. Harry managed to make his broomstick fly into his hand on his first try, while most others had less luck. Hermione's was twitching on the ground, Neville's wasn't moving at all, and blazes struck the dark-skinned boy on his face, which made several Gryffindors laugh. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard," said Madame Hooch. "Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. But before she could whistle, Neville's broom started rising into the air on its own, boy's nervousness being the most likely reason for that. The boy cried out, definitely preferring to be standing on the solid ground right now, but he just couldn't make his broomstick to start descending, and it kept rising. "Come back, boy," Madame Hooch shouted, but Longbottom still had no luck in regaining control over the broom. Then Harry noticed something. Neville's grip on the handle of the broomstick was slipping. Without much thinking, Harry pushed off the ground and sped towards where Neville was with a speed that the broom that would fail even at sweeping the floor shouldn't be able to achieve. So when the chubby boy slipped off his broom and started falling, Harry was there to catch him. And he did catch his falling CL mate, but there another problem appeared while, thanks to the chores Dursley had him do, Harry had the strength to catch Neville, but his broomstick wasn't powerful enough to keep the extra weight in the air, and he too started heading downwards at an alarming speed. At this point the green-eyed wizard did the most foolish and heroic thing in his life. When they were but 9 feet off the ground, he threw the broomstick away and positioned himself and Neville to get the minimal damage from the fall, another useful thing he had learned while in Dursley's care. The landing was still very rough, and the horizontal speed that was still there didn't help at all. Neville got his right wrist broken and some skin torn on the same hand. Harry got it much worse, as the rough ground tore skin from his back, along with a heavy damage to his clothes. "No one is to move while I take these two to the hospital wing," Madam Hooch said sternly. "Leave your brooms where they are or you'll be expelled faster than you can say Quidditch." While Neville could walk on his own easily, she had to levitate Harry, to prevent further damage to his body. The hospital wing was a very clean place, located on the first floor of the east wing of the castle, which smelled, well, like a hospital. It was ran by Madame Pomfrey, an overprotective of her patient's Medi-Witch, who immediately started applying treatments to the boy's wounds, while muttering about unsafe flying lessons under her breath. At the same time Madame Hooch was finishing magically repairing Harry's clothes. "First, Mr. Potter," Madame Hooch said once the green-eyed wizard was no longer constantly scowling from pain. "I will award 40 points to Gryffindor for saving your CL mate, but I would strongly advise you against doing it like this again." Harry nodded weakly. "Also, seeing the way you handled your broom, I can't help but think that flying is in your blood. I will speak with Minerva about the possibility of allowing you to try for the Quidditch team. Merlin knows, she's in a need for a good flyer. But you are not to speak about this, understand?" Harry nodded. "And you too, Mr. Longbottom. We don't need any rumors of that kind flying around the castle." Neville nodded. "Very well, I'll take my leave now. I still have a CL to teach. Have a quick and painless recovery, you two." And the witch left, leaving 2 first years to the Madame Pomfrey's tender mercies. Harry was released from the hospital wing next morning with barely enough time to eat breakfast and run up to the Gryffindor Tower to get his things for the day's lessons. And the extra attention he got for his stunt, both positive attention and negative one, the latter one from those who thought he was just showing off, wasn't very helpful for the young Gryffindor. Professor Snape was especially vindictive towards Harry that Friday morning and took about 20 points from him for some stupid reasons like breathing too loud. The transfiguration went much better than potions, as not only Professor McGonagall wasn't looking for an excuse to make his life miserable like Snape did, the transfiguration professor was actually proud of what he did yesterday, but also the transfiguration was becoming easier for the green-eyed wizard, which had him earning back some points he had lost earlier this day. Finally the bell rang and the students started packing their things back into their bags. "Mr. Potter, please stay," Professor McGonagall said, making the green-eyed wizard head towards her table instead of the door out of the CL room. "Yes, Professor," he asked. "Rolanda came to me yesterday and spoke to me about your talents on the broom and said that I should see whether it is possible to have you try out for Quidditch this year." Harry tried to make the best imitation of shock he could, but he was sure the Professor McGonagall saw through his act. "In turn, I asked Mr. Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch team captain, and he said, and I quote, 'If this boy is as good with catching little balls as he is with catching his CL mates, I see no problem with him being on the team.' Apparently, he saw you catching Mr. Longbottom from the CL room's window," Professor McGonagall said. "As such, I asked the headmaster for permission for you to be on a team and he has agreed, under the condition that you are accepted through tryouts. Unfortunately, the headmaster was adamant that you won't be allowed to have your own broomstick this year. He said that bending too much rules for you will be seen as a sign of favoritism, which will be bad not only for you and headmaster, but the school itself." Harry nodded. "I understand, Professor." After a small pause, he continued. "Professor, is there a rule saying that a student can't own more than one broom? In case I'm selected for the team, I could buy one and transfer my ownership of it to someone on the team until the end of the year." Professor McGonagall nodded. This was a great idea, no matter how Slytherin-ish it sounded. "No, there is no such rule, Mr. Potter," she said. "Now, I know you have another lesson right now, so I suggest you hurry up if you don't want to be late." Harry nodded and hurried out of the Transfiguration CL room. Later that day, after the 4th lesson finished, Harry was approached by a burly 5th-year student, Oliver Wood, in the Gryffindor common room. "Potter, Professor McGonagall asked me to see if you fit for the seeker position on our Quidditch team. So I want you to be at the stadium tomorrow by 8 in the morning for the tryouts. Oliver said, and don't expect me to go easy on you just because you were a first year. And if you do become our seeker, I advise you to keep up with your studies, as Professor McGonagall said that if you start failing your studies because of Quidditch, she would ban you from it till the 3rd year, and I would hate to lose another seeker of the team. Harry nodded. While Wood seemed to be a Quidditch fanatic, he also understood that you needed to do well in Cleese to play. I have to become seeker first, the green-eyed wizard said. But I'll be there. Very well, Oliver said. Have a good evening. And with that he headed to an empty corner of the common room to do his homework or something like that. Being an early riser, Harry had no problems with getting to the Quidditch stadium with some time to spare. And as it was, there were only 3 other students trying out for the seeker position, and another 5 who wanted to be a chaser. Oliver Wood appeared in front of them at 8 sharp, already dressed in the Gryffindor Quidditch uniform and with a broom on his back. He led the 9 students trying out into the lockers and had them change into the uniform as well. After that Wood gave a quick intro into the world of Quidditch, along with what he expected from the members of his team. Once he finished, he gave each a school broom, to be sure that no one had an advantage over another in a form of a better broom, and led them out onto the stadium, where the rest of the team, the Weasley twins and 2 girls, named Alicia Spinnet and Angelina Johnson, were standing. All right, maggots, those who want to try out for chaser, please follow the ladies here. Oliver nodded towards Alicia and Angelina. Quote, to that end of the stadium. I will join you there after a moment, he said, while gesturing to the far end of the stadium. Seeker wannabes, I will now release 15 snitches. You have 2 hours to catch as many as you can, while twins will try to prevent from catching any by playing as the beaters of an opposing team. If we will have a draw, this will be repeated with the winners of the previous round. Is that clear? Wood barked. After getting a positive answer from the 4 seeker wannabes, he released 2 large black balls called bludgers, and, once the Weasley twins were in the air and ready for their task, 15 tiny winged golden balls called snitches were released too. Start, Wood barked, starting the 2-hour timer. The next 2 hours were a fight for survival, as Weasley twins weren't going easy on the 4 seeker wannabes by any means. 2 of them didn't even live till the end of the 2 hours. Thankfully for him, Harry was good enough on the broom not to end in the hospital after just the tryouts. And with 8 snitches he had caught, he was sure of his victory. He got more than a half of them. Still the game seemed to be quite violent and was more of an excuse for him to fly. Exactly 2 hours after the seeker part of the tryouts started, Wood approached them and asked to show the snitches they had caught. With his 8 against 3 of his last remaining opponent, Harry was a sure victor. Congratulations, Potter, Oliver said. The other boy who tried out for the seeker position, some 3rd year whose name Harry didn't remember right now, scowled at the younger boy, but admitted his defeat. I have heard from Professor McGonagall that you will have problems with the broom. Is that right? Headmaster bent only the rule about no first years on the teams for me. The green-eyed wizard admitted. But there is no rule against owning more than 1 broom, so I need to buy a broom and transfer my ownership of it to someone on the team till the end of the year. Oliver nodded. Still, what broom are you thinking of? You know, as a seeker, you will need a good one, Clean Sweeper 7 or Nimbus 2000. The older boy said, sorry, but I don't have that much money. I have asked for a broom catalog yesterday, and the best one I can get would be a Clean Sweeper 4 or Comet 270 for new ones or Clean Sweeper 6 if I were to get a second-hand one. Harry replied. He knew that his vault had about 2,000 galleons, but for all he knew, those were his money for the entire 7 years of schooling, so he couldn't spend that much at this point. Wood shook his head. The difference between 5 latest Clean Sweepers is in their top speed, and as a keeper, I don't need it that much. I will give you my 6th and use your 4th, as long as you bring us the victory. Harry nodded. Now, Harry, you can go. The first training session will be tomorrow at 7. Don't be late. The Sunday practice was, well, Oliver allowed Harry to use his Clean Sweep 6, but Weasley twins still managed to give the green-eyed wizard hard time as they relentlessly attacked him with bludgers. And the bloody snitch saw to Harry zipping around the stadium in a very cold wind for almost an hour, before it was caught. Still, the practice went well, and Harry decided that he might love the game, even if just flying still was better. On Tuesday morning, Harry was sitting between Alicia and Katie and across from Oliver as the team protected their new seeker from attacks from a jealous red-haired Pratt, the two beaters unfortunately called their brother. When the morning post arrived, a group of 7 owls, carrying a large package, a broomstick in a paper wraps, headed towards where the Gryffindor Quidditch team was sitting, which immediately caused many students and some teachers turn their heads to look there. And one potions master decided to pay a visit to the red and gold table, hoping to take some points from Potter. First years are forbidden from owning their own brooms. Snape sneered, looking at the still wrapped broom lying between Harry and Oliver. I think that 20 points from Gryffindor and a lifelong confiscation of the broom should be enough to teach you, Potter, that even you are not above the rules. But, Professor Snape, this broom is mine, Wood said, showing the order tag that was attached to the package. And as there is no rule against owning more than one broomstick for older students, I would be thankful if you restored our house points that you have taken on an empty umption. The potions master let out an annoyed sneer and restored 20 points he had just taken from Gryffindor, before taking 10 for making him come there, and stalking back to the teacher's table. The Gryffindor Quidditch team grinned almost simultaneously as their captain and seeker managed to circumvent one of Hogwarts' more enforced rules. They got a broom for their first-year seeker. Between his clees, homework, self-study and Quidditch practices, Harry had little time to worry about anything else, which saved him from lots of headaches that would stem from the need to avoid Ron the Pratt whenever possible and remain calm in face of his tirades about being a glory-seeking bastard when he was not. The time progressed from sunny and warm September to cool and windy October, and before he knew it, Halloween came. The castle was now decorated with live bats, spider webs and the likes. And, of course, there were pumpkins with scary faces carved on them and candles inside hovering here and there. Most of those, though, were in the Great Hall, bringing the atmosphere to levels that Harry had never felt before. Of course, as great as this holiday was there, the green-eyed wizard felt no desire to sell it, as this also was the day his parents were murdered by Voldemort. But it was only noon now, and he still had 2 periods and then some more time before the feast. Herbology was okay. Neville was understanding of his situation and kept strictly to the lesson topics. Dean and Parvati, who worked on extracting seeds from red stem briar berries at the same table, were a bit too cheerful for Harry's tastes, but he understood that they had no dark memories OCIATED with this day and couldn't be faulted for waiting anxiously for the evening feast. Charms, that on Thursdays Gryffindors shared with Ravenclaws, on the other hand, took the green-eyed wizard's mind completely off of brooding about his Halloween bad memories. Professor Flitwick had them practicing Wingardium Leviosa, a charm that allowed things to be levitated, big white feathers in this case. Already knowing from his experiments in Transfiguration that intent was an important part of any spell, it took Harry only 6 tries before he successfully levitated his feather, earning Gryffindor 5 points. A minute later, Padma and Sue from Ravenclaw and Hermione from his own house too succeeded in performing the charm. And another couple of tries later, Neville joined the club. While the 2 Gryffindor boys and some of the more playful Ravenclaws were having their feathers race against each other above the tables, Hermione was trying to be helpful in giving some tips to Ron, who was having troubles with the spell. No wonder there, as the redhead was shouting the incantation with his pronunciation not even close to the correct one, while waving his arms like a windmill. Unfortunately for the bushy-haired girl, her help wasn't appreciated there, and it only made the Weasley boy more irritated. By the end of the period, the red-haired boy was in such a bad mood that snapped at the poor girl when she tried to help him once again. For Merlin's sake, leave me alone, you stupid annoying. No one can stand you, you walking nightmare that will never have any friends. Go disappear somewhere so normal people won't have to suffer you. Ron's tirade was stopped by Harry's fist connecting with his cheek. And you're just a self-centered prat that insulted his CL mate into tears just for trying to help. The green-eyed wizard hissed through his teeth as he glared at the Weasley boy. I'm ashamed of being in the same house with you. Deciding that he could continue berating the redhead later, Harry ran out of the CL room, hoping that he could help Hermione, but the crying girl was nowhere to be seen, and going looking for her in the castle that had hundreds of rooms, some of those inaccessible to him, didn't seem like a good idea. Hopefully, the bushy-haired witch would be sensible enough not to do something really stupid. Hermione didn't show up at the Halloween feast, not that Harry was there to sell it. For him it was just an obligation, and the young wizard was starting to get worried about his CL mate. From two of his Hufflepuff yearmates, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, he had heard that Hermione was in the one of the girls' toilets crying her eyes out and telling everyone to leave her the hell alone. Oh, well, the green-eyed boy sighed. He decided to give the girl some more time to herself. But were she not at the common room an hour before the curfew, he would go get her. Looking around the Great Hall, Harry noticed that not only Hermione was missing, Professor Quirrell too wasn't present, being the only one from the staff not there. Shrugging, the green-eyed wizard returned his attention to the meal. 20 or so minutes after the headmaster finished his speech and the feast started, Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the Great Hall with his turban askew on his head and terror on his face. "Troll! Troll in the dungeons!" the turban-wearing man shouted in a fake terrified voice. "Thought you ought to know." And then the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor sank to the floor in a dead faint. Students immediately started shouting in terror. Professor Quirrell acted too good for it to be just a joke, and it took Dumbledore a powerful booming spell to bring silence. "Prefects," the old man rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Something just seemed off about this order." Then it hit Harry like a sledgehammer. Hufflepuff and Slytherin dormitories were in dungeons. And while the Hufflepuff part of the dungeons was safe, because it consisted of the Puffs dormitories, the kitchen, several storerooms and a couple of not currently used CL rooms, the Slytherin part was not. As such, Slytherins had a chance of being attacked by the troll, which more likely than not would lead to several students spending some time in the hospital wing. Or worse, what is the headmaster thinking? It's almost like he doesn't care about that quarter of the students. Then another thought occurred to the green-eyed wizard. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. I have to warn her. While Percy was trying to navigate Gryffindors onto the way towards their common room, Harry mixed up with Hufflepuffs to separate from them later to go warn Hermione. Neville, though, saw his dorm mates maneuver and followed him. "Hey, Harry, where are you going?" the scion of the House Longbottom asked as he caught up with him. "Not stopping so that he won't waste any precious time," the green-eyed wizard answered. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll. We must take her to the safety of the Gryffindor common room, or anywhere else the thing can't reach us at." Neville nodded and continued running alongside his housemate. Thankfully, the coordinates Susan and Hannah had provided were indeed correct. The two Gryffindor wizards could hear Hermione still crying in the girls' toilet. The boys looked at each other before entering the toilet. "Go away. Leave me alone," the bushy-haired witch pleaded from the stall she was occupying. Harry approached that stall and knocked on the door. "Hermione, you should go back to the common room," he said in a soft yet commanding tone. Unfortunately, the only effect it had on Hermione was her recognizing that there was a male in girls' toilet, which forced the girl into her bossy rule-following mode. "What are you doing here?" she asked through her sobs. "You aren't allowed there." Harry sighed and tried again. "Hermione, there is an emergency in the school. The troll found its way into the dungeons and you might be in danger there." This finally had the effect on the Gryffindor witch, and she opened the stall's door, only to freeze in place and scream. At the same time the green-eyed wizard finally felt Neville tapping his shoulder. We have a big problem there," the pudgy boy said. The next moment the troll, it had found the trio of first years in the toilet, let out a roar and attacked. Harry threw himself and Neville on the floor while Hermione dumbly stepped backwards. The troll's club nearly hit the witch as it ped just several inches in front of her face, showering the girl with splinters from the smashed wood partitions. Knowing that fighting the troll was a suicide, no one under 5th or 6th year was taught in the Cleese any spells that could overcome the magical resistance of the beast's hide. Harry decided to use the other way out of their current predicament, running away. The problem there was in the fact that the said troll was standing between them and the door out of the toilet. And with the beast already attacking again, the young wizard knew that without getting its attention off him and his housemates, getting past the troll was a suicide too. But so far they weren't taught any spells that could be used for averting beast's attention. Or were they? Transfiguration. Color-changing spells and levitation charm were pretty much useless there as they either couldn't achieve the desired effect or required too much concentration to be of any use in the current situation. His Nox spell so far had too little radius of the effect to hide 3 first years. That pretty much left him with just Lumos spell. But the said charm created the ball of light at the tip of the wand, while Harry needed it somewhere behind Troll's head. Quote. Hoping for the best, the green-eyed wizard willed a ball of light flash into the existence behind Beast's left ear. The troll, being as dumb as it was, switched its attention to it, allowing 3 first years to run for their lives, actually managing to get past it and out of the toilet, before it realized that its prey was gone. Harry, where are you running? Gryffindor common room is the other way, Neville asked as the young Potter led them towards a narrow and steep stair that led onto the 4th floor north wing. Trolls may be extremely stupid, but they are generally faster that we can run, and they can track us by our scent. The green-eyed wizard replied. But the narrow stairs will give us a tactical advantage over the troll. Just believe me. Neville nodded unsurely while Hermione said nothing, just tried to keep up with the boys. It took the 3 of them almost 2 minutes to reach the top of the stairs. At the same time the troll appeared at the bottom of these stairs. What now? Hermione asked as she tried to pull the doors into the north wing open, but failed to do so. We have nowhere to run. Harry ignored her for a moment and talked to Neville, who stood to his right, instead. When I say 3, levitate its right leg forward and upwards and to the right. I'll levitate the left one to the left. Having no other option than to rely on his CL mate, the Longbottom Scion nodded. 1, 2, Harry waited for the troll to get high enough so that dropping it down from the stairs would have some effect. 3, Wingardium Leviosa, 2 boys cried simultaneously, while guiding Troll's lower limbs in a fashion they needed. And like Harry thought, the beast dropped down onto the stairs with a loud thud, before it started sliding downwards, gaining quite a speed thanks to the steep slope of the stairs. There was the second thud, as the troll's head hit the floor at the stairs, bottom with the power that should have had knocked the giant out, maybe even kill it. It worked, Neville observed, too mentally tired after the race against death for any serious emotion. Harry just nodded in agreement with his housemate. Suddenly the 3 first years hear approaching clatter of heels, and a couple of seconds later Professor McGonagall walked out of the corridor and stopped next to the downed troll. The Transfiguration professor studied the troll with her eyes, just to make sure that the beast wouldn't be of any danger, before looking upwards, at the 3 members of her house. What are you doing here? The headmaster ordered everyone to back to the common rooms. McGonagall asked sternly. The bushy-haired witch opened her mouth to say something, but Neville was faster. Professor, Hermione wasn't at the feast and didn't know about the troll, but she was, reported to be at the lower levels of the castle. She was in danger. So Harry and I went to warn her. Unfortunately, the troll found us before we could take Hermione away from where she was. So, we kinda had to fight it. The pudgy boy explained. Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples, no doubt trying to fight a coming headache. And how in the 7 hells did you manage to defeat it? She asked, already fearing the answer a bit. Harry ruffled the hair on the back of his head as he answered sheepishly. We used levitation spell to drop it from the stairs. The Transfiguration professor sighed. If the things continue like this, her hair will be completely gray before these 3 will sit their owls. Very well, she said with another sigh. Potter, Longbottom, 10 points from Gryffindor each for acting recklessly and not telling anyone where you went. And 10 points to Gryffindor each for helping your CL mate. And another 30 points to Gryffindor for the sheer dumb luck of taking down a grown-up mountain troll and living to tell the tale. The 3 first years looked at each other, not completely believing that they had just earned 30 points to their house. Now, return to the common room, before I'm forced to take those points away for being out during the early curfew. Harry, Neville and Hermione nodded and hurried towards the Gryffindor Tower. When they were finally in the safety of the red and gold common room of their house, Hermione turned to face 2 boys that very well could have saved her life tonight. Ron's hurtful words were still at the forefront of her mind, making her confused as to why someone would fight a troll for her. Of course, she had already thanked Harry and Neville several times while they were still on their way towards the Gryffindor Tower, but Not to sound unappreciative of you or anything, but why did you save me? She asked. Harry looked up from the book he was currently reading into her eyes. Do we need a reason to save our CL mate? Besides, aren't you our friend? He said. Am I? The bushy-haired witch asked. Harry and Neville nodded, making the girl smile brightly. She enveloped her two saviors into a hug, before running up to the girls' dormitories, leaving two stunned, a bit confused and blushing boys behind. Albus Dumbledore wasn't having the best evening tonight. He let Quirrell guide the troll into the castle, hoping that one of the possible, chosen ones would run and save that muggle-born witch, Granger, from the beast. He just never expected both to do that. From Severus's report, the troll died from its skull being crashed against the marble floor as the beast was dropped from the stairs. And neither Potter nor Longbottom used anything more powerful than the levitation charm to do that. Who are you, the chosen one? The ancient headmaster asked himself as he popped a drop into his mouth. If you don't appear soon, the world will be doomed to the darkness. Tom will spread once again. He needed to do something to find the one, but he needed to do it from the shadows if his plan was to succeed. And so, Albus Dumbledore started scheming his next move. Ronald Weasley surely didn't like the punishment he was given for what he had done to Hermione. 2 weeks of detentions with Filch and 30 points from Gryffindor, unfortunately, negating everything Harry and Neville had earned by defeating the troll, were bad enough, but a letter home Professor McGonagall sent was by far the worst, as it resulted in him receiving a howler from his very dissatisfied mother on Saturday morning. He wanted to do something to the bushy-haired witch and her newfound friends right there and right now for embering him in front of the entire school, but a sharp glare from McGonagall told him that it wasn't a good idea. So, the red-haired wizard decided to alternate between ignoring the golden trio, when around professors, and trying to provoke them into starting a fight with insults when not. Not that either Harry, Hermione or Neville cared about what the redhead did as long as he didn't directly attack them. In the middle of November, as the first Quidditch, the one between Gryffindor and Slytherin houses, approached, Wood became even more of the training fanatic than he already was. And so Harry and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team found themselves on the pitch training their ass off at least twice a week, more if Oliver could reserve the pitch more often. On Tuesday, November 12th, Wood had the team training, till it was only an hour left before the curfew. Quickly taking shower and changing into his normal clothes, the green-eyed wizard headed back to the Gryffindor common room, but when was pinged by the corridor on the 4th floor, he had heard Professors Snape and Quirrell argue about something. For some reason, Harry decided to listen to what that was all about, especially since the Dada professor sounded even more scared than he normally was. So no luck there, the potions master asked. And no. Getting past that dog is not as something we see can do without alerting the headmaster as far as I can know. Professor Quirrell stuttered. The stone is out of your reach till you can figure the dog out then. Snape observed. Not knowing what stone the two professors were talking about, Harry still had figured out that it was both something very valuable, and the very same thing that someone tried to steal from Gringotts during his first visit to Diagon Alley. Deciding that it was not wise to continue eavesdropping, though, the Gryffindor seeker hurried towards the common room. The last thing he had heard from the dialogue between two professors was Quirrell agreeing with what the potions master said. While Harry couldn't make any conclusions about the situation in the whole as he didn't know what stone the professors were talking about was, but he could still make some speculations about who the criminal here was. As much as he disliked Snape, the green-eyed boy didn't think about him as the main suspect. The man had worked at Hogwarts for years, while Professor Quirrell joined the teacher's collection only this year, the year when the stone, whatever it was brought to the castle. Plus, the Dada professor was in the Diagon Alley the day when there was an attempted robbery at Gringotts, which made him even more suspicious. Still, without any solid proof, accusing a professor of being after some artifact was at the very least stupid. Most likely, a political suicide, really. But Harry decided to look into this matter as he needed more information before he could act in any way. And the first thing the young Gryffindor needed was information on was the stone. It was something very powerful or very valuable, most likely both, since someone had to break into Gringotts to get to it. And the best way to get information about what the stone could be was to ask one of his friends. But Hermione was unlikely to know much about magical stones and he didn't want the girl to bury herself even deeper into the books. Neville too, most likely, would know only so much as his specialization was herbology. Thus, only Draconica was left, and his teammates from the Quidditch team if the Slytherin girl didn't have the information he needed. Still, he would ask Draconica first. In private, of course. Next morning, during the double defense against the dark arts period, Harry had, secretly, penned a message to the blonde Slytherin, saying that he wanted to talk to her today in the Leary after the lunch. Draconica didn't write anything back, but had nodded to him, signifying that she would come. After the Dada lessons had finished, the green-eyed wizard quickly went down to the Great Hall and ate his lunch, hoping that he would be able to get that secluded table in the Leary for their meeting. The blonde witch joined him there rather soon. "I take it, you have something to say to me, Potter," Draconica stated, not asked, in a cold and indifferent tone, though, despite being in rivaling houses and rarely speaking to each other, they still were a bit closer than that. But they both had an image to keep up. "Indeed," Harry replied, "I need some information on a particular subject that is not very well covered by the Leary and felt that you would be the best person to ask for it." The blonde witch folded her hands in front of her face and looked into his eyes. "You do understand that you will have to do something for me in return?" she asked. Harry nodded, even though he personally thought that the Slytherin policy of never giving anything without something in return was going a bit too far. Altruism should exist in the world too. "And what exactly do you want in return for sharing some information with me?" he asked her. Draconica replied almost as soon as he finished his question. "While it is rare for our houses to agree on one subject or another, we both know that Professor Quirrell is barely teaching us anything useful. And I know for the fact that you do some self-study for Dada." The Gryffindor wizard nodded, though he wasn't sure how his interlocutress knew about that. "I'd like to go over those notes of yours." Then, after a small pause she added, "This one time, of course." Harry nodded again. "Agreed. So what did you want to ask me about?" Draconica asked. "Some time ago I have overheard some older students talking about magical stones and got interested in the topic." He lied, but even if the Slytherin girl saw through that, she didn't show it. "But the Leary there has books only about either precious stones used as foci for staffs, or about stones used for warding." This wasn't necessarily a lie, as those were the book on stones he had found while waiting for Draconica to get to the Leary. "I have a suspicion that this is not all about magical stones, is it?" The pretty witch nodded. "Indeed, that's not all, but those two are the most popular uses for stones in magical arts," she said. "Since it's quite clear that you are looking not into the specific uses of this stone or that one, but more into general magical mineralogy, I will say this." She made a small pause, before continuing her lecture. "All precious and semi-precious stones can both be used as foci and as storages for the magical energies. At the same time, stones like marble or granite are good materials for rune-based magics. Then there is bezoar that, while not a real mineral, is still called a stone. I think it's safe to assume that you remember its properties from potions." Harry nodded. "Finally, there is the philosopher's or sorcerer's stone that is said to be a part of the elixir of life and to be able to turn any metal into gold. While its existence isn't exactly confirmed, as Nicholas Flamel, its supposed creator, has never shown it to anyone, his and his wife's lives of more than 6 centuries long are a good evidence that the stone does exist." "Thanks. That's about what I was asking for," Harry said, while thinking. "I doubt that it is just an energy container that is kept at the Hogwarts. And while I do not know the exact limitations of runic magic, the idea of something of that kind hidden there too is doubtful, as is just a presence of a really big jewel. That means that the most likely stone that is hidden in the castle is the Philosopher's Stone. I'll give you my notes at the astronomy lesson tonight." Draconica nodded. "See you there then," she replied. "Have a good evening," the green-eyed wizard told her, while thinking about what to do with the whole stone situation. "I'm fairly certain that it is the Philosopher's Stone out there, but I still need to do some more research before I can decide what to do about it. On the second thought, it's quite suspicious that Mr. Flamel would give up his stone to have it be kept out here, when it was perfectly safe at his house for the last several centuries. Most likely, the stone at Hogwarts is a fake one, thought it still has to be quite magical, for it has managed to fool the headmaster. Harry continued pondering on the subject of the Philosopher's Stone as he walked back to Gryffindor Tower. Saturday, November 23rd finally came, and the first Quidditch match of the season was today, after the lunch. That, of course, didn't mean that Oliver would let his team relax in the morning, as he had called a team meeting at 9 in the morning to discuss the strategy for the match. But, really, was there even one person who was listening to that 3 hours long briefing, Harry wondered. Most likely, no. When the lunch came, the green-eyed Gryffindor found himself so nervous about the match that he had to force himself to eat something at all. He wasn't the only one with such a problem, as it looked like Katie too had troubles with eating her lunch. Finally, the time came and Oliver guided his team to the locker rooms. Even some of the team members had barely eaten anything. And then there was another briefing, though, once again, barely anyone listened to Wood. 10 minutes before 2 in the afternoon, Madam Hooch called the teams to the pitch. Harry barely listened to the third-year Gryffindor, Lee, announcing members of the team, and Professor McGonagall scolding him for being prejudiced against Slytherin House. Madam Hooch had the captains of the teams shake their hands. It looked like either one tried to crush the other's hand, before opening the that held the balls. She released the 2 bludgers and then the snitch. Finally, she took the quaffle and, blowing her whistle, threw it up into the air, signifying that the match had started. Harry, completely concentrated on his task of catching the snitch before the other seeker could do that, paid little attention to what was going down there, other than occasionally hearing Lee's especially loud comments when Gryffindor scored. Finally, after what felt to be an eternity, the green-eyed wizard spotted a golden-winged ball no larger than a walnut hovering not far away from one of the stands. Knowing exactly what he had to do now, he shot after the snitch. A second later the Slytherin seeker started flying after him. The man, Harry couldn't recall his last name at the moment, was using a strategy based on following the other seeker and not looking for the golden-winged ball itself. In this situation the green-eyed boy could lead the opponent away from the snitch and have him crash into something, before claiming the victory by catching the ball. And so the young wizard started flying between and behind the stands, trying to lose the other seeker there, while keeping his eyes on the snitch, which was still zipping around the same stand. Suddenly Harry lost his control over Oliver's, broomstick, as it started moving randomly, trying to throw him off. Concentrating on the task of not falling from the broom, he had to ignore the rest of the world, thus losing the snitch. Thankfully the Slytherin seeker hadn't even seen it at all. Still, the movements of the broom were getting more and more forceful and random. And at one point it succeeded in throwing the young Gryffindor off itself, though Harry was still hanging on it with just his left hand still gripping the handle of the broom. Too bad, he didn't have enough strength to hang there for long. Thankfully, the solution to the problem came from the problem itself. The broomstick jerked to the right, ending up really close to one of the support beams of the tribunes, and, using the said beam as a pivot, the young wizard propelled himself back onto the broom. For another 15 or so seconds the broomstick continued to thrash around, almost leaving the boy imprinted into another support beam, before it all suddenly stopped and he could control it completely again. Looking around, Harry saw that both teams, as well as Madam Hooch, were on the ground in the center of the pitch. So he flew there and landed next to the Gryffindor team captain. "You okay, Harry?" Oliver asked when the green-eyed wizard was finally standing on the solid ground. "Good of you to finally join us down here," the Weasley twins said together in a mocking voice, though it wasn't hard to hear their concern for their teammate underneath that. "I'm fine," Harry said, a bit scared, but okay. Madam Hooch then told him to give her the broom, and, once he did that, she ran a few diagnostics over it. The witch hummed. "Enhancements are in order, so there was an outside reason for the broom's abnormal behavior," she concluded. She ran the diagnostics again, just in case she had missed something, but the broomstick was in order. "Very well, we will continue the match now, but should the interference happen again, the match will be rescheduled until we can deal with the attacker. We can't have someone interfering with the match by trying to either kill one team's seeker, or by messing with the said seeker's equipment." Both Gryffindor and Slytherin teams nodded. "Now back onto your brooms. The match continues." The 14 players hurried to do just that. When they were all on their brooms and took off the ground, Madam Hooch blew into her whistle, signaling the match to continue. For the next 20 or so minutes Harry circled above the Quidditch pitch, looking for the golden snitch, but the damned ball decided to play hide and seek and wasn't showing itself to the Gryffindor seeker. And the Slytherin seeker kept following him, hoping to outfly the green-eyed wizard when the golden ball would be finally spotted. Finally Harry grew tired and started doing advanced maneuvers, hoping to shake the other seeker off his tail. It kind of worked, as the Slytherin boy was now keeping his distance from him, though he never stopped following Harry's gaze. A flash of gold near Slytherin loops had revealed the snitch's location, and the green-eyed wizard flew after it with the fastest speed a clean sweeper 6 could produce. The Slytherin seeker followed Harry just as fast, but as Harry was closer to the snitch, he had much better chances of catching the ball. Suddenly a bludger appeared, forcing the Gryffindor seeker to change his course, and allowing the Slytherin seeker to catch up to Harry a little. The black ball, apparently, picked Harry as its personal target and attempted to hit the young seeker again. But the green wizard dodged it rather easily, unlike the Slytherin seeker that happened to be on the same line. With his opponent temporarily out of the competition, it took Harry only some maneuvering around Slytherin's players and dodging some more bludgers to finally catch the golden winged ball, earning Gryffindor the first victory in the season with the score of 310 against 90. The selection of the victory in the Gryffindor Tower lasted well past midnight, till Professor McGonagall decided that her lions were too loud for this hour of night, and Harry, as the one who had brought the victory to them, was all but forced to stay up. Not that he minded it very much, as the Weasley twins brought a box of butterbeer bottles for everyone and several bottles of fire whiskey for older students, along with some snacks from somewhere. So, when their head of the house sent her students back to their dormitories, Harry fell onto his bed utterly exhausted, but very content with both himself for winning match and with the solution that followed it. On the Monday morning the next week, reply to the letter Harry had sent to the archives of the Ministry of Magic came, bringing the green-eyed wizard an answer to the question about his official name. Opening the envelope, he read the letter. It was written in a very dry official language, though it was quite easy to see that the ministry worker was quite surprised by Harry's inquiry. Skipping straight to where his official name was written, the young Gryffindor read, Hadrian James Potter. It was followed by his title as the scion of an ancient house of Potter, etc., etc., etc. Harry smiled to himself, before hiding the letter into his bag, promising himself to dispose it as soon as possible. It wouldn't be good if such information leaked to those who would use it to harm him. That done, the young Gryffindor returned to eating his breakfast, while thinking about what to do during the history of magic lesson. With December now in its full rights, the weather got worse, thanks to the cold winds and heavy gray clouds that powdered the earth with snow. And with the end of the semester exams approaching, professors were giving more and more homework, which was taking away any free time Harry might have had otherwise. But once the exams started, the green-eyed wizard found out that most of them were quite easy and he had been worrying in vain. Well, potions were difficult because of Professor Snape, who, it looked like, wanted nothing more than make him fail, but Harry managed to get exceeding expectations there. The other difficult subject was history of magic, but he did good there too, despite everything. Since he had no intentions to return to his relatives for the Christmas holidays, not that he would be welcome there anyway, Harry was staying in the castle. This had earned him, and the Weasley twins, who were staying too, some playfully hateful glares from the Chaser trio, as Oliver Wood got a bright idea of having day-long training sessions during the holidays because of that. On the Christmas morning Harry slept in a bit, till almost 9 in the morning, but still was the first one to wake up. Since Dursleys never spent a penny on gifts for him, the young wizard wasn't sure whether or not he should expect something this year, but, once he got down to the common room, he found a stack of gifts for him under the Christmas tree. On the top of the said stack there was a box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, a bit surprising, since her parents were dentists, and a box of some others chocolate candies from Draconica. Accidentally, Harry got her a similar one through Oliver Wood, when the Gryffindor Quidditch captain went to Hogsmeade the previous week. Neville sent a book that about magical properties of plants that were common for Muggles, plants like milfoil or tansy or. Oliver gave him a booklet with Seeker's advanced moves. What else one could expect from the Quidditch fanatic? Harry didn't know what the twins sent him, as their reputation of pranksters made him quite wary of opening the package. Harry's mind drifted into the thought about whether or not his friends likes the gifts he had sent them. Some sugar-free sweets for Hermione and Muggle book about curative plants for Neville. He had bought this book for himself, but decided that his friend would benefit more from it. Twins got some pranksters, sweets from Zonkos, anything else, and Harry wasn't sure that the castle would still be there by the end of the holidays. He brought out of his thoughts as the Chaser trio descended into the common room. Standing up, the green-eyed wizard turned to face 3 Gryffindor girls. "Merry Christmas," he said. Alicia, Angelina and Katie looked at each other and nodded to themselves, before approaching him. Katie moved to stand right in front of Harry and, raising onto her toes, hugged the younger boy into her, making him blush crimson. Absent-mindedly, Harry noticed that she wore nothing underneath her pajama top. "Merry Christmas, Harry," she said, before Angelina took her place, and the girl not only hugged the younger wizard into her firm and rather sizable S, but also gave his bottom a hard squeeze. Then it was Alicia's turn, and she, giving Harry a foxy grin, felt his package down there too, while, like her 2 co-chasers did, hugging him into her bosom, making the green-eyed wizard blush an almost impossible shade of red. The Chaser trio left shocked Harry to stand in the middle of the room and went to collect their own gifts. "Hey," the incredible Weasley twins said from the stairs to the boys' dorms. "What about us, girls?" Alicia put out her tongue, and the girls disappeared towards their dormitories, breaking into giggles. The twins tried to say something to Harry, but he wasn't listening to them at all. Finally, seeing that they weren't getting anything out of the young Potter, Forge and Gred collected their Christmas presents and went back into the dormitories too, no doubt to prank either Ron or Percy. When Harry finally returned to his senses after the gift the girls gave him, he noticed that he had missed one package that was addressed to him. It was thin and light, and inside there was some sort of a cloak and an anonymous note. The note said, "You father left it in my care, and I feel that it is time to return it to the rightful owner. Use it wisely." The moment Harry read the note, a small spell beacon went off in the headmaster's office, telling Albus Dumbledore that the invisibility cloak was now in the possession of the Potter Scion. Only the oath to Harry's father, James, had this happening, otherwise Albus would have kept it as his own, despite his inability to break the secret of the cloak. Not that he needed it much, as he could turn himself invisible with just his wand. But why waste his own magic when he had such a wonderful artifact? "I wonder what you will do with it, Harry," the Hogwarts headmaster thought, while making plans about what to tell the young Potter about certain magical mirror, when the compulsion charm on the cloak would bring Harry in front of it. Harry studied the cloak that was gifted to him. It was very thin and felt like it was made from the air itself, and it felt to be millennia old, while still being in the perfect condition. Deciding to see what else the cloak could do, the young Gryffindor put it on. As he looked at his reflection in the mirror in the corner of the common room, Harry had to force himself to remain quiet. Everything that he knew was covered by the cloak seemed to have disappeared. "Whoa," the green-haired wizard exclaimed. "This is an invisibility cloak." He had already found some information about those during his studies, but what he already knew about this particular one was contradiction to what he had read in the books. For one, invisibility cloaks were made of demi-guise, fur, and definitely not of some thin and airy, more so than silk, material. Another thing was the fact that even the best invisibility cloaks lasted for less than half of a century at best, while this one looked like it was made before the King Arthur was born. Deciding that the cloak would be the most useful, if he ever needed it, if no one knew about it. So Harry folded it and, picking up his Christmas gifts, went to the dormitory to put it into his trunk. By the time he went to the Great Hall for his evening meal, there appeared a nagging voice in Harry's head that was telling him to try his cloak on again, this time by sneaking around the castle after the curfew. And as the voice was only getting stronger with time, Harry came to a conclusion that it was a product of some magical spell, compulsion, most likely. Not knowing how to detect compulsions through any magical means, the young Gryffindor decided to just try to remove magics from himself and his things. At very least, from the things the charm could have been placed on within last 24 hours. Quite a lot of work, actually, though, it was most likely that the compulsion was placed on the cloak. As soon as he returned to the dorms, the young wizard took the cloak out of his trunk and, hoping that he won't remove anything other than the compulsion, if it was there in the first place, he pointed his wand at it. Finite incantum. Surprisingly, the simplest magic canceller, and the only one he knew, worked, and a bluish wisp of magic rose from the cloak. Putting the cloak around his shoulders, the green-eyed Gryffindor was relieved to find out that it still made him invisible. Just to be sure that the compulsion was completely removed, he cast finite incantum on himself and all of his things that the charm could have been placed on. An hour later Harry was even more relieved that the voice at the back of his head, the one that urged him to do some night exploring of the castle, disappeared. Now free from the charm, the young Gryffindor started thinking about who could place it. And the only man who came to his mind was the headmaster. After all, the man already had brought the Philosopher's Stone into the school full of children for reasons known only to him. Albus Dumbledore spent that night sitting disillusioned in the corner of one of the unused CL rooms, waiting for Harry to come there and, accidentally, find the Mirror of Erised. Unfortunately, the boy never came. But this was just the first night, and the ancient headmaster Umed that the boy just wandered to other parts of the castle. The compulsion to bring him there wasn't exactly powerful, for otherwise it was too easy to notice even by a first-year student, but it should have eventually brought the boy there. Oh well, maybe he will come tomorrow, Dumbledore thought as he drank a potion to recover his energy after the sleepless night. As the headmaster he should always appear to be lively and ready to work, to set the example to the Hogwarts students. But Harry didn't come in front of the mirror during the next night too, and this was starting to make the headmaster worry that his compulsion failed. He needed the boy to find the mirror. After all, how will he save the stone if he didn't know anything about the object it would be placed into? Why, even Harry Potter, Dumbledore, unfortunately for himself, wasn't sure that the scion of House Potter was the prophesied one. But Neville Longbottom so far seemed to be a less likely candidate for that role. After the young Potter didn't show up on the third night after he was given the cloak, the headmaster finally decided to check on the boy, discreetly of course. The old man was quite surprised when he found only minute signs that the boy even was under the charm in the first place. The boy must have had detected the compulsion on the cloak and dispelled it somehow. This was a little worrisome, but a more subtle compulsion should be able to do the job just fine, Dumbledore thought as he discreetly cast another charm at Harry during the lunch. This one would take a couple of days to affect the boy, so he could finally sleep tonight. On December 30th, while doing his homework for potions sometime before the dinner, Harry found himself in a need of going to the Leary to check information on some ingredients in the bigger books. So, taking his trunk with him, the young Gryffindor headed to the Leary. Unfortunately, having had interrupted his studies for the dinner, the green-haired wizard was unable to finish his essay before Madame Pants closed the Leary. Closed it till the 2nd January. With his homework almost done, Harry, though, thought that it was unreasonable to postpone finishing it for a couple of days. But without an access to the books he needed, Madame Pants didn't allow him to take them out. He just couldn't do that. Or could he? A thought of using the invisibility cloak to sneak into the Leary and finish the essay occurred to the Potter scion. Deciding that it wasn't a very bad idea, he did just that. As he was absorbed by his work, Harry didn't notice that he had spent several hours in the Leary, and it was now well past curfew. The green-eyed Gryffindor was about to leave, and had already hid himself under the cloak, when Professor Snape, who was patrolling this part of the castle tonight, entered the Leary. Moving as silently as he could to remain undetected by the potions master, Harry walked out of the room. His luck was still on a vacation, it seemed, as the way back to the Gryffindor Tower was patrolled by Filch and his cat, and the young wizard wasn't sure that he could walk past them undetected. As neither of the two seemed to be in any hurry to relocate to some other part of the castle. So Harry had to kill some time somewhere, before trying to return to the dormitories again, hoping that at that time the path would be clear. Without really thinking, he started wandering through the night castle, his legs carrying him through the dark corridors seemingly on their own. Soon, Harry found himself in an unused CL room. The dark shapes of desks and chairs piled against the walls indicated what the room was used for in the past. But there was one other thing in the room, the thing that didn't really fit there. A magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on 2 clawed feet and an inscription carved around the top. Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. The carving didn't seem to be made in any known human language, but after looking closely, Harry noticed that it actually was English, just with misplaced spaces and actual words written backwards. I show not your face, but your he, Heart's Desire. The young Gryffindor read the carved text in a low whisper. For some reason he felt really curious about his heart's desire. So he stepped in front of it. What he in the reflection almost made him yelp in shock. The mirrored him looked to be older, about 18, and had a young woman in his arms. She was in the shadow, so the young wizard couldn't say who she was, but he could swear that she had blonde hair. Behind the pair stood two adults, a pretty red-haired woman with bright green eyes, just like his, and a tall, thin man that, was it not for his hazel eyes, could be mistaken for an even older Harry. Then the two adults waved to him, while the mysterious girl snuggled into his reflections. "Mom, Dad," Harry whispered, understanding who the adults were. Well, he was never shown any pictures or photos of them, but from what Hagrid and the Hogwarts professors said about them, he had little problem with recognizing them. When Harry looked back into the mirror, there were more people there. A couple that looked to be around their 60s stood behind his parents, his grandparents on the Potter side, most likely, as the man looked to be like his father without glees and with slightly graying hair. Next to them there was another couple that looked to be roughly of the same age. They must have been his mother's parents. Rather tall man with dark brown, though, too, graying hair, and a pretty woman with reddish hair. Older Neville, Hermione, the Chaser trio, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, Hagrid were there too. There were more people in the reflection, but like the girl in mirrored Harry's arms, their bodies were hidden by shadows. "Family and friends," the young wizard whispered. "That's what my heart desires most." Suddenly, there was a sound of someone sitting down onto a desk. Whirling around, Harry saw the headmaster sitting there in the corner of the CL room. At least, the old man didn't look to be angry at him. "So, you have discovered the wonders of the Mirror of Erised," the ancient man said as he slipped onto the floor and started approaching the young Gryffindor. "Yes, sir, I haven't noticed you," Harry said, still a bit afraid that the old man will punish him for being out of the tower after the curfew. "Strange how nearsighted being invisible can make you," Dumbledore said with a smile. "And you got it correctly, the mirror shows us nothing more and nothing less than our heart's deepest and most desperate desire. You, having never know your family, see them in the mirror, and while they are no longer with us, they are still within your heart. As for a family of your own, this is a dream that you can make come true," the headmaster said. "However, this mirror gives neither knowledge nor truth, and I would thank you if you will not look for it again. After all, many men had wasted their lives in front of it, and I wouldn't want my student to be one of them." Harry nodded. "Good. Now, why don't you put that admirable cloak back on and get off to bed?" the old wizard said while thinking. "I'm relieved that his desire is family and friends. The world wouldn't survive were he anything like Tom Riddle was." Only when Harry was back in his bed, he thought that it was strange that he had wandered so far away from the dormitories when he found the mirror. Thinking that it could be an effect of another compulsion, most likely the one that was placed on him, and not his things, the green-eyed wizard cast a magic canceller at himself. There was a wisp of magic raising from his body. That old Harry swore as he understood that the whole mirror thing was irradiated by the headmaster. It would be a long time before he would be able to fully trust the old man again. Surprisingly enough, the next months of the school year were quiet and pretty much eventless. The subjects they were taught became a bit more difficult than they were in the previous semester, but working together with Hermione and Neville, Harry had little problem with them. Occasional, and mostly silent, help from Draconica did factor there. 2. The Quidditch match of the Gryffindor team against the Hufflepuff 1-2 went good. Other than Professor Snape being the referee, there wasn't anything outstanding about the game, no brooms going out of control or anything like that. The House of Red and Gold won the game, but, no offense to Hufflepuffs, the only player they had that was a challenge for the Gryffindor team was their seeker Cedric Diggory. But this period of calmness allowed Harry to think a lot about the Philosopher's Stone and why it was at Hogwarts. He didn't the conclusions he came to. It looked like the stone, the fake one, as there was no way in the hell Nicholas Flamel would give the real one away, was there as some kind of a lure. After hours upon hours spent on pondering who the headmaster hoped to lure with the stone being in the castle, the green-eyed wizard decided that it was there to lure someone possessed by the spirit of Lord Voldemort. But there was one more thing. Dumbledore all but announced where to look for the stone at the opening feast. It was almost like he wanted a student to go and save the stone, or something. And thinking about why the whole thing happened in this particular school year, the young Potter came to a conclusion that Dumbledore wanted him to save the stone. Then it occurred to Harry that Neville's fate so far was very similar to his own. Parents being a major thorn at the Dark Lord's side, being attacked at 15 months of age and losing both parents. Though Neville's were only in some kind of magical coma, as the scion of House Longbottom never talked about them as if they were dead. Neville, while being well cared for, still wasn't very loved by his family in his early years, as he was thought to be a squib. And they were born within 24 hours at the end of July 1980. So there was a small chance that Dumbledore had decided that it was Neville's role to save the stone from the spirit of Voldemort. With this in mind, Harry let the young Longbottom on to what was happening at Hogwarts this year. And Hermione too, as the girl would find this out anyway. Much like him, they weren't happy with what this all meant, and, while Hermione could do nothing about this, being a Muggleborn and all, Neville promised to contact his grandmother, who was on the school's board of governors, and ask her to do something about this. Harry also decided to try to contact Nicholas Flamel himself, but it was more likely than not that the old alchemist would be inaccessible. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was very thankful that he had installed a ward that scanned all outgoing letters for a specific word combinations, Sorcerer's Stone, or Philosopher's Stone, in this case, the last summer. No, he was pleased that both boys that could be the chosen ones solved the mystery about what was hidden on the 3rd floor. The world didn't need dumb heroes, but the fact that neither Harry nor Neville wanted to play by his rules wasn't to his liking. They, well, either of them, were supposed to save the stone on their own, not ask higher-ups to solve the situation. Changing Harry's letter to Master Flamel didn't require a lot. The wards around Nicholas' house were very powerful and kept unwanted incoming mail away. As such, all that Dumbledore needed to do was to make sure that the letter was marked as an unwanted one by Flamel's wards, an easy task. Modifying Neville's letter was much harder, as it needed to reach the addressee. Thus, the headmaster had to change what the boy was asking his grandmother to do. Instead of bringing the subject of the stone up on the upcoming meeting of the Board of Governors, it now was buying some more fertilizers for Longbottom greenhouses. And a strong, but subtle compulsion to ensure that Augusta will send the right response to her grandson. Thanks God, she was laconical in her speeches, verbal or written. When he was finally done with modifying the letters, Dumbledore sealed them back into the envelopes, erasing any detectable signs of him doing anything to the mail, before sending the owls on their ways. The ancient man felt a little bad about what he had done. Tampering with others' mail was a crime after all. Unless it was done for the greater good, of course. Content with his actions being justified, Dumbledore popped a drop into his mouth and started going over the balance sheet for the last calendar year that needed to be presented to the Board of Governors. After Neville got a reply from his grandmother, saying that she will do this, the Gryffindor trio relaxed a little, thinking that the situation with the stone will be taken care of, and, upon Hermione's urging, started preparing for the exams, even if they were still quite a time away. Thus, the trio of Gryffindor could be found at the Leary quite often these days as they studies tomes on various aspects of magic they had to know to pee the end-of-year tests. From time to time their little study group was joined by Draconica, who often provided her own insight into the topic of the day, of her Gryffindor yearmates, while always listening to what they had to say on this. At first Hermione was against letting a Slytherin join their study group, but since Ms. Malfoy was a scholar and was tolerating enough towards the Muggleborns, even if she wasn't knowledgeable about Muggle world, and because Harry had personally vouched for her, the bushy-haired girl allowed Draconica to become the 4th, unofficial, member of their study group. Today was 20th March, and the Gryffindor trio, following the study schedule Hermione drew up for them, was working on their transfiguration. Draconica had a study session with her housemates in the dungeons tonight, when Hedwig finally returned after almost 2 weeks of absence that followed her being sent to deliver Harry's letter to Nicholas Flamel. The letter was unopened and still tied to the White Owl's leg. Not that this was unexpected, but Harry still was a little disappointed that he couldn't contact the alchemist about what was done with his stone. Giving tired Hedwig some owl treats and letting her to return to the Ollery to rest, the green-eyed wizard was ready to return to his transfiguration book, when he noticed Hagrid with some books in his hands exiting the restricted section of the Leary. "You noticed, Hagrid's taking some books again," the scion of House Potter said. It was true, they have seen the giant man taking books yesterday and the day before that. "We're at school, Harry," Hermione reminded him. "Just because he's a gatekeeper, it doesn't mean that he has to stop studying, self-improvement and all. Plus I have heard that he wants to take the position of care for magical creatures professor, when the current one retires. Of course he will be reading books." Neville nodded, most likely to stay on Hermione's good side, though. "That's not what I mean," the green-eyed wizard replied. "Have you seen the titles of the books Hagrid is reading? They are all about dragons." "Well, dragon are very interesting creatures," Neville said, "and they provide materials and the likes for many things wizards make." Harry nodded. That was all very true, especially since his own wand had a heartstring from a dragon for a core. "Yeah, but a couple of those books were about breeding dragons," he pointed out. This got the attention of his study partners. "Dragon breeding is illegal in Britain," the young Longbottom exclaimed, "and those wild species we have running around, Ministry tries to catch and ship them off to the dragon reserves. The closest I know is in Romania. One of Ron's older brothers works there, Charlie was his name, I think. There was another reserve in Ural Mountains, but they had some troubles with Muggle government and I'm not sure what happened to it." "Then why would Hagrid be reading a book on dragon breeding?" Hermione asked. "You don't think he got an egg from somewhere, do you? Like you can meet a mysterious stranger with a dragon in his pocket drinking in a bar at Hogsmeade." Neville said. "I think you have better chances at seeing Professor Snape laugh like a horse at a random joke than that." The trio shared a quiet laugh at the joke. "Still, don't you think we should go see what Hagrid is up to if he's reading such books?" Hermione said then. Harry nodded, not wanting to his first friend from the magical world do something bad. And wanting to get out of the Leary and the castle, since the weather was getting quite warm and sunny outdoors. It was several more seconds before Neville nodded, as the young Longbottom was finishing writing a sentence down onto his parchment. It took the Gryffindor trio some time to make it to Hogwarts entrance and then to the hut where the gigantic man lived. Harry then knocked on the door, which was immediately answered by a loud barking of a boarhound named Fang that lived with Hagrid. "Who's there?" the man himself asked from within the hut. "Fang, quiet." Cracking the door open a little bit, the half-giant peeked outside, and smiled when he saw the trio. "Oh, it's you lot. Come in," he said, opening the door completely. "Some tea, cakes." Harry, Neville and Hermione filed into the hut, finding that it was heated very much. Too much, actually, as it felt like they were in the middle of Sahara now. "Some tea, no cakes," the three Gryffindors chorused. By now they knew well that Hagrid's cookery was edible only for Hagrid himself. Harry looked around the hut, trying to find a reason why it was kept so damn heated there. Finally he spotted a pot sitting directly above the flames of the stove, with a large bluish egg in it. "Hey, Hagrid, what is it?" the green-eyed wizard asked, pointing at the egg. "Where? There is nothing there," the half-giant exclaimed, trying to place himself between his guests and the stove. Unfortunately, the trio had already seen the egg, so that action only caused them to shake their heads. Hagrid sighed and gave up. "Okay, I won it. A couple of nights ago I was at the Oggs, EAD for a few drinks and got into a game o' cards with a stranger. I think he was glad to get rid of it." Harry and Hermione looked at Neville, who just shrugged, while smiling sheepishly. "And what are you gonna do with it?" the young Potter asked, while he and his two friends got comfortable on Hagrid's bed that was right next to the table and, thus, was used as a sofa when the man had guests. "Haven't you been readin' books? You know, dragon breeding for pleasure and profit, and the likes. His egg is from Norwegian Ridgeback." And then Hagrid went on about what to do to have the dragon hatch and how to care for it when that happens. "Hagrid, but you are living in a wooden hut. I don't think it's a good idea to keep a fire-breathing dragon there," Hermione said, trying to be as diplomatic as possible. But the half-giant didn't listen to her. The trio tried to tell the gatekeeper that breeding dragons was illegal, but he still didn't listen. In the end, Hermione finally came with a compromise. Hagrid were to have the egg till it hatches, and the young dragon recognizes him as its Mother, and then it'd be shipped off to some dragon reserve, Romanian one most likely, as it would need a company of other dragons, something the half-giant couldn't provide. Hagrid had reluctantly agreed with this. Now, the trio needed to contact the dragon reserve somehow and tell them they had a young dragon for them to pick up. Since Harry's relationship with Ron was strained at best and hostile at worst, the boy definitely was not the one to ask for help. When the green-eyed wizard found himself in a need of contacting Charlie Weasley, who was a dragon keeper in Romanian Reserve. Percy was a no too, but because the Gryffindor prefect was even bigger sticker to the rules than Hermione was during the first weeks of Hogwarts, he would just report Hagrid to the authorities, not something the trio wanted to happen. That left Harry with the only other way. He had to go to the infamous Weasley twins for help. Finding the twins, when they weren't in the Gryffindor Tower or at the Quidditch training, Oliver Wood for some reason had cancelled the training that Saturday, was a really hard task. In the end, Harry managed to catch the elusive prankster twins after the dinner on Saturday night. "Hello, Harrikins, what do you need from our humble selves?" Gred and Forge asked in perfect sync as soon as the young Potter brought them to a nook of the corridor leading to the kitchens, a place where there wouldn't be overheard. "I need some help from you, guys," Harry replied. The twins grinned. "Who do we have to prank?" one of them asked. Then the other twin continued. "Or is it that you want us to give you an advice on how to get into the heart of a beautiful young lady?" The green-eyed wizard blushed a little, but shook his head. "No, it's something serious I need your help with." Gred and Forge dropped their grins. "What is it?" they asked, once again in a perfect sync. "One of your older brothers works in a dragon reserve, right?" The twins nodded. "Well, can you ask him to relieve us from a fire-breathing problem? It should be hatching in about 1 month." Gred and Forge looked at each other. "Well, Charlie said that he will be visiting our home at the end of April, while several of his co-workers will be at London. Fred, or was it George, said." Then the other twin continued. "He said they were heading back to Romania on 28th. We will write to Charlie about this little problem you have there, and, hopefully, they will be able to make a detour here to pick this dragon up." "What is it, by the way?" Hagrid said that it is Norwegian Ridgeback. "But one can't be completely sure till it hatches, I think." The Weasley twins nodded. "Quite a nasty dragon you have there, Harrikins, according to our Charlie," Gred said. Then Forge continued. "But don't worry, we will ask our brother to relieve you of this little fire-breathing problem." "Thanks, guys," Harry said, before allowing the twins to return to planning their next prank, while he himself went to find Hermione and Neville to tell them that he had asked the twins to contact their dragon minder brother. Charlie Weasley, actually, replied quite quickly, and just a week after his talk with the twins, Harry had a letter from the dragon minder with the information about where and when to meet him and his team to give them the baby dragon, along with the detailed instructions on how to prepare it for the upcoming transfer to Romanian Reserve. Harry had penned these instructions to Hagrid, who, while crying as he will have to say goodbye to a dragon that hasn't actually hatched yet, went ahead and started preparing a transportation box. While the half-giant was working in the backyard of his hut, the Gryffindor trio, upon his request, were watching the egg in the hut. Why, who knows, as there was quite some time before it would start hatching. March ended and April started, bringing even nicer weather, and even more homework with it. Harry, Neville and Hermione still spent their free time between the Leary, where they were getting ready for the exams, and Hagrid's hut, as they were watching the egg. On April 19, during lunch, the half-giant sent them a message, telling that the dragon will hatch soon, and they were welcome to be there when it happens. The dragon, when it hatched, was actually quite small, about 20 inches long with the tail, and had a wingspan of roughly 3 feet, and was a girl. Lack of certain marks made that clear. And the dragon indeed thought that Hagrid was her mommy, and blew a small stream of fire at gigantic man's beard. The next 9 days were quite tiring, as the trio and Hagrid tried to keep the growing dragon hidden. On the evening of April 28, Hagrid had Norberta, he called the dragonette like that, go asleep thanks to special food and a potion and placed her into the transportation box. With was then placed under Harry's invisibility cloak and levitated by trio to the astronomy tower, where Charlie and his team picked Norberta up at midnight. When the Gryffindor trio was returning to the dorms, they almost ran into Professor McGonagall, but, Thankfully, she didn't notice that. May came, and so did the last Quidditch game of the season, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. The match was long and hard, and not exactly during the fine weather too, but in the end Harry managed to catch the snitch before the other seeker did it, thus bringing the third victory in the season to the Gryffindor team. And with 3 victories and a lot of points, the House of Lions won the Quidditch Cup. For the first time in several years, which put their head of the house, Professor McGonagall, into a very good mood. Unfortunately, the house that lost the cup was Slytherin, and Professor Snape didn't hesitate a second on being extra mean to anyone who didn't wear silver and green during his potion lessons, which quickly brought to naught the 100 points Gryffindor was awarded for winning the Quidditch Cup. The second week of May marked the beginning of the end-of-year exams. Harry was sure that he and his friends, including Draconica, were more than ready for them, and he wasn't wrong there. The exams weren't hard at all. Well, potions and history of magic were for the green-eyed wizard, but that had more to do with the professors than with the subjects. On the Monday of the last week of May, the results were announced. Unsurprisingly, and much to the dismay of Ravenclaws, Hermione was ranked first among the first-year students. Draconica was 5th, while Harry and Neville shared 11th place. Not bad. With only so many days left from the school year, a certain dark spirit that parasitized on the back of Quinius Quirrell's head was using everything it could to have its host get a certain stone. And while the defenses that he headmaster erected around the stone were easy to bypass, the stone itself was hidden within a powerful magical object the spirit didn't know how to deal with. It knew that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden inside the Mirror of Erised, but it didn't know what it, or its host, needed to do in order to get it, and destroying the mirror was out of question as it could destroy the stone too. "We need to find some help," the dark spirit hissed. "Potter would be perfect, as his demise at my hand would be a good way of announcing to the world that I'm back." Quirrell nodded. "I agree, Master, but Potter doesn't seem to be stupid enough to just come here. We need to do something to have him go down there." The Dada professor replied. The dark spirit was silent for several seconds. "He is hanging. Out with that mudblood. If we capture her, Potter will come here to save her, and we will capture him. And killing not only Potter but a mudblood too will be even better." It hissed to its host. "I take it, you want the girl to be alive until you are done with Potter?" Quirrell asked. After the parasite hissed a positive reply, the man started waving his wand in an intricate pattern, and several seconds later stone floor in front of him started shifting and a humanoid figure of about 3 meters tall rose from the stone floor. By the time the creation of the golem was complete, the young professor was breathing heavily. Creating a golem took a lot of energy, and enhancing it to move silently wasn't easy either. Not wanting to waste his master's time, Quirrell drank a potion to restore some of his energy and guided the golem through the various traps set to protect the stone to the corridor of the 3rd floor. From there the animated piece of stone would have to work on its own. Hopefully, it would do everything like it was told to. Hermione was walking back to the Gryffindor Tower after doing some more studying in the Leary. "Why? The school year has ended, you should relax a little too," Neville had said to her, when she felt something approaching her from behind, something that wasn't friendly. Turning around, the young witch saw a very large stone statue approaching her. Instinctively letting out a loud scream, Hermione started sending the most powerful hexes and jinxes she knew at the golem, while trying to run away from it, but the animated statue was both quite fast and seemed to be impervious to the magics of this level. Trying to run and fight simultaneously too proved to be not the best idea, as the bushy-haired witch had made a wrong turn somewhere and ended in an unused seal room instead of the safety of the Gryffindor common room. Hermione put up a really good magical fight for a first-year student, but with none of her spells even scratching the stone golem, she was quickly pushed into the corner and knocked out by Golem's punch. Picking the unconscious girl up, the animated statue started walking back to the right-hand part of the corridor on the 3rd floor where its creator was waiting for it to return. As Harry and Neville hadn't seen their friend since lunch, and she didn't appear at the dinner, the two of them naturally got worried about her. As much as Hermione liked studying, she never missed her meals without a really good reason. Speaking of people who were absent at the dinner, the headmaster too wasn't there, which was quite unusual. No Wizengamot sessions lasted this long, plus there wasn't one today anyway. ICW2 didn't hold any meetings during this week. Oh well, Maybe the ancient man felt like having a quiet meal at his office. Professor Quirrell wasn't there, but that was hardly unusual in the last month or so, and Professor McGonagall was currently very busy as the deputy headmistress and just didn't have time to dine in the Great Hall. Suddenly, one of the school owls flew into one of the special windows of the Great Hall and landed in front of the two Gryffindor boys. Receiving mail this late was unusual, but it happened sometimes, so the boys took the note that was attached to the bird's leg. Opening the note, the two boys saw the message written in rather big and irregular letters in some dark maroon ink. Potter, if you want your friend back alive, go to the right-hand corridor on the 3rd floor and you will find her at its end. I'll be waiting. Harry and Neville looked at each other, trying to decide whether the author of this note was serious or just wanted to get the green-eyed boy into a trouble. Harry looked back at the text and studied it more carefully. The ink it was written with was strange and it looked like blood, he whispered, catching Neville's attention. It is written in blood. Most likely someone made a small cut on a finger and used it to write the note. And I'm afraid, this blood is Hermione's. Neville looked now both really worried for his friend and a bit sick from what the message was apparently written in. We need to tell Professor McGonagall about it. Now. Harry nodded, and the two friends raced out of the Great Hall, heading straight to their head of the house's office. Thankfully, the professor was there, going over some of her paperwork. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, I do hope that you have a good reason for diverting me from my duties right now. I'd hate to take points from my house this late in the school year. Apparently, the Transfiguration professor wasn't having a good day. Here, instead of replying verbally, Harry just gave her the note. Her frown as she read the short message told the boys that their reason for disturbing the deputy headmistress was good enough. I see, Professor McGonagall said finally. I know that this looks bad, but I think that it is just someone trying to get you into trouble, Mr. Potter. But just in case someone had really done what he claims, I will ask the castle's portraits and house elves to look for Ms. Granger. If they can't find her within an hour, I will have professors and prefects go get her. In any case, the one who did this will be punished most severely. While Harry and Neville didn't show this on the outside, they weren't really happy with what their head of the house said. So as soon as they were out of her office, Neville said that themselves will go save Hermione. And the scion of House Longbottom also insisted that they both go there, stating that not only the bushy-haired witch was his friend too, but also that he won't leave his friend to face whatever was there in the corridor alone. Two boys ran up to the Gryffindor Tower and collected Harry's invisibility cloak there. Who knows, they might need it, before racing down to the 3rd floor into the forbidden corridor. They stopped in front of the door there to catch their breath before going further, into the unknown. Shall we, mate? Neville asked. Harry just nodded, and the two of them pointed their wands at the door's lock. I hope this works, the pudgy boy said, before they simultaneously cast the Alohomora charm on it. There was a clicking sound, and the door creaked open. Now the boys could hear 3 loud snoring sounds and some tune played by a charmed lyre. Peeking inside, Harry saw a Cerberus, Hagrid's Fluffy, sleeping next to the lyre that was playing on its own, and an open trapdoor. Opening the door wider, he and Neville slipped in. I think we should go down through this trapdoor. Then the green-eyed wizard looked down into it. Unfortunately, it's quite dark there and I can't see the bottom. You can throw the stone. Thankfully, there was a couple on the floor next to the trapdoor. And listen, when it hits the floor down there. Harry nodded and did just that. The duo listened for the sound of the stone hitting the floor, but even after 30 seconds there was none. It's either really deep, or there is something soft down there. Let's hope it's the second, the green-eyed wizard said, as he readied himself for a jump. This must be the stupidest thing I did in my life, Harry said, before jumping. He was falling for several seconds, before landing on something soft, yet wet and slippery. Like tentacles of a giant octopus. Looking up, Harry saw that the trapdoor's hole looked to be really small from down here. You can jump down, Harry shouted. Neville, apparently, had heard him, as several seconds later the green-eyed wizard heard an approaching screaming of his falling friend. I hope I don't have to do this ever again, the pudgy boy said after he had recovered from the fall. By the way, Harry, do you know that we're sitting on the devil's snare? Looking down, the green-eyed wizard saw that, indeed, the tentacles they were sitting on belonged to the said plant, and it had already wrapped around his both legs without him even noticing it. Oh, damn, I knew this couldn't be that easy. Lumos Solum. Thanks to all of the studying session Hermione made them complete, Harry knew that the devil's snare didn't like heat and light, and faced with a source of bright light, the plant retreated into the dark corner of the chamber, making the two boys fall down onto the rough floor of a chamber underneath this one. It took Harry and Neville more than a minute to get ready to continue forward, through the only door available to them. As they came closer to the door, they could hear sounds of multiple bird flying there, as well as some booming of an unknown machinery or something like that. Opening the door, the two boys were blinded for a moment with how bright it was there. The room itself was a vast rectangular chamber with two doors opposite to each other. In front of each door there was a small balcony without rails, and their balconies were connected by a very narrow bridge. The floor of the chamber was covered with ominous spikes that would definitely kill anyone who was unlucky to fall onto them. There also was about 100 of polished marble cubes in the room, on the either side of the bridge. These cubes were moving in different patterns, but mostly up and down, while producing those booming sounds the boys had heard. Finally, just below the ceiling there was a flock of winged keys that zipped around. And what do we have to do here? Neville asked as he threw a small stone down. It fell between the spikes, revealing that there was no transparent panels over them. If I were to guess, we have to catch the right key without falling onto the spikes and cross this bridge. But I think it won't be that easy, Harry replied. But then again, to get the right key, we need to know what we need, so crossing the room is in order. Crossing the bridge wasn't easy, even if it was still and straight. Neville even had to crawl as he still had his acrophobia and couldn't stand over the spiked abyss without fear taking over him. Finally, the duo crossed the bridge and were standing in front of the exit from this chamber. It looks like we will need a large silver key, possibly with an ornate handle, the scion of the House Longbottom said as he examined the lock. Harry nodded and started locating the key in the flock. He was lucky as the key was pretty much like what Neville said it should look like, and it also had a broken wing, which made it slower and less maneuverable. Wish me luck, the green-eyed wizard said as he jumped onto the lowering marble cube. It appeared to be much more slippery than its polished top looked to be, and Harry was quite sure that the cube had some charms on it for that purpose. Thankfully he managed not to fall down, though it still was a close call. After he had recovered from his first jump, Harry waited till the block was as high as it could go, before jumping onto the block that was moving horizontally across the chamber. And from that one he had jumped onto the one that was moving along the chamber. Now all he had to do was waiting for the right moment to catch the winged key. Finally, a little more than a minute later, the young Potter was in the right position. Jumping up from the block, he caught the key, and the rest of the flock instantly stopped and turned towards him. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, Harry started jumping towards the balcony where Neville stood, while angry keys tried to turn him into a pincushion. Unfortunately, as Harry was doing the last jump, he slipped a little and missed the balcony. Feeling that he was falling towards his death, Harry threw the key he had caught to Neville, who managed to catch it before the thing could recover and fly away. The green-eyed wizard prepared himself for the pain that will mark the end of his short life, but it never came as he hit some magical field about an inch above the spikes and bounced up, landing face first onto the balcony a couple of seconds later. "You okay, mate?" Neville asked as he dragged Harry through the door, before the keys made another attempt of killing them. "Yeah, I'm fine, let's go." And they continued forward. The next obstacle on there was in the form of a giant chess board with human-sized figures. It was supposed that they would have to win the game to continue to the next room, but since the figures couldn't leave the squares of the board, the boys just used the edge of the board to slip past the obstacle. The next room greeted the two first years with a terrible stench that could only belong to a troll who had spent a lot of time in a closed space. Thankfully, the troll in the room, and it was bigger than the one they had faced on Halloween, was dead. Going past the dead beast, two boys reached the next room. Unlike the previous ones, it was circular and rather small. Right in the center of the room there was a table with 7 vials of various sizes with some liquids, an open scroll and a key. As soon as they picked the key from the table, they found themselves trapped as some liquids formed walls in front of the doors out of the room. One of the walls, the one that blocked the door back to the troll room, was of some clear liquid, while the other one was formed by a yellowish liquid. "These are contact poisons," Neville said as he studied the walls of liquids. "I bet some of these vials have protection against them." Indeed, the riddle that was written in the scroll told that one of the vials had a potion that will protect from the poison that formed the wall preventing the boys from going forwards, while one other, from the poisonous wall that prevented them from going back. 2 other vials, according to the poem, had wine in them, and the final 3 held deadly poisons. Solving the riddle without Hermione there to ease them proved to be not an easy task, but after 10 or so minutes, the boys were sure that the smallest vial held the potion to protect from the yellowish poison, though there was barely enough for one swallow, while the bigger vial on the opposite end of the table had a potion that would allow the drinker to return to the previous room. "So, what will we do now?" Harry asked. "Only one of us can continue forward," he pointed out. "I think you should go, mate," Neville replied. "We might be placed as equals by the exams, but you are better with the wand than me." The scion of House Longbottom paused for a moment. "I'm not as great as you are, Harry. I will go bring the help, instead." Harry shook his head. "No, Neville, you are a great wizard, and even better friend. But you are right, it's me who must go forward. The kidnapper asked me to come. Who knows what he will do to Hermione if you come instead." And at his friend's nod, Harry drank the potion and stepped through the wall of yellowish poison. Inserting the key into the keyhole, the green-eyed wizard unlocked the door and opened it. As the door in front of Harry opened, he could see a well-lit corridor faced with a light brown marble tiles, leading to a big circular room with 8 pillars holding its high ceiling that, despite being deep under the ground, had windows that had warm sunlight pouring through them. Taking a deep breath, the green-eyed wizard started walking towards the room, flinching slightly when the door behind him closed with a thud. When he approached the room at the end of the corridor, the young Gryffindor saw that it had a pit in the center with the mirror of Arised standing in the exact center of the pit. Unfortunately, other than for the mirror, the room appeared to be empty. But as soon as he stepped closer to the pit, a stone wall rose behind him, preventing him from escaping the room. "So you have come, Potter," a voice, laced with hate towards his family name, said. "In the end you were just a stupid attention-seeking dirty-blooded Gryffindor that would jump at a chance to show that he is any good. But you should not worry, your mudblood is still alive. I want you watch my master torturing her to death, after you will help him regain his body." So he is a supporter of Lord Voldemort, Harry thought, still trying to find where the speaker was hiding. Most likely, he concluded, that the wizard was hiding under some charm to make himself invisible, as it seemed improbable that a fully grown man could be hiding behind one of the pillars so well. Suddenly the young wizard saw a red beam approaching him at a great speed, but, thanks to the dodging training he had done for Quidditch, Harry managed to dodge the curse. And knowing where it came from, he could tell where his invisible opponent was. Petrificus Totalis, the still invisible, evil man, effortlessly blocked the full-body bind curse with a semi-transparent magical shield, before sending another reddish curse at the green-eyed wizard. "I'm surprised," the invisible man taunted. "How could the great Harry Potter defeat the greatest wizard on the earth 10 years ago, when now you can't do anything to me, who is a mere servant of the Dark Lord? Hell, you even needed that traitor Snape to save you during Quidditch match." Harry had to dodge the third curse from his opponent, while replying with an ornament of first-year hexes and jinxes. Seeing that the young Gryffindor was too evasive to be hit with his incancerous curse, the invisible man changed his tactics, and summoned a flock of sharp-beaked birds, before ordering them to attack the preteam. While Harry was busy trying to fend the annoying avians off himself, he was hit with a curse that made red-hot chains, though they didn't do any real damage to his body or his clothes, bind him. Once the young Potter was rendered immobile and unable to defend himself, Harry's wand fell out of his hand too and was now lying somewhere on the stone floor of the room. His attacker dropped whatever the charm he was using to make himself invisible, revealing himself to be Quinius Quirrell in his turbant glory. "So it was you," Harry hissed through the pain the chains were making him feel. The Dada professor made an offended face. How could you suspect poor stuttering Professor Q Quirrell?" he asked, using more of his fake stuttering than he did during his lessons. Then he put his mask of the Lord Voldemort supporter, what were they called, Death Eaters, back again. Now you shall tell me how do I get the stone from this blasted mirror, Potter. What should I do? I can see myself presenting the stone to my lord, I can see him using it to gain his powers back. But I can't get the stone. Tell me what I need to do, or I will start torturing your mudblood. And with a flick of his wand Quirrell lifted a disillusionment from Hermione, who was seated against the wall across from the entrance into the room, unconscious and bound by stone rings. But as her was moving slightly and unevenly, Harry could tell that the man in front of him told the truth about her being alive. I do not know. It was an honest reply. Until Harry had reached this room he didn't even know what was the final protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Unfortunately, Quirrell didn't like this answer and cast some torturing curse at Hermione, making the unconscious girl stop breathing for a moment. Think again, Potter, the servant of the Dark Lord said, as he trained his wand on the bushy-haired girl again. I do not know, the green-eyed boy repeated, hissing in pain. He knew that pleading the man to stop torturing Hermione would be useless and only result in her being harmed even more. Harry knew this personality type well. Hell, he lived for the last 10 years with the man who was just as cruel as Quirrell was now. The Death Eater once again didn't like the answer, but this time he sent a purplish curse that made numerous cuts appear on Hermione's upper body. Now, this is interesting. The evil professor taunted. Who would have thought that the hero of the wizarding world would be a sadist who likes to see his otiates suffer? But let's see what you will do when you are on the receiving end of my curses. And the man launched a deep red curse, that made Harry feel pain stronger than any he had felt before. I was like white-hot knives were piercing every point on his body, both from outside and not. The curse caused Harry to scream so loudly that Quirrell was a bit surprised that it didn't cause the ceiling of the room to collapse. Still, no matter how much he wanted to torture the boy for what he did to his master on that Halloween night 10 years ago, he had to lift the curse. For one, he needed the boy to stay sane at least until the blasted Gryffindor would tell him how to get the stone out of the mirror, and then the boy was his master's to torture and kill. I ask you again, Potter, how do I get the stone? Each word was spoken slowly and in such way that lesser men would run away in fear from hearing just the voice. I don't know. Harry replied finally, after gasping for breath for a good minute. Too bad, his answer set Quirrell over the edge. Why you, crew? The evil professor was about to curse Harry again, when the new voice spoke. Stop. The voice that said it was low, hissing and just radiated evil. And it also caused Harry's scar to throb with pain stronger than ever before. But the most surprising thing about this voice was the fact that it too originated from Quirrell. The boy isn't lying. Why yes, Master. The turban-wearing man stuttered. This time for real. Then the Dada professor looked back at Harry. How come the great Dumbledore didn't confide in his golden boy how he hid the stone? He asked with some surprise, though the young Gryffindor couldn't tell whether it was fake or not, in his voice. The man is just a manipulative old coot. Harry replied, still hissing from pain the chains were causing him. Quirrell raised an eyebrow. What is it I hear? Gryffindor Golden Boy is at odds with the so-called leader of the light. The Dada professor was about to rant about something, but the evil voice hissed him to stop. Quirrell, use the boy to get me the stone out of this blasted mirror. It said, before making the turban-wearing man's body tense as if a jolt of pain ped through it. Of course, Master. Using his wand, the evil professor levitated Harry in front of the mirror. What do you see in this mirror, Potter? Do you see how to get the stone out of it? Adding some more magic, Quirrell forced the green-eyed wizard to look straight into the mirror. Even though the pain from the red-hot chains was still clouding his rational mind, Harry could see that the mirror of Arise showed him the same thing it did back in the December. It showed him his family. Thought this time the mysterious girl in his arms had her hand slip under his robes and take an uneven blood-red stone the size of a matchstick box out of his inner pocket. The reflection Harry smiled, and the girl put the stone back, while the real Harry felt some weight appear in his own robe's inner pocket. What do you, Potter? Quirrell repeated his question. I see my family. The young Gryffindor replied, still hissing in pain. The evil professor was about to explode again, but the hissing voice stopped him again. Family, you say? It spoke, causing Harry's scar to flare with more pain. Potter, the voice hissed then. If you tell me how to get the stone and promise to serve me I, Lord Voldemort, promise you to bring your parents back. Like hell I will serve you. Harry managed to exclaim. Then you will die by my hand today, Potter. The voice that claimed to be Lord Voldemort hissed. Quirrell, check the boy. I think he is hiding something. The possessed Dada professor nodded and approached the young Gryffindor, who was still bound and levitated by man's magic. After looking at the boy for a second, Quirrell checked Harry's pants, pockets first, but found nothing of what he wanted there. Then he checked Pretine's robe's outer pockets, getting the same results. Finally, after exclaiming, "Aha!" the Dada professor went to check Harry's robe's inner pockets. Not wanting the man to get the stone, the green-eyed wizard performed a powerful bout of accidental magic that loosened the chains on his right hand, allowing him to move it freely, and tried to stop man's hand from checking his inner pockets. As Harry's hand wrapped around Quirrell's, pain started flooding his senses through the scar, but the professor was now screaming in pain too, trying to free his hands from boy's grasp that obviously was hurting him. In the end, the evil professor succeeded in freeing himself, and the pain in Harry's head languished. Also, as Quirrell lost control over his spells when this happened, Harry was now lying on the ground and the chains, while still binding him, were now steel gray no longer hurt him. Looking up, the green-eyed Gryffindor saw that where he had touched Quirrell, man's skin was burnt away and the flesh underneath it was gray in color, heavily damaged and falling apart at some places. Master, it hurts, the evil professor cried, but the Dark Lord didn't care. Get me the stone, you useless sack of a wizard. The voice hissed. Quirrell reluctantly nodded and tried to reach for the stone in Harry's pocket again, but the young Gryffindor, acting on his instincts, grasped man's wrist again and, as pain from it paralyzed the older wizard momentarily, then wrapped his hand around Quirrell's neck, making him scream like he was put through the most painful torture. The effect was even stronger there, as Harry could feel, even though his mane was hazy from the amount of pain that his cursed scar sent through his nerves, how the flesh of the evil professor withered under his touch. And then man's head fell, as the neck that supported it was completely destroyed, while the chains that were binding Harry disappeared. For a couple of seconds nothing happened. Then a sickly-looking black and gray smoke rose from Quirrell's head, taking shape of some specter. It had reddish eyes and slightly S-ish face. You've destroyed my host, Potter. But I will still get the stone from you. The specter hissed, before flying into the body of the young Gryffindor and trying to possess it. Harry's world exploded with pain, but somehow he managed to push the unwanted entity out of his body. The last thing the green-eyed wizard saw, before losing conscious, was the specter of the Lord Voldemort flying away, while swearing in its hissing voice. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was once again unsure what to do. On one hand, it seemed that young Harry Potter possessed the power to defeat Britain's latest Dark Lord. On the other, the boy wasn't fit for the role the old man had for him. No, sure, young Harry risked his life to save his friend and the stone, though, later was done not so willingly, but at the same time the boy too much independent and too sneaky to be guided to his destiny. Neville Longbottom, the other possible chosen one, thanks to his upbringing, was much easier to mold on as the hero of the wizarding world like Dumbledore saw it. And the boy, despite his shyness, seemed to be the better leader than the young Potter. Plus he was a pureblood, which meant more people would follow him. Still, it was Harry who stopped Tom again and, thus, he and not Neville should be the chosen one. So, the ancient headmaster started building new plans around this assumption. But before he would start implementing any of those, Dumbledore needed to make sure that he kept his positions in the wizarding world. The incident with the stone, should it become the public knowledge, would shake the faith into him the average wizarding public had, thus making it harder for him to remain in the positions from where he could guide the chosen one towards his destiny. And to do that he would need to modify some memories. The easiest one would be Hermione. The would need to forget only about the stone. She didn't see any of the so-called protection that he had placed around the stone, though removing the golem from her memories would be a good thing. Neville would be much harder, as the boy went down the corridor with Harry and hadn't seen only the final room, the one that held the mirror. And Dumbledore thought that he was lucky that he managed to catch the boy before he told Minerva where Harry and Hermione were. The old headmaster really didn't want to modify the memory of someone from the school staff. Of course, if the greater good required it he would, but all in all, the scion of House Longbottom would have to forget about the stone and about everything that was behind the door of the right-hand corridor on the 3rd floor. Finally, there was Harry himself. Dumbledore didn't want to obliterate him too, but the boy could tell his friends what really had happened this day, and if they wouldn't have memories that corresponded to his story, the questions would be asked. Surely, there were oaths, but unless it was a wizard's oath, Dumbledore feared that the boy would find a loophole to tell his story to others. And the boy was too cunning and slippery to make a wizard's oath without realizing what it was, so there was a possibility of questions why he was under an oath arising, the questions Dumbledore didn't want to answer. And since he would be modifying memories, the old headmaster needed to come up with some story that would be taking place during today's adventures of the trio. And here the paper Harry and Neville gave to Minerva before going to rescue Hermione themselves gave the idea to Dumbledore. It would be like a Death Eater coming to kill Harry and avenge his master. Professor Quirrell tried to stop the man, but was killed protecting the school and the students. After killing the poor Dada professor, the Death Eater couldn't find an opening to kill Harry unnoticed and decided to use his Muggle-born friend Hermione to lure the boy who lived into his trap. Man's plan succeeded and he had captured Harry. Neville, who was back then with Harry, managed to escape and had informed him, Dumbledore, about what had happened, so he, Dumbledore, charged down there to save his students, but was a bit late and the Death Eater had already started torturing poor Harry and Hermione. After a quick, duel he, Dumbledore, managed to subdue the Death Eater, but the man used an exploding potion and killed himself, while it was only his, Dumbledore's, magic that protected 2 children from the blast. A good story to cover what had really happened. With his plans made up, the ancient headmaster went down to the hospital wing to make them real. Though he would have to stop by Minerva's office and ask her not to be too harsh on the boys. After all, even if they did a really stupid thing, they did it to save their friend. They were true Gryffindors, even if they needed to be less headstrong in their desire to protect their friends on their own and have more faith in the higher-ups if they wanted to survive in this world. For the next several days Hogwarts was buzzing with gossip about what, according to Dumbledore, happened to the Golden Trio, and why Hermione and Harry were in hospital wing. Neville, whose memories the headmaster had modified, only confirmed the official story. Professor McGonagall had taken 100 points each from Harry and Neville for acting hastily and going against her order to leave the matter to the stuff to deal with. But then she gave them the total of 100 points for trying to save their friend. So Gryffindor lost just 100 points which, while still allowing the House of Red and Gold to be in the lead for the House Cup, brought it dangerously close to Slytherin. The House of SS was now only 7 points behind. Hermione was the first one to leave the hospital wing as it took Madame Pomfrey less than 2 days to fix the girl. Healing broken bones and cuts, even made by a dark magic, was way easier than dealing with the post-effects of torture curses, including a brief exposure to Cruciatus curse Harry was placed under. Still, the Mediwitch managed to have the young Potter healed up before the end-of-year feast. The said feast was just as great as the one on the September 1st, though many students of the House Slytherin, which lost the House Cup for the first time in the last 7 years, would disagree with that. The Great Hall during the feast was decorated with red and gold, the colors of Gryffindor, but not only the House of Lions were celebrating. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw cheered too, most likely because their students were tired of Slytherin winning all the time. And on the next morning the Hogwarts Express will take the students back to London and the summer K will officially begin. "Harry, where are you going?" Neville asked, when he saw his friend collect something from his trunk and turn to leave their compartment. Hermione, who was reading some book, too, raised her head to look at the green-eyed wizard. "Sorry, have some business to do. I'll be back really soon," Harry replied and quickly left the compartment, but the bushy-haired witch managed to catch a glimpse of blush appearing on his cheeks. Were she not as serious as she was, this would be a perfect teasing material. Closing the compartment door behind him, Harry put his invisibility cloak on, which he took it along with a rather small box of quality chocolates from his trunk moments before, and started looking for a certain girl he wanted to congratulate. Unlike the train ride to Hogwarts on September 1st, when at least first years sat randomly, now the entire student body was split by the train's compartments into many small groups, which made Harry's task of locating Draconica both easier. He knew that she hanged around Greenger Eris and Tracy Davis, thus it was more likely that she will be sitting with them, and harder, as he would have to congratulate her in front of others. Going through the train cars under the invisibility cloak was a bit hard, as he had to dodge all other people in corridors, but as no one saw him, or so he hoped, no questions would be asked as to where and why he was going. Still, the young Gryffindor stopped by a couple of compartments on his way to say hello to his friends from Quidditch team, leaving the protection of his cloak or returning under it in the tambours when no one would see him. On his way towards the first car, Harry ped past a compartment that was occupied by Crabbe and Goyle. Apparently, Draconica didn't want her two supposed bodyguards to be by her side, and the two Slytherin boys, not knowing what else to do, found themselves a compartment to sleep in during the ride to London. A little further on his way, the green-eyed wizard saw the youngest male Weasley playing Exploding Snap with Dean Thomas while inhaling any food either of them had. Finally, in the third car from the steam engine, Harry saw a familiar blonde witch, who, indeed, was sitting with two other, neutral, Slytherin girls. Going a little more forward, to the nearest tambour, the young Gryffindor removed his cloak and, folding it, put it into his pocket. Then he backtracked to the compartment where his target was, and knocked on the door. "Can I have a moment of your time, ladies?" he asked then as he slid the compartment door half open. All three girls looked up at him, a bit surprised to see him there. Absent-mindedly, Harry noticed that Draconica had a charms book on her lap, while Daphne and Tracy were reading some magazine together. "Potter?" the Green-Gur heiress asked. "Very well." While her mask didn't show it, Daphne was quite interested in what brought the Gryffindor Golden Boy to this compartment. The young wizard nodded and slipped in, screening the door behind him. "Now, I know that giving gifts early is considered a bad tone in either world, but I'm not sure that I will be able to have it delivered to you the day after tomorrow safely, Ms. Malfoy. So, happy birthday." With those words Harry, blushing not so slightly, presented the box of chocolates to the blonde witch. Draconica, a bit surprised by this, she didn't expect to get a present from him as she didn't remember telling him that her birthday was on June 2nd, or the day after tomorrow, but still accepted the sweets. "I will get you something more substantial when I can go shopping myself," Harry added in a whisper so that only Draconica would hear him. Then he continued in a normal voice. "Well, ladies, I won't take any more of your time, so have a nice ride." And with a small bow the green-eyed wizard left their compartment. While the girls were discussing what he had done, Harry made it back to the compartment where Neville and Hermione were sitting. What young Harry didn't know was that Dumbledore tried to adjust his relationship with Ms. Malfoy when he changed his memories. But even with the power of the Elder Wand the old headmaster failed there as he both tried to be subtle about it, and tried not to cause any additional mind damage to the young Potter. The world didn't need an insane hero, after all. But the old manipulator didn't let it bother him much. If he could keep Harry on the light side, Ms. Malfoy, through her association with him, could be used to spy against dark families and Tom himself, when he decided to reappear. The ancient headmaster also tried to adjust young Potter's views on himself and the Dursley family, very subtly, of course. But as Madame Pomfrey chose the very bad moment to go check on her patients, Dumbledore couldn't check the results of his work there. And didn't knew that this charm too wasn't completely successful. Augusta Longbottom wasn't sure what to think of the latest events at Hogwarts. On one hand she wasn't happy that her grandson ran away from the Death Eater that attacked students, his father and her son wouldn't run. On the other hand, had Neville not run away, he would have been captured too. No matter how much she wanted to see an aura in him, her grandson was still just a first-year student, and there would be no one to alert the stuff on time to save the attacked students from torture and possible death. So the Longbottom matriarch settled for just congratulating Neville on doing good in his studies. At the same time, the elderly woman made a mental note to talk to the rest of the Board of Governors about getting the information out of Dumbledore about how the Death Eater managed to get into the school unnoticed. And, depending on what the old headmaster would have to say, it was possible that the board would have to readjust the budget of Hogwarts for the next year to get the money needed to update the wards around the castle. Now knowing what to do, Hermione quickly ped through the barrier that separated the platform 9 3/4 from the Muggle part of the King's Cross, and almost immediately saw her parents waiting for her there. As she stopped the trolley with her luggage next to where her parents were standing, the bushy-haired witch went to hug her mother and then her father. She missed them dearly since they saw each other last during the Christmas holidays. "How was your year, Pumpkin?" Hermione's father, Dan, asked, as the girl finally released him from her hug. Apparently, they weren't informed about the Death Eater getting into the school and attacking Hermione and Harry. Not that the bushy-haired witch was going to tell them about it, lest they pull her out of the school and away from her friends. "It was good, and I was ranked first in my year and—" Hermione started enthusiastically, but suddenly she recalled what they were said about doing magic during summer holidays, and her mood dropped a little. "Unfortunately, I won't be able to show you anything, aside from my books." "And why is that, dear?" her mother, Emma, asked. "Well, as no magical society is hidden from non-magical people, and so that it could remain just like that, they placed restrictions, so that I can do any magic in front of non-magical people," Hermione replied. "There are exceptions, of course, like self-defense, but—" "I understand," Dan Granger said, "and we should have guessed that there will be something like this. After all, we didn't know anything about magic until one of your professors, McGonagall was her name, came the previous summer and explained that you are a witch." The man said. "Now, Pumpkin, tell us some more about your lessons." Hermione's mother changed topic to a lighter one. No one wanted to talk about politics and such on such a good day. Hermione nodded eagerly and started talking about Hercules, while she and her parents made their way to the parking, where Dan's car was. Unfortunately for Draconica, her father wasn't as happy to see her back. The scowl that was on his face when he greeted her at the station told the girl as much. At least, like a proper pureblood, Lucius Malfoy would keep his family's business hidden from the public. After the Malfoy family flowed to the manor where they lived, Lucius ordered one of their house elves to take Draconica's things to her room, while he led his daughter to his study, while Narcissa silently followed after them. In the study, the head of the Malfoy family sat in his armchair behind a large mahogany table with various papers in neat folders on it, while his wife took a guest's chair, leaving Draconica to be the only one standing in the room. "It was reported to me," Lucius began, "that you were seen with Potter, Squib Longbottom and a Mudblood on multiple occasions. I originally planned to punish you most severely for not behaving like you were supposed to do, but your mother managed to talk me into postponing my decision until I hear your reasons. So explain yourself, young lady." So this was what got her father so displeased with her. "Father, as you might already know, the defense against the dark arts professor the headmaster had hired for this year was not the best one." Lucius nodded. He too was displeased with Dumbledore's choice of Dada professor. "As such, if I were to receive proper education on this subject this year, I had to either do a lot of self-study, or to use notes of someone who did. I chose Potter, because he was one at the top of the CL in this subject, having marks above those any of my housemates had. Also, this allowed me to get acquiescent with him. While Potter won't be on our side, he is not Dumbledore's pawn and doesn't like the headmaster much for some reason." Draconica said. "I see," her father replied, while thinking how he could use the rift between Potter and Dumbledore to further his own agenda. "But that doesn't explain your being acquiescent with the Squib and the Mudblood. The Muggleborn which Potter associates with, and I had to get acquiescent with, is Granger, who is currently ranked first in my year. She might be coming from a not-magical family, but she is a good researcher and has great memory, which allowed her to take her rank. By being acquiescent with her, I get an easy way to have the materials for my homework found and prepared for use. So for as long as I gain something from it, I see nothing wrong with being civil with her." Draconica made a pause, before continuing. "Regarding Longbottom, father, the rumors about him being nearly a squib were wrong. He might be a bit crude in his wand work, but so far he had displayed an adequate level of magical power, in the top 10 of the CL, actually. And in a few years he will ascend into the lordship of House Longbottom, which will add a political power to his magical one, making him someone whom you don't want to be open enemies with. As such, it would be better to gain his trust now and use it when the time is right, than trying to manipulate him later. In addition to this, Longbottom is on the top of the year in herbology, and having him to help with the studies does improve my grades too." Lucius sighed. Narcissa had created a true politician from their daughter. And the arguments Draconica presented were all good and excused. her acquaintances, no matter how much he may dislike it. Very well, I believe I have heard enough. He made a pause, but Draconica's face didn't betray her worries. I will allow you to continue being acquiescent with those three under the condition that your rank would be 5th or higher in your year. But remember that should you turn a blood traitor, the consequences would be most severe. Thank you, Father, Draconica said with a small bow. With this be all? Her father nodded. Yes, you may go. With another slight bow, the girl left the study. Her mother followed her, and as soon they both were in the corridor and the study's doors were closed behind them, Narcissa knelt in front of her daughter. Draconica, dear, unlike her father, her mother did have a soft spot for her. Yes, mother, the girl asked. Tell me, is there another reason, besides academical one, why you chose to associate with your Gryffindor friends? The older blonde asked. The slip of Draconica's mask, even if it lasted a mere second, was enough for her mother to get the answer. I see, Narcissa said with a small smile. Don't worry, I won't tell your father. I remember what it is to be a girl like you. Just keep in mind that there is an active contract for you there. Draconica nodded. Thank you, mother, but Narcissa remained knelt in front of her daughter. And, don't tell this your father, but I want you to continue studying with your friends. The younger witch raised her eyebrow questioningly. Rumors say that Dumbledore is considering hiring Lockhart as your next Dada professor. I remember the man being a couple of years below me at Hogwarts, and he was nearly at the bottom of his CL. I highly doubt that he did half of the things he writes in his books. Draconica nodded. It looked like there will another year when she'll have to learn defense without the Dada professor to help her. But don't let me take any more time from your summer now, my little star. Once Draconica was back to her room, she dropped onto her bed, deep in thoughts about her possible feelings for a certain dark-haired Gryffindor. He was nothing more than a study partner and a useful associate, right? Still there was something that caused her reaction to her mother's question. Sure, the young Potter was intelligent and nice to be around, but did she really see him as anything more than a mere acquaintance? Apparently, she did, and that wasn't a good thing. So, hoping to destroy whatever feelings she had for the green-eyed boy before they got completely out of her control, Draconica started practicing her occlumency to keep her mind organized in the way she wanted it to be. From the platform 9 3/4 Harry flowed to the leaky cauldron and, after leaving his things with Tom the bartender, went into the Diagon Alley. The green-eyed wizard had plans for his summer, and those plans needed some muggle money, so he went straight to Gringotts. There he converted 100 galleons into 500 pounds. It seemed that the exchange rate was a constant here, and asked the goblin teller a question that he forgot to ask behind his excitement of being introduced to the magical world the previous summer, who had access to his vault. After receiving the answer that only the holder of the key and those with him at that moment, as well as the information that this vault was a trust one and it wasn't accessed until the previous summer, Harry thanked the teller and left the Goblin Ran Bank. After collecting his things from the leaky cauldron, the young Potter was on his way back to Dursley's residence. He, actually, wasn't completely sure why he felt the need to go there at all, but at least his relatives should be in a relatively good mood as they didn't have to pick him up from the King's Cross. When Harry finally reached number 4, Privet Drive, it was already about an hour past the time Dursleys had their dinner at, so they were most likely watching some film in the living room now. The young wizard knocked on the door, and almost immediately heard heavy footsteps that could only belong to his uncle. The man opened the door and looked at him for a moment. "It you? What are you waiting for? Come in." Harry quickly entered the house. "Now, boy, give me your things so that I can put them away." The green-eyed wizard shook his head. "I don't that this would be a great idea." Vernon immediately turned dark red in his face. "And why is that, boy?" he asked. "I have a homework for summer, and if I can't complete it, they'll have me repeat a year or, worse, expelled. And I can push for emancipation only after I have paid the first set of my exams." Harry lied, while trying to look like he wasn't. "Do you want me to be here more than absolutely necessary?" His uncle shook his head. "Then let me have my things. During the summer, I promise that you won't see anything unnatural." "Very well, boy, take your damn things to your room," still red-faced man said loudly. "But if I hear or see anything freakish, you'll be very sorry." Harry nodded and started carrying his things upstairs. "And make sure that your bird doesn't wake me up, or I'll kill it," yelled Vernon from downstairs. Harry lay on his not-so-comfortable bed that his relatives provided him with when they reluctantly gave him his own room. And the young wizard was deep in thoughts, trying to figure out what was wrong with him, for something definitely was. For one, he remembered researching some kind of magical stone during the school year, that this stone, whatever it was, or at least its copy, was at Hogwarts and was in danger, yet the green-eyed boy couldn't remember what exactly this stone was. Another thing that bothered Harry were repeating nightmares he had at the beginning of the summer about him turning men into ashes by touching them with his hands. Even from those little he had read about how cognition functioned, he knew that such nightmares, especially repeating ones, didn't just spontaneously appear. They always had a reason, but once again the green-eyed wizard couldn't remember what could have caused these. Unless his subconscious, or someone's magic, made him forget what exactly happened when he went to save Hermione from that Death Eater. That, and no one had him consoled after the event. And then there was his headmaster Albus Dumbledore. The young Gryffindor was sure that he didn't trust the ancient man one bit, and there ought to be a good reason for that. But after he was saved from the Death Eater, something happened that made him see the headmaster like the second coming of Merlin. Even if the man saved his life, Harry was sure he wouldn't see Dumbledore as someone he should blindly follow, like his mind told him to. There must be some mind magic involved there. So Harry decided that he should be really cautious around the man from now on. Finally, there was the Dursley. Sometime near the suddenly felt like he needed to stay with them, even if as the scion of the noble House Potter he had to have at least a couple of houses scattered around the British Isles. It all seemed like someone had used a compulsion to have him return to Privet Drive. But Harry's logical side told him that he should stay there for some time to make sure that whoever had made him come back to his relative's house would be satisfied with the results of his magic. The green-eyed wizard didn't want to be turned into a mindless zombie, not at all, so he would have to play by someone else's rules for some time. Turning onto his side, Harry looked at the book he was currently reading, a tome on human anatomy. Telling Dursley that he had to study a lot to be able to move out of their house as early as possible made them much more bearable. Only a couple of chores for a day, and a lot of free time to study. Completing his summer homework took only a couple of days, and the rest of those 2 weeks he had already spent at Privet Drive No. 4. Harry was catching up on his self-study of the medicine. He had almost abandoned it at the end of the previous school year with whatever was happening at Hogwarts. Speaking of Hogwarts, there was another thing that was worrying the green-eyed wizard. He was yet to receive any letters from his friends, and those he had sent them were unanswered. He would have suspected that this had something to do with the mail wards around his relative's house. Why else he hadn't received any fan mail in the 10 years he spent there. But Hedwig returned to her cage looking whipped a couple of times, so his mail, this time, was intercepted manually, and not very professionally at that. So, most likely, the one who did this and the one who played with his mind were two different people. Why couldn't his life be easy? At least, getting to the mall to buy presents for his friends wasn't a big problem, as he was spending his own money and all that his aunt had to do was to drive him there when she went there to buy some special groceries, and then drive him back when she was done. "Boy, get down here now," Uncle Vernon yelled from the guest room, interrupting Harry's thoughts about finding someone at the Diagon Alley to lay a couple of enchantments on the presents to complete them. Sighing, the young wizard rose from his bed and headed downstairs to see what his uncle needed. As it turned out, Vernon had some of his clients over for a dinner, and wanted Harry to stay at his room for the whole time. Why the man needed 30 minutes to explain that to his nephew was beyond the comprehension of the green-eyed wizard. When Harry finally returned to his room, though, he had to show a good deal of self-control not to shout, as there was something sitting on his bed. As soon as he entered the room, the creature, it was about 2 feet tall, had greenish skin and really large eyes, and was dressed in an old and partially torn pillowcase, slipped off the bed onto the floor and bowed so low that its nose touched the thin carpet. "Harry Potter, so long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir. Such a honor," the creature, apparently named Dobby, said in a high-pitched voice. The green-eyed wizard, though, wasn't very happy to have such a guest at this time. Who are you, and what are you doing in my room? And try to be quiet," the young Gryffindor asked in a serious tone. Dobby made a step back and looked at him with his big eyes. Of course, the great Harry Potter wouldn't know of Dobby. I is Dobby, the house elf, sir, just Dobby. The creature, now identified as a house elf, whose name was Dobby, made a pause, before continuing. Dobby come to tell you, sir. It be difficult. Dobby don't know where to begin. Harry sighed. Getting any information out of this house elf will be very difficult. Sit, the young wizard said, gesturing towards the only chair in his room. The house elf's eyes grew even bigger than they already were, if that was even possible. Oh, no, Dobby can't. Dobby not allowed to sit on equal with wizards. Good thing, Dobby at least remembered that he was not to be loud. But great Harry Potter tells Dobby to sit in. So great Harry Potter, sir. Still, the house elf sat. So, what did you come here to tell me? Harry asked with a sigh. This elf was quickly thinning his patience. Dobby looked at him with his big eyes and opened his mouth, but then quickly shut it and tried to reach for a lamp and hit himself with it. Harry managed to stop him, though. What are you doing? Dobby almost said bad things about his family. Dobby has to punish himself for it. Mental. This house elf was bloody mental. But already understanding that speaking this Dobby out of doing it would hard if not impossible, the young wizard decided that it would be more productive to have the thing postpone self-harming until it left the house number 4 at Privet Drive in Surrey. You can punish yourself later, the green-eyed boy said, a bit too sharply, as Dobby now looked even more scared than he, usually, was. What? Your family you are talking about, and you still haven't told me what you wanted to tell first. The house elf relaxed a bit. Dobby be talking about wizarding family he is serving. Dobby be serving them until he dies, sir. It was clear to Harry that the house elf wasn't treated well. But it was also quite clear that Dobby couldn't leave his family. And since the elf managed to get past whatever wards that surrounded Dursley's house, Harry was sure that there were some. It looked like there was some kind of magical bond between a house elf and the family it served. Symbiosis of some kind, where masters started abusing servants. The green-eyed wizard really hoped that it wasn't normal, that Dobby was just unlucky to be bound to a bad family. Well, Harry said with another sigh, after the house elf was quiet for 20 seconds. What did you want to tell me? Dobby looked back at him. Dobby be coming to warn the great Harry Potter, sir. The young wizard merely raised his eyebrow at this. The elf didn't seem to be entirely sane, so there was a chance that it was something trivial. But there also was a chance that the warning would be a real one. Anyway, it would be better to listen to whatever this Dobby had to say. Dobby be here to warn Harry Potter, warn that terrible things will happen at Hogwarts this year. Well, this at least sounded like something serious. What kind of terrible things? Someone else is planning to attack the school, Harry asked. Dobby looked torn, like he wanted to tell, but something, an oath, prevented him from doing so. You can just nod if I was right. The house elf nodded after being still for several seconds. The green-eyed wizard sighed. And what is going to attack Hogwarts? This time there was an answer. Dobby not knowing what be attacking Hogwarts. But Dobby knows something will. Damn. Oh well, at least he was now warned. The great Harry Potter, sir, must promise Dobby not going to Hogwarts. Harry Potter is too important to face danger at Hogwarts. This made Harry think hard. House elves seemed to be quite strong as they could bypass wards, and, he was sure, could do housework with magic, so the chances were, this Dobby could do some nasty things to keep him safe, were he not to promise not returning to Hogwarts. On the other hand, were Harry to make the promise and follow it, he would be in some great problems. But he wants me to make a promise, not an oath. Harry thought then, and thus I can promise and still go, as it won't be binding. Plus I'm asked to promise not to go, while students are taken to Hogwarts by train and then by either boats or carriages. So, technically, I won't be going to school, I'll ride there. Forcing himself not to smirk, the green-eyed wizard spoke with a false resigned sigh. Very well, I won't be going to Hogwarts. His guest beamed at him. Dobby be so happy. Dobby be able to keep the great Harry Potter safe. Then the house elf's mood darkened a bit as the creature became serious. Dobby feels that he can give the great Harry Potter his letters back now. And he produced quite a thick wad of letters out of his pillowcase-like clothes. "So that was you interfering with my mail," the green-eyed wizard said coldly. "Harry Potter, sir, shouldn't be angry. Dobby did this for the best." Dobby hoped that if Harry Potter thought that his friends had forgotten about him, Harry Potter wouldn't want to be returning to Hogwarts. The young Gryffindor forced himself not to yell at the house elf, as it would, no doubt, bring Dursley's ire upon him. "Give me the letters, please." Dobby exploded into blabbering about how great Harry Potter was and how he was so kind to Dobby, but gave the letters to the young wizard. But as the house elf was ping the wag to Harry, Dobby's eyes landed onto the signature on one of the letters, and he, almost dropping the letters, did a step back, his eyes wide in horror. Dobby be punishing himself most severely. Dobby be interfering with his young mistress. Letters. And the young mistress was always kind to Dobby. Judging by the way the house elf expected to be treated, kind, most likely meant that this, young mistress, Draconica. Harry couldn't think of any other girl at Hogwarts coming from a dark family that would have a reason to send him a friendly letter, was just more forgiving and let Dobby have more freedom in how he was doing the things the house elves did. While Dobby kept telling how kind his young mistress was and how bad he was for intercepting her letters, Harry looked through the letters he got from the crazy house elf's possession. 3 of them were indeed from Draconica, another 2 were from Neville and 5 more from Hermione. The final 7 were the letter he himself tried to send to his friends. Finally, the green-eyed wizard grew tired of listening to the house elf. Thankfully he wasn't overly loud, and decided that it was time for the little thing to return home. The young Gryffindor said as politely as he could in his current mood. "Dobby, not that I don't enjoy your company, but shouldn't you be returning home now? What if your family noticed that you went somewhere on your own?" Dobby looked at the alarm clock Harry had next to his bed and his eyes widened in horror once again. The great Harry Potter sir is right. Dobby should be returning home. Dobby be going now, and the crazy house elf disappeared from the room with a quiet pop. Sitting down onto his bed, Harry browsed through the letters, before deciding that he would reply to all of them first thing tomorrow morning. And being not in the mood to continue reading, the young wizard decided to call it a day, and go to sleep early tonight. Back at Hogwarts, one certain old man with too many titles was thinking of the ways to bring the magical Britain to the light side, now that he was sure that he had his control over the Chosen One, and could guide him to bring the world to the greater good. Still, with the independent streak young Potter had shown, the ancient headmaster knew he had to be very subtle in his manipulations, lest Harry decided that he knew better how the things should be done. Still, Albus Dumbledore thought, he should keep an eye on Neville too, as there still was a small chance that he made a mistake and the scion of House Longbottom was the real Chosen One, and Harry's protection against the wraith of Lord Voldemort wasn't Boy's own power of love, but the sacrifice of his mother. The old man sighed. Why couldn't that wand choose either boy and make it clear which one was the true savior of the wizarding world? Why everything had to be so difficult? Sighing again, the ancient headmaster resumed plotting to change the wizarding world for the greater good, making sure that he always had a backup plan or two, in case his current judgment of which of the 2 boys was the Chosen One was wrong. Saving the world from the darkness was so difficult. "Hello, Tom," Harry said as he entered the Leaky Cauldron one afternoon in the middle of July. "I'd like to rent a room till the end of summer." The bartender smiled and gave the green-eyed wizard a key to the room number 7, not that Harry cared about what his room's number was. Thanking the man, the young wizard headed to his room. Like the room next door he stayed at the end of the previous summer, this one was about the same size as his room at Dursley's household, but had a much more comfortable furniture and looked much better, though pretty much sterile, like any good unoccupied hotel room should. After placing Hedwig's cage next to the window, so that she had her own place to rest when she would return there, Harry unpacked his own things, including his collection of books on medicine. Looking at the titles, the young wizard noticed that he was almost done with the easier books he had and, unless he wanted to start reading on something like physiology of higher neural activity, he'd better get some new books. Magical ones, so that his knowledge wouldn't be too one-sided. But as there was still enough reading material to last him until the school started, the green-eyed wizard decided to be lazy and postpone his visit to Flourish and Blots until he got his list of school supplies for the second year. Still, Harry had some business in the Diagon Alley. Even with the pointers from Tom the bartender, it took the young wizard some time to find the enchanter at Diagon Alley, as the man's workshop was rather small, didn't have any really noticeable signboards, and was quite far away from the entrance to the alley. "Hello, anybody here?" Harry asked, when he entered the workshop and was greeted only by a jingle of small silver bells. Looking around, the green-eyed Gryffindor couldn't see anything but various enchanted item and half-completed projects on the tables that stood in disarray around the room. "Anyone?" Harry asked louder, hoping that the owner of the shop was just too engrossed in his work and hadn't heard him the first time. I'm coming," an old and rasped-voiced replied from behind what Harry thought was a solid wall. Several seconds later, a well-hidden door behind the counter opened, and the owner of the shop emerged from it. The man, Emilio Faganini, if the small signboard wasn't lying, looked like a clickle-mad scientist. Shoulders long, untidy, and a bit dirty gray hair, pale skin, big blees with several different lenses and various carving instruments in pockets of dusty robe. "What brings you to my shop, young man?" Emilio asked, as he looked at his potential client through his goggles. "I need self-refilling enchantment laid on these," Harry said, while handling 4 fountain pens of different designs to the shop owner, who studied them through various lenses of his blees, before placing them on the counter. "And self-refilling and preservation enchantments on these ones." This time it was a modern ball pen with several spare cores of different colors. The enchanter studied those ones too, before making his verdict. Yes, that can be done, young man, but enchanting objects isn't cheap, you know. For the quills, all 4 of them, I'll ask 15 galleons from you, and another 3 for this curious muggle pen. 18 in total, with a third paid in advance. And a week of time to have everything done. While what the shop owner asked for laying enchantments was quite a lot, it was still less than these pens cost Harry to buy, so he agreed to pay without any fuss. "Very well, I'll come here next Friday to collect them," the Green Eyes Wizard said, while handing the enchanter 6 galleons. "I be sure to have everything done by then," Emilio replied, before heading back to his workplace. Being lazy, when allowed freedom, Harry had postponed his visit to the Gringotts Bank. He needed to see the state of Potter House's finances, till he would go there to get money for his shopping for his second year at Hogwarts. So, the Green-Eyed Wizard spent the next week either in his room at the Leaky Cauldron or at the Fortescue Ice Cream Parlor, reading his books on medicine. When the week the enchanter asked for to do his job paid, the young Gryffindor visited his workshop again, testing the results of man's work himself. Being satisfied with what was done, Harry paid the man for his work, and even promised to stop by his shop if he ever needed to lay enchantments on anything else. Late in the evening of July 29th, Harry sent Neville a letter where he wished his friend a happy birthday. Attached to the letter, there was a small package that contained the enchanted fountain pen the young wizard got for his friend. It even was in the colors of House Longbottom's coat of arms, and an instruction of how to use and maintain the said pen. Harry hoped that his friend would like his gift, especially since it was both looked good and was useful. Neville loved the gift the Green-Eyed Wizard got him. Or at least that was what he wrote in the letter he wished Harry happy birthday in. The 2 boys were born within 28 hours, actually. And considering how neatly the letter looked and the fact that it was written in the exact same ink Harry used to test the enchantments on the pen, the young Potter was sure that his friend wasn't just nice to him. The 2 rather old tomes on medical herbal mixes Neville sent as his gift to him could attest to that too. On August the 4th, the letter from Hogwarts with a list of books required for his second year at Hogwarts arrived. And seeing 7 books written by Gilderoy Lockhart on the list made Harry a little apprehensive of who will be teaching Dada in the coming year. He really didn't like fangirls, and the new professor made an impression of being one. Oh well, since the letter arrived late in the afternoon, the young wizard decided to do the shopping tomorrow, when all of the shops would be open. And finally have a meeting with the House Potter estate manager. Bright and early in the morning Harry entered the white marble building of the Gringotts Bank. Since it was still early, there weren't many customers there, so finding a free teller wasn't hard at all. "Good morning, Master Teller." After his second visit to Gringotts, the one on the day he was introduced into the wizarding world, the Green-Eyed Wizard decided that most magicals were stupid in showing no respect to those who managed their money. The goblin teller showed no reaction to being addressed to for about 20 seconds, as he continued to measure some gems. Finally, the teller decided that he had made Harry wait for long enough. "What do you want, wizard?" the goblin asked with a sneer, showing his teeth to the human. The said green-eyed wizard tried not to look intimidated by that. "I wish to meet with the manager of Potter account at his earliest convenience." The last words Harry said in such tone that they couldn't be interpreted in any other way than, "right now." The goblin teller looked at the young wizard in front of him. The nerve of those wizards. "Even if you are indeed the Harry Potter, you are too young to be bothering Master Goldsaw, wizard." The goblin sneered in response. "Unless you have any other business with Gringotts, leave." So Potter's estate manager's name was Goldsaw, huh? "As I'm the scion of the noble House Potter, and the last living member of the said house, I'm allowed to oversee the state of my house's estate thence I turn 11. This was a written rule of Gringotts. Well, it was written in a much more gaudy language, but the idea was this. The goblin teller made a face like he swallowed but had to grant Harry his request. "Very well. Master Goldsaw will see you if he is not busy." The teller summoned a younger goblin and told him something in a quick gobbledygook. The younger goblin nodded and disappeared behind one of the large doors that were there behind counters. A couple of minutes later, the eye-stamped goblin returned and made a report in gobbledygook to the teller, who nodded, before turning to Harry and addressing him. "It appears that you are lucky, wizard. Goldsaw will see you, if you can prove that you are indeed Harry Potter, of course." With that the teller handed a parchment and a deep red, almost black, quill to Harry. Understanding what was required of him, the young wizard wrote his name on the parchment, wincing slightly as the blood quill wrote, exact copy of his signature, on the back of his hand. At least that healed just moments after. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Rustknife would guide you to Master Goldsaw," the teller said, as he examined the signature. "Follow me," the eye-stamped goblin said, before he started walking towards one of the doors out of the bank's lobby. Harry did as said, and followed him. They walked through the corridors that made up a maze not unlike the one formed by the tunnels underneath the bank leading to the vaults. Finally, they arrived to a mive door of dark wood that had a golden nameplate for Goldsaw, along with the list of his titles. The eye-stamped goblin led Harry into the Goldsaw's office, a large room that had 2 levels. Lower level had a sofa and a small table, and was for customers, while the higher level held a estate manager's mive table of dark wood and was dimly lit, making the goblin look more intimidating than he, a retired warrior, looked otherwise. "It was more than a decade since a Potter visited me," Goldsaw said, once Harry was sitting on the sofa in front of him. "From what I'm told, you wish to see the state of your house's finances." The young wizard just nodded. While this goblin didn't behave like he was a dirt on the ground, Goldsaw was still very intimidating. The goblin handed him quite a thick ledger with a Potter crest on it. "Read it. If you have questions, ask me. But try not to be too wearisome, as I'm very busy right now." Nodding again, Harry opened the ledger and started reading. First and foremost, there was information on his trust vault. It was to activate on his 10th birthday, and would deactivate when he became an adult. Normally that would happen on his successfully ping his OLWs as he was the last member of a noble house, but there were ways of becoming an adult earlier. Though, none of those looked good. He didn't want to be tried in front of the full Wizengamot, for example. His trust vault was set to contain 2,000 galleons and to refill itself once a year on July 31st. He was allowed to take any amount of money from his trust vault, but even if it became empty, it wouldn't refill till next August. The Potter family vault, on the other hand, was currently inaccessible to him in terms of money and other objects, like a small leery, contained there. The vault contained impressive 3,500,000 galleons, well, a little more than that, as there was a lot of sickles and nuts there too, several dozens of jewels that were worth another 100,000 galleons combined, a collection of old and rare books, some of which were priceless, and some other things from old times. After the information about his vaults, the ledger contained data on Potter family's properties. First there was a manor, located under powerful wards somewhere in Wales, but it was all but ruined after the fire in 1983. Then there was a cottage at the Godric's Hollow, which was both destroyed and turned into a national monument. he who must not be named was defeated there, after all. There also were a penthouse near the center of London and a summer house not far away from Brighton, but both were under stasis that could be removed only either by his legal guardian, Dumbledore the Suspicious, or by himself, when he would reach majority. It appeared that it would be still several years before he will be able to move out of the number 4 Privet Drive. Finally, the ledger had the information about shares of stocks in various wizarding business Potter family owned. Unfortunately, there wasn't much of interest to Harry, though. He noticed that the most of the shares of stocks were either in firms that worked with potions ingredients or with charms and enchantments. Also, there was a share of stock in General Electrics, but that seemed to be the only Muggle business House Potter was investing into. All in all, the stocks House Potter owned were worth roughly 35,000 galleons. Done with the current state of his estate, the green-eyed wizard looked into what it was in the past. The ledger contained such information too. It looked like his grandfather, Charles Potter, was quite a good businessman, as he managed to have the main vault contain almost 1,000,000 of galleons in gold, and another quarter in jewels. But that was in 60s to middle 70s. After that the war with Voldemort started, and new Lord Potter, Harry's father James, was financing the light side, which, in the end, brought the house to its current state. Master Goldsaw, Harry addressed to his estate manager the same way the teller did. Hopefully the goblin in front of him wouldn't find it rude. Quote, "Thank you for providing me with this information about the state of my house's estate." With that he handed the ledger back to the goblin. "Being the last member of a noble house, and being older than 11, I would like to make a few suggestions about the investment politics of the House Potter. Of course, since I'm still a minor, you, as my estate manager, are the one who decides whether following those suggestions is profitable or not. But I'd be thankful if you at least listen to what I have to say." Goldsaw looked at the young man in front of him. "Very well, I will listen to your suggestions, Mr. Potter, but, as you said, it's up to me to decide, should those changes be made or not," the goblin said, while mentally preparing himself for requests like buying Zonko or something like that. "Since my uncle is a businessman, I'm forced to listen to the business news quite often and, as such, I have an idea of what's going on around the globe. First and foremost, I'd like you to triple the share of stock of General Electric's Potter House owns. Next, I'd like you to buy shares of stocks in Microsoft and Apple companies, each in the Muggle equivalent of 5,000 galleons. Both companies are Muggle and analytics say that both are really unlikely to face anything but increase of their value for the time being," Harry said. Judging by the expression on Goldsaw's face, this was not what the goblin expected him to say. It actually took him a couple of seconds to recover his normal expression of being better than you. "I see," Goldsaw said slowly. "I will ask the analytic team of Gringotts to look into the companies you named. If their results agree with yours, I will follow your suggestions for the investments." Harry nodded. "Is there anything else Gringotts can do for you today, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, though, I think I shouldn't bother you with me getting some galleons out of my trust vault," the green-eyed wizard said, and he got ready to head back to Bank's main lobby. No, Mr. Potter, there is no reason for you to face the queues again." With that the Potter estate manager activated some rune on his table and moments later a young goblin entered the office. "Sharptooth will guide you to your vault." "Thank you," the young wizard replied, and followed the young goblin out of Goldsaw's office. Harry had to agree with Hagrid there. Those carts were evil. But then again, they were one of the few ways goblins could have their payback with the arrogant wizards that insulted them. Checking that the money bag with almost all of those 2,000 galleons he was allowed to spend during the year was still with him, Harry headed out of the bank. He had a shopping to do. First and foremost, he needed to restock his potion ingredients. Professor Snape made it clear that he would pay Harry with acceptable only if Harry's potions were nearly perfect. And perfection needed a lot of practice. As such, the green-eyed wizard was burning through his stock of potion ingredients at an alarming rate. Plus he needed a new set of vials. Once he was done with the apothecary and other minor shops he needed to visit, the young wizard headed to Flourish and Blots to buy himself the books he will need his year. But once he got closer to the bookstore, he saw that there was a lot of people there, thrice or even more than there normally were in the shop, and they were mostly housewives and teenage girls. And the most disturbing thing was that they all behaved like fangirls in front of their idol. As Harry came closer to the bookstore, his suspicion was proven correct. Those were fangirls. And the reason they were there was explained by a big sign near the entrance to the shop that said about Gilderoy Lockhart held book signing today. Sighing, the young Gryffindor decided to postpone his visit to this particular shop. He had no desire to go jostle through such crowds in order to get his books. So he headed back to the Leaky Cauldron to put his things there. But when he was pinged by the shop's entrance, the crowd of fangirls suddenly started moving, as if they tried to avoid something. Moments later Harry saw exactly what they were trying to avoid. A red-haired man in late 40s, presumably the father of his Harry's CL mate Ron Weasley, was WLING against aristocratic man who could be no one but Lucius Malfoy. Scanning the crowds, Harry soon saw Draconica walking towards the queue to the counter with the books in her hands. She saw him too, and nodded to him in greeting. The green-eyed wizard nodded back and was about to continue on his way to the Leaky Cauldron, when his eyes caught Mr. Malfoy, who by now stopped fighting with Mr. Weasley, looking intently at the cauldron with books that a red-haired girl, young Ms. Welly, had. Something just felt fishy about the whole thing. But since it was none of his business, Harry ignored it and walked away. After leaving the things he had bought in the morning in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, and having a quick lunch there, Harry returned into the alley. He was there to buy himself a new, indecent, broom. No, Harry was sure that Oliver would allow him to use his broom this year too, but the green-eyed wizard felt bad about forcing his captain to use an old and outcleaned broom that his Harry's Clean Sweep 4 was. Since the Nimbus Company released the new model this summer, the previous one, the Nimbus 2000, was now sold with rather big discounts, which allowed one to buy a more than decent sport broom at the cost of little more than 1,400 galleons. And Harry was going to buy himself one of those old Nimbuses. That only left the young Gryffindor with the problem of what he should do with his clean sweep. On one hand, his rational and materialistic side wanted to keep it and use it as a spare broomstick, in case something would happen to his Nimbus. On the other, knowing the state of Hogwarts brooms, the softer side the young Potter possessed wanted him to gift his old broom to the school. In the end, after some thinking, Harry decided to try to sell his clean sweep to Hogwarts at half the price it would have on the second-hand market. The next day, the young wizard made another tour into the Diagon Alley, this time heading straight to the Flourish and Blots. After picking all of the books he would need at school this year, he was lucky that there were Lockhart's books left. After what was happening there yesterday, the green-eyed wizard started browsing the shop for books on magical medicine. Unlike the Muggle bookstores, though, he couldn't find any books on anatomy or physiology or psychiatry or, well, anything like that there. It seemed that in the magical world medicine was more like sets of spells and potions that were discovered to help in certain cases, than a real science. Still, knowing those spells and potions would be nothing but helpful, so the young Potter bought himself books on basic healing charms and on medical potions. Even if the shopkeeper was surprised by Harry's choice of his reading material, he didn't show it, and sold the books without any questions as to why the boy who lived wanted to study medicine or something like that. And it suited Harry just fine. Later that day, in the afternoon, Harry flipped through Lockhart's books, hoping to see how exactly they would be useful for the DACL. The answer, unfortunately, was this. These books were pathetically useless, unless you wanted a novel written by a narcissist author. They were a waste of money, and no small amount of gold at that, and the teacher, who chose them, wasn't like to be any better than Professor Quirrell was. If anything, the new teacher would be even more useless than a constantly stuttering man, who made it look like he was afraid of his own shadow, was. Oh well, Hogwarts had a great Leary and there definitely were normal second-year textbooks to study the subject form. The rest of the summer was rather quiet for Harry. The young Potter spent it sitting in the squares of the Diagon Alley. There were 3 there, or in the Fortesque's ice cream parlor, with his nose in the books, as he was either studying ahead in his Hogwarts subjects, or doing his own studies in the fields of medicine, both Muggle and magical. On September the 1st at about 9:30 in the morning, the green-eyed wizard descended into the public area of the Leaky Cauldron for his breakfast, his things with him. The pub surprisingly wasn't very crowded, and the young Gryffindor didn't have any problems with making and, then, getting his order. 30 minutes and a great meal, courtesy of Tom the bartender. Later, the scion of House Potter used the public flow, located in the pub, to get to the platform 9 3/4. Since it was nearly an hour before the express would depart, there weren't many people on the platform and most of the compartments were empty, allowing Harry to easily choose where to sit. After a couple of seconds of thinking, the young wizard chose a compartment in the car near the center of the train. After laying some simple charms on the door, so that he won't be disturbed too much, the Potter heir returned to reading one of his anatomy books. He had to find Draconica to give her the rest of his birthday present to her, but that would wait till the train would depart and everyone would be seated the way they wanted. Half an hour later he was joined by Hermione, who, like him, started reading a book, but a transfiguration tractate, unlike his medical one, once her bags were secured on the luggage cupboard. Another 10 minutes later the final member of the Gryffindor, Golden Trio, and no one other than Neville Longbottom, joined them in the compartment. After exchanging greetings with his friends and thanking Harry for his birthday gift, the slightly pudgy boy pulled a pot with some magical plant from his trunk and started working on it with his wand. About an hour after the Hogwarts Express departed from the King's Cross, Harry excused himself from the compartment he and his friends were occupying and started looking for his Slytherin friend. He thought of Draconica as one, even if the blonde witch would deny that they anything more than mere accomplices. After checking compartments in several cars behind the one the trio was in, the young Potter finally found the compartment Draconica was sitting in. Of course, with her friends, Daphne and Tracy. There was a charm-around girls' compartment, very similar to the one he had placed on his own, but he bypassed it easily. The caster of the charm wasn't thinking of him as an unwanted guest. "Ladies, allow me to take a couple of minutes of your time," Harry said as he opened the door, after knocking on it. Draconica nodded, as she was quite sure about whom the boy in front of her came to. "Ms. Malfoy, like I had promised you back on the last day of May, here's the second part of my gift to you." After saying that, the green-eyed wizard presented the pens to the blonde witch, who accepted them right away. "They are enchanted to never run out of inks, and their quills are made from metal, so they will never break either," Harry added with a small blush appearing on his face. "I hope you'll like them." "Thank you," Draconica said, as she put her gift into the pocket of her robes. Looking round the compartment, the scion of the House Potter sighed lightly. "Guess I shouldn't take any more of your time, ladies. See you all at school." And with that Harry left the girls' compartment. "Someone's falling for the Gryffindor, Golden Boy," Tracy teased her friend. She had noticed the momentary slip of Draconica's mask when she accepted Harry's gift. The blonde witch sent her a glare. "Why does everyone think that there is anything going on between me and Potter? We are just Otiates," Draconica replied with an annoyed sigh, causing Tracy giggle and say something about denying feelings being not healthy. Tilda ******. Roughly 15 minutes after Harry returned to the compartment he and his friends were occupying, the door was rudely opened. The charm to keep undesired away didn't work for some reason. Was it designed against those who had at least some intelligence? By Crabbe and Goyle. "Potter, I'm talking to you, damn it." An angry voice that came from between two human trolls caused the Potter scion to stop thinking about the reasons for his charm's failure and look closely at those who had disturbed him. Between Crabbe and Goyle there was another boy, one of those yet to be sorted first-year students, judging by his uniform. He had blonde hair and snobbish expression on his face, and looked like he was a young clone of Lord Malfoy. Had Harry not met Lucius in the Diagon Alley this summer, he would have troubles believing that this boy could be related to Draconica. "Sorry, you said something," the green-eyed wizard said, as he bookmarked the page he was reading and closed the book. Annoying an heir to a noble house like House Malfoy wasn't a good idea, but right now Harry didn't care. "I said, ditch these losers and become my friend, Potter. Surely, you must see that Otiating with a squib and a mudblood isn't good for you, you're already becoming deaf," the little snob said, but succeeded only in making Harry angry. The young Potter, having spent his childhood without friends, was very protective of those few friends he had now. "How about you get lost instead?" the dark-haired Gryffindor hissed in a controlled anger. "And take your lackeys with you." The Malfoy heir didn't like this response. "When my father hears of this, Potter, he will." The blonde boy couldn't finish, as Harry levitated him and his bodyguards out of the compartment, before shutting the door close and laying a locking charm on it. "Who was that?" Harry asked, nodding to where the invaders were standing moments ago. "I can tell that the blondie is a Malfoy, but I don't remember Draconica saying that she had a brother. Not that I asked much about her home life." "You were right, mate, that T, indeed, was the heir to the House Malfoy. His name is Basilius and, like you can guess yourself, he starts Hogwarts this year," Neville replied, as he stopped making notes about his plant. "And as for him being the secret brother of Draconica, this T is spoiled rotten by his father, 'cause he will be next lord of the house, and will bring even more glory to the name Malfoy, etc., etc. While Draconica, as a girl, is pretty much useless, beyond being a way to secure an alliance with another house, in their eyes, and she is just tolerated by her father." "That is very barbaric," Hermione exclaimed. Neville nodded. "I agree with you, but Malfoy family is a dark one, their lord, at least, and they are very patriarchal, more so than most other noble houses. The daughters of the house are loved much less than sons there. But don't think it is always like this. Blacks are patriarchal and even darker than Malfoys, but the daughters to that house were always loved." The scion of the House Longbottom said. Harry said nothing, but in his mind he was relating himself to the blonde witch. Neville's lesson had put the compartment into a dark mood, and it hadn't lightened much by the time the train reached Hogsmeade Station. Heavy clouds that were ready to pour down a cold rain didn't help there either. But that little issue aside, Harry, and he was sure, his friends too, was glad to return to the old castle of Hogwarts. This time, like all older students, the Golden Trio rode horseless carriages to the front doors of the school. Somehow, they managed to be the only ones in theirs, even though each carriage should have had 4 pengers. Oh, well, another difference from what they had experienced the previous year, they were allowed to the Great Hall right away, instead of having to wait for Professor McGonagall to invite them. Quickly scanning the professor's table, the green-eyed wizard saw only one new face. A blonde-haired man in forget-me-not blue robes who definitely looked like he spent too much time in front of a mirror. Was that their new Dada professor? Maybe Quirrell wasn't that bad after all. Once everyone was seated, Professor McGonagall left the Great Hall, no doubt, to bring the first years there for their sorting. Indeed, a couple of minutes later, the Scottish woman returned with a group of 11-year-old boys and girls in school robes that didn't have house symbolic yet. The hat sang its song, a new one, and the sorting started. For the first couple of minutes it was interesting to see the sorting from the sidelines, but it soon became a bit boring. Still, there were several students, whose sorting Harry watched with interest. Luna Lovegood, a strange blonde girl with radish earrings he had met on the train while looking for Draconica, became a Ravenclaw. Basilius Malfoy joined the ranks of the House of Serpents, while Ginevra Weasley, Ron's younger sister, who was giving the Potter scion strange looks the moment she saw him, was sorted into Gryffindor. Good thing all seats around Harry were occupied, or he would have to deal with an obsessed fangirl for the duration of the feast. When all first years were sorted, Dumbledore stood up and told Hogwarts students about the Forbidden Forest being forbidden and about the list of banned things being hung on Filch's office's door. Quote, "And one more thing, before you all can start the magnificent dinner that was prepared for you. This year your professor for defense against the dark arts will be no one other than the honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, Order of Merlin 3rd CL, Gilderoy Lockhart." The man blue robes stood up and gave everyone a bright smile, causing many boys, Harry and Neville included, to groan, while lots of girls awed and oh'd at him. Lockhart then made a speech, and not a short one, but those who paid enough attention to what the man was saying could clearly hear that the man didn't know a thing about how or what to teach his students in Dada CL. Still, he got a lot of applause for his speech. Once the Great Hall was relatively quiet again, Dumbledore had the welcome feast start. After the feast was finished, the students were sent to their respective common rooms, and, while many stayed there, Harry went upstairs to the bedrooms right away to lay some wards on his bed, and, having had some experience in that the previous year, it didn't take him a lot of time to complete this task. Tilda*****. While the scion of the House Potter was ensuring that he wasn't disturbed at least in his bed, in the Slytherin dungeons the heir to another noble house was fighting the battle for the status of the unofficial leader of the house. In other words, Basilius Malfoy was trying to prove to Theodore not that he was the top dog out there, tried to prove that by using threats of telling his father that things were not the way he wanted. The fight of the wills lasted for almost half an hour, and in the end, the power behind the name Malfoy won, even though the heir to the house had nothing else, no special magical powers, no great talents or cunning, nothing. From the far corner of the Slytherin common room a pair of grey eyes was watching the whole event. And the way Basilius was acting made Draconica think that her father made several mistakes in the way he raised her brother. The way the boy acted could only incite people to see the House Malfoy as bullies and spenders that relied on their ancestors' fame and money and did nothing on their own. Not a good reputation, not at all. The morning came, and the school year at Hogwarts was about to start for real. Like usual, Harry was one of the first in the Gryffindor Tower to wake up, and thus he was down to the Great Hall for some breakfast and morning reading by the time most of his housemates were just dragging themselves out of their beds. Eventually, approximately at 8:30 all students of the House of the Lions had assembled in the Great Hall, and Professor McGonagall started handing out the timetables. A single glance at his told Harry that Friday would be his least liked day once again. Monday. Double Dada-S lunch, double charms R. Tuesday. Herbology R. Charms S. lunch, Transfiguration H. History of Magic R. Wednesday. History of Magic H. Herbology S. lunch, Charms R. Transfiguration S. Thursday. Double Transfiguration R. lunch, Astronomy all at 11 p.m. Friday. Lunch, double potions S. Dada S. Well, at least he had no lessons with Lockhart till, once again, Friday, the man was making his skin crawl for some reason. Maybe that had something to do with the narcissistic way the man acted, or maybe with how he was a glory hound. Anyway, Harry had 3 full days to get used to the idea that that man will be his professor for this year. The students, who got their timetables, were now hurrying back to their dormitories to get the books they needed for their lessons, but the young Potter continued his breakfast. Thanks to a couple of useful enchantments he had everything he could need, Featherlight and of course, in his trunk. Ronald Weasley rushed past him, still chewing a piece of bacon. Apparently the redhead had learned his lesson about needing to be on time for his lessons. But it appeared that the fates still wanted to punish the boy, as he got to the doors that led out of the Great Hall at the same time with Basilius Malfoy and his bodyguards Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. "Out of my way, blood traitor." Blonde's words were followed by Crabbe pushing Ron to the side and into the jam. Moment later a faint sound of wood cracking was heard. That was Weasley's poor wand which the boy had in his robe's pocket. McGonagall, of course, was there a moment later, berating the young Slytherins for his actions and choice of words. But that could do nothing to help Ron out of his predicament. 20 minutes later, and 10 minutes before the lessons would start, Ravenclaws and Gryffindors, including Harry and Ron, who was nursing his cracked and winded round with some spellotape wand, were descending to the greenhouses for their herbology lesson. The group of second-year students stopped at the lawn in front of the greenhouses, waiting for their professor, and not a minute later they saw her approaching them, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart, who was trying to tell the witch one story or another. Judging by her face, Professor Sprout didn't like her colleagues' company that much. "Greenhouse 3, everyone," Sprout said, causing a murmur of interest among her students. The third greenhouse held much more interesting, and dangerous, plants than the first one, where their lessons were held the previous year. As the students were moving into the greenhouse, Lockhart caught the sight of one Harry Potter, much to said boy's annoyance. "Bless me, that's really Harry Potter," the blonde man said loudly as he tried to catch Green-Eyed Youth's hand and pull him out of the crowd. "Come here, my boy, I wanted to have a word with you for a long time." Unfortunately for the new Dada professor, Harry didn't want to talk to him, and, ignoring Man's attempts to grab his arm, continued on his way to the Greenhouse 3. "Wait, Harry, there are some important things I need to discuss with you. You don't mind if I will have him late for a couple of minutes, Pomona?" The scowl on Sprout's face clearly said that she did mind, but Lockhart ignored that and continued trying to fish Harry out of the crowd of his fellow students. Thankfully for the Green-Eyed Youth, he had reached the doors of the greenhouse and slipped into the relative safety from the Inglory hounds. A loud sound of the bell, that told everyone that the first period has started, served as the final protection from Lockhart for the time being. The man needed to return to the castle for his own lesson to teach. Professor Sprout stood in the center of the main page inside the greenhouse, with a trestle bench filled with pots behind her and a box of earmuffs at her feet. "Welcome back to Hogwarts and to the second year of your herbology studies," the witch said to her students. "This year we will be studying mandrakes," she continued, while gesturing towards the rows of pots behind her. "Can anyone tell me what the mandrake is, where we can use it?" the professor asked. Almost instantly Hermione's and Neville's hands went up into the air. Friday came too soon, that was what Harry thought. First thing, he had 2 potions with Professor Snape that day, and now there was defense against the dark arts with Lockhart. The green-eyed wizard still didn't think that the man was fit to teach. And the CL room did nothing to dissuade the young Potter. On every wall there were various photos of Lockhart. Quirrell, as bad teacher as he was with his constant fake stuttering, at least had pictures related to the subject he taught, not his portraits, and, of course, the new professor himself looked like he was there to show himself off and not teach children. Once everyone was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Now, with the CL room silenced, he picked one of his books from Dean Thomas, who happened to be sitting right in front of the teacher's table, and held it up, to show everyone his own winking portrait on the front cover. "Me," the new Dada professor said, pointing at his portrait, while winking himself. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd CL, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her." Only few students smiled weakly at the man's joke. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books, well done. But we will start today with a little quiz, nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read the books." With that, Lockhart started handing out the test papers. With his hands, not magic. "You have 30 minutes. Start now." Harry turned his paper and the questions. All 54 were about Lockhart, and none was about what could be taught as defense, if there even was such a thing in the books. Still, the green-eyed Gryffindor tried to answer some questions. He didn't want the professor to pay him more attention than the man was already. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the test papers, again, not using magic, and riffled through them in front of the CL, commenting from time to time on what he saw. As it turned out, only Hermione answered all questions correctly, thus earning Gryffindor 10 points. Done with the tests, the man put them away into his table and then placed a large covered cage. It was hidden behind the table up to now, onto the tabletop. "Now, be warned, it is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm." Many students, mostly Gryffindors, leaned forward, interested in what could be in the cage. "I must ask you not to scream," said Lockhart in a low voice. "It might provoke them." As the most of the CL held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. "Yes," he said dramatically. "Freshly caught Cornish pixies." Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't mistake for a scream of terror. "Yes." The Dada professor smiled at Seamus. "Well, they're not very dangerous, are they?" Seamus choked. "Don't be so sure," said Lockhart, waggling a finger annoyingly at Seamus. "Devilish tricky little blighters they can be." Indeed, pixies were tricky little creatures, and they also had poisonous little fangs, but you needed to be bitten dozens times to start feeling the effects of the poison. So all in all, they weren't dangerous. Unless you were Lockhart. "Right, then," the blonde professor said loudly. "Let's see what you make of them." And he opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken GL. The rest proceeded to wreck the CL room more effectively than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the CL with them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, upended the waste basket, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within a couple of minutes the whole CL was hiding under the desks. "Come on now. Round them up, they're only pixies," Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves, endished his wand, and bellowed, "Pescipixie pesternoni." It had absolutely no effect on the little beasts. Instead one of them seized his wand and threw it out of the window, too. Lockhart gulped and dived under his own desk, and then made a run to his private office, when the pixies picked another victim to torment. Seeing that their professor fled with his tail between his legs, Harry knew that dealing with the pixies was now their task. But what could they do? Even with his self-study, he didn't have any spells that could be used against the little beasts. Or did he? He remembered from somewhere that pixies and their cousins doxies relied a lot on their hearing, so this was something he could use. Hoping for the better, the young Potter created a loud banging sound, causing pixies to stop their current mischief and head towards the source of the sound, him. He was saved from being attacked by another bang, coming from the opposite side of the CL room. Apparently Draconica had understood how loud sounds could be used in the situation. Well, Hermione had understood that too. The green-eyed wizard was sure, but she was sitting too close to him to be able to use this. When the pixies got close to the blonde, Harry used his wand to create another bang, causing the pixies to return their attention onto him. Meanwhile, the students started getting from under the desks, and many of them started attacking the pests with random spells they had learned during Quirrell's lessons, or, like Crabbe and Goyle, simply using Lockhart's books to hit them hard. Eventually, all pixies were neutralized and locked in the cage, and as soon as the students were done with the pests, Lockhart returned into the CL room, looking as narcissistic as always, and was about to say something, mostly likely something along the lines how well they applied the spell he had showed them, but the bell rang, saving the students from whatever the blonde man had planned next. The Saturday for Harry didn't start much better than the Friday afternoon ended. Oliver Wood was the reason. The Quidditch fanatic decided that the team should start training for the season as soon as possible, at 6 in the morning on the first day of the first weekend of the school year. And last till lunch. At very least he had the elves of the castle bring some food and drinks for the team, when they were having a half-an-hour-long break in the training session. As the team was returning to the castle for some late lunch after a tiresome 7-hours-long training session, where Wood had them doing just basics all over again, they ped by another team, heading to the pitch. The Slytherin team to be exact, and they had a new player among them, an ND new Nimbus 2001 brooms for everyone, which was probably the reason for the new player being there. And the said player was exactly what got Harry's attention. It was Draconica. He looked into her eyes, as if asking a silent question of what she was doing there, as he had never seen her as someone who was even remotely interested in the game. The blonde witch looked back at him, telling him with just her eyes that she would answer his unspoken question later. Monday's Dada were just as bad as the Friday one was. After the Pixie incident, Lockhart decided that they will be role-playing the scenes from his books, Year with the Yeti, for today. At least Harry managed not to end as the one whom the professor had easting him, and he was very thankful for that. Sometime in the middle of the second Dada lesson, Harry was trying to look like he was at least somewhat interested in whatever Lockhart was playing up while reading the normal defense textbook. Hidden from Professor's view by a stack of his novels, a paper plane suddenly landed on his table. Quickly picking the plane up, the young Gryffindor unfolded it and read the message. "Meet me in the Leary tonight at 6, and bring your friends with you. As well. There are things needed to be discussed." The message wasn't signed, but Harry had no doubts about who sent it to him. It was both Slytherin-ish in its style and written in Muggle pen. Draconica was the only one who could have sent it. Folding the letter, the green-eyed wizard put it into the inner pocket of his school robe and returned to reading the defense textbook. He will organize the requested meeting later. A little before 6 in the evening, Harry, Hermione and Neville entered the Leary, and they weren't surprised to find that the blonde Slytherin witch was already there, sitting in the far corner of the reading room with an unidentified book. There was no title on the cover, in front of her. Longbottom, Potter, Granger. Draconica greeted them as they approached her table. "As you might have guessed, I asked you to come here, because, to be frank, our defense professor is useless." Harry had an idea that whatever the Slytherin witch wanted to talk about was related to Dada, but he hadn't shared this with his friends as this was a mere guess. Still, all three Gryffindors nodded. Even if Hermione was arguing that Lockhart was a great mage to accomplish all the things he wrote about. And with Professor Quirrell barely teaching us anything the previous year, we will need to do a lot self-studying if we want to successfully PR exam for owls. Yeah, we already needed to study defense on our own the previous year to get A's. Harry said, with Neville agreeing with him and Hermione being hesitant as she still had some of her "adults in power are always right" philosophy rooted in her mind. So, what I propose is that we organize some kind of a self-study club for those who wish to learn defense. And since none of us is good enough to teach on his or her own, the club should be working like this: those who have something useful share it with the others. Draconica said. She made a small pause, before adding, "Don't think that I'm proposing this out of the goodness of my heart. Should something happen to Wizarding Britain, we will need oars, and if the situation with the Dada doesn't change soon, there will be no wizards and witches qualified for that kind of work. Thus, there will be no one to protect us. I like the idea, but, will it work? With everyone from different houses, I mean?" Harry asked while pondering on his acquaintance's idea. "I personally feel that the house rivalry goes a bit too far, as it is. But since not everyone feels like this, it will be their loss. We will be working only with those who wish to work with us." The blonde witch replied, "Well, I'm all for the club. We need to prepare for the life outside Hogwarts walls on our own, if the school fails to prepare us." Harry said, "I'm in too." Neville agreed with his friend. "Me too," Hermione said. No surprise there, since the girl, it seemed, would never miss a chance to learn something. "Very well. For now we need more members for the club, so ask your housemates and, if you can, Hufflepuffs in our year, if they want to join." "I will ask my own house and Ravens," the blonde witch said. "There is only half an hour before dinner, so it would be better if you go now. We're supposed to be rivals, and it wouldn't do us any good if we're seen leaving the Leary together. And I have some reading I need to finish before the Leary closes tonight." The Golden Trio nodded and was about to leave, when Draconica stopped their unofficial leader. "Potter, I know that you have some things you want to ask me. You can ask me now," she finished in a much softer tone, compared to the official one she started with. Harry nodded to his friends, telling them to continue without him, and returned to his seat across from his Slytherin friend. But words didn't want to come out of him, so he just sat there. Draconica, meanwhile, continued reading the book, looking up at him from time to time. Finally, after what felt like hours, but in reality was only a couple of minutes, Harry spoke. "This last Saturday I saw you among the Slytherin Quidditch team. I never thought you even liked the game." This wasn't coming out as a question, but Draconica understood perfectly well what he wanted to ask her. "I never thought like that either," she replied, dropping her mask for a moment to allow a small smile. She didn't understand why she did this, but it didn't felt wrong to show some emotions when alone with Potter. "But my father decided that I have to earn some more glory to the House Malfoy. At least I was allowed to pick the position I will be playing. I'm a chaser, the safest position out there. So don't be afraid, I'm not after your status of the best seeker around." The Gryffindor wizard chuckled. "Just don't expect me to tell you the strategies Wood creates for the Gryffindor team," he replied, catching his acquaintance's attention. "I never remember them myself." Draconica allowed herself to smile again. "I wouldn't dream of that. The rumors about us being more than we are might start spreading otherwise." "Oh, yes, they still were, just otiates. And you should probably return to your friends now, Potter. It's almost dinner time." Nodding, Harry stood up and, after a quick, "See you later," left the reading room. Meanwhile, down in the dungeons of the Slytherin house another student was scheming. Theodore Nott wasn't happy with the youngest Malfoy replacing him as the unofficial leader of the Slytherin. The only thing, beside the arrogance, the little T possessed was politically and economically powerful father. No one in the house wanted to have House Malfoy as their enemy. Still, Basilius was poor leader and, in Theodore's eyes, would no doubt cause a lot of troubles to the Slytherin with his almost Gryffindor stupid behavior. No, Slytherin needed someone who had both cunning and political power to be its leader. Someone like him, even if House Nott's political power wasn't that great, compared to other noble houses. So, the young Knot started thinking of getting his position from the previous year back. And since he couldn't take it directly from Basilius, he would have to have the tea removed by the house. Once the tea will be a threat no more, he would just have to take his place. The fact that he had already being a leader of his year 1 and had performed this role adequately would only be helping him. All that he needed was to make the Malfoy heir make a fool of himself. The next couple of days the Golden Trio and Draconica spent asking their CL mates whether or not they wished to join the club. Of course, they were doing this a bit on the sly, not wanting to get extra attention to what they were doing. Out of the Gryffindor house only Parvati Patil wanted to join the club, other than the Golden Trio, of course. The other either didn't want to do extra studying or didn't want to spend more time in the same room with the slimy Slytherins than was absolutely necessary. Hufflepuffs, on the other hand, were quite interested in joining the club. Other than Ernie Macmillan, who didn't like Harry for some reason, only Justin Finch-Fletchley, he was being lazy, and Zacharias Smith, for the same reason, said that they won't be coming. From what information Draconica had ped onto her, Oceates, Ravenclaws were also very interested in the idea of the club, and only one of the Claws, Michael Corner, decided against joining. Slytherins, much like Gryffindors, though, had only 4 students who will be the members of the club: Tracy Davis, Theodore Knott, Daphne Greenger and Draconica herself. Now, with the members of the club known, the 4 met again, in the Leary, just several hours before their astronomy lesson. After some debates, it was decided that the club's meetings will be held there, in the reading room of the Leary, on Thursdays in the afternoon, starting with the next week. And the name of the club was to be decided during the first meeting. The 4 just hoped that the idea worked, and they and everyone interested in this will get a chance to learn how to defend themselves in this cruel world. Since Lockhart's teaching methods didn't improve the following week, the man still had scenes from his books role-played. Everyone who joined the club were looking forward to Thursday afternoon, when the first meeting will be held. On Thursday morning, during double transfiguration, even Ravenclaws were waiting somewhat impatiently for the lessons to finish, not something one could see normally. Of course, Professor McGonagall noticed that, but decided to ignore it for some reason. Even though the first meeting of the club wasn't until 3 in the afternoon, many of those who were coming were hastily eating their lunches. Harry couldn't understand why. They had an hour and a half, more than enough to eat at a normal pace and have quite some time left. But then again, their restlessness was coming from the fact that they were finally getting some, hopefully, decent instructions for Dada. The Golden Trio arrived to the reading room of the Hogwarts Leary with 5 minutes to spare, but they actually were the last ones. Unless someone else decided to join the club, everyone else was already there, sitting in the groups by schoolhouses or families in Potter twins' case. Harry, Hermione and Neville took one of the remaining free tables for themselves as they joined the group. "Now that everyone's here, let us begin," Draconica said. "Potter, if you will." The green-eyed Gryffindor was a bit surprised that his Slytherin friend delegated the leadership to him, but he quickly recovered. Well, welcome to the club for those who wants to learn about how to defend themselves. We are all here, because the level on which Dada is taught seems inadequate to us and, thus, we have to learn what we need on our own," the young Potter said, hoping that he didn't sound too anti-Hogwarts. "The group is going to be working this way. If you have some knowledge you want to share with your CL mates, queue up. We won't have a single person that will always play the role of the teacher. But before we start today, we should name our club. Any ideas?" And the instorming began. At some point Kevin Entwistle offered the Self-Defense Association of Students name, SAS for short, causing many of those who were close to their non-magical origins chuckle. There were many other ideas, of course, and, in the end, after more than an hour of debates, the club got its official name as Defense Study Group, or DS in abbreviation. "Very well, let's begin," Harry said, once the name of the group was approved by the majority of the students present. "If no one has any objections, I will lecture first." Since no one was against that, the young Potter began. "What I will teach you isn't exactly related to the defense against the dark arts, but is something I feel everyone must know." At this point, though, he was interrupted by Madame Pants finally deciding to see what the group of students in the reading room was up to. "What are you lot doing here?" the stern woman asked, a bit surprised to see members of all four houses sitting together and not insulting each other or outright fighting. "We have a study group here." Several members of the DS chorused in response. The Lyrian looked at them with some suspicion, but since so far they weren't king any of the rules, their debates about the group name were held under muffling charms, so they weren't even too loud. She couldn't do anything to them. "I see," she said to them. "Do follow the rules of the Lyri, or I will have to kick you out." Madame Pants warned them, before returning to her table in the next room. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief. They wouldn't have to relocate the club. "Oh, well, where was I? Oh, yeah, what I'm going to teach you is something I think everybody must know, even if it is not exactly related to Dada. I'm going to tell you about the first aid techniques, both magical and muggle." There was a murmur among the listeners, as some understood why this was important, while others just wanted to learn some offensive, or at very least defensive, magic. "I kinda understand magical first aid, Potter, but why would we ever need muggle first aid? And what muggles could have that is good enough to learn?" Theodore not asked. Harry sighed. He expected that someone would ask something like this, even if he hoped that this wouldn't happen. "To answer your first question, what if your wand cracks or breaks? You remember what happened to Ronald Weasley's? I personally don't find such wand to be safe enough for giving the first aid, or any other medical treatment. Plus there are poisons and spells that prevents blood clotting. You can bleed to death if you don't know counter spell or have an antidote. While muggle techniques won't stop the bleeding completely, they can slow it down significantly, giving you extra time find a true treatment." The scion of the House Potter explained. Nod nodded slowly, understanding how this knowledge could help. "As for your second question, I will tell you this. Muggle and magical worlds are too different to be compared as whole, but as for the areas that are common to both worlds, Muggles have much more knowledge about how human body works, and there's some diseases that magical world can't cure at all, while Muggle can at least partially. Muggle astronomy too is much more advanced than its magical counterpart. But let's not divert from today's topic," Harry said. "If you don't want to listen to this lecture, you can leave, no one will hold it against you." Surprisingly, everyone stayed. "In that case, the first thing I will show you is..." The lecture lasted for almost 2 hours, and still covered only the very basics. How to stop bleeding, how to fix broken bones, what to do if you are poisoned. And, like Harry had said, this wasn't exactly Dada study material. Everyone, even Not, was quick to understand why the dark-haired boy wanted them to know this. "And I'd like to stop here. The dinner will be served soon, and we all need to prepare for the astronomy lesson tonight," Harry said, exiting his lecturing mode. Of course, others contributed a lot too, especially about magical methods of the first aid, but he was the main narrator. The students were now leaving the reading room and heading back to their house's common rooms, while Harry was packing the books he used to show how the things he was telling about should be done. "That was very informative, Potter," Draconica, who was leaving among the last, said as she ped by him. "But next time, please, tell us something that can help us in Dada more directly." Despite her choice of words, her tone was saying that she didn't mind much his choice of the topic for today. Harry shrugged. So far he didn't have any ideas about when and what about he will be lecturing next. "I'll try," was his reply. The blonde witch, though, was already by the door out of the room. She stopped for a moment to show that she had heard him, before continuing on her way to the Slytherin dungeons. The next meeting of the DS, again on the Thursday afternoon in the reading room of the Hogwarts Lyri, was led in collaboration by Hermione, Padma and, surprisingly, Daphne. The girls showed their CL mates the basic magical shield, Protega, as well as a couple of offensive spell, the disarming charm, Expelliarmus, included. Of course, since they were in the Lyri, they couldn't practice magic, but even the theory given by the three witches was enough. Everyone could practice spells later in the common rooms or anywhere else. A week later, shy Oriental Ravenclaw witch named Su Li, urged on by her housemate Padma, showed a couple of relatively harmless, but very annoying and somewhat dirty hexes. Even though these were easy to block, if you managed to hit your opponent with one of them, unless he was a master of self-control, you had a great chance of winning. On the first weekend of October, the first Quidditch match was played. Traditionally, it was Gryffindor versus Slytherin 1. The match was unusually long, lasting for more than 4 hours, and ended with Harry catching the snitch, making the final score 530-110 in favor of the House of Lions. There was an incident during the match, when the Bludgers suddenly decided that the only target for them was one Harry Potter. Once that became obvious, Madame Hooch stopped the game, and professors examined the Bludgers. Since the magic used on them wasn't cast by anyone from Hogwarts, it was simply dispelled, which, actually, wasn't that easy, even for the headmaster himself, before the match was resumed. During the match, Draconica scored only once, but 6 of goal sendings were made by her, and the blonde witch was rather content with such results. And, apparently, her opinion about the game changed a little, as it brought out her competitive streak a bit that day. She would never be a true fan of the game, like many males and several females were, though. The next Monday, Lockhart decided that he had taught his students enough to quiz them, but, of course, the man had all of the questions centered around himself. At least the questions weren't about his favorite color or his dream, they were about his supposed accomplishment he had written about. Of course, with the books being role-played in the CL room, no one had big troubles answering the questions like, how did Gilderoy Lockhart act when he came face-to-face with the Himalaya Yeti? But, the student body still wasn't very thrilled by this test. The blonde man had only a small fanbase left in the Hogwarts institution, since everyone who had at least 2 incels had already seen that he wasn't nearly as good as he portrayed himself in his books. Plus no one liked to be quizzed. This quiz, though, showed those who were willing to see it, that they had wasted an entire month of Dada lessons and hadn't learned anything useful. Unfortunately, those who saw this were either already in the defense study group, or didn't want to go there because of their prejudice against the members of other houses. 3 days later, on the next meeting of the DS, Professor Susan Bones explained to her CL mates about the ways of avoiding being hit by opponents' spells. Apparently, the niece of the current DMLE head was well versed in defense, even if her knowledge of offensive magic was kind of limited. Quote, "The magical shields are good and all. They are fast to create, and they will protect you from most magical attacks, but there are curses that can pierce certain types of such shields, and there are at least 3 curses that cannot be blocked by any known magical shields." Susan lectured. The other way is to levitate or conjure something in the path of the spell. Conjuration is well beyond what we can do now, but levitation isn't. The downsides of this method is that it takes some time to bring the object where you need it, and some curses cause solid objects to explode, so if you don't know what exactly you were attacked with, this method of defense isn't the best one. The redhead continued. The best way would be dodging, of course, but this requires lightning-fast reflexes, a good physical form and enough space to maneuver, plus if your opponent is using area-wide attacks. That was the idea of Susan's lesson. Compare different defensive techniques and point out which is better in which case. Since Ms. Bones' lecture ended just an hour before the dinner, it was decided that the group should end their meeting for today. After thanking the red-haired Hufflepuff for her lecture, the Golden Trio headed back to the Gryffindor Tower. "Kill, Rip, I want to kill him," Harry suddenly heard in a muffled hissing whisper. Of course, the young Potter immediately stopped and looked around, hoping that this voice was a hallucination. There was no one in the corridor, aside from him and his friends, unfortunately. "I'll rip them," the voice hissed again, but much quieter and from a different place this tone. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked with concern in her voice as she saw her friend's strange behavior. Neville just nodded, agreeing with the bushy-haired witch. To them, Harry, stopping in an empty corridor and looking around, as if he felt hunted, looked strange. "Did you hear that?" the Scion of House Potter asked in response. There was some voice here, and it wanted to kill someone. "Harry, mate, I think you are hearing things," Neville said, shaking his head. "Harry, I think you've worked too much these recent days with all of your extra studies. You should relax more," Hermione added, though it didn't sound very convincing. The girl spent much more time studying than he did. "I will talk with Wood, so that you don't have to go to your Quidditch training this Saturday." No, I'm fine," the young Potter replied quickly. He didn't need anyone else knowing that he was hearing things. And he also knew that arguing with her was often useless. I promise, I will repose more, Hermione. The bushy-haired witch shrugged. She would have dragged him to the hospital wing for a checkup, but knowing how much her friend disliked hospitals, this wasn't going to happen without extensive use of magic. For the next several days Harry was trying to find the source of that mysterious voice. Even if he didn't wander around the castle, he simply tried to listen to every sound in the castle he heard. But there was no luck, as whatever he had heard that day never appeared again. In the end, the young Potter decided that what he had heard that afternoon was indeed a hallucination and nothing more. October was coming to an end, spreading damp chill over the Hogwarts, and the rains were thundering against the castle's windows for days on end, causing the Black Lake to rise to start flooding the grounds nearby. Students too were affected by the rain, as a lot of them were now busying Madame Pomfrey with the spate of colds and general dampened mood. A week before Halloween, Hagrid invited the Golden Trio to see the pumpkins he had grown for the holiday. Finding a moment when it wasn't raining, Harry, Neville and Hermione slipped onto the Hogwarts grounds to visit their half-giant friend. The pumpkins, indeed, were incredible, each the size of a garden shed, but the trio had some suspicions that some enlargement charms were used on them. The rain started again and the trio, who made a mistake of not taking an umbrella with them, had to retreat to Hagrid's hut. Now they were having some tea, waiting for the rain to stop or at least not to rain pitchforks, while discussing various foods they were eating at Hogwarts. "Did anyone notice that we have been having chicken a lot more often recently?" Neville asked, and his friends, after thinking for a moment, agreed with him. Hagrid looked uneasy for a couple of seconds before replying. "Someone has started killing the roosters at Hogwarts," the giant man said. "I'd say that it's either foxes or a blood-ing bugbear." Headmaster said dat. Eastwill Avenue Professor Flitwick put some charms to protect the rest. The trio looked at each other. Something was killing the roosters at Hogwarts. "But, nuff about dat. Are you three looking forward to pumpkin pies dis Halloween?" the half-giant asked, trying to change the subject. "Those are always the greatest," the scion of House Longbottom exclaimed, deciding that they shouldn't question Hagrid about this, lest any other facts surface. "Yeah, but I don't know whether I want to go to the feast," Harry added. The half-giant looked at him questioningly. "And why is that, Ari?" Then he remembered why. "Sorry, forgot about dat." The Hogwarts groundskeeper then looked at the clock on the wall of his hut. It was almost 4 in the evening. "You should be returning to the castle," he said, while getting an umbrella, not his pink one, but a much larger dark gray one. "I will bring you to the front door." Mysterious voice that only he could hear. Someone, he didn't believe that it was an animal's doing, killing roosters. Harry hoped that whatever was happening at Hogwarts this year would go around him. He had already faced enough dangers for a lifetime and didn't need or want any more. On Sunday Harry, and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team had a training, despite the awful rain and cold wind. Oliver Wood, being his normal overly enthusiastic self, decided that bad weather wasn't a reason to cancel the training session. At least they finished earlier today. While the team was showing their captain how much they enjoyed flying through the rainstorm, the young Potter, who didn't want to be a part of murder case, quickly returned to the castle. As he was walking back to the Gryffindor Tower, in one of the corridors he came across nearly headless Nick, who was staring morosely out of the window and muttering something under his breath. Quote, "Don't fulfill their requirements. Half an inch, if that," Harry heard as he approached the ghost. But Sir Nicholas heard him approaching and, folding a transparent letter, turned around. "You don't look happy, young Potter," the Gryffindor ghost commented. The green-eyed boy's clothes and the broomstick were enough to guess why he appeared so gloomy. "Hello, Nick. You don't appear happy either," Harry replied. "Ah." Nearly headless Nick waved an elegant hand, a matter of no importance. "It's not as though I really wanted to join. Thought I'd apply, but apparently I don't fulfill requirements." In spite of his airy tone, there was a look of great bitterness on his face. Then the ghost sighed and retold a shortened version of the story of his beheading, with Harry making sounds of agreement in the right places, before reading out aloud the part of the letter about not fulfilling requirements and ranting a little more about his decapitation. "Well, there is something that they don't have that makes you special, Sir Nicholas," the young Potter said, deciding that he needed to raise the ghost spirit. "Half an inch of skin and sinew that holds my neck on?" Nearly headless Nick asked. Harry shook his head, making his ghostly companion look at him with some interest. "No, they might not let you join their hunts, but how many of them can claim that they personally are kind of a symbol of 1,000 years old school?" The green-eyed wizard replied. Sir Nicholas thought about this for a second, before smiling a bit. "You are right, young Potter, you are right. Thank you." Forgetting about his status of a ghost, Nick tried to shook Harry's hand, but only managed to make the boy feel chill as he ped through him. The ghost then apologized for this mishap. This Halloween will be my 500th death day. I'm holding a party at one of the roomier dungeons. Friends of mine from all over the country will be there. You are welcome to attend, young Potter. Your friends are welcome too. I'd be happy to attend your death day party," Harry replied, trying to sound as politely as he could. "But would living humans be okay with the rest of your guests?" Nearly headless Nick looked thoughtful for a moment. "Yes, you are right. I didn't think about this. If Sir Patrick and his headless hunters will come, there might be a discomfiture. But if still you want to come, you are, of course, welcome." Harry nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Sir Nicholas." Then the young wizard looked down at his clothes. Those were still a bit wet, despite the drying charms he had cast on them when he entered the castle. "If you would excuse me, I'd like to get back to the tower and change into something dry, before I catch cold." The ghost nodded. "Of course, young Potter, I shouldn't delay you any longer." Nodding a thank you to nearly headless Nick, Harry continued on his way to the Gryffindor dormitories. As Halloween was approaching, the feeling that something bad will happen on that day grew stronger within Harry. Of course, Hermione and Neville were saying that this was stupid and bad things don't always happen to him on Halloween, but that didn't help the green-eyed youth much. But they at least agreed that the Death Day party wasn't a place for a living human to be, no matter how much Hermione wanted to go there, curious about the event. Finally, October 31st arrived, and everyone was anticipating the glorious Halloween feast that evening. The Great Hall and many other public places, save for the Leary, had been decorated with the usual live bats. Hagrid's vast pumpkins had been carved into lanterns large enough for 3 men to sit in, and there were rumors that Dumbledore had booked a troupe of dancing skeletons for the entertainment. Sooner than he would have liked, as he still had the feeling that something bad would happen tonight, Harry found himself among his housemates, sitting at the Gryffindor table and listening to the headmaster's pre-feast speech. After a couple of minutes, Dumbledore finished his speech and the feast started. The rumors about the dancing skeletons were proven correct, as next to the professor's table there were 3 wizards in black cloaks with hoods, that were controlling a group of skeletons, with their wands, making them play various tunes. At least their playlist was good, and not something like fingernails scraping a blackboard. And the feast itself was great, possibly even better than the one at the beginning of the school year. The dishes were piled with food of any kind, though the pumpkin-related things were the dominating theme, of course. As Harry ate the delicious meal, the feeling that he had for last several days dulled a bit, but never disappeared. The feast came to an end, and the students started leaving the Great Hall as they were returning to the dormitories. The Golden Trio was walking among the firsts of their house, but still behind most of the student body, so when the groups in front of them suddenly stopped, they had a hard time seeing the reason for that. Still, Harry, Neville and Hermione managed to push through most of the crowd to see what caused this pandemonium. The floor was flooded there and the wall next to girls' toilet, which was rarely used because of the ghost Myrtle haunting it, had foot-high words daubed on it in red, blood-like paint that shimmered in the lights of many torches. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware," Hermione read out quietly. "Is this Chamber of Secrets even real? Hogwarts, a history, has nothing but a legend about it, I'm sure about that." Her friends only shrugged. They knew nothing about this chamber as well. While they were thinking about what this Chamber of Secrets is, Basilius Malfoy pushed to the front of the crowd. "Enemies of the air, beware," he read out loudly, and in such a voice that one could think he was reading a paper proclaiming him the reincarnation of Merlin. "You'll be next, mudbloods. Hogwarts will finally be cleansed of your filth," he added just as loudly, his cold eyes alive and his normally pale face flushed. Then the youngest Malfoy saw something and grinned even more. Following his line of sight, everyone saw an immobile cat that belonged to Argus Filch, hanging by its tail on one of the torches. Using his wand to levitate the poor creature down, Basilius studied it, his face looking like that was a pile dung and not a cat. Dead, killed by the air, he made his verdict. Everyone, see this. This is what will happen to those who aren't of pure blood. Several of the less intelligent pureblood supremacists booed in agreement. The school caretaker was now heard approaching in his flat-footed run, and the Malfoy heir decided that being caught with the cat held by his magic wouldn't do him any good. He quickly found his victim in the crowd. This filth should complement your own dirtied blood. Potter, catch, and he made the cat fly towards the green-eyed Gryffindor wizard. Thanks to his seeker reflexes, Harry caught the cat without even thinking. And while he was pondering on what to do with it, he suddenly felt a strong one-handed grip on his neck. "You killed my cat. You've murdered her," Argus Filch screeched as he lifted the young Potter into the air by his neck. "I'll kill you. I'll." Seeing that the man was going to kill her friend for real, Hermione tried to save Harry. But he didn't. He didn't do anything to your cat." The caretaker looked at the bookish girl. "Trying to cover your accomplice, are we? I'll kill you too. I'll have your head for what you did to my Mrs. Norris." Filch continued screeching, enjoying the look of horror on Hermione's face, and he still had Harry in the air with his hand on Boy's neck. "But they really didn't do anything to your cat, Mr. Filch." Neville came forward to protect his friends. The caretaker slowly turned his head to look at him. "And you two helped murder my cat. I'll have you hanged in the Great Hall. You will make a good example of what happens to those who commit crimes against the school." Argus Filch continued screeching. Thankfully for Harry, the professors, led by Dumbledore himself, arrived to the scene. "Argus," the ancient headmaster said, his voice radiating power. Filch made a face like the Christmas was cancelled, but let Harry go. The young Potter fell on the floor, coughing and breathing hungrily, while nursing his neck. Dumbledore walked up to the green-eyed boy and picked the cat up, before casting a charm to help Harry's neck a little. "Come with me, Argus," he said to Filch. "Mr. Potter, you too." The scion of House Potter wanted to ask why him, but he still was in no condition to do so. Meanwhile, Lockhart stepped forward eagerly. "My office is the nearest, headmaster, just upstairs. Please, feel free to use it." Dumbledore nodded and headed there. Lockhart, looking exited and important, hurried after him, so did Professors McGonagall and Snape and Filch. Harry forced himself to stand up and headed after the adults. Hermione and Neville tried to follow their friend, but were stopped by Percy the prefect. The crowd, seeing no more source of entertainment there, started dissipating. After Lockhart lit the candles on his desk, lighting his previously darkened office, Dumbledore lay Mrs. Norris on the polished surface and began to examine her. The tip of his long, crooked nose was barely an inch from Mrs. Norris's fur. He was looking at her closely through his half-moon spectacles, his long fingers gently prodding and poking. Professor McGonagall was bent almost as close, her eyes narrowed. Snape loomed behind them, half in shadow, wearing a most peculiar expression. It was as though he was trying hard not to smile. And Lockhart was hovering around all of them, making suggestions. It was definitely a curse that killed her. Probably the transmigrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her. Lockhart's comments were punctuated by Filch's dry, racking sobs. The caretaker was slumped in a chair by the desk, unable to look at Mrs. Norris, his face in his hands. Much as he detested Filch, Harry, who had mostly recovered by now, couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him. At last Dumbledore straightened up. "She's not dead, Argus," the headmaster said softly. Lockhart stopped abruptly in the middle of counting the number of murders he had prevented. "Not dead," choked Filch, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. "But why's she all stiff and frozen?" Ha asked. "She has been petrified. But how? I cannot say," Dumbledore said, while that useless Dada professor was exclaiming that it was just how he thought. "Ask him," shrieked Filch, turning his blotched and tear-stained face to Harry. "No second year could have done this," the ancient man said firmly. It would take dark magic of the most advanced. The Hogwarts caretaker, though, didn't believe him. He did it. Filch spat, his pouchy face turning purple. You saw what he wrote on the wall. He and his little friends of. Professor McGonagall coughed, telling Filch to shut up and don't accuse her lions of things they didn't do. I willing to swear an oath that neither myself, nor Ms. Granger or Mr. Longbottom did anything to your cat, or wrote anything on the wall. The scion of House Potter said as firmly as he could in his current condition. Dumbledore shook his head. There is no need for that, Harry. As I said, no second year, not even as knowledgeable as Ms. Granger, could have done this. The green-eyed wizard allowed himself to sigh in relief. But my cat has been petrified. Filch shrieked, his eyes popping. I want to see some punishments. He paused for a moment to take a breath. And this T was the one who had my Mrs. Norris. The headmaster shook his head. I know that Mr. Potter didn't do this and was merely a victim of circumstances. I won't punish my students for what they didn't do. Filch grunted in displeasure. The man wanted someone, anyone, to be punished in the most gruesome way for what happened to his precious. We will be able to cure her, Argus. Dumbledore said patiently. Professor Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, I will have a potion made that will revive Mrs. Norris. The Hogwarts caretaker nodded slowly, obviously wishing for the potion to be ready as soon as possible. I'll make it. Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep and... Excuse me, said Snape icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. There was a very awkward pause. Dumbledore coughed. Harry, you may go, he said. The young Potter nodded and quickly, but not running, left Lockhart's office and headed back to the Gryffindor Tower. The investigation of what happened to Filch's cat took a couple of hours, and it was already past curfew. The last thing he needed right now was getting a detention for being out late. Theodore Nott was pacing in his room in the Slytherin dungeons. He had an almost foolproof plan to remove the Malfoy T from his position of the leader. But the appearance of this mysterious heir of Slytherin destroyed this plan completely. Basilius managed to get a lot of extra support with his stupid ideas of removing anyone that didn't have pure blood. Someone of a lower status was needed to do the dirty work, but it seemed that only few understood this. And so Theodore was thinking of another way, the one that took the appearance of the Slytherin heir in account, to give him the leadership back. In the end, when it was nearly 1 in the morning, the young Nott created new plan. It would take a lot of time and work to remove the support Malfoy heir had right now, but the older boy was sure that he would succeed. For a few days, the school could talk of little else but the recent attack on Mrs. Norris. Filch kept it fresh in everyone's minds by pacing the spot where she had been attacked, as though he thought the attacker might come back. Many students, Harry included, had seen the caretaker scrubbing the Slytherin heir's message on the wall with Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover, but to no effect. The words still gleamed as brightly as ever on the stone. When Filch wasn't guarding the scene of the crime, he was skulking red-eyed through the corridors, lunging out at unsuspecting students and trying to put them in detention for things like breathing too loudly and looking happy. Many students, the younger ones especially, were disturbed by the fact that someone dark and powerful enough to cast petrifying curse was in the castle. Among the Gryffindor students, Ron's younger sister, Ginny Weasley, was worried the most about what had happened to Mrs. Norris. The girl was a great cat lover. Her brothers and CL mates were trying to calm the young witch dun, all with different levels of success or, like Ron with this tactless jokes, made the situation worse. Hermione Granger was also affected by the heir's message, but in a different way. The bushy-haired girl, it seemed, made it her personal mission to read all books in the Leary that had anything on the history of Hogwarts, and learn as much as possible about this Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, she couldn't find much, other than the legend from the Hogwarts, a history, retold in different variations in several books. The only thing she had found was the rumor that the Chamber of Secrets supposedly had been opened half a century ago. But trying to learn more about that yielded no results. The Chamber of Secrets was still a secret. It was the Friday after the Halloween, and the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were working on Swelling Solution during their potions hours. Harry, like they usually did, was working with Neville. The scion of House Longbottom was good at preparing the ingredients, but seemed to be unable to mix them in the potion properly for some reason. The young Potter turned to partner to pick the next ingredient for their potion, and when turned back to his cauldron, he saw that their solution had changed color for some reason and started boiling away, while the cauldron was shaking slightly. Not a good sign, not good at all. Protega, Harry shouted, while pushing Neville out of his seat. Just in time as their not yet finished potion exploded out of the cauldron, strangely enough, only towards the green-eyed boy, and he was not standing over it. Normally, the shielding spell Harry used was very bad at blocking physical attacks, but since the potions are magical substances, it worked pretty well to prevent him being covered in God knows what from head to toe. Potter. Of course, the potions professor was there, ready to make the lives of the Gryffindor students more difficult than it was. 20 points from Gryffindor for being unable to brew the simplest swelling solu. Professor Snape couldn't finish the sentence as 6 cauldrons with potions in different states of readiness rose into the air and aimed themselves at the young Potter, before splashing their contents towards the boy. Since Protega couldn't block attacks from all sides simultaneously, Harry had to duck under the desk while still having the shield active to avoid the liquids and not-so-liquids that were flying towards him. While he somehow managed to avoid being hit, the mixture of potions that now was on top of his work table proved to be quite acidic, as it started eating through the aged desk at an alarming pace. And Snape was surprised by what was happening in his CL room, even though his face didn't show this, and didn't even think of vanishing the dangerous mixture. Or maybe he did think, but decided against it. Anyway, by the time Harry, who was trying to avoid the growing puddles of potion mixtures on the floor, had realized that the hissing sound above his head was due to the acidic mixture eating through the desk, it was already late. The first drops already landed on his right shoulder, eating through the fabric of his robes in a second. Ah! The green-eyed boy screamed as his body was attacked by the acid. Instinctively rolling backwards to avoid the danger, Harry actually got hit in 4 more places. Thankfully, all of those were on his stomach, where he could deal with the burns to come himself, if the worst come about. And since the professor was yet to do anything to help him. But, as only so much of the acid landed on him, it ended quickly and saved Harry from doing a risky move of trying to wash it away with water or neutralizing it with some basic substances. It still left some nasty chemical burns, though. Hopefully, Madame Pomfrey would be able to heal him really quickly. Unfortunately, as the young Potter was concerned about his own health, he forgot that the acidic mixture was eating through the desk. And it had destroyed enough of it for it to break into 2, and one of these 2 pieces hit him on his head as it collapsed, knocking the young Gryffindor out. As the whole event come to an end, Professor Snape decided that it was time for him to act. And no matter how much he would love to take more points from the boy for trying to get even more attention to his person by this, it was obvious that it wasn't done by the boy. And since he didn't do anything to help the boy in the first place, he had already dug his metaphorical grave. Albus Dumbledore was a very powerful political figure, but there was a limit of what he could do, and the greasy-haired professor had ignored his duties to the school and its students enough as it is. Longbottom, Snape ordered, take Potter to the hospital wing. While Neville busied himself with the task, the potions professor continued. Is there anyone else who need medical attention? Tracy raised her hand. Her cauldron was one of those used in the attack, and once it had splashed its contents away, it fell down on her foot. You can go to the infirmary too. Nodding, the girl quickly collected her things and limped out of the CL room. CL, dismissed. Next week you all will be redoing the swelling solution. Be prepared as I won't tolerate any dunderheads in my CL room. That done, Snape headed to his office to flow to the headmaster. Albus, we have a problem. Severus Snape as he entered the headmaster's office via the inter-school flow connection. A student was attacked during my double with the second years today. Dumbledore looked up from whatever paperwork he was doing. Severus, my boy, you sound like someone tried to innate your student. Surely, the children can be handful at times, and often hurt each other over simple things, but I don't think that they would do that with the intent to kill. The ancient headmaster replied, you don't understand. It was rare for Severus to raise his voice. And he was now shouting at the only man that had saved him from Azkaban years ago. Someone tried to kill a student in my CL room. Normally incomplete swelling solution isn't that dangerous, but when many such potions with various mistakes mixed together, they created a strong acid, Albus. Madame Pomfrey will inform you of the exact amount of the damage done later, but I can tell that there will be chemical burns, 3rd degree. You as well as I should know that those aren't easy to heal even with magic. Potions Professor took a deep breath to calm down a bit. What is worse, I do not know who was behind the attack. I scanned the minds of everyone in the room, and none of them had done this. Dumbledore merely nodded. He would have to look into what had happened and try to keep it all under the rug. Though with Lady Longbottom becoming a more active member of the Board of Governors it wouldn't be that easy. Just one question, Severus, who was attacked? Snape answered only after a couple of seconds. Harry Potter. It took Madame Pomfrey about an hour to finish with the burns Harry had received, but even if his body no longer showed visible signs of what happened in the potions today, the young Potter still felt pain in places where the acidic mixture came in contact with his skin. As such, the Mediwitch decided that he had to spend the night in the hospital wing, in case something happened to him. It was about midnight, when Harry was woken up by a squeaky voice that unmistakably belonged to a house elf. Opening his eyes, the green-eyed wizard found himself face to face with Dobby. It must have been Dobby, as Harry knew only him and a couple of house elves here, at Hogwarts, and those wore much better clothes, with school crest on them. Harry Potter came back to Hogwarts. The house elf whispered miserably. Harry Potter lied to Dobby and returned to school. Why didn't Harry Potter heed Dobby's warning? Why didn't Harry Potter return home, when he couldn't go through the barrier? The young Gryffindor raised an eyebrow. This elf was obviously crazy as he tampered with the barrier at platform 9 3/4. Why didn't Harry Potter leave school when blue bludgers attacked him? Why didn't Harry Potter heed the warning and return home? Dobby be forced to use potions on. So it was you, Harry hissed. The house elf took a step back, despite being used to threats on his life. It was you who tried to kill me. If only Dobby not be trying to kill great Harry Potter. The house elf said, while using his hands to protect himself, heavily bandaged hands, as the young Gryffindor noted absent-mindedly. Dobby be thinking that if he showed great Harry Potter how dangerous it is at Hogwarts, Harry Potter would leave before the monster from the Chamber of Secrets gets to him. This cooled the green-eyed youth a bit. Only a bit. He was still angry as hell that the house elf almost killed him with the potions incident. Harry was about to yell at the elf, but he suddenly heard some people approaching the hospital wing, while whispering lowly. Dobby had heard them as well and, not wanting to be discovered, disappeared. Next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the ward, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. "Get Madame Pomfrey," whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed out of sight. Harry lay quite still, pretending to be asleep. He heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. What happened? Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. Another attack, the ancient headmaster said. Minerva found him on the stairs. I found a bunch of GS next to him, said Professor McGonagall. We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Mr. Potter. Careful not to alert adults about him being awake, the green-eyed Gryffindor raised himself, trying to see who was attacked. It was Colin Creevey. The boy's eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. Petrified? Asked Madame Pomfrey in a whisper. Yes, replied Professor McGonagall. But I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker? Professor McGonagall asked eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera instead. Good gracious, said Madame Pomfrey, rather loudly, as a jet of purplish steam had hissed out of the camera. Harry, 3 beds away, caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Melted, all melted, she said wonderingly. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked urgently. It means, Dumbledore said after a moment of silence, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. But, Albus, surely, who? The question is not who, the ancient man said, his eyes on Colin. The question is, how? The following morning Madame Pomfrey deemed Harry to be healthy enough to leave her care, though, she recommended that he didn't do anything straining with his right arm. His right shoulder had the most severe chemical burns for another day or two. When he was leaving the hospital wing, the young Potter noticed that there now was a screen around Colin's bed, preventing anyone from seeing the petrified boy. Stopping next to the screen, Harry silently wished for the mandrakes to be ready soon, so that his housemate would be revived as soon as possible. Then the green-eyed youth headed to the Great Hall for some late breakfast. After that, he had to have a serious talk with a certain blonde witch about house elves and what they did in their free time. By the time he had reached the Leary, Harry had heard so many different versions of what happened to Colin Creevey, that it seemed that each student thought up at least two of those. And one was just as ridiculous as the other. Just like he hoped, Draconica was in the Leary, in the far corner of the reading room with some tome. In front of her. Good morning, he greeted her awkwardly as he sat across the table from her. Good morning, Potter, the blonde witch replied, not looking away from her book. It is nice to know that you've already recovered from the incident yesterday. About the incident, Draconica raised her elegant eyebrow. Potter knew who was behind the attack yesterday. Professor Snape questioned almost every Slytherin in the second year and the higher years who were capable of using disillusionment charm, sometimes even using legilimency, to find out who did that. Even though the man hated Potter, he took a great offense at someone trying to kill his student, no matter who this student was. Your family does own a house elf named Dobby, right? Draconica raised her eyebrow further. What a Malfoy elf had to do with this? Yes, that would be correct, she replied, still barely looking away from the book she was reading. House elves can't go against their master's direct orders, right? Please, order him to stop trying to save me, he might succeed in killing me instead. So Dobby was behind the potions incident. The blonde witch surmised, and behind the strange behavior of the Bludgers during that Quidditch match as well, most likely. I will have words with him, she said, but not now, later today. Harry nodded. Thank you, and with that he left, knowing well by now that his friend didn't want to be seen friendly with him when they weren't working together during DS meetings or other similar occasions. It was the beginning of the dinner on the following day, when a very distressed Professor Sprout ran into the Great Hall, heading straight to the headmaster. Harry couldn't make out what was said, but judging by Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall quickly following the herbology professor out of the Great Hall not a minute later, both with a concealed fear on their faces, something bad had happened. Thanks to the rumor mill of the Hogwarts institution, by the curfew entire school knew that there was the second attack. A sixth-year Muggle-born Hufflepuff student named Thomas White was found petrified in the eastern wing of the castle on the third floor, not far from boys' toilets. What was surprising, the boy was found in the position like he was staring out of the window when he was petrified. While the petrification of Colin had disturbed many, what happened to Thomas caused panic. Professors tried to lure their students, with various degrees of success, that the attacker would be caught soon and the victims would be revived, but it wasn't working as well as one could have hoped. And of course, the news that something sinister was happening at Hogwarts couldn't be contained within the walls of the castle, so the arrival of Lady Longbottom, accompanied by several other members of the Board of Governors, during the dinner on Monday was kind of expected. Well, some might have expected them earlier. The group headed straight to the professor's table and demanded explanations from Dumbledore why this was happening. The old man proved to be quite slippery, as didn't answer right away and led his guests to his office instead. No one knew what was said there, but the members of the Board of Governors left the castle 2 hours later, and while the prefect patrols were now reinforced, nothing else seemed to have been done about the situation with the mysterious attacks. A week had passed since the attack on Thomas White, and there were no new victim to whatever was hidden in the Chamber of Secrets. The school population started relaxing a bit, though no student ever walked anywhere alone now. The Golden Trio was heading to the Great Hall for some lunch, when they saw a pretty large group of people gathered around the notice board, reading a piece of parchment pinned to it with interest. What's happening? Neville asked, as they approached the group. Seamus Finnegan, they CL mates, was the one to answer. They're starting a dueling club, said Seamus. First meeting tonight. I wouldn't mind dueling lessons, they might come in handy one of these days. Ronald Weasley, who also was there, turned away from the parchment to look at Seamus. You think the Slytherin's monster can duel? He asked, and it was possibly one of the cleverest things he had said in a while, as he usually was talking either about professors being unfair, ignoring, ridiculously long, essay for homework, or about food or about games like chess. It still can be useful, right? Seamus replied. Many nodded in agreement with him. I hope Professor Flitwick will be teaching us. A third-year Oriental girl from Ravenclaw said. He was a dueling champion in the past, after all. I'm sure he has things he can teach us. Everyone from the House of Blue and Bronze, as well as anyone else who knew about Flitwick's past, agreed with her. Hoping that the girl was right and the club would be led by their charms professor, Harry decided that he will go. It actually took Draconica several days to realize the implications of what Harry told her. Malfoy house elves knew something about what was going on in Hogwarts this year. And since Dobby started trying to save the young Potter back in June, the blonde witch managed to get this much out of the elf. It appeared that the preparations for the attacks started at about the same time. Also, in June there weren't many visitors to the manor, and none of those were dark enough to propose releasing an unknown horror into the school full of children, and her father barely left his study at all, so, most likely, he was the one who initiated the whole thing. But her father wasn't stupid enough to unleash a monster that was supposed to be in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, when there was a chance, no matter how small, that it could hurt his own children. In other words, whatever was causing the attacks, it wasn't something her father understood completely. This wasn't good, not at all, but she wasn't going to tell anybody about this. Yet, first, she wouldn't hurt her own family. And this information was useless anyway. It neither answered who or what was behind the attacks, nor how they were made, nor how to stop them. Harry, Neville and Hermione, along with their yearmates and many other students, entered the Great Hall for the first meeting of the dueling club. It was still not known who will be leading the club, but almost entire school hoped that it would be Professor Flitwick. Unfortunately, these hopes were crushed when one Gilderoy Lockhart walked onto the stage in robes of deep plum, accompanied by Severus Snape, who, unlike the Dada professor, didn't look like he enjoyed being here too much. I think we can leave now. I doubt we will learn anything useful from him, Neville said, nodding towards Lockhart. That might be true, the green-eyed wizard replied. But they say, Snape is pretty good with his wand. We might still learn something today. Professor Snape, Harry, Hermione corrected him, but the raven-haired boy ignored her. Meanwhile, the current Dada professor was attracting attention to himself. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent, Lockhart said as he waved his arm for silence. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my I-Stant, Professor Snape. Lockhart continued talking, while flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. The look on Snape's face, though, was broadcasting man's desire to hurt the blonde buffoon in front of him. Please note the way we are standing and how we are holding our wands. This is one of the officially accepted combative stances. The Hogwarts potions master said, when he and Lockhart raised their wands like swords in front of them. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course, Lockhart said to the silent crowd that was observing two duelers. Once again, the look on Snape's face was making it obvious that Lockhart was not walking away unharmed if it could be helped. 1, 2, 3, Expelliarmus, the potions master said in a flat tone that didn't betray his animosity towards the man in front of him, while a beam of light raced towards Lockhart. The spell hit the Dada professor on his end, ripping the wand out of his hands, sent him flying backwards and off the stage, where he smashed into the wall, and slid down it to sprawl on the floor. This caused some students, mostly Slytherin ones, to cheer. "Well, there you have it," Lockhart said as he tottered back onto the platform. "That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand." "Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see." A murderous look from the Hogwarts Potions Master caused Lockhart not to finish this phrase. Instead, the blonde man said, "Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me." Hermione got herself paired with Neville, while Harry's partner happened to be Sully from Ravenclaw. Despite her normally shy attitude, the petite Oriental girl was very skilled with her wand, and was going to be quite a good fighter in the future. Lockhart counted to 3, and students started practicing the disarming charm. Those who knew it already, meaning older years and the DS members, were doing it perfectly well, while everyone else seemed to have some problems. And Ron Weasley, who was still using a cracked wand, seemed to have more problems than anyone else, if an ashen-faced and almost unresponsive Seamus was of any indication. Seeing the results of the first round of practices, the blonde Dada professor decided that having the students learn the disarming charm might not have been the best idea. "I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells," he said, "but I would need a volunteer pair." Snape's eyes suddenly had a gleam Harry didn't like. "How about Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy?" the Potions Master suggested. Lockhart smiled. "What an excellent idea," he said, while gesturing the two named students onto the stage. When both were there, the Dada professor made the young Gryffindor look at him, while Snape was whispering something into Basilius's ear, making the boy smirk. "Now, Harry, when he points his wand at you, I want you to do this," the blonde man said, before raising his wand and attempting a complicated sword-wiggling action. And dropped his wand. "Whoops, my wand is a little overexcited." "Scared, Potter?" the still smirking young Malfoy asked so that only Harry could hear him. "As if," was what the Gryffindor golden boy replied, just as loudly as his opponent. After all, it was not like Basilius could start throwing any powerful spells right now. 3. Lockhart started counting. 2, 1, go. Harry immediately threw up a Protega shield in front of him. "Serpensordia," the young Malfoy shouted, as a dark brown viper of about 18 inches in length appeared at the tip of his wand, before falling on the floor between him and Potter. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, trying to get as far away from the venomous S as possible. "Don't move, Potter," the Potions Master said lazily, as if he hoped that the S would bite the Gryffindor boy before he would vanish it. "I'll get rid of it." Meanwhile, using this distraction to his advantage, Basilius attacked his opponent. Rictum Sempra. The silvery light splashed harmlessly against Harry's shield that was still up. Seeing this, the young Malfoy tried again. Tarantalagra. The result was the same. Potter's shield successfully blocked the spell. Loud screaming, coming from the crowd, caused both duelers to look there. Apparently, Lockhart tried to vanish the S, so right now it was only angrier and was slithering towards the nearest human being, Justin Finch Fletchley. Petrificus Totalis, Harry shouted, dropping his shield to save a Hufflepuff boy. The spell hit the S on its back, paralyzing it. Catching his opponent moving with his peripheral sight, the green-eyed wizard quickly moved to the side, barely avoiding being hit by Malfoy's disarming charm. Regaining a solid footing, Harry counterattacked with his own one. Basilius wasn't fast enough to avoid the spell, and lost his wand, while being sent flying backwards and almost off the stage. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Lockhart decided that he should finish the first meeting of the dueling club before anyone, or, worse, his reputation got hurt. "All right, everyone," he said loudly, "I know that you all liked our little club." Many were of a different opinion about the club, though it was almost useless, especially for the upper years. "But it is quite late already, and you all have lessons tomorrow, so I shouldn't keep you from preparing for the next day. See you in my dueling club." Snape once again had a face like he wanted to murder the blonde buffoon. In just 1 week, students started walking out of the Great Hall, heading back to their dormitories, discussing the events of the evening. "I'm not going there the next week," Harry said as the Golden Trio and their housemates were returning to the Gryffindor Tower. Neville and Hermione nodded in agreement. They could have spent this time with more use were they doing self-study. November ticked away, as did the first 2 weeks of December, and right now the magnificent Hogwarts castle was buried under the thick blanket of snow. There were no attacks after the one on Thomas White, but everyone was still tense, expecting that the Slytherin's heir will reappear at any moment, unleashing the beast from the Chamber of Secrets onto those of impure blood. The patrols in the corridors, especially during the curfew, were still reinforced, and the students were still recommended not to go anywhere alone, if they could help it. At the same time, there also was only one more meetings of the dueling club. Apparently, Lockhart understood that he couldn't run it, and decided to quit with the idea. Not like there was much he could teach to the students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, especially the older ones. The end-of-semester exams were mostly finished by now, and Harry was pleased to know that he and his friends, Draconica and Susan and Hannah included, all did well. Even in Dada, where their professor tried to make a test that was a cross between the one they had on their first lesson and what it actually should have been. Even if the Slytherin's heir was not heard for over 5 weeks, not many wanted to stay at Hogwarts for holidays, and almost all seats on the Hogwarts Express were booked by the students who wanted to spend Christmas at home. Hermione was going. She and her parents were going to be skiing in the Swiss Alps, as was Neville, who was promised some rare plant for his greenhouse for Christmas. The Gryffindor Chaser trio was leaving Hogwarts for holidays as well, though Harry suspected that they were trying to avoid the repeat of all-day-long Quidditch trainings with Oliver Wood. He too decided to go home for the holidays this year they had the previous year. In the end, Harry and the Weasley lot were the only Gryffindors that were going to stay at the castle for Christmas, and Percy was saying that he wasn't going home only because it was his duty as a prefect to help professors in these troubled times. Malfoys were staying and, thus, Crabbe and Goyle too, as were some 6th and 7th year Ravenclaws and a single 5th year Hufflepuff, but that was all. No matter how tense and uneasy the Hogwarts population was, like they were expecting the Slytherin's heir to attack that day, the Christmas dinner was really enjoyable. The Hogwarts stuff made the Great Hall look magnificent. There was a dozen of frost-covered Christmas trees there, with the living fairies playing on their NCHES, thick streams of holly and mistletoe were crisscrossing under the ceiling. And Dumbledore made enchanted snow, warm and dry, falling, powdering the floor in hall, making it look like some majestic magic blade. Of course, the house elves that were working in the kitchens outdid themselves, preparing the feast, and everyone found it to be so delicious that they couldn't deny themselves a helping or 2, or 5, like a certain red-haired second-year Gryffindor did. The next morning Harry allowed himself to sleep in, and descended to the Gryffindor common room only 11:30 in the morning. Percy Weasley was there, sitting next to the fireplace, reading some tome on runes, while trying to keep an eye on the twins, who were obviously planning their next prank in the far corner of the room. Like the previous year, there was a small stack of wrapped gifts, addressed to Harry, waiting for him under the Christmas tree. Picking them up, the green-eyed wizard sat in the nearest armchair and started opening them. Hagrid had sent him a large tin of treacle fudge, which the young Potter decided to soften by the fire before eating. A box of chocolates in a green and silver box was from Draconica. He had sent her a similar one, plus a normal spellbook for Dada's 2nd and 3rd years. Several vials of quite expansive herbal extracts arrived from the Longbottom greenhouses, and Harry had sent several advanced herbology and botanic books to Neville. The Gryffindor Chaser trio sent him a collective gift in the form of the current team's magical photo with their autographs, their lipsticks, imprints on the back of the card. The girls were such teases, and more sweets. Oliver Wood gifted him a snitch that was magically turned into a small store space that only the rightful owner could access. Apparently, the Gryffindor keeper was as good with charms as he was at keeping the rings safe, even if he mentioned somewhere in the instruction that security charms would need a recharge every couple of months. Finally, there was a postcard with the views of Alps, a book about wizarding geography, and some Swiss chocolate from Hermione. Hundreds miles away, a certain bushy-haired witch too was going over her presents. Her parents got her some book money, as they couldn't go into the magical districts themselves, some sugarless sweets, and some books that would allow her not to fall too far behind her peers in the mundane, knowledge. Plus the trip itself was a gift too. If only the walls of the rented cottage were thicker, or her parents were not as loud the previous night, this would have been the ideal Christmas for Hermione. Neville had sent her a tome on the common charms, with a good deal of theory including arithmancy on the spells discussed. From Harry she got a book of fairy tales of the magical world and some honeydew sweets. Padma Patil. Hermione became good friends with the Ravenclaw girl during the DS meetings, gifted her some body oils from India with a postcard wishing her a Merry Christmas. Another postcard was sent by Draconica, and even if there was nothing more to this gift, Hermione was still happy that her Slytherin, Oceate, felicitated her. Theodore Nott was pleased with how the things were going for him. First and foremost, no matter how he disliked Dumbledore's pro-Muggle politics, he had to admit that the ancient headmaster made the holiday feasts at Hogwarts fantastic and enjoyable for everyone. His father had gifted him several rather useful items that were borderline dark, and the young Nott couldn't wait to test them back at the castle. Maybe with those he could finally find enough power to overthrow that Malfoy tea. The disappearance of the Slytherin's heir brought him back some supporters, but that was still not enough. He needed more to be sure that his positions as the leader of the Slytherin house would be unshakable. Oh well, Basilius would get what was coming for him soon enough. Tom Marvolo Riddle, just Tom, forced himself to continue playing that supportive kind of older brother to the girl who was writing in his diary, comforting her from not being noticed by her crush, Harry Potter, the wonder boy that somehow destroyed the real him about 11 years ago. He wanted to know how mere toddler managed to defeat the greatest Dark Lord in the recent history, him, but being what he was right now, that had to wait. Instead, Tom was plotting the next batch of attacks on the Mudbloods and Blood Traitors. He was quiet for far too long, as it was. But the old fool knew that he was out there, so it couldn't hurt to be extra careful. He already had the list of desired victims in his mind, and only had to wait for the school break to end, so that he could continue purging Hogwarts from the taint of the dirty blood. The girl that he was possessing didn't need to know about his plans, of course. The first day of the spring semester passed quietly and without accidents. Aside from Snape being his usual self, of course. Unfortunately, when it comes to the life of one Harry Potter, good things never last long. Tuesday started like it was to be another peaceful day, but it all changed a little after 3 in the afternoon, when the third attack happened. The scion of House Potter was in the Leary, doing some research for potions in hopes of avoiding, displeasing, Professor Snape with his inadequate brewing skills, when a loud scream was heard. And judging by the sound, it was coming from another floor. Even though it was a clear sign that something was wrong, Harry couldn't help but get interested. So, collecting his things, he left the Leary and headed to where the scream came from. As the young Gryffindor descended onto the third floor, he saw a large group of students, mostly Hufflepuffs, surrounding something in a tight right that didn't allow the green-eyed wizard to see what caused this. But the whispers, that could be spelled out over the noise of the agitated public, indicated that there was another attack, a double one this time. Justin Finch Fletchley was petrified, and nearly headless Nick was damaged. Not a minute later the headmaster with the escort of various professors arrived to the corridor and had the students to return to their dorms. As the crowd was dissipating, Harry saw that Justin was indeed petrified, while Sir Nicholas, instead of his normal pearly white appearance of a ghost, looked to be black and smoky and was floating motionless and horizontally about 6 inches off the floor. But knowing that he should follow the order, lest he wished to be punished severely for disobeying in the current situation, the young Potter turned around and headed back to the Gryffindor Tower. An hour later rather disturbed Professor McGonagall entered the common room of her house. Almost instantly all conversations in the room, about what happened to Justin and nearly headless Nick, ceased, as the entire house looked at their head, waiting for what she had to say, but the Transfiguration Professor herself wasn't sure where she should start. As you all know, today another attack on a Hogwarts student happened. Professor McGonagall said finally, we all had hoped that after the incident with Thomas White the attacks would stop, but, unfortunately, this not the case. As such, the enforced curfew is back, until the one behind the attacks is rendered innocuous. Also, no one is to go anywhere outside the dormitory alone. In such troubled times we should stick close to each other. Is that clear? She asked. Yes, ma'am, the students of the House Gryffindor chorused. The Scott Witch nodded. I would also like to ask, does anyone has any information about how the attacks are made? We would be very thankful for any help you can provide us. She said. Everyone remained quiet as no one knew anything about these mysterious cases of petrification. Very well. Before I return to the staff meeting, I will try to answer some questions you may have. Do you know what is attacking, students? A fourth-year girl Harry didn't know asked. McGonagall made a wry face. Even if she had expected his question, she didn't want to answer it, especially since there wasn't much she could say. Unfortunately, at this moment we do not know that, but the evidence is pointing to the attacker not being a human. Harry had to force himself not to snort. That, if you were to believe the legend about the Chamber of Secrets, was obvious from the beginning. It also seems that whatever creature is doing this, it is not capable of human level of intelligence, thus there must be someone who controls it, someone who calls himself the heir of Slytherin. Somewhere in the depth of the room Ginny Weasley, currently possessed by Tom, who wanted to see what the Hogwarts staff was doing firsthand, flinched. McGonagall noticed the flinch, but, thankfully for Tom, couldn't tell that the girl was possessed. Don't worry, Ms. Weasley, we're doing everything in our power to protect you, and I promise that the one behind the attacks will be caught and dealt with soon. Ginny nodded. Fat chance there, woman. Tom thought. But, they're suspecting that I control the beast. Of course they don't know what the beast is and that it's me behind the attacks, but still. I need to be more careful, not to blow my disguise. Having heard everything he wanted, he was sure that there would be wild guesses about how the attacks were made, but they would never guess correctly, not before he was a living wizard again, when no one will be able to stop him. Tom cancelled the possession, not forgetting to create a set of memories for Ginny. It would not do if he was caught. Because his host had a missing memory. Do you know what kind of a beast is doing this? A fifth-year boy asked. Like I said before, we do not know what is petrifying the students, but because of Salazar Slytherin's affinity for SS, we believe that this is some kind of a serpent. Unfortunately, there are no species of the magical SS that can petrify that can live in Scotland. The Transfiguration professor replied. Any other questions? First-year girl, Helen was her name, raised her hand. When will everyone be cured? She asked in a bit shaky voice. As the key ingredient for restorative draft is extract of mature mandrake, we will have to wait for another 2-3 months, but I promise that we will cure everyone who was petrified. Professor McGonagall replied. Many students, mostly the first years, sighed in relief as didn't want to lose their friends. There were several more questions that the Transfiguration professor answered to the best of her ability, before she headed out of the tower to rejoin her colleagues for the staff meeting. Despite everything the Hogwarts staff was doing to protect their students, Wednesday ended with another tragedy. Tracy Davis and Slytherin's 7th-year John Freeman. While a son of a squib mother and Muggleborn father, he was tolerated by the house, as he was both physically and magically strong, and, though not the brightest student, had good work ethics that allowed him to earn quite some points for Slytherin, were found petrified on the 2nd floor on their way to the Leary. This caused even more panic and distress among the students. The Slytherin's heir was now targeting even his own house, and whatever he was using to accomplish the cleansing was capable of damaging even a ghost. Truly, magic at its darkest. Taking into the account the danger that was now lurking in the castle, Harry decided that it would be a good idea to stop centralized meetings of the DS, and let each house hold their own get-teach-ins in the common rooms for the time being. The idea wasn't liked much by the members of the Defense Study Group, but everyone understood that this was done in hopes of protecting them. Common rooms were the safest places right now. Unfortunately, it seemed that the scion of House Potter was worrying about the safety of his CL mates more than the staff did. Other than teachers or rarely prefects escorting their students to and from their classes, nothing appeared to have been done to ensure that no new attacks happen. And the Board of Governors was suspiciously quiet. It was 2 days since the attacks resumed, and no one had appeared to even ask simple, how can this be happening? Yet, most likely, though, they were somehow kept in the dark about the tragedies happening at Hogwarts, which meant that either the heir was trying to keep the investigation into the attack as weak as possible, or the staff didn't want the world to know that they were incapable of keeping children safe. Either way, this was not good. Thursday evening, though, without anyone joining those already petrified, but everyone was as tensed as they were the day before, and didn't dare to breathe even a single sigh of relief, not to jinx the situation. The situation was so bad that even Potions Master Snape wasn't picking on the Gryffindors and, for once, appeared to be a fair professor. Lockhart, though, tried to use situation to get more popularity, telling every soul that was willing to listen that he already knew who was behind the attacks, and that he was just waiting for the right moment to catch the perpetrator red-handed. Surprisingly enough, there was a couple of students that still believed every word the blonde Pounce was saying. Right after the Dada lesson finished, Harry was approached by two Slytherin witches. While he and Draconica were friends, even if they still tried to keep this as private as possible, Daphne truly was nothing more than an otiate for the scion of the House Potter. "Can I help you, ladies?" the green-eyed wizard asked. Both girls nodded, almost simultaneously. Potter, Daphne, the dark-haired witch, began. "I know that you are not like the rest of the headstrong Gryffindors that would rush to destroy the danger in front of them without thinking, but if you decide to go after the monster from the chamber, we are willing to help you." She finished a bit too fast for Harry to understand properly. What Daphne wants to say is that we are willing to give you a limited stance, should you decide to protect the school yourself. After all, if the situation with the attacks is not resolved soon, Hogwarts will be closed, and we all will have to continue our education elsewhere. Plus we want the one behind the attacks to pay for what happened to Tracy. Draconica said, "Thank you." The young Potter replied unsure. He hoped that the situation would be resolved by the proper authorities, as he sure as hell didn't want to face the monster from the Chamber of Secrets or its master. "Well, our escort is here," the blonde witch said, nodding towards the head boy and a female Slytherin prefect standing by the door. "Good luck with having Lockhart protecting you," she added, before she and Daphne joined the rest of her housemates, all of whom were eager to return to the common room. Harry just sighed. Harry sighed yet another time, as he glared at the empty parchment, hoping that the potions essay would write itself. He had had a row with Ronald Weasley earlier this afternoon, the redhead though that he was a dark wizard and will kill them all just because he had a civil conversation with the Slytherin witches, and now he was in no mood to do his homework. Suddenly he heard a yelp full of pain and turned right in time to see Parvati faint and fall down onto the table she was leaning over while looking through her notes. Since almost everyone in the common room was either first or second year, the general reaction to what happened to the Indian witch was to scream and hope that someone else would resolve the situation. Harry, though, knew how to keep his head working under any circumstances. Enervate. The spell was enough to revive Parvati, who tried to sit up, almost falling back onto the table in process, all the while clutching her head as if she had a mother of all headaches. "What happened, Parvati?" the young Potter asked. The girl only ed in pain in response. "We need to get her to the hospital wing. Can someone call Professor McGonagall here?" Just some 5 minutes later agitated Transfiguration Professor entered the Gryffindor common room, immediately heading to the armchair where Parvati currently was. "What happened here?" the Scott Witch asked. Neville was the first one to reply. Parvati suddenly screamed and fainted. The scion of the House Longbottom said, "It appears that she had had a very powerful traumatic shock for a reason unknown." Harry continued, "And as she fainted, she fell onto the table, and had her stomach bruised. I revived her, but she is barely able to speak as she is in pain, and I'm not sure how to help her as I'm afraid to make the things worse. We need to bring her to the hospital wing." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Very well," she said, using her wand to gently lift the Indian girl into the air. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, I want you to come with me so that we can explain the situation to Madame Pomfrey." "Yes, ma'am," both boys replied, and followed the Transfiguration Professor as she levitated Parvati towards the hospital wing. Once, Poppy, with the help of powerful medical potions, made the pain Parvati felt go away, and healed the bruise the girl had. Professor McGonagall decided to question the girl, hoping to get at least some insight into what had happened. Unfortunately for her, all that the Indian witch remembered was seeing a yellow disc, before an unimaginable pain made her black out. As it seemed that whatever happened to Parvati would remain a mystery, the Transfiguration Professor decided that it was time for her to bring the two lions that accompanied her here back to the Gryffindor common room, and then to finally finish grading those damned essays on inanimate to animate transfiguration. They were about to leave, when Professor Flitwick, followed by Professor Sinistra and 2 Ravenclaw prefects, both levitating petrified bodies of Hogwarts students, entered the hospital wing. "Thanks Merlin, you are here Minerva," the charms professor exclaimed. "Unfortunately, I'm bringing only bad news. There was another attack," he said in a whisper, pointing to the 2 unmoving bodies the prefects were levitating. "Who?" the Scot Witch asked, almost afraid to hear the answer. "Padma Patil and Amanda Greendale." Harry had never met the second girl, but from her appearance he could tell that she was a 4th or 5th year student. "These," Professor Flitwick continued, while pulling a box of polished metal plates from his robes. "Were found next to them scattered on the floor." He made a small pause. "Ms. Greendale wanted to work on her runes in the Leary tonight, and Ms. Patil, being interested in ancient runes, tagged along." McGonagall just sighed. The heir was at work again, petrifying her students, and they still could do nothing to stop him. "Twins bond," Harry suddenly exclaimed. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. What happened to Parvati was caused by the attack on her twin sister. Professor Flitwick nodded. He had seen the Gryffindor witch in the hospital wing, though she was yet to see her petrified sister as she, Parvati, was sleeping, thanks to a dose of dreamless sleep potion Madame Pomfrey gave her. 5 points to Gryffindor for astuteness, the charms professor said, before McGonagall ushered her students back to their common room. The attack on Padma sent the student body into panic. Even though she was from India, she was a pureblood witch, and if the heir attacked her, then no one was safe anymore. Of course, there was a myriad of theories who was behind the attack and how they were made, but all of them were so outrageous and ridiculous that no one would believe them. The great danger that the beast from the Chamber of Secrets presented caused the underground commerce of Hogwarts to bloom as venturesome students were selling amulets and other magical trinkets that, according to them, would protect from the attacks that surprisingly stopped after the one on Padma and Amanda. While the general populace of Hogwarts was either spreading the rumors, all of them ridiculous in their nature, or trying to make money on the fears of others, or was just afraid of every shadow they came across, thinking that the beast from the Chamber of Secrets was hiding there, Harry decided to do his own investigation into what was attacking the students. Of course, Neville and Hermione were with him there, as were Daphne and Draconica, even if the young Potter was yet to officially ask for their help. So far they only knew that the beast was most likely a serpent of some sort, so they were going through the tomes about various magical SS and creatures related to them. Currently, the green-eyed wizard was reading about a tropical and very poisonous S called ORMR. Turning the page, he saw a drawing of the said S. "You sure are pretty," he said, rubbing his finger against the drawn S's back. The S stared at him, while the 2 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins next to him gasped. "What?" he asked. "Potter, you can speak Parseltongue," Draconica said in a shocked voice. "Parseltongue?" Harry asked in a bit of surprise. While he had come across the term a couple of times during his studies of magic, he was yet to find somewhere where it would be explained what this term exactly meant. "Yeah, it is the language of serpents," the blonde Slytherin witch replied. "A rare ability that is considered to be hereditary. In Europe only descendants of the Slytherin family have it. There are also a clan in Cambodia and a couple of families in Central America that can speak to SS. And because Slytherin family wasn't always what we would consider good, in England, Parselmouths, those who can speak Parseltongue, are labeled as dark." Neville added, "It was like this for ages, but after you know who's rise to power it only became worse." Harry nodded, finding this information to be most useful. Now he knew that he should keep his ability a complete secret. Not that he would have revealed it to the world otherwise. In this case I want you to swear that you will not reveal this ability of mine without my expressed consent." The scion of the House Potter said firmly. Hermione looked at him with a hurt expression on her face. Neville only appeared to be a bit surprised, while both Slytherin girls didn't show any emotional response to this request. "But Harry, we're your friends. We won't tell your secret to anyone," the bushy-haired witch said, her eyes on the dark-haired wizard in front of her. "Yes, Hermione, I know. But I have enough attention on me as I am, I don't need extra. And while I'm sure you will not tell this secret to anyone consciously, it is still possible that you can blab it without thinking. The oath I ask for is to prevent that. The Gryffindor witch nodded slowly. Okay, Harry, I understand. And she was the first one to swear the oath, followed by Neville, and, finally, 2 Slytherin witches. Quote. You know, Potter, you have quite a bit of Slytherin slyness in you. Daphne said once the oaths were sworn. Harry chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. After a small pause, he continued. But enough of that, we need to continue our research. There was a round of nods and the 5 second-year students returned to trying to find out what the beast from the Chamber of Secrets was. Unfortunately for the 5, they had to halt their research for now as the Hogwarts professors devised a new way to keep the students in the common rooms. They were now ignoring a lot of extra homework, so much that even Hermione barely had any free time left. At least the heir of Slytherin was in the same situation and no new attacks were happening, which allowed the school to breathe a sigh of relief and relax a little bit. After 3 weeks without any attack, the last one being on Padma and Amanda, Hogwarts staff decided to let the children have some fun, and so the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was scheduled to Sunday afternoon that week. While Harry had to go and play for his house, the rest of the research team weren't bound like that, and Hermione and Neville decided to continue researching the beast from the chamber. Draconica and Daphne, though, decided not to join their colleagues, and went to watch the match with the rest of the school. The game was much more intense than normal for these teams, as both sides were playing their absolute best, not knowing whether they will have a chance for another match or not this school year, or at all, as if the attacks wouldn't stop, the chances were, the Hogwarts will be closed. An hour into the game, both teams had scored more than 100 points, Gryffindor being a single goal away from 200s, and it seemed that they still were warming up, thus the match was very interesting to watch. Too bad, the weather wasn't very welcoming for both players and spectators, but it was the end of January in the northern Scotland, so it would have been foolish to expect anything other than chilly wind and light but unpleasantly prickly snow at this time. Because of this weather, Harry was just hovering high above the pitch, trying to spot the little golden ball, which seemed to be hiding well today, and if not for the warming charms the girls, Chaser Trio, put on his Quidditch robes in the locker rooms, he would have froze into an icicle long ago. Finally, the green-eyed boy caught a flash of gold just outside of the ring of the tribunes around the pitch, and headed there, pushing his nimbus to its limits, wanting to return to the warm and cozy common room as fast as possible. Of course, Cedric Diggory, 5th-year Hufflepuff seeker, saw him move and too headed to where the snitch was, but as he was even further from the flying ball than Harry, and on a slower broom, he had little to no chances of catching it. And indeed, the young Potter was the first to reach the snitch, but the tiny ball was as difficult to catch as always, so Harry had to show a good deal of his flying skills to keep up with it. Finally the winged ball seemed to get tired of advanced aerobatics and let the Gryffindor seeker to get close. Harry was about to catch it, when Madame Hooch yelled for the game to stop. He still caught the ball, even if he had suspicions that this won't be counted, before heading to the center of the pitch where both teams, Madame Hooch and Professor McGonagall were. As it turned out, the match was cancelled because another attack happened. And even before the Transfiguration professor asked him to go with her to the hospital wing, Harry knew who got attacked, Hermione and Neville. His fears were proven correct when he saw their petrified forms in the hospital wing. Apparently, the heir, or his informants had overheard them when Hermione said during the lunch that she had an idea about what the beast from the Chamber of Secrets was. Harry returned to the common room, feeling very down from having his friends taken from him, and he now wanted to make whoever was behind the attacks pay for what he or she had done. And to make things worse, it seemed that the Hogwarts staff was doing nothing to prevent the attacks from happening again, and it fell to him to stop the heir, so someone from the student body will have to stop the attacks permanently. But without Hermione, it would take him ages to unveil the secrets of the chamber. Harry was sure of that, so he would have to take Draconica and Daphne up on their offer. The young Potter approached the girls during the K between 2 lessons, and they agreed to help him in his research like they had promised. Unfortunately, with the amount of the homework they all students had, and the curfew policies being enforced like never before, they would have to wait until Thursday to meet up and start working on unraveling the secrets of Slytherin's chamber. Unfortunately for the 3 researchers, they didn't find anything about the SS that could petrify and could like in Scotland. Even among those serpents that were already extinct, basilisks came close, But their gaze killed, not petrified, so the kings of serpents were removed from the list of possible monster of the chamber. Harry had suggested that they look into wider selections of beasts that were related to SS, those like chimeras, lamia or nagas, but as it was almost time for dinner, they had to end their research for today. Hopefully, they'll have time to meet up and continue looking for what was attacking students sometime before next Thursday. As the days went by, the morale of the Hogwarts was still low, as many feared that they would be the next target of the mysterious heir of Slytherin. It was already proved that even purebloods and members of Slytherin House weren't safe. And no one even now had any information about what was the beast that attacked the students, or where the Chamber of Secrets was, or even who this heir was. So one Gilderoy Lockhart got a bright idea of boosting school's morale. Of course, knowing Lockhart, this was not going to end well. Lockhart's idea of a morale booster became clear at breakfast time on February 15th. 14th was a Sunday after all, so the blonde Dada professor moved the event one day. When Harry walked into the Great Hall, for a moment he thought that he had made a mistake and entered the wrong room. The walls were all covered with large, lurid pink flowers, while pink heart-shaped confetti was falling from the pale blue ceiling. Trying his best to ignore the decorations, the green-eyed wizard went over to the Gryffindor table. "What's going on?" Harry asked them, sitting down and wiping confetti off his bacon. Weasley twins pointed to the professor's table, where Lockhart could be seen wearing lurid pink robes to match the hall's decorations, and was waving for silence. Professors around him were looking stony-faced, though one could see a muscle going in Professor McGonagall's cheek, while the Hogwarts potions master looked like someone had force-fed him a barrel of the nastiest potions known to a man. "Happy Valentine's Day," Lockhart shouted, "and may I thank the 43 people who have sent me cards. Yes, I have taken the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all, and it doesn't end here." He clapped his hands, and a dozen of dwarfs, who looked like they'd rather be elsewhere, marched into the Great Hall. They all were wearing golden wings and had harps in their small hands. Unfortunately, neither made them look any better. "My friendly card-carrying cupids." Harry could have heard many students snort at this point. "Will be roving around the school today, delivering your valentines. And the fun doesn't stop here. I'm sure my colleagues will want to enter into the spirit of the occasion. Why not ask Professor Snape to show you how to whip up a love potion?" The potions master gave the student body a look that clearly said that the first one to ask a love potion from him would become his unwilling dummy for testing new, and no doubt vile in both taste and effect potions. "And while you're at it, Professor Flitwick knows more about entrancing enchantments than any wizard I've ever met, the sly old dog." The miniature professor buried his face in his hands. Harry hoped that aside from having to sit through 2 lessons with Lockhart, his day would be free of his hellish version of the Valentine's Day, but, as always, he had a bad luck. Just as he was about to head down to the Great Hall for some lunch, a dwarf grabbed him by his ankle, stopping him. "Oi, you, Harry Potter," the dwarf said, twanging his harp in a threatening way. "I've got a musical message to deliver to you in person." The scion of the House Potter tried to pry the little thing off him, but the dwarf proved to be far stronger than Harry gave him credit for. "Here is your singing Valentine. His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad, his hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine, he's really divine. The hero who conquered the Dark Lord." The dwarf sang in an awfully not musical voice. "What's going on here?" came a drawling voice of the youngest Malfoy. "Getting some ridiculous complimentary songs from your fans." Unfortunately for Basilius, Theodore Nott decided that this was a chance to make him a laughingstock of the house. "I knew you had a thing for dark-haired ones, but I never thought that you were playing for the other team." The older Slytherin boy said, "I think I need to place some new security charms on my room's door. Just in case." Basilius yelled something along the lines of, "When my father hears of this," before disappearing into the crown, obviously trying to escape with whatever dignity he still had after the Knott's comment. "You owe me a small favor for this, Potter," Theodore said, before adding in a whisper, "I saved you from that little bastard and whatever he had planned to humiliate you, after all." Harry just nodded, before heading to the Great Hall, hoping that this would cause this awful day to end sooner. Harry, Draconica and Daphne were once again found in the Leary surrounded by many tomes on magical beasts as they were still trying to deduce what the monster from the Chamber of Secrets was. Suddenly, the blonde witch broke the silence. I think it might be a Medusa. After all, they were known for their ability to turn living people into stone statues. Draconica said as she continued reading the article from the book. No, it isn't Medusa. Harry replied from behind his own pile of the books. Both girls sent questioning looks in his direction, not that he could have seen those, though. And why is that, Potter? Daphne asked, while looking into her fellow Slytherin's book. They fit well with what we know about the monster from the chamber. Harry shook his head. First of all, the last known Medusa, Gorgon, was killed some 3,000 years ago, which is long before Hogwarts was founded. He said, and the second reason why the beast we are looking for is something else. According to the Greeks, Medusa's life expectancy is about 50 years and they are not capable of hibernation, so unless we're speaking about a group of them, the one that can sustain their number, they would have died out not long after the founders did. And what if there is a group of them living somewhere in the castle? Daphne asked. Aside from the legend saying that there is only one monster in the chamber. Medusas are a bit like Nagas as their upper body is that of a human. The chances are their children, like human ones, aren't a perfect replica of their parents. Thus, if Medusas were the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, the legend would be different. The scion of House Potter replied. And let's not forget that all known Medusas were killed 2 millennia before Hogwarts was founded, so I find it doubtful that Salazar Slytherin could find one, never mind many, to live in his secret chamber. Now that you put it like that, the dark-haired witch said, I'll have to agree with you that the monster is not a Medusa. After a moment she added, but that still was a good idea, wasn't it? The Gryffindor wizard shrugged, not that the girls had seen that. Oh well, let's continue looking. Now that they had already looked through most of the books about magical creatures in the Hogwarts Library, they could finish their research tonight. What is that damn thing? Harry swore, trying to keep his voice down and not to slam the last book about the magical creatures shut. There is nothing that fits what we know about the beast from the chamber that was around when Salazar lived. The girls, while equally displeased with the lack of findings, kept their cool though. Calm down, Potter. Throwing a temper tantrum will not help our situation in the least. Daphne said in her usual distant tone. The scion of House Potter took a deep breath and tried to calm down, like he was advised to. With what we have found, I can make 2 conclusions, one being that we are missing some vital information and are not looking for the beast where we should, and the other, the monster of the chamber isn't a recorded magical creature, but something that Salazar bred himself. He sure was genius enough to do that. The green-eyed boy said. Draconica nodded. That would make sense why we can't find anything, she said. But any idea which one of the 2 is correct? After all, if we just made a mistake and dismissed the beast as not possible due to not having enough information, dealing with it would be much easier than fighting against a completely unknown monster. You were saying that we will have to fight it? Harry asked, while he wanted the heir to pay for what happened to Neville and Hermione and others. He didn't think he was suicidal enough to go down to the Chamber of Secrets, wherever it was, and fight the horror that resided there. No, by we, I meant everyone in the castle, but wouldn't the professor be in the similar conditions? After all, they only have knowledge and experience, not some extra superpowers we don't. The blonde witch replied. The Gryffindor wizard nodded. Yeah, right, he said, and for some reason I too think that we're just missing some details about the monster and the attacks. Actually, I feel like I should know these details, but for some reason I can't think of what they are. Don't worry, Potter, Daphne said. The situation will be resolved, so just take care not to become the next victim. Gee, thanks, Harry chuckled, but seeing that our little research reached its dead end for the time being, I believe we should stop it and wait for some new information to appear. The girls nodded. Be safe. See you tomorrow. And with that he disappeared into the thin air via his invisibility cloak. After all, it wouldn't do if he were to found wandering around the castle alone. During the next 2 months, thanks to a great load of homework, which did its purpose of keeping students in the common room, and the lack of any activity of the heir, Harry did no real progress in uncovering the mystery that surrounded the attacks. Daphne and Draconica weren't any more lucky either. The only thing that the trio was sure about, The attack on Hermione and Neville was to silence them. Apparently, the bushy-haired witch had almost uncovered what and how was attacking the students. As there were no attack for about 2 months, the Hogwarts population started relaxing a bit, even though in the past the heir, too, had taken a holiday. So, maybe, because almost everyone was losing their vigilance, thinking that there will be no attacks now, they started happening again. On Wednesday, April 21st, a fourth-year half-blood Hufflepuff Jack Longbow was found petrified on the second floor, just a dozen meters away from where the first attack, the one on Filch's cat, had happened. And like that time, there was a lot of water on the floor. Since this had happened before dinner, by the time the meal had ended, everyone in the school knew about the return of Slytherin's heir. The security measures were upped once again, but this didn't seem to be doing much as the next morning an enforced prefect patrol, 2 sixth years, Scott Thompson and Jessica McKinley, the later being a politically neutral pure-blood Slytherin, and astronomy professor Aurora Sinistra, were found on the 4th floor next to an armor suit with a well-polished metal shield. The news about entire patrol being successfully attacked threw Hogwarts into a panic, and the fact that Dumbledore was put on probation for being unable to resolve the situation wasn't helping any, as the headmaster was limited in his powers, while there was no one to east him there yet. In other words, the school defenses were only crippled. The only thing to brighten up the day was Professor Sprout announcing that mandrakes were almost ready and would be harvested in a week. With astronomy cancelled due to the professor being petrified, Harry had some extra time to think about the whole situation with the attacks, and he came to a conclusion that he found a piece of the puzzle he and Draconica and Daphne missed 2 months ago. But he was not about to act without consulting with the Slytherin witches, just in case he was mistaken about the whole thing. "You do look quite enthusiastic today, Potter," Daphne said, once the trio was a little bit away from the rest of the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. "Did you find out what the monster of the chamber is?" "Actually no," the green-eyed wizard replied. "But I got an idea that might lead us to that." The witches both raised their eyebrows. "And what that would be?" Draconica asked, as she was looking at him intently. "Well, I was thinking about the circumstances of the attack and noticed this. Filch's cat and now Mr. Longbow were found next to puddles of water. Colin Creevey was looking through his camera, which is specular by the way. Thomas White was next to the window during the night. Justin saw whatever attacked him through nearly headless Nick. Padma and Amanda Greendale had reflective metal plates scattered at their feet, while Hermione and Neville had a mirror, and the patrol that was found yesterday morning was next to the polished armor suit. The scion of the House Potter said, Now that you put it like that, Tracy and John Freeman were like they were looking at his pocket clock. Are you trying to say that none of the victims saw the attacker directly?" The blonde witch asked. "Yes," Harry replied. "That is exactly what I wanted to say. We missed the real monster during our research because we were looking for something that could petrify directly. In our case, it appears, petrifications happened because the attacks weren't at full power thanks to the reflections, or, in Justin's case, Ghost's semi-transparent body." The witches nodded, seeing the logic in his theory. "And if I'm correct, the beast from the chamber is a basilisk. It can be derived from 2 facts. 1. There were no visible damage on either of the victims of the petrification, thus the attacks are either spell-based or were in the form of a gaze, and 2. Basilisk can kill with their gaze, so it's more than likely that the reflection of it would petrify." The girls nodded again. "Good God, Potter," Daphne exclaimed, showing more emotions than usual. "Are you sure you aren't a Slytherin or a Ravenclaw?" she asked. Harry grinned sheepishly. "Actually, the hat wanted to place me into your house, but found me to be too impatient to be a Slytherin. That's why I'm a Gryffindor." The girls looked at each other, not sure what to make out of this revelation. "I see," was Daphne's reply. At this moment Lockhart let the previous group of students to leave his CL room, and the second-year Gryffindors and Slytherins started filling in. Since the CL was reduced in their numbers, Harry chose a now empty seat next to Daphne instead of his usual one. After all, they did have a business to discuss, and seeing that their time outside of the common rooms was very limited, they should be using every opportunity now that they had had a clue about what was going on with the attacks. "Okay, so, suppose we are right, and it's a basilisk attacking. It's true that they can live for a very long time, but that also means that they grow really large. For one, I find it doubtful that a giant S can move through the castle unnoticed. Draconica said, well, I don't know how to answer this question, but I'm sure we can come with some ideas in this hour. The scion of the House Potter replied, actually, I might have a clue for that. After Susan's lecture at DS, when I was returning to the tower, I heard a voice in Parseltongue. At that moment I thought that it was a mere hallucination, but now I know it was not. The point is, the voice was coming through the wall. Or I think it was. But the walls, aren't they solid? Daphne asked. Harry shook his head. Dunno. I think that a detailed map of Hogwarts would help us greatly, but the only one I know is in possession of the Weasley twins, and I don't see them giving it to us. He said, and how the map would help us in solving the mystery of the hisses from inside the walls. Daphne asked. I won't, was the reply of the green-eyed wizard. Well, not directly, but with the map, we can see where exactly the attacks had happened, so we might be able to find something in common about them. And that might give us a clue about how the basilisk is moving around. The girls nodded. I think I should also tell McGonagall about the basilisk. While we aren't completely about that, all clues we have are pointing towards that. The young Potter thought, professors are the ones that are ought to deal with it anyway, so they must know this. Later, just after the lesson finished, Harry was confronted by an angry Weasley boy. It looked like Ron was very much against the idea of him working with Slytherin witches. You traitorous bastard, how can you talk to those slimy Slytherins? The redhead yelled. How can you betray Gryffindor like that? Betray by associating with those backstabbing SS. This earned him a fist to his stomach. While Harry wasn't particularly strong, Ron didn't have any physical training at all, not even from chores he might be doing at home, so the impact was more than enough to stop him. Never badmouth my friends, the scion of the House Potter hissed. And I do not have to answer you questions about why I am talking to Daphne and Draconica. But I will. They want their revenge on the heir, since he had hurt their friend. We have the common goal, and uniting our resources was the optimal solution, given the situation. He made a pause. I do not wish to talk any more about this. And he walked away, catching up to the rest of the Gryffindor second years. Not wanting to be left behind in the corridor alone, Ron had to hobble after his CL mates as fast as he could. Later that evening, just as she returned from yet another staff meeting, Professor McGonagall found a note on her table. A couple of white owl feathers were a clear indication of who had sent this note, though. Curious, she picked the note up and read it. Good evening, Professor. I know that you were investigating into what is attacking the Hogwarts population, and I also know that you weren't able to find the answer to that question. While we too aren't completely sure about this, we do believe that the beast is a basilisk. The gaze of a basilisk is fatal, but it appears that no one had looked into beast's eyes directly. It was either a reflection or through a ghost which can't die for the second time, thus the cases of petrification. Unfortunately we were unable to find a plausible explanation of how the 1,000 years old, and, without a question, huge, basilisk is moving undetected. We also don't have any idea of who the heir is, or where the Chamber of Secrets is, but we still believe that our findings will be helpful. The Scot woman shook her head. Kids these days. Though Harry was right, their findings will be helpful. The staff came to a similar conclusions about the beast from the chamber, but this was the final proof that they were indeed facing an ancient and very powerful basilisk. And while the note wasn't signed, Professor McGonagall knew who exactly wrote it, and who was working on uncovering the secrets of the chamber. 30 points to Gryffindor for I stance in protecting Hogwarts from the heir. 20 points to Slytherin. While the Transfiguration professor didn't like Slytherins much, she was a Gryffindor after all. She was also very fair, and she knew that Ms. Malfoy and Ms. Greenger were working with the Golden Trio to uncover the mysteries that surrounded the attacks. For I stance in protecting Hogwarts from the heir. Satisfied with this, she folded the note and headed to the headmaster's office. The staff needed to know that there was indeed a basilisk on the loose in the castle. Meanwhile Harry was having a conversation with the infamous Weasley twins. He knew they had some kind of a map of Hogwarts in their possession. The twins, of course, tried to deny that at first, but then gave in and started asking why he needed the map. The green-eyed Potter truthfully told them that he needed it. Well, second, third and fourth floors parts at least. to try to uncover some more mysteries of the infamous Chamber of Secrets. While the twins didn't want to give the map itself to anyone, they too wanted the situation with the heir resolved in a way that wouldn't have Hogwarts closed. So they agreed to make a partial copy of their map for Harry. Unfortunately, copying even 3 floors worth of the map will take some time, as the castle wasn't small and the map itself was protected from any copying charms a Hogwarts student might know. On Monday, Harry once again chose to sit with Daphne and Draconica during the Dada lessons. Thankfully, the Weasley twins were able to finish the copy of Hogwarts map for him yesterday evening, so the scion of the House Potter and his partners could continue trying to solve the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. "I see, you got a map, Potter," the dark-haired witch said. "But I still hardly can see how it will help us understand how the basilisk is moving round the castle unnoticed." The green-eyed wizard shook his head. "Like I said, it won't help us answer that question directly, but..." He pulled a handful of nuts out of his pocket, placing them on the table next to the map. "These will show us where the attacks had happened," he illustrated, while placing the small bronze coins onto the map. And they formed more or less 3 defined groups, which was a clear indication that there was a pattern there. "What can we say about these places?" he asked as he pointed to the map. "One group of the attacks happened next to the girls' toilet no one uses because of the ghost haunting it. Another happened near the rarely used boys' toilet. The third group is next to the corridor leading to the currently abandoned part of the castle," Draconica said as she studied the map. "In other words, none of these 3 places is commonly visited by teachers or students," Harry concluded. "But there might be another thing in common. I'm not sure, but I don't think there are any portraits at these locations, meaning no one can see the heir and the basilisk." The girls nodded. "And now that you mentioned a ghost, isn't that so-called Myrtle?" "Yeah, she's the ghost that haunts girls' toilet on the 2nd floor," the blonde witch replied, causing the young Potter to smile a bit. "And she's the only ghost in the castle that is young enough to be a student at the moment of her death." The girls looked at him, not exactly following his train of thoughts. "If you remember, the chamber was opened once about 50 years ago. There were several cases of petrification and a single death." Harry picked a sickle and placed it over the Myrtle's bathroom. "I believe that she was that one student that died when the chamber was opened last time." "Oh." Both Daphne and Draconica breathed out. Harry's theory seemed to be very plausible. Daphne continued then. "But this still doesn't answer the question about how the basilisk is moving around unnoticed." Harry nodded towards the map. "Notice that 2 of the 3 locations near which the attacks happened are toilets," he said. He had already deduced this a couple of minutes ago, but he wanted to see whether the girls would come to the similar conclusion or not. "Pipes," the dark-haired witch said. "There is a huge system of pipes in the castle. Some of those should be big enough to fit a huge S." She made a small pause. "And the biggest pipes are connected to the toilets. And, of course, these pipes are hidden in the walls or something like that as we can't see them." "Yes, I think that's why I was hearing the basilisk hissing coming from the wall," Harry said. "The serpent was moving through the pipe that was in the wall." "Okay, so we know what the monster from the Chamber of Secrets is, and how it petrifies the victims, and how it moves without being noticed. But what about the location of the chamber?" Draconica asked. "Well, these toilets seem to be the entrances," the green-eyed wizard said, as he was looking at the map in front of them. "I'm not sure which one is used in the abandoned part of the castle, but that seemed to be of little importance as Myrtle's bathroom is the main one." "Why do you think so?" Daphne asked. "Remember the writing on the wall?" The young Potter replied. "It takes some time to make it, especially with how resistant to any and all attempts of removal it was. The heir just wouldn't have enough time to come there from another location. The attack and the writing were made during the dinner, remember? So that toilet is the main entrance of the chamber. We should tell professors about that," Draconica said. "The sooner the situation is resolved, the sooner Hogwarts will be back to normal." "Agreed," Harry nodded. "But there is one small problem. I doubt that Slytherin would let just anyone enter his secret chamber. There ought to be some protections, and they must be either blood-based or Parseltongue-based. We really should hope that it is the later one." The 2 witches nodded. If the protections of the chamber were blood-based, there was no way for them, professors, to enter it and kill the basilisk. So you'll have to risk yourself to protect the school. The blonde witch asked. Like him, she too didn't want Hogwarts to be closed. He shook his head. Nah, unless there will be an ambush, no. I'll just open the doors and let the professors do their job there. And, of course, as I will ask them all to swear the oath of non-disclosure, my status of a Parselmouth will remain a secret. Good, Ms. Malfoy replied, making Harry raise his eyebrow. Are you worried about me, milady? I'm flattered, he said, causing Daphne to let out a giggle, while Draconica's cheeks turned pink. Don't dream of it, Potter. When Professor Flitwick hurried into the Great Hall and towards the professor's table with a terrified face, Harry knew that things had just turned from bad to worst. And even though the staff was trying not to cause any unnecessary panic, their hushed whispers about a student being abducted and Hogwarts being closed could still be heard by those who were close enough to their table. The final proof that something bad had happened was Dumbledore announcing that the Clees were cancelled and everyone was to return to the dormitories and wait for further instructions there. Harry, though, decided that it was the best time to reveal that he and his friends had at least an idea of where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets may be. So he waited for the rest of the students, led by prefects, to head towards the exit from the Great Hall, and walked up to the professor's table. Is there something you need, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked, as the entire Hogwarts staff that was currently there was looking at him. Not need per se, but I do have something that might help you avert the worst of the current crisis. While this did sound a bit arrogant, no one, not even Snape, dared to comment about that right now. And what that would be, Harry, my boy? Dumbledore asked, turning the twinkling of his eyes to the maximum. The scion of the House Potter sent a glare at him for the familiarity of addressing, but otherwise ignored it, concentrating on answering the question instead. I myself and my friends were researching into the mysteries of the chamber as well, as you all might know by now. Several professors, including the headmaster himself, nodded. While we have no proof, we believe that we found the most likely location of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The green-eyed boy made a short pause. Unfortunately, we also believe that the chamber has some protections that would not let those unworthy enter. Please share your thoughts with us, Mr. Potter, Professor Sprout said, moving closer to him, like she hoped to hear more because of that. It seems that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is located somewhere in the girls' bathroom on the second floor. That particular toilet is haunted by so-called Ing Myrtle, whom, we believe, was that one student killed by the basilisk when the chamber was opened 50 years ago. Dumbledore let out a chuckle. What could have been expected from the most cunning wizard that Salazar Slytherin was, to hide his chamber in the place where no one would think of looking for it? Then the elderly wizard shook his head. But I'm afraid, you are right, and there must be some protections on the chamber so that only the one of his blood can enter. So, unless there is some way to obtain the needed blood, all we can do is sealing the entrance. He said in a gravely tone. Madame Pomfrey, who was eating in the Great Hall today instead of her office, snorted. I doubt that. Salazar might have been a bastard, according to the history books, but he undoubtedly was a genius when it came to potions, and he should have known that installing blood-based locks in the toilet of all places isn't, well, good. I think that he used another method for choosing whether someone can enter his chamber or not. His bloodline was that of Parselmouths. The Medi-Witch said, that is of little help to us, as the last known Parselmouth was the Dark Lord himself. The Hogwarts potions master said. Harry steeled himself, preparing to reveal his secret. No, that is of some help, as I know one other Parselmouth. The young Potter said, but I need you to swear on your magic not to disclose the following information to the world without my expressed permission. He made a small pause, barely a moment, before adding, meanwhile I will swear an unbreakable vow that I'm not the heir of Slytherin that is attacking Hogwarts population. Of course, there were a couple of very subtle calls to arrest him for his ability, but those were quickly silenced by the headmaster. After the vows were sworn and the basic plans for entering the chambers were created, Dumbledore sent the heads of the houses to inform the other students to stay in the dormitories for the time being, while the rest of the Hogwarts staff plus Harry headed towards the Ing Myrtle's toilet. 15 minutes later the group that was going down to the chamber, minus Professor McGonagall, who was yet to return from the Gryffindor Tower, embled next to Ing Myrtle's toilet and right under the last message from the heir. Harry wasn't surprised that the headmaster, Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape were there. They all were known for their dueling skills and powerful magic. Presence of Lockhart was a bit surprising as the young Potter thought that the man would run away at the first sign of a real danger to his narcissistic self. Whom Harry was surprised to see was Bathsheba Babbling, Study of Ancient Runes professor. She was a thin middle-aged woman who might have been really pretty when she was a couple of decades younger, wearing a bit stylish glees and robes ill-suited for anything beyond sitting, standing or walking. Though, if she was that good with runes, her defenses would be second only to Dumbledore's. Alas, there were no runic shields that could stop the gaze of a basilisk. Finally Professor McGonagall arrived, with Ronald Weasley following her closely behind. Harry was half expecting the redhead to do something like this. After all, it was his sister that the heir had abducted, but still hoped that their head of the house would be able to keep him away from going with them to the chamber. "Minerva, are you sure it's wise bringing young Mr. Weasley here?" the Hogwarts headmaster asked as he looked at the Transfiguration professor. "No, I'd rather he stayed in the dormitory, but he was quite adamant about going down there to save Ms. Weasley," McGonagall replied. "But, anyway, now that we're all here, shouldn't we start?" Professor Bubbling shook her head. "While we all want the school to be safe, I think I should remind you that we're up against a 1,000-years-old basilisk, with a hide that can withstand even really powerful magics. And let's not forget about its deathly gaze." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, going down there unprepared would be an utter suicide." Harry raised his hand, causing Snape to look him like he did something wrong during his potions lesson. "If I may, while basilisk hide is really resistant to magic, it shouldn't be that good against physical attacks." This raised a couple of eyebrows. "And what are you suggesting, Potter, that someone will have to approach the damn basilisk and stab it with a sword?" The potions master sneered. "You are even more arrogant than your father if you think that this gonna work." Dumbledore raised his hand. "Severus," he said with a reproach. Then the ancient headmaster turned to the scion of the House Potter. "So, what was your idea, Harry? While I myself chose different interests, because of my career choice, my cousin is quite interested when it comes to the firearms. So I know that 0.5 round from sniper rifle like Barrett M82 can pierce up to 30 millimeters of steel. I doubt that the hide of the basilisk is more resistant to damage than this." The green-eyed Gryffindor said. "Interesting," Dumbledore muttered. "But to kill the beast with a rifle you'll have to aim. And while you're aiming, you are very vulnerable to the gaze." "Yeah, but as the basilisk is living in some hidden chamber, I have little doubt that it adapted to darkness. A powerful flash of light, like Lumos Solaris or, maybe, Maxima Lumos, should be enough to force it to shut its eyes for several seconds." The headmaster pondered about for a couple of seconds, before nodding. "That should work. Take 15 points to Gryffindor for your idea." Harry nodded, before adding, "But since the rifle is pretty heavy and has great recoil, it would be a good idea to make it, not the bullet, though, featherlight, and add a powerful cushioning charm to its butt." Dumbledore nodded. He had thought about doing something similar himself. "Now, Harry, if you would be so kind to provide me with a copy of your memories about the rifle in question," the Hogwarts headmaster said as he drew his wand and gently pressed it to Harry's temple. "Just concentrate your thoughts on it." The young Potter did what he was asked, but almost lost his concentration, when he felt a sensation of something cool being pulled out of his head. Looking at Headmaster's wand, he saw that it now had a silverish strand attached to its tip. "This is a copy of your thoughts about the rifle," Dumbledore said, before pressing the tip of his wand to his own right temple, making the thought absorb into his head. "I see," he said after a couple of seconds, before waving his wand in a complicated manner. A rifle was conjured a couple of seconds later. Its colors and some proportions were a bit off, but the most important part, the one that was supposed to shoot, was all right. Once the ancient wizard was sure that he didn't make any mistakes with the conjuration, he added the featherlight and cushioning charms. "Geminio," Dumbledore whispered, once again pointing his wand at the rifle. Slowly 4 copies of it appeared. "Well, these should last only for a couple of hours, but that should be long enough for us to complete the task." Quickly checking the copies with his magic, From his day on the battlefields of the Second World War, Dumbledore knew how important it was for weapons to be in perfect condition. He gave the copied rifles to everyone but Lockhart and Ron. "Now that we're ready, let's go deal with the beast," Professor Bubbling said. The rest of the group nodded and, led by Dumbledore, entered Myrtle's toilet. Once there, the ancient wizard did some complex scanning charms, which, in the end, revealed that there was a concentration of magic far above normal on one of the sinks that together formed the column in the center of the bathroom. "The entrance must be there," Dumbledore said. Nodding, Harry approached the sink and, casting the Muffliato charm so that those not under the oath of non-disclosure would not hear him talking in Parseltongue, started inspecting the sink. Finally, after a couple of minutes, he found a small S engraved on the surface of the tap. Forcing himself to think of it as a real serpent, the young Potter decided to command it to open the way to the chamber. "Open," he hissed. Much to his surprise, this worked and the sink started sinking into the floor, revealing a huge hole that was an end of a giant pipe. Canceling the muffling charm, he addressed to the professors. "I think I should go first, in case there are more similar locks on the way." There were reluctant nods as no professor, aside from Snape, possibly wanted a student to risk his life before them, but Harry did have a point. "Very well," Dumbledore said. Taking a deep breath, Harry entered the pipe. "So they are here. A bit too soon for my likes, but what can I do about that?" Not completely corporeal yet, Tom thought as he felt someone enter his chamber of secrets. And to think that they found a Parselmouth to open the way. Who can it be? He used what little powers he had at the moment to get a better reading from the wards that protected the chamber. "Potter, how dare he possess the noble gift of my ancestors?" Previously he planned to ask whether the boy would join his cause or not, but now that Potter bastard was going to die for his crimes against the ancient and noble house. Slytherin, forcing more power that he took from that naive little girl that wrote in his diary in the wards, Tom forced the entrance to close. He wanted to deal with Potter one-on-one, without that annoying old man interfering. Unfortunately for him, the secret gate in the pipe through which undesirables were entering his chamber took some time to close, so two more managed to slip in. "Oh well," Tom reasoned. "One of them is a useless buffoon that taught Dada this year, and the other is a blood traitorous scum. They won't be a problem for me." Now he just had to wait for Potter T to arrive to the inner chamber, where he would kill him. Via basilisk most likely, as he still had about 2 hours before he will become completely corporeal. Downsides of starting the ritual before the required level of bonding with the sacrifice was reached. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore sighed as he felt something shift inside the pipe Ron Weasley had just entered. It appeared that the heir had some control over this part of the castle while he did not, as the chamber's wards were not the part of Hogwarts grid. "It appears that our opponent had trapped them in his chamber, and I'm afraid we will not be able to break into it in time to save them from a certain death." The faces of all professors, including Snape's, darkened. "But we all should do our best to bring these wards down and help our wards and colleague." With those words the ancient headmaster motioned Professor Bubbling to follow him, before entering the pipe. On the other end of the pipe, things were even worse. Just as Lockhart was standing up from his landing, Ron Weasley crashed into him, sending them both back onto the dirty ground with enough force to break Blonde Man's wand and send Ron's, still held together by generous amount of spellotape by the way, out of Boy's hands. And at the same time magic around them finished sealing the only exit from the chamber they knew. "It seems that the adventure ends here," Lockhart said as he threw Ron off himself while simultaneously picking Boy's wand. "I really should thank the heir for sealing the entrance. No one will know what happened here." The blonde buffoon proclaimed, "I shall take a bit of this skin back up to the school, tell them I was too late to save the girl." Feeling that something bad was about to happen, Harry trained his wand. The rifle had only one round, and it was reserved for the basilisk on Lockhart, who continued his villain's speech. "And that you two tragically lost your minds at the sight of her mangled body. Say goodbye to your memories." The fraud Dada professor raised Ron's wand, pointing it at the boys. Obliviate. This plan of Lockhart's might have worked, had the man not forgotten the condition Ron's wand was in. So, instead of wiping Boy's memories, he ended up with the wand exploding in his hand, with enough force to disfigure it, most likely, permanently. while several beams of magic were sent in all directions. One of these beams hit Lockhart on his shoulder, evaporating the flesh there and causing the blonde buffoon to pee out from pain. Another beam hit the ceiling, causing collapse. On his instincts, Harry dove away from the danger, to the left. Unfortunately for him, this meant that the collapsing ceiling blocked the exit from the chamber from him. Sighing, Harry adjusted the rifle on his back and, creating a small light on the tip of his wand, started walking towards the heart of the Chamber of Secrets, hoping that there he would find another exit from this place, even though his self-preservation instincts were screaming to run away from this foul place. But he continued walking. Soon the dark and dirty corridor ended with a wall that looked to be made from big granite blocks. In the center of the wall, there was a circular door made from some kind of metal. This door lacked a knob or any visible locks, but there were two iron SS opposite to the hinges of the door. And since he was yet to see any routes coming this way, aside from the one he used himself, Harry reasoned that if there were other exits from the chamber, they were beyond this door. "Open," he hissed at the SS. And he was surprised when they started slithering round the edge of the door, while the sounds of bolts moving were heard. Once the SS returned to their original positions, the great door slowly opened, revealing a corridor, lit by greenish torches. Readying himself for whatever he may face there, the young Potter stepped into the corridor. It was shorter than the previous one, barely 30 meters, and it ended with an archway, leading into a great chamber, lit by the same cold greenish light easily 4 times the great hall, with multiple other archways along the walls and a great face of Salazar Slytherin on the wall opposite the one where his archway was. There are also thick stone pillars, entwined with carved serpents, supporting the ceiling that was barely seen in the shadows of the chamber. Far away from him and just several meters in front of Salazar's face, Harry saw a body of Ginevra Weasley. He ran to her and checked the girl. She was pale and her skin felt cold, like she was almost dead. Suddenly sound from the nearest pillar got his attention. Looking there, Harry saw a handsome but slightly transparent teen in Slytherin Hogwarts robes. "So you are the heir?" Harry asked, pointing his wand at the unknown boy. "Indeed, Potter," the teen replied, "but I'm offended that you can't recognize me. We, or better yet, my future self and you, had a very memorable meeting some 12 years ago." Harry scowled. "You are Voldemort." The young Dark Lord remained impassive. "As I was, while still attending Hogwarts," was his reply, "but I believe I shouldn't take any more of your time. You are already 12 years late to meet the blood traitors that you call your parents." The scion of the House Potter jumped away from young Voldemort, while taking a defensive stance. Voldemort didn't pay that any mind though, as instead of outright attacking the boy in front of him, he spoke to Salazar's head in Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The giant statue opened its mouth, creating a way for something to enter the chamber. "Here comes the basilisk," Harry whispered to himself, but the not yet corporeal Dark Lord heard him. And this caused him to let out an evil chuckle. "Do you really think that a no-good half-blood light can defeat the noble king of serpents? Just be a good little boy. Our esteemed headmaster wants you to be and die to atone for your sins of daring to possess noble gifts of the Slytherin line." The young Potter sent him a hateful glare, before shutting his eyes close as the basilisk entered the chamber. "Kill the boy," young Voldemort ordered. Harry raised his wand and listened for the giant serpent approaching him. "Lumos Solaris," the green-eyed Gryffindor yelled, creating a bright flash of light that temporarily blinded anyone that had his or hers. The basilisk was actually a female, eyes open. The basilisk let out an angry hiss and started blindly attacking anything nearby, hoping to hiss the offender. Using this to his advantage, Harry took the rifle he had on his back before now, and aimed it to where he expected Serpent's head to be. "No, no, no, Potter, you've been a bad boy for playing with these muggle toys." Young Voldemort, who somehow had already regained his ability to see, mocked. "I'll have to take this from you." He drew Ginny's wand. Finite. The conjured rifle resisted the spell for a second, before dissolving into nothing. "Damn," Harry swore, before having to jump behind the nearest pillar, as the basilisk, while still having its eyes closed, turned its head in his direction. The soon-to-be reborn Dark Lord, though, wasn't finished with him, and sent an Expelliarmus charm in his direction, while Harry was mid-jump. Somehow, the young Potter managed to dodge it. The second disarming charm, though, hit him, ripping the wand from his hand and sending it into Voldemort's, while throwing the younger boy onto the floor. Now, let's see how famous Harry Potter fares against the great basilisk Slytherin left to protect Hogwarts from dirty mudbloods. Show me your power, Potter. You didn't have a wand that night, why should you need it now? The not yet corporeal Dark Lord taunted. Harry wanted to retort that Voldemort's demise on the Halloween night was his mother's doing, but wisely kept his mouth shut, so that the basilisk would not find him that easily. Suddenly there was a flash of fire just under the ceiling in the middle of the chamber, causing everyone to look up and see that the ceiling too had SS as its theme. This flash of fire turned out to be a phoenix carrying the Sorting Hat in its talons. The pheasant-sized firebird descended towards where Harry was hiding from the basilisk and dropped its burden into Boy's hands, before flying away to confront the Serpent King, Queen. Hearing the phoenix attacking the basilisk, apparently, Fawkes was immune to his opponent's deadly gaze. The young Potter took his chance to study the Sorting Hat, hoping to figure out why it was brought to him. If you want to die there, Mr. Potter, keep staring at me, the hat said as it glared at the boy that was holding it. Harry glared back at it, annoyed that it didn't give him any helpful advices. And what I'm supposed to do with you? Put you on my head, he hissed, forgetting that the basilisk will hear him, if she hadn't heard the hat already. The said hat developed a tick mark on what would be the forehead of its face. Well, Mr. Potter, if you know other uses for hats, it retorted, still glaring at the green-eyed wizard that was holding it. Shrugging, Harry put in on. I still stand by my previous evaluation of your character, Mr. Potter. If it wasn't for your rushing into things, you'd do very well in Slytherin. Maybe. The hat stopped for a moment, before continuing. But I'm not here for that. Even though you're fighting for Hogwarts not as selflessly as Godric would have liked, you still are one honorable young man. It is decided. Gryffindor legacy shall east you. The next moment something heavy hit Harry's head from inside the hat. Ouch! The scion of the House Potter yelled. What was that for? Getting no answer, he removed the Sorting Hat from his head, and saw a broadsword slide out of it, its handle landing right between his legs. The said broadsword was crafted from some silvery blue metal. The sword's handle was wrapped in dark brown leather and had a big egg-shaped ruby at its end, while the blade was simple in design, lacking any decorations aside from its original wielder's name carved in Gothic letters near the guard. And the original wielder of this sword was Godric Gryffindor. Well, aside from him not knowing how to use bladed weapons properly, the sword was very useful to Harry as it was currently the only weapon in his possession. And most likely it was also charmed against the summoning and disarming charms. Looking away from the gift of the Sorting Hat, the young Potter noticed that he was much too in his own little world up to now, as he could see flashes of magic that meant that Voldemort was trying to get the phoenix away from the basilisk. He could also hear the great serpent moving all the time as it was both dodging the flaming bird's attempts to claw its eyes out, and trying to kill the said bird as well. Why do you keep interfering, you stupid burnt chicken? The still not completely corporeal Dark Lord yelled angrily as he sent several bombarda curses at the phoenix. And as Fawkes was trying to dodge Serpent's tail at the moment, he couldn't evade all of the curses, and one of those connected with his wing, sending him into the chamber's wall. The basilisk was about to finish him, but Voldemort interfered. You can eat the bird later. Kill the boy, he ordered in Parseltongue. Hearing this, Harry decided that it was his time to run. Knowing that the giant serpent was most likely faster than he was, the young Gryffindor sprinted to the nearest archway leading out of the chamber. Run, Potter, run. Voldemort laughed evilly. You will not be able to outrun your death, for I'm the one who controls the chamber. Harry was indeed running for his life. The basilisk was hard on his heels, and only many twists and turns of the pipe they were in were saving him from being eaten by the serpent. Of course, even though he was concentrating hard on running away from the beast that was chasing him, the young Potter was also thinking hard, trying to find a way out of his current predicament. He was trying to think of a way to kill the basilisk with the Gryffindor's sword. While he was sure that stabbing the serpent through its head would work, he didn't think he could pull that off and walk away. Throwing the sword and hoping it did enough damage to the S was stupid too. If only he still had his wand with him. Then it hit him. Gryffindor's broadsword was magical and most likely could double as a focus for his magic to be cast. The problem was, he had no idea how to cast spells with a sword, and stopping to try would be a suicide. There was a couple of spells that he thought he could try that wouldn't require him to stop. Desperately hoping that this would work, he took the broadsword in the reverse grip, thankfully the blade was much lighter than it looked to be, and pointed it in general direction of the basilisk that was chasing him. Lumos Solaris. There was a flash of light, not as bright as he could make with his wand, but still. Moment later Harry could hear the basilisk hitting the walls with its head as the great serpent tried to shake off the temporary blindness. Deciding to use this to his advantage as much as he could, Harry cast another charm with the sword, a tarot. A small smokescreen made up of black smoke appeared between him and the basilisk. Of course this wouldn't be enough to stop the great serpent, but hopefully, it would delay it for long enough for him to find a way to kill it without dying himself. Unfortunately for him, it appeared that Voldemort didn't lie back in chamber, not that Harry had heard him, and he had some control over the Chamber of Secrets and the pipes that surrounded it, as the young Potter soon found himself in a dead end. And taking in account the fact that he hadn't ped any forks, the chances were he'd be dead as soon as the basilisk could catch up with him. That, of course, didn't mean that he would go down without a fight. Not having much else to do, Harry pointed the sword in direction where the basilisk would come from and closed his eyes and listened. He didn't have to wait for long, as not a minute later he heard the basilisk slithering towards him. Petrificus Totalis, Harry shouted, sending the full-body bind curse at the basilisk. There was no point in trying to hide, as he knew the S could see and smell him. Unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, the curse had no effect on the beast, as it continued moving towards him. Defigo. Simple piercing curse, though, made the serpent to let out a slightly painful hiss. Apparently Harry managed to send the piercer into its mouth. Hearing the S's reaction to his last spell, Harry made a mistake of opening his eyes and looked at the basilisk. And nothing happened, aside from him noticing that the great serpent had slithered even closer to him, and was getting ready to swallow him. Then it hit him. Voldemort wasn't afraid of looking into the eyes of the basilisk because he was a Parselmouth, just like him. So he was immune, more or less, to the infamous death gaze of a basilisk. Too bad, right now this little piece of knowledge was of a little use to him. The great serpent sprang upon him. On instincts, Harry raised the sword, while leaning backwards and slightly to the right, desperately hoping to avoid being swallowed. Og! The young Gryffindor screamed from white-hot pain as a saber-like fang of the basilisk slashed vertically across his forehead, through his right eye, and down to his stomach, stopping just an inch away from his liver. The S, though, had the sword piercing the roof of its mouth, its poison gland and into its in. And since basilisks aren't immune to their own venom, it was dead within 20 seconds. Harry himself didn't have much time left as his body was quickly succumbing to the deadly venom. Just as the basilisk stopped convulsing and died, the young Potter felt a pain even stronger than the one caused by the venom explode from his scar. That was the last thing he remembered. Harry ed a bit pathetically as he regained conscious. His head felt like a balloon filled with water to the point where it could explode any moment, but at the same time pain from the slash was gone. His right eye was still destroyed, while the left one could barely see anything as the image was fading away, though he could make out something red and gold near his right shoulder, as well as the dead body of the basilisk in front of him. Somehow he survived. Turning his head to the right, despite the protests from his body, the scion of the House Potter saw a large bird. His vision was slowly becoming better, sitting on the floor and looking at him. Although thinking clearly was difficult right now, he still understood what happened. Fawkes the Phoenix had cried onto his wound, and its curative tears saved him. "Thank you," the boy who lived again said in a raspy voice, before forcing himself to sit up. He didn't know how much time had passed since he left the chamber, but he needed to get back there as soon as possible to stop Voldemort from completing his resurrection. But how to do that? His head was filled with a great M of unsorted memories and wisps of emotions that, despite everything, clearly weren't his, but there also were some memories that should be his, but he didn't remember having them. Setting the mystery of the memories aside, Harry concentrated on finding any information that would be useful in dealing with the current Dark Lord problem. Surprisingly, there was something: hazy memories of various objects, one of which was the diary he saw in Voldemort's pocket back in the chamber. Following this memory, Harry reached another, this one about something called Horcrux. Deciphering it wasn't easy, his current condition being the reason for that, but he managed to get the key information. Horcrux was the name for a piece of one's soul bound to an object that wasn't one's body, and Horcruxes were believed by whomever these memories belonged to be a way to become immortal. It was possible to destroy a Horcrux, but it required either a fiend fire curse, an Avada Kedavra curse, basilisk venom, or a complex ritual. Well, that was moderately helpful as there was a source of basilisk venom, the dead serpent queen, barely 3 feet away from him. The problem: the venom was still in the poison glands of the beast. Harry tried to think of a way to make the venom useful, and stumbled across a thought that Godric Gryffindor's sword was a goblin-made adamant one, and had a magical property of absorbing anything useful it came in touch with, and since the sword had pierced the poison gland of the basilisk, it now carried its venom on its edge. Good. While he was thinking, his body recovered enough for him to be able to move more or less normally, aside from the fact that he felt really tired. Pulling the sword out of the serpent's head, the young Potter stood up and started walking back towards the chamber, while Fawkes was circling around him, singing some phoenix song that was giving him some strength. Still yet to be completely corporeal, Voldemort was leaning against one of the many columns in the Chamber of Secrets, waiting for the basilisk to return. He had guided that dirty half-blood Potter into a dead end, and there was absolutely no way that he would be able to survive the encounter with the Great Serpent, even if that stupid fire chicken flew there to help him. Yet, the young Dark Lord found out that he had underestimated that son of the Mudblood Evans, when the boy, covered in blood, his right eye missing and his robes torn, tiredly walked into the chamber with a sword in his hands. "You win this round, Potter," Voldemort hissed in Parseltongue, "but you will die by my hand there." Drawing the 2 wands in his possession, Harry's for his left hand and Ginevra's for the right, he cast a double Avada Kedavra curses. The young Potter barely dodged the twin beams of sickly green light as he dropped onto the floor, while pointing the top of his sword at him. Defigo. A reddish beam of a piercing curse flew from the sword, forcing the young Dark Lord to create a Protega shield. Even though the shield existed for a fraction of a second, this gave Harry enough time to create a smokescreen with the Atero spell. Growling in anger, Voldemort sent several killing curses into the black smoke in hopes of killing that annoying Potter boy, but missed his target every time. He also made a mistake of throwing too many high-level curses in a short amount of time, which left his not yet completed body tired. Apparently, this was exactly what the scion of the House Potter was waiting for, as he emerged from the smoke. Defigo. Voldemort lazily created a magical shield to protect himself from the weak curse. Petrificus Totalis. Dropping the shield as soon as the body bind curse hit it, the Dark Lord counterattacked. "Dodge this, Potter." Avada Kedavra. Fawkes appeared out of nowhere in front of Harry, taking both killing curses, before exploding into a cloud of ashes. This caused Voldemort to pause in his attacks, and the green-eyed Gryffindor used this opportunity to slash him with the sword, managing to damage the diary in one of the pockets. "Wah!" was all that the Dark Lord managed to say, before he screamed from pain as a golden expanding cut appeared across his, while dark red, almost blood-colored, ink started flowing from the damaged diary. "Die, Tom!" Harry shouted. Somehow he now knew that Voldemort's real name was Tom, as he stabbed the man through the diary, making another great golden wound appear on Dark Lord's body. Several seconds later the wounds the Horcrux created Voldemort suffered expanded so much, that there was nothing left from the man and he died with a final, blood-curdling scream. 2 wands and an irreparably damaged diary in a black cover fell onto the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, followed closely by 1 Harry Potter, while Godric Gryffindor's sword just dematerialized to return to where its original owner placed it before his death. Young after his forced rebirth, Fawkes stretched his wings and took off. The majestic bird picked up the wands and carried them to their respective owners, before fire-flashing Ginny first and then Harry to the hospital wing. That done, it returned to chamber and, picking the diary, fire-flashed to Ing Myrtle's bathroom to inform Dumbledore that the heir of Slytherin had been dealt with. Dumbledore was sitting in his office, trying his best to understand what the diary that Fawkes brought from the Chamber of Secrets was. Of course, it was obvious that it was full of dark magic. The question was what kind of dark magic that was, since the diary contained a spirit that could possess someone, and the said spirit claimed to be the heir of Salazar Slytherin. just like Tom Marvolo Riddle, later under the alias of Lord Voldemort, did. To the ancient headmaster it appeared that Tom had somehow split his soul, and had placed a fragment into the diary. This would explain why Voldemort was still in this world the previous year, even if he was nothing more than a parasitic wraith. And, unfortunately, Albus Dumbledore knew about a very dark ritual that allowed one to split the very soul and bind its part to a physical object. Most likely, the diary used to be a dark object called a Horcrux. He was brought out of his thoughts when the gargoyle informed him that he had a visitor who wasn't either a student or a member of the staff. Telling the guardian of his office to let the visitor in, Dumbledore placed the diary into one of many drawers of his table and cleaned his table from various magical trinkets that he had there while he was examining the diary. Just when he finished preparing for the visitor, the door of his office opened, revealing an aristocratic blonde man in his late 30s or early 40s with an elegant cane in his left hand. "What can I do for you this fine evening, Lord Malfoy?" the Hogwarts headmaster asked as he greeted his guest. The man didn't greet back and just quietly took a seat across the table from him. "Unfortunately, Dumbledore, I don't share your cheerful mood. It is always a sad day when an illustrious institution with centuries on history has to be closed, but we can't be risking the lives of our children, for they are our future." Of course, Albus knew that Lucius was talking about only pureblood children. "As the Board of Governors should have informed you, Hogwarts will be closed, thanks to the bastard who started attacking children within castle's walls." "Oh, then, I'm afraid, my owls haven't reached you yet," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Today, just after 4 in the afternoon the so-called heir of Slytherin, as well as the monster of the chamber were terminated. So the castle is once again safe for the children and I see no reason for Hogwarts to be closed," the ancient wizard said cheerfully. "I see," Lucius Malfoy replied after a pretty long pause. "If this is not a secret, I'd like to know who was behind the attacks." "The same person as the last time, Lucius," Dumbledore said, "but this time Lord Voldemort was acting through someone else, by the means of a dark object of his creation that had somehow bypassed the wards around the castle." The elder Malfoy replied nothing. "Very well, I shall be going then. The Board of Governors surely would like to hear about this happy turn of events as soon as possible." And not waiting for the Hogwarts headmaster to reply, Lord Malfoy walked out of the office. A certain blonde Slytherin witch slipped into the infirmary to visit her. She'd have done this earlier, though, but she didn't want to be seen by the Weasley clan that were there to see their daughter, who was then sent to St. Mungo's hospital as treating the aftereffects of possession and life-draining rituals was beyond Madame Pomfrey. Draconica stopped next to his bed and looked at the sleeping form of one Harry Potter, who now had a vertical scar on the right side of his face, thankfully completely healed by the phoenix tears even before he was brought to the hospital wing, and an eye patch over the lost right eye. She didn't know what came upon her as she walked up to the head of the bed and leaned over him. "It was so stupid of you to go and face the basilisk alone," the blonde witch whispered. "What possessed you to do that? Sometimes you act so much like an idiotic Gryffindor." She made a pause. "But, I guess, that is what make you who you are, right, Harry?" Her forehead gently touched his, while she just as gently cupped his left cheek with her hand. But a couple of seconds later she straightened up, putting her normal aloof mask back on, and started walking away. But she stopped just several steps later. "Get well soon, Potter," she said softly as she looked back at him. And then she resumed walking, while wondering what had possessed her during that moment of intimacy. If only she knew that for some reason Harry wasn't as unconscious at that moment as she thought, and had heard and felt everything she did. Harry awoke more a day later, and was not at all surprised to find himself in the hospital wing. Some sweets on the table next to his bed wasn't that surprising too, as he did have friends that would wish him to get well soon. Putting his glees on, the scion of the House Potter looked around, quickly noticing lack of the screens in the infirmary. It appeared that the Mandrake restorative draft was already brewed and administered to the petrified students and one astronomy professor. At this point Madame Pomfrey entered the ward, apparently notified by an alarm of some kind that had woken up. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she said. Indeed, according to the clock on the wall of the infirmary, it was almost 7 in the morning. Harry was looking at her for several seconds, before asking, "For how long was I unconscious?" You were brought here by Headmaster's Phoenix at about 4:15 in the afternoon on the day before yesterday. She replied, and now that you're awake, I'd like to finish checking your health, young man. Sighing, Harry just allowed her to do her job, hoping that she'll be done soon and he'll be allowed to leave. Honestly, aside from being one eye short, he felt fine. So, he started cautiously when Madame Pomfrey stopped waving her wand around him. He had actually recognized some of the diagnostic charms she used, but most were unknown to him yet. Am I free to go? Oh, not so fast, young man. The Medi-Witch tried to scold him. I know you think you are fine, but your magic is still low, and your body still needs rest. Phoenix tears, as marvelous as they are, put a lot of strain on your body as they actually force it to heal itself. She paused. I'm sure you know about your new scar in your eye. Harry nodded. Well, I'm sorry, but I can do nothing about either of those. No one can. Also, I've noticed that whatever magic was saturated around your old scar, it is gone for good. So, she knew about the dark magic around the scar on my forehead, but didn't know it was a Horcrux. Harry concluded. But why didn't she do anything about it before? It's not like it's my first time in the hospital wing. Then he thought about his memories that Dumbledore had sealed at the end of the previous school year. He knew about those, but was yet to sort through those. I'm quite sure that the headmaster has something to do with that. The young Potter, though, decided that listening to what the nurse had to say about his health right now was more important than trying to guess what the headmaster was scheming. Seems that I'll have you to spend another night or two here, to make sure that you are most definitely all right. Apparently, he had missed some part of her speech, while he was deep in his thoughts. Oh, well. He sighed. Fine. After all, he already knew that arguing with Madame Pomfrey about when he is ready to leave her care was useless. But can you tell me, what happened to Ms. Weasley? I can see her in the ward. He asked then. Well, the Hogwarts nurse said, while lowering her head a bit, she had most of her life drained by whatever ritual the heir did, so she was sent to St. Mungo's for treatment. They said that she'll recover eventually, but it's not likely that she'll attend Hogwarts the next year. Harry too lowered his head. Poor Ginny, she did nothing, at least, as far as he knew, to deserve this. As soon as Harry was released from the hospital wing, he headed to the Myrtle's toilet and to the Chamber of Secrets, which surprisingly was just as easy accessible to him as it was 4 days ago. Even the gates that Tom Riddle placed to block the pipe were gone. Well, the corridor was still blocked by the collapse caused by the magical explosion of Ron's wand, but now, armed with Voldemort's knowledge of magic, the young Potter quickly cleared the way for himself, and reinforced the ceiling so that there will be no new collapses. Finding the exact pipe where the serpent's cark was proved to be not that hard, thanks to the very useful Point Me charm. The body of the basilisk, despite the time ped, was still in perfect condition, so the scion of the House Potter decided to do possibly a very stupid thing and try to take S's eye as his own. An eye for an eye. With a wave of his wand, Harry transfigured a stone on the floor into a GL jar that he knew he'll need. Then he added an unbreakable charm onto the jar, and filled it with saline. Carefully taking the serpent's right eye out of its socket, the green-eyed wizard shrank it down to the size of an human one. This proved to be quite a task, thanks to the magical resistance the basilisk possessed. Stabilis Corporis. The young Gryffindor cast a spell that overrode the magical properties of the eye, to make the magic think that its current state was the normal one. He didn't want to lose his eye again from a simple finite incantum, after all. Placing the corrected eye into the jar, Harry sealed it there and placed under the stasis charm. Finally, he shrank the jar and put into the pockets of his robe. Harry was about to leave the chamber, when the mad scientist in him awoken. There, right in front of him was a basilisk, an extremely rare breed of magical SS. He absolutely must at least try to study it. And since the basilisk was actually a female one, it was ought to have some ova. Those would be interesting to study, very much so. So, creating another unbreakable saline-filled jar, the young Potter started the delicate procedure of getting the ova out of the basilisk. He intended to sell the cark as soon as he could come to Gringotts, so he needed it to be in the best condition possible. An hour later Harry emerged from the Chamber of Secrets and continued on his way to the Gryffindor common room. His homework wasn't going to do itself, no matter how much he wished it would. At least now he had Tom's memories to help him where his own knowledge wasn't enough. Now that everyone was revived, and the air was no more, the school resumed as normal. Aside from the defense against the dark arts, of course, since Lockhart was in no condition to continue teaching. And as all other professors were busy with their own pleas, Albus Dumbledore had to be the fill-in. At least he was actually teaching something useful each lesson, unlike the previous two professors. Free pays for all end-of-year exams, the mark being either an average of the marks the student got before his or her petrification, or, acceptable, were offered as a recompense to those who were attacked by the air by the Board of Governors. This didn't apply to owls and newts, though, and thus 5th and 7th years still had to catch up on their studies as soon as possible. Harry too was given a free P, but only for his Dada exam, but the green-eyed Gryffindor wasn't upset by this too much. On the Friday evening 3 weeks before the end of the school year, Harry finally decided to check a very interesting room that, according to Tom, allowed one to hide anything. This room was located on the 7th floor opposite the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. Since Harry hadn't heard about this room before, he decided that asking someone who knew the castle really well about it was in order, so he summoned one of the many house elves that worked in Hogwarts to see what they knew about this place. As it turned out, the secret room, the come-and-go room as it was called by the house elves, could do so much more than providing a place to hide things. According to Trinky the elf, the room could change into what one needed it to be. Thanking the elf for this information, the scion of the House Potter dismissed her and started experimenting. It took him several tries, but he managed to configure the room into what he needed for the ritual to replace his destroyed eye with the one he took from the basilisk. Sealing the door from the inside, he didn't want anyone to interrupt the ritual. Harry took the GL jar with the eye from his pocket and, returning it to its original size, removed the stasis. He then pasted the ritual onto the silver pedestal in the center of one of the two ritual circles. Removing his eye patch, he took his place in the other circle. He took a deep breath to prepare himself for whatever was to come and let his magic flow into the ritual circles. Vicarious Meus. Oculus. Bright white glow surrounded both him and the eye. Then there was pain, and he knew no more. He woke up several hours later, early in the morning of Saturday. According to the Tempest charm, his right eye felt sore. It was there. The ritual was successful. Not wasting any more time, the green-eyed wizard ran towards the nearest surface that could be used as a mirror. In the reflection he saw himself. His left eye was still bright green and human. His right one was now yellowish and slitted, as his eye. And looking into it was making him feel weird. Apparently, the eye had retained some of its magical properties, though those surely were not as powerful now. Maybe it could petrify someone who looked straight into it and didn't have any sort of protection from the gaze. But it was not much a problem, as Harry decided that he would still wear the patch. He didn't want to be more of a freak than he already was. Surprisingly enough, no one noticed that he was absent from the dorms in the night. But then again, all second years were more interested in choosing electives for their third year. Shrugging, Harry joined the rest of his CL mates. The electives they were allowed to choose from were ancient runes, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination and muggle studies. And, since they weren't allowed to drop any of the courses they already had, it seemed to be stupid to pick more than 2 or 3 electives. But Hermione, being her usual knowledge-hungry self, went ahead and signed for all 5. Harry himself, remembering his desire to be some kind of a medic, he still wasn't sure which one, though, chose the courses he thought would be the most useful for him. Ancient runes, as runes were used in many rituals, including healing ones, arithmancy for spell creation and modification, and care of magical creatures, to know more about the beast potion ingredients came from. The rest of the school year passed without any major events. Harry was getting some weird looks for the first several days after his release from the hospital wing, thanks to the eye patch he now wore, but no one dared to call him names because of that, as everyone seemed to know that he had slain the monster from the chamber. Exams were easy for Harry, thanks to the knowledge he got from Tom Riddle, not that it allowed him to beat Hermione. Neville, Draconica and Daphne, who, along with Tracy, now was a part of the gold and silver clique, did well too. Of course, There were some problems with the Dada exam, thanks to Lockhart teaching them nothing, but all members of the DS got O's and E's. Just like the previous year, the Great Hall was decorated with red and gold, as Gryffindor won the House Cup again, outscoring Slytherin by almost 30 points. The elves once again outdid themselves with all of those delicious dishes they cooked for the feast. The train ride back to London was uneventful for Harry, Neville and Hermione with the later two discussing some of the more advanced herbology books, while the young Potter was making plans for his visit to Gringotts. After dropping his things in the room at Leaky Cauldron, Harry went straight to Gringotts. It was still an hour before the Wizarding Bank would close, so he could do some business, even if most of it would have to wait until tomorrow, or an even later date. "Good evening, Master Teller," the young Potter said. This time the goblin responded almost immediately, and was much less rude than whichever teller Harry spoke to during his visit a little less than a year ago. "What can Gringotts do for you, wizard?" the goblin said, rather politely. Most likely, he was just tired from being rude to the impolite clients for the whole day. "First, I wish to meet with Estate Manager Goldsaw tomorrow or at his earliest convenience. If needed, tell him that Potter Heir is here to speak of a profitable business." The goblin nodded and wrote something on the special parchment he had on his desk, messaging system or something like that. "And right now I'd like to take 200 galleons from my trust vault," the green-eyed wizard said as he gave his key to the teller for an inspection. "And have half of those converted into pounds." "That can be done," the goblin replied, returning the key. Then he looked down to his desk, confirming Harry's thoughts about the parchments there being a magical message system used by the Gringotts workers. "Master Goldsaw says that he can meet you tomorrow in the morning or early afternoon." The scion of the House Potter nodded. "Very well, Master Teller. Please pay my thanks to Estate Manager Goldsaw for being able to organize a meeting this soon." The teller goblin nodded. "And right now, I'd like to visit my trust vault." The goblin nodded again, before summoning a younger goblin, whose name, apparently, was Orstone, to take him down to the vault. The next morning, at about 11 in the morning, Harry returned to the Wizarding Bank for his meeting with his estate manager. After announcing his arrival to the first teller to be free, the young Potter was handed an empty parchment and a blood quill and asked to write his name, a standard identification procedure in Gringotts. Quickly writing his name, the green-eyed wizard handed the parchment and the quill back to the goblin, who studied the results with barely hidden interest. "This is most unusual," the teller finally concluded. "Magic recognizes you as Harry Hadrian James Potter, but your blood has changed since your last visit. Care to explain?" he said, looking fixedly at Harry's now scared face. "Not really. Let's just say that I had an unfortunate meeting with a very poisonous and Phoenix Tears saved me from being killed by its venom," the scion of the House Potter replied. The goblin nodded, apparently satisfied with the answer. "Very well," the teller said. "As you are still recognized as Harry Potter, Master Goldsaw will see you now." Then he turned away from the green-eyed wizard and, speaking in gobbledygook, asked one of the younger goblins to escort his customer to the Potter estate manager. "Follow me," the younger goblin said, before heading into the depth of Gringotts, guiding Harry through the maze of corridors to Goldsaw's office. Once they arrived to the door, the goblin told him to wait there, before disappearing into the office. A minute later he returned, telling the young Potter that his estate manager will see him now. Thanking the younger goblin for his ice stance, Harry entered Goldsaw's office. "Greetings, Master Goldsaw," Harry said, once he was seated on the sofa, and the aforementioned goblin looking up from the documents on his table. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I was told that you wished to speak to me today, and that you had some profitable business with Gringotts." The young Potter nodded. "Very well, but before we begin, may I ask about the changes of your appearance? My sources informed me that you played a key role in resolving so-called Chamber of Secrets situation. Are the scar and the eye patch the results of what had happened there?" Another nod from Harry. "You are very well informed, Master Goldsaw," Harry replied. "One needs to know what is going round him in the world, if he wants to be successful in his business or in his war." The old goblin replied. "Now, what business with Gringotts did you have in mind, Mr. Potter? Firstly, is there any kind of a test to see whether my status had changed after my fight with the heir of Slytherin. Goblin nodded. Then I'd like to do that test. Goldsaw asked, his eye stamped something in gobbledygook, and the young goblin quickly walked out of the office. This test should be done, as reactivation of a vault of an ancient and noble house meant at least prestige for the goblin clan that manages it and him, the estate manager, personally, and for the bank as a whole. And most often it also meant more gold to work with. While my eye stant is bringing the test basin here, we can jump to the next piece of business you have with Gringotts. Goldsaw with an unnervingly toothy grin that all goblins seem to possess. I came to be in the possession of the cark of a very big basilisk. It is mine by the right of conquest, and I'd like to sell it to Gringotts, for a fee of course. The Potter estate manager nodded, happy to note that his client had not forgotten the goblin's magical word, fee. And how big this basilisk was? He asked, already trying to estimate how much profit the bank may have from this deal. Harry shrugged. I'm not positively sure, I was too busy trying to survive to measure the beast. But it was definitely thicker than I'm tall, and, most likely, about 40 meters long. Goldsaw kept an expression of mild interest on his face, while in reality he wanted to grin like a madman. This basilisk was worth a fortune, especially since it was still rather fresh. The beast's poison kept decay away for a long time. I cannot say how much this beast is worth without seeing it, but I can assure you that it is worth a lot of money. The goblin said, speaking of money, there should be a report about how your investments turned out to be. Harry blushed. With everything going on in Hogwarts this year, he just forgot about overseeing his estate. Goldsaw, of course, noticed this. I see. In any case, those turned out to be profitable. I went ahead and increased your share for those companies, as well as investing the equivalent of £5,000 into NEC, Sun Microsystems and IBM companies. These ventures brought you 417 galleons of profit, above the money from the companies you yourself asked to invest into. Harry nodded. Thank you, estate manager Goldsaw. Now, on to the next topic I wanted to discuss. I find myself in a need to hire a law firm. Any recommendations? The goblin nodded. Yes, I suggest you try Carter, Bridget and Ashford, as they were working with Potters for last 3 generations. They can be found at this address. Goldsaw said as he slipped a piece of parchment to Harry. But in case you find their services not to your satisfaction, you might want to try Tonks, Wagner and Mitchell. Another piece of parchment was given to the young Potter. Thank you, the green-eyed wizard said. And I have one more thing I wanted to ask. Goldsaw leaned forward a bit. I'm not positive, but there is a good possibility that at least one very dark object called a Horcrux, it's a soul anchor, is within the walls of the noble bank of Gringotts. Judging by the frown on Goblin's face, he wasn't happy about such an object being there. Unfortunately, Mr. Potter, Gringotts' policies forbid us from checking and destroying items once they were placed into a vault. But, give us a description of the item, and should it be removed from the vault it currently resides, it will be confiscated and studied. Should the Gone be found on the item, it will be destroyed. Harry nodded slowly. The goblins will not destroy Tom's Horcrux right away, unfortunately, but they promised to get rid of it, should it be removed from a vault. The items that are Horcruxes and might be in Gringotts are either Hufflepuff's cup or Slytherin's locket or both. Goldsaw nodded. The items named were too well known by both wizards and goblins to need any further description. They might be in either Lestrange or Black vaults. The goblin nodded and told Harry that he will bring the information about possible Gone to the attention of the king, Ragnarok. At this moment Goldsaw's eye stant returned with the test basin and placed it, and the ritual knife that went with it, on the table in front of Harry, then asked the older goblin for forgiveness about his sluggishness and disappeared into the shadows in the corner of the office. I will need you to make a cut on the index finger of your right hand and have exactly 7 drops of blood to enter the basin. It will produce a parchment with the names of families you can claim as yours. The old goblin explained. Harry nodded and did as he was told, although, from being nervous, he almost botched up the ritual by allowing the 8th drop to fall into the basin. For a couple of seconds nothing happened, but then runes on the basin started glowing dimly, while the blood disappeared from it. Another couple of seconds later a parchment with the results materialized on Goldsaw's desk. Very interesting, the goblin said, once he finished studying the parchment. It appears that you can claim the title of the Lord of an ancient and noble house Slytherin by the right of conquest. You may also claim the title of the head of Gaunt family the same, but that will give you absolutely nothing as their lordship was stripped from them a little more than a century ago and they do not have a vault anymore as well. Their ring is still somewhere out there, though. Once you are Lord Slytherin, you'll be emancipated and can claim the title of the Lord of Noble House Potter. The young wizard nodded, while wondering whether he should tell the goblin about the ring Voldemort had turned into his Horcrux or not. The stone in the ring did have a very interesting flaw, after all. Thank you, Master Goldsaw. Harry replied. Is it possible to claim both Slytherin and Potter lordships now? The goblin nodded. Very well, in that case I'd like to claim my lordship over the ancient and noble house Slytherin. Goldsaw nodded and asked his eye stand to retrieve the Slytherin ring, in gobbledygook, of course. The younger goblin bowed and left the office as quickly as he could without running. He returned just a couple of minutes later with a plain-looking wooden box. Opening it, he placed it in front of Harry, before returning to his place in the shadowed corner of the office. To claim the lordship, you'll have to pick the ring and voice your claim. Then you'll need to put the ring on your finger. If it deems you worthy, you will be officially known as Lord Slytherin henceforth. If not, your descendants may try claiming the lordship. Goldsaw said, since you are claiming lordship by the right of conquest, you are allowed to use another version of your first name, should you desire that, but you must use the surname of the house you are claiming your lordship over. Harry nodded, before picking the ring from the box. It looked to be pretty simple, consisting of two interweaving bands of white and green gold, with a relatively small coat of arms depicting the Slytherin house's crest on its top. By the right of conquest, I, Hadrian Jameson Slytherin, hereby do claim the name of Lord Slytherin, and rights, responsibilities and obligations of this name as mine. So mote it be. And then he slipped the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand. There was a prickly sensation for a moment, but that was all. Congratulations Lord Hadrian J. Slytherin of the ancient and noble house Slytherin, Goldsaw said when he was sure that the ring had accepted Harry. And allow me to thank you for giving me a promotion to senior estate manager with this. I thank you, Master Goldsaw. The new lord replied, and now I'd like to claim Potter lordship. I'd also like to see the ledger of the house Slytherin. The older goblin nodded and asked, once again in gobbledygook, his eye stand to retrieve the said ledger and the Potter ring. Meanwhile, we can discuss collecting Basilisk Cark from Hogwarts. I believe that the best time to do that will be the next Monday, May 31st. Dumbledore will be away to an ICW conference, and no one else in the castle has access to the ward, meaning we can go in and out unnoticed and save ourselves a lot of trouble explaining why we are there to the staff. Goldsaw nodded. Very well, I'll organize a goblin team for that date. We shall be departing from one of the staff rooms of Gringotts at 8 in the morning. You will be met in the main hall and guided there. Harry thanked his estate manager and the two were now sitting in silence, waiting for the eye-stant goblin to return with the items he was requested to retrieve. Those were brought to Goldsaw's office several minutes later. First thing, the green-eyed wizard claimed his lordship over the noble house Potter. After all, he could read Slytherin ledger later. The Potter ring was a rather thick golden band with house motto engraved on it. There also was a sizable ruby on it, but the ring held no coat of arms of the house. And it wasn't as easy to put on as Slytherin ring was, most likely because it thought him to be a bit young for lordship. Still, after a couple of seconds it gave in and took its place on the index finger of his left hand. Allow me to congratulate you once more with your ascension to the lordship, Lord Harry James Potter Slytherin. Goldsaw said, now you have full access to Potter fortunes and estates. You are also a legal adult, and are now bound only by the statute of secrecy. Harry nodded. Now he could do magic during the summer break as much as he wanted, especially since he wasn't planning on staying at the Dursleys. He'll just have to drop by number 4 one day to collect his things from the house, as he wasn't keeping everything he owned in his trunk. That is very good. Seeing that I now have access to my properties, I'd like to have my penthouse at Queenstown Road and Burling Gap Summer House ready for use in 2 weeks max. If needed, have the wards around both places upgraded. The money required is to be deducted, of course, from the Potter account. Harry asked. Goldsaw nodded. I will contact the curse breakers and the cleaning firm. Thanking his estate manager, the young double lord opened the Slytherin ledger and started reading. It appeared that the ancient and noble house Slytherin was broke. The only vault contained just 2 sickles and 17 nuts, portraits of the previous lords and some magical books. All of those, though, were priceless. There was a single property, Salazar's cottage, but its location was unknown as it was hidden by a charm similar to Fidelius. Now, before I go down to visit my newly accessible vaults, I have 2 more things. First, when it will be possible to have Potter Wills read. And second, can I send a letter from here? Harry asked. Goldsaw looked up from the paperwork on his table. To have the wills read, you need them unsealed by Wizengamot. As soon as that is done, the reading can be scheduled to any day you like. The young wizard nodded, filing another thing he will need to do via law firm and his barrister. As for sending a letter, 2 sickles, UK, 5 sickles, Europe, 10, anywhere. Thank you, Master Goldsaw, Harry said as he gave his estate manager 2 silver coins, while taking his pen from his robes. Taking the parchment from the goblin, he quickly wrote a note on it. This is to be sent to number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He said as soon as he had finished writing the message. An owl that somehow appeared in the office landed on the table in front of him and took the folded parchment from him. Thank you, he told the owl, and the bird took off, disappearing into a well-hidden owl tunnel leading out of the office. Now, I'd like to visit my vaults. Rustknife will guide you there, Goldsaw said, making his eye step out of the shadows where he was standing up to now. Follow me, Lord Potter Slytherin, the younger goblin said with a bow. When she unexpectedly got a letter from the freak of her nephew several days ago, Petunia Dursley thought that this summer might be the best her family had had in a long time. After all, it was possible that the freak would be finally gone from their lives forever. So, for the first time in her life, she wished Harry luck. After all, if he was lucky, he'd be out of their hair and their lives. So when she got a note written on parchment this afternoon, she didn't freak out right away, and just read it like it was a normal letter. It appeared that the god finally decided to have some pity for the good, normal people that her family was, as, according to the freak, he found an alternative place to spend his summers from now on, and no one in the world will be able to force him back under their roof. Unfortunately, he still will have to visit her family's house once, to take whatever things he still had in his room. And because that would be the last time they'll have to see each other, Petunia decided that she won't throw those away, like she had originally planned. Encouraged by this good news, Mrs. Dursley skipped into the living room where the great good man of her husband and her little sunshine of a son were watching TV. Something happened, dear, Vernon asked as he looked at his wife, his eyes locking onto the piece of parchment in her hands. Yes, the freak will no longer sully our house with his ungrateful presence anymore, she replied. Harry spent several hours in the Slytherin vault, as he had a long and quite enlightening talk with one of the Hogwarts founders, well, his portrait, but still. As it turned out, Salazar's reasons for denying entrance to the school for Muggleborns, at least those who did not want to cut their connections with their families, had nothing to do with blood purity, and were more of a safety measure to protect the school against witch hunters. So Salazar Slytherin was not happy with his house turning into a blood supremacist camp, not at all. He even told Harry to cast Tom Riddle out of the house, even though the man was no longer a part of it anyway. Another reason why the young wizard spent so much time talking to Salazar's portrait, which, for some reason, was the only portrait active, was the fact that the Hogwarts founder was a skilled medic. He had to learn this to heal himself when his potion experiments went wrong, which they did at least once a month. So he and the newest lord of his house spent some time talking about medicine, both magical and not. And Salazar was quite impressed with the knowledge of the young man in front of him. So much that he deemed the boy worthy of his knowledge about healing and potions and told him where his personal journals were hidden in the vault. Finally, Salazar told Harry where his personal cottage, and the only property house Slytherin still owned, was. The house was under a charm that was predecessor of Fidelius, and while Salazar's portrait was the secret keeper, Harry was allowed to tell the locations to others. They, though, could not spread the knowledge further, and the knowledge about the house would be wiped from their memory, once Harry, for whatever reason, death included, was not in on the secret anymore. Thanking Salazar for his generosity, the young Potter Slytherin picked up the journals that he was told about and, after another short talk with the Hogwarts founder, left the vault. He still needed to visit the Potter Vault after all. Since it was quite late in the afternoon when he finally left Gringotts, Harry decided to visit Carter, Bridget and Ashford, after the weekend and his visit to Hogwarts to collect the basilisk cark. And if he had enough time that day, he'd also stop by the Ministry of Magic to get a couple of licenses to make his life much easier. After all, as he was a legal adult, there was no reason not to get portkey creation and apparition licenses. But those were plans for later. Right now the green-eyed wizard felt tired from his Gringotts business and just wanted to call it a day. On Monday morning, Harry arrived to Gringotts. His estate manager, a bit surprisingly, was not in his office, but was greeting him personally in the main hall. Good thing that the bank wasn't working yet, or many arrogant pure-bloods would have had heart attacks from seeing someone treated this well, while they were forced to wait in queues before talking to a sneering goblin bastard. Goldsaw led young Lord Potter Slytherin through the maze of corridors to one of the staff rooms, where a group of about a dozen goblins, in their battle armor and with various magical tools on them, was waiting. "We are departing to Hogwarts." A goblin that looked like he was the superior there, even to Goldsaw, asked with a sneer. "I would like you, wizard, to know that the castle is protected by the anti-portkey wards and you are wasting our time. Chamber of Secrets is located underneath the castle and is not protected by the Hogwarts wards. It has its own set of wards, and the anti-portkey ones aren't among those. Most likely because the last time the wards on the chamber were updated was before the invention of the portkey traveling method." Harry replied as calmly as he could to the fearsome goblin. The said goblin nodded slowly. "Very well, but if you have deceived us." He left the threat unsaid, but the green-eyed wizard was sure it would be something he definitely would not wish even to his enemy. Well, maybe he'd wish that to Voldemort. After providing the goblins with the most accurate coordinates of the chamber he could produce, Harry watched with great interest how they created the portkey to take the group to the destination, his interest stemming from the fact that goblin magic was so different from the human one. The portkey, a piece of silvery rope, was finally ready, and the leader of the goblin squad told everyone to touch the rope. "We will be departing in 3 seconds. Harry started counting sotto voce, and as soon as he reached 3, he felt a pulling sensation, like he was dragged by a hook attached to his navel, while the world around him started spinning rapidly. Roughly 5 seconds later he was roughly dropped onto the cold stone floor of the Chamber of Secrets, while the goblins were standing like nothing had happened to them. Forcing himself to stand up, despite the feeling of nausea, Harry drew his wand. "Point me, basilisk cark." His wand spun on his palm, its tip indicating the direction towards the basilisk. "Let's go," the young wizard said, as he started walking towards the pipes leading away from the chamber. Several minutes of walking later they reached their destination. "This thing is huge," Goldsaw whispered, as he saw the size of the slain basilisk. "I can easily be sold for at least 6, maybe even 700,000. Unless you wish for a sizable part of it to remain in your possession. I want 15 square meters of hide, 1.5 liters of its blood and half of the venom you managed to extract from it. Also, I want both fangs to be turned into sabers would be the best fit there, I think. The rest can be sold away," he said. "As you wish, Lord Potter Slytherin," Goldsaw replied, before telling the goblins to start working. "You shall get about 5.5 to 600,000 galleons from the part of the basilisk you are selling." Harry thanked the goblin. Unfortunately, he'd have to stay there for as long as it would take the team to do their job on the basilisk. Goblins didn't trust him much, and, thus, he wasn't allowed to leave their field of vision. Otherwise he'd have gone to the room of requirement and retrieved the diadem Horcrux. Oh well, he'll have a lot of chances to destroy the abomination Voldemort created later on. Plus he planned to bring the diadem, once the Horcrux in it was destroyed, to Rowena's grave, something that goblins wouldn't allow as the item, initially, was crafted by them. Ravenclaw did only the enhancements. Several hours later the goblin team finished their work and had the basilisk parts sealed in several dozens of big jars that were then shrunk, so that the goblins would be able to carry them. The venom that was taken from the cark was split into 2 bottles that looked like they were 1 liter each. One of those was given to Harry right away, and the green-eyed wizard, after making sure that the bottle was charmed unbreakable, shrank it and put it into one of the pockets of his robes. The group then returned to the main chamber, and the goblins turned the rope that brought them there into another portkey to get them back to Gringotts. Once again the voyage by portkey left Harry in a heap on the floor and feeling nauseous, so he was starting to have second thoughts about using this method of traveling ever again. Still, portkeys were useful when you needed to get the hell out of the area, so, he decided, he would still get a license. Just in case. Once he was back to his feet, Goldsaw led him to his office. There were some things that they needed to discuss, and Harry had several arrangements to make. So, let us finalize the deal, Goldsaw said, once they both were seated in his office. First, which vault do you want the money to be deposited in? I would suggest the Slytherin vault as it will give you better percentage. The green-eyed wizard nodded. Then do so. After a small pause he added, and have the materials I asked for deposited there as well. I will take my bottle of venom with me, though. Very well, the goblin said. Now on to your sabers. First, crafting those will not be cheap. The money will be deducted from your Slytherin vault. Harry nodded. That was obvious. And you know our rules about the ownership, right? The young wizard nodded again. Yes, I do, but I would still like to propose an alternative. Goldsaw leaned forward, wanting to know what the human will say. I propose a shared ownership. I will hold one of the swords until I fulfill the mission I need it for. Then I want the both sabers to be put on display in some conference hall in Gringotts or something. I'm sure your master will make those sabers to be pieces of art. Meanwhile House Slytherin and Gringotts will own 50% of the pair each. The sabers can't be moved without explicit agreement of both sides, and should one of the sides break the deal, it forfeits the sabers to the other forever. Goldsaw nodded. This could be arranged, especially since the weapons would be stored at Gringotts anyway. I shall speak to Outsmiths about this. I will not promise it, but I will try to arrange the things as you propose. Thank you, Harry replied. I also want a pair of wristbands with Slytherin coat of arms in silver to be made from the basilisk hide that is for sale. If those can be made before tomorrow midnight, I'll pay double of their normal price. Of course he knew that sending those as a gift to Draconica would be a bit too forward and more than a bit too much at their current state of friendship, but it was just so damn hard to think of any other good gift for her birthday. Plus she had helped him in uncovering the secrets of the chamber, so she should have her own share of goods from the basilisk. Thank can be arranged, Goldsaw said. Do you want the price to be deducted from the Slytherin vault as well? Harry nodded. At this moment a scroll appeared on Goblin's desk. He picked it up and, unrolling, read the contents. Gringotts is willing to pay 609,530 galleons for the parts of the basilisk you are selling. Of course, goblins will resell those at a much higher price later. The sabers will cost you anywhere between 50 and 70,000. And the wristbands will make you another 1,000 poorer. Now that I know how much money I get from the deal, I'd like to make some more arrangements. Harry said, while he started writing a list on the parchment he had on the coffee table in front of him. I want each of these persons to get 5,000 galleons. The green-eyed wizard said as he gave Goldsaw the list of the students that had been petrified by the basilisk. If they have their personal vault, deposit the money there. If not, open a vault for them and charge the Slytherin vault for that. I want it all be done so that only they can access their money in the vaults. The goblin nodded, while taking notes about his client's wants. I want a further 5,000 to be given to a Ms. Hermione Granger and one Mr. Neville Longbottom, Ms. Draconica Malfoy and Ms. Daphne Greenger should be given 5,000 each as well. He made another small pause. Also, send 15,000 galleons to Ms. Aurora Sinistra with the same access rules. 500 are to be sent to Mr. Argus Filch. Finally, I want the treatment of Ms. Ginevra Weasley to be paid from the Slytherin vault for as long as it is under 15,000. Another pause. And now that I think of it, send 50 galleons to Mr. Ronald Weasley. Goldsaw nodded. That will be arranged, he said. Depending on how much the creation of the sabers will cost, the total amount of money remaining in the Slytherin vault will be between 432,975 galleons 2 sickles and 17 nuts, or 452,975 galleons, 2 sickles, and 17 nuts. The young Lord Potter Slytherin nodded. No matter how much money he had spent today, he still had more than enough left from the basilisk alone. "Thank you, Master Goldsaw," the green-eyed wizard said. "Now I'd like to discuss the investment politics for the House Slytherin." The goblin nodded. "I'm very pleased with how you've been handling Potter investments so far, so I think that having Slytherin money work the same way will be profitable for us both." "Indeed, I shall make the arrangements for your investments," Goldsaw replied. "Will the Muggle equivalent of 20,000 galleons invested into each Muggle firm be to your liking?" "Yes, thank you," Harry said. "That would be all. I shall no longer spend your valuable time, Senior Estate Manager Goldsaw." And after bowing to the him, he headed back to the main hall of Gringotts, accompanied there by the eye-stant goblin. Arthur Weasley was leaving his department in the Ministry of Magic, already in the atrium, when he saw a box of forms near the wand-weighing orderly's table. Being a bit curious as it wasn't there in the morning, the redhead approached it and read a piece of parchment that was explaining the purpose of this box. Apparently, the ministry decided to hold a lottery for its workers with a prize fund of 1,000 galleons, and participating in this lottery was absolutely free. Not thinking much more about this, Arthur conjured a piece of parchment and scribbled his name and occupation in the ministry, before dropping his form into the box. Surely, the chances of him winning the money were barely above zero, but it didn't cost him anything, and, should he happen to win, with Ginny being in a coma at St. Mungo's, his family needed all the money they could get, even though he should have started writing his potions essay that Professor Snape had given to them. 2 feet of parchment on a group of commonly used moderately difficult medical potions, such as the Star GR salve and the wound cleaning potion. Harry was reading Salazar's journals instead. For one, he felt too tired from the today's events to write something more than a couple of sentences. That and the journals of the Hogwarts founder were much more interesting. Plus, the young wizard felt that after he had completed his charms and transfiguration essays over the weekend, he could allow himself to laze a bit. True, he had some grand plans for the summer, but he couldn't start on them in the next couple of weeks anyway, and so with a third of his homework already done, one day of doing nothing wouldn't mean much of anything at all. Another thing that drew Harry to the journals was a unique chance to catch the occasional glimpse of the lives of the Hogwarts founders, those among the greatest wizard and witches of the European history, on the old pages, among the potions, spells and rituals recorded by Salazar Slytherin himself. Who would miss such a chance? Still, tomorrow he was going to contact Carter, Bridget and Ashford firm, and needed to be prepared for the meeting. Their services weren't cheap and he wasn't about to waste either his or their time by stuttering while trying to figure what to say next. So the green-eyed wizard reluctantly put the journal away, not forgetting to bookmark the page he was reading, and pulled a piece of parchment to write down the things he'll need to talk about tomorrow. From the information given by the goblins, he knew that long-standing partnership the House Potter had with the firm was a sign that they were doing their job well and should be trusted with his legal business, so continuing this partnership would be most definitely beneficial and he should do his best to ensure that it happens. Not right away, of course. Once he would have the partnership re-established, he needed the wills of his parents to be unsealed. With him being a lord of either of his houses, there should be reason enough for that, but it would be better if those experienced with how the Wizengamot works would present his case. There was another thing, related to the Wizengamot that needed to be dealt with. While he was accepted by his Potter ring, he did not believe was ready to become a part of the Magical Britain's governing body. That and he definitely couldn't be attending sessions when he is at Hogwarts, so he needed a proxy. Asking a law firm to find one seemed to be so much better than looking for one himself. He would have done the same for his Lord Slytherin title as well, but he didn't want to reveal it just yet. Maybe several years later, though. Finally, Harry wanted to bring Dumbledore to justice. The old man did several things that were against the law, including memory charming him and his friends, and needed to be punished for that. No matter how good his goals might be, the ends were not justifying the means that the Hogwarts headmaster was using, and since he wasn't above the law, bringing such a politically powerful, well-loved and intelligent and sneaky man down would not be easy, so a solid case should be built first, and that would be yet another task for the Carter, Bridget and Ashford firm. Looking over the list he had written, Harry was satisfied with what he had written down. Of course, there were other things that needed to be addressed, but they were minor compared to these ones, so they could wait. Nodding to himself, The green-eyed wizard began more in-depth planning of what he was to say tomorrow. The bells jingled as Harry entered the reception area of Carter, Bridget and Ashford, law firm office building. He was immediately greeted by a pretty brown-haired witch, who looked like was not even 5 years out of Hogwarts. For a moment she looked like she wanted to ask what did he want, but then she recognized him. "Oh, yes, Mr. Potter. Gringotts informed us that you may be coming here. Unfortunately, they did not provide us with the time of your visit, so we could not arrange an appointment for you." The witch said, "Ms. Bridget has an appointment right now, but she should be free in like 20 minutes. Are you willing to wait?" Harry nodded. While he had hoped to visit the ministry today as well, this was more important. His licenses could wait until tomorrow. "Yes, thank you." The receptionist witch quickly wrote something on a piece of parchment on her desk, a message to Ms. Bridget, before turning her attention back to the young wizard in front of her. "Were you informed about the prices?" the receptionist witch asked him then. The young Lord Potter Slytherin nodded. While 15 galleon per hour seemed like a bit too much, it actually gave the barristers about as much money as a major department head's secretary earned, so it all was fair. "Yes, I was. Goblins are meticulous. In a good way, of course, if nothing else. They had informed me about your rates when they suggested I contact your firm." 25 minutes later Ms. Bridget's current client, a big but otherwise quite plain man in his late 50s, came down the stairs from the second floor where the offices were. Still, the receptionist witch told Harry to wait till his possible barrister was ready to see him. Finally, another 5 minutes later, the witch told him that he could go. Thanking the witch, the young Potter Slytherin rose from the chair he was sitting in as he was waiting and headed upstairs. While the reception area didn't have any really impressive decor, the second floor, where the 4 offices, nameplates on the doors said that the offices belonged to Mr. Samuel Carter, Mr. Howard L. Bridget, Ms. Violet L. Bridget and Mr. Leonardo Ashford, was decorated in such a way that no one will have any doubts that the firm was old and prosperous. Harry politely knocked on the door leading to Ms. Bridget's office, and after she told him to, he entered her office. It was a pretty large room, with one wall hidden behind an enormous bookcase, filled with books on magical and muggle law for pretty much every civilized country in the world. There also was a great number of thick folders, most likely containing data on various clients of the firm. All of those folders being under the most powerful encryption, copyright and all-round protective charms, of course. The wall across from the bookcase had an ornate clock on it, as well as a couple of scenery paintings. Minibar was also there. The third wall, the one across from the entrance, had windows, showing the Diagon Alley. The big mahogany table, with some documents on it, but mostly clean, was there in front of the windows. Behind the said table a big leather armchair in which Ms. Bridget was sitting, while 2, albeit simpler, armchairs were in front of the table for her clients to sit in. Ms. Violet L. Bridget herself was a face of a prosperous firm. She was pretty young, still in her early 20s, and beautiful aristocratic-looking woman with blue eyes and dark blonde hair that was made into a single id. She was wearing what looked to be a mixture between grey muggle business suit and high-quality wizarding robes. She also had elegant glees that currently were resting on her table. "Good morning," Harry greeted her. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she replied. "I was told that you have some important business." The young wizard nodded. "Shall we begin then?" she asked, while putting her glees back on. "Very well," Harry replied. "My predecessors tell only good things about your firm in their journals, and I have no reason to foresee the things will be different. But I still would like to see how you work, before signing any long-term partnership contracts." "No offense." Violet nodded. "None taken," she said simply. The boy in front of her seemed too intelligent and cunning, the qualities she liked in her partners, unless those were used against her. And hers somehow, of course. "Please continue. The first thing I need your help with is unsealing my parents' wills and executing them. This will not be as easy as it may sound, as Albus Dumbledore had sealed those not a week after my parents' death and seems to think that the wills are better this way." Harry made a small pause. "I will make a request about unsealing once I stand in front of Wizengamot as Lord Potter, but I feel that having some help from someone with more experience in magical law would be beneficial. Ms. Bridget nodded in agreement. Of course, my father and I will help you there. James and Lily Potter were our valuable client. The blonde witch replied, while writing his request down onto the parchment. And executing their wills will be a great honor to our firm. Harry nodded. Thank you. I also find myself in need of a reliable proxy for my Potter seat on Wizengamot. I'm still a Hogwarts student and, thus, confined to the castle for 9 months a year. I believe that your firm can help me in finding someone whom I can trust to vote as House Potter would. He said. What kind of a person are you looking for? Violet asked, while picking another parchment for her notes. First of all, I want someone who will not be swayed by bribes, for I am sure that there will be those willing to buy my votes. The proxy I'm looking for should be someone who agrees that some progress is needed by the magical world, but also he or she must understand that doing it quickly, like Dumbledore and his followers want to, will only be met with great resistance from traditionalists and forcing the issue that way will not do much good. In other words, my proxy should believe that slow and steady progress is the way to keep magical world from decadence. The young Potter said, I believe we can find someone like that. Ms. Bridget replied as she was taking notes about her customer's request. Should I arrange meetings with the candidates once I'm sure that they fit your criteria? Harry shook his head. Thank you, but no. Just forward me their names and, if possible, addresses. I'd like to arrange the meetings myself. I will be informing you when I have had a meeting, and its results. The witch nodded. Very well, she said. Anything else? Harry nodded. I need your firm to build a case against Albus Dumbledore. Violet looked very surprised. Let me explain. The green-eyed wizard said. Despite his reputation, the man is nowhere as good as he wants people to think he is. He did put me and my friends under illegal memory charms. I'm only aware of that because mine was broken. Another thing I can accuse Dumbledore of is willful endangerment of Hogwarts students on at least 2 accounts during 1991-1992 school year. Finally, despite my protests, he insisted that I return to an abusive house for the summer, which can be considered child abuse abatement. I'm quite sure that there are more misdeeds, but I'm not aware of those yet. Even if what you say is true, those would not be enough to do anything. These charges are not serious enough to remove him from his position of chief warlock. And once the trial is over, he will be able to appeal to himself, and you will be again at square one at best. At worst, the witch replied, if you want the Dumbledore to pay for his misdeeds, you'll need to accuse him of something very serious. Otherwise it is not likely that would even be found guilty. He is seen as the hero of the wizarding world, and many people worship him too much to allow something tarnish his reputation. I know that, Harry replied. That's why I want your help with building a proper case. The more evidence and crimes we have there, the easier it will be for us to do Dumbledore justice. He sighed. This is why I'm being a bad friend, actually. I know now how to remove memory charms, but I still let my friend have one so that healers will be able to give us the evidence that it was done by Hogwarts, illustrious headmaster. I see, was all that Violet said in response. So, for now we will be collecting evidence against Dumbledore and wait till we have enough to bring him down. She said after a pause. Yes, we will, Harry replied, and once we have collected enough to be sure that the old man will be stripped of his position, we will strike. Then he thought about what he had said. Damn, he sounded so much like one of those fictional villains from Dudley's comics and TV shows. The only thing that was missing was his evil laughter. Sorry, that sounded not exactly right. I indeed intend to do Dumbledore justice, but not out of revenge, though it is among my motives as well, but because he is forgetting that he is yet another national, who is not above the law, greater good, or not. Violet nodded. All right, so how will we go about this? I shall do my own research into the misdeeds of Dumbledore, and I'll you the result monthly. She said. That will do. The young Potter answered with a nod. But do try to be discreet. I'm not sure, but there might be mail redirection wards around Hogwarts that react to specific words in the letters. It wouldn't do if our little plan is uncovered before we're ready to strike. The witch looked at him. You'll be in your 3rd year at Hogwarts, right? She asked, receiving a nod for an answer. The problem with the wards can be solved this way then. On the weekends, when you can go to Hogsmeade, I'll be sending my eye stand to P the message to you there. It'll cost you some extra money, though. Harry thought about this for a moment. Yes, that should work. And the money will not be a problem. He said, I'll be sending you my own findings with your eye stand. Very well, Violet replied. Do you have anything else you want to address? The green-eyed wizard shook his head. No, not at the moment. The blonde witch nodded as she signed a new folder with his name and put all of the notes she had made during her meeting with him into it. All right then. Now, if you will, I'd like to start on the tasks you've given me. Harry nodded. Have a good day then, Mr. Potter, Violet said with a small, barely noticeable, smile. And you too, and thank you for your time. With a bow, Harry left Ms. Bridget's office. Once he was downstairs, he paid the fee for his visit to the receptionist witch. After a quick lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, the young Potter headed to the Ministry of Magic, wanting to get his apparition and portkey creation licenses today. Since he didn't want to make a fool of himself with the way he usually exited the flow, Harry decided to use the public entrance, and the little walk that he needed to reach it didn't bother him at all. Finally he stood in front of a damaged telephone box. Hoping that the things hadn't changed since Tom Riddle's last visit in 60s, Harry dialed the number, 62442. As soon as the dial whirled back into its proper position, cool female voice said, Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business. Not sure whether he should reply into the speaker or not, Harry answered loudly, hoping that he would be heard regardless of which way was right one. Harry James Potter, to visit the Department of Magical Transportation. Thank you. Visitor, please take the badge and attach it to the front of your robes. The very same voice said, while a silver square badge slid out where change coins usually come. As soon as Harry had the badge attached, the telephone box started sinking into the ground. Visitor to the ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium. After about a minute, a chink of golden light illuminated the descending telephone box. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day, said the woman's voice. The door of the telephone box sprang open, and Harry stepped out into the atrium. He was standing at one end of a very long and splendid hall with a highly polished, dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that kept moving and changing like some enormous heavenly noticeboard. The walls on each side were paneled in shiny dark wood and had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds a witch or wizard would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh. On the right-hand side, short queues were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart. Halfway down the hall was a fountain. A group of golden statues, larger than life-size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin and a house elf. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. Glittering jets of water were flying from the ends of their wands, the point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat and each of the house elf's ears, so that the tinkling hiss of falling water was added to the pops and cracks of the apparatus and the clatter of footsteps as hundreds of witches and wizards strode towards a set of golden gates at the far end of the hall. At the said end of the hall there indeed was a security desk, but the wizard that sat there was shamelessly sleeping, instead of doing his work. Shrugging, Harry headed straight to the lift, managing to fit into one of them with the group of the ministry workers. A couple of stops later, the young Potter finally reached the level 6 where the Department of Magical Transportation was located. The young wizard's first step was Apparition Test Center. The center occupied a large room, but it seemed that only one worker was present there, an oddly colorless wizard, with transparent eyelashes, wispy hair, and an insubstantial air, as though a single gust of wind might blow him away. And much like the wizard at the security table, he was sleeping as well. Ahem, Harry said, as he knocked on the table surface loudly, waking the wizard up. I'd like to try myself at the apparition test, and, if possible, acquire the license. The wizard, Wilkie Twycross if one was to believe the name written on his badge, looked at him. You must be of age to pee the test. The apparition instructor replied, before trying to go back to sleep. The green-eyed wizard, though, wasn't about to give up easily. "Does this count?" he asked, showing his Potter ring. The Slytherin one was currently invisible. Wilkie looked at the ring. A couple of seconds later, he nodded. "I suppose it does," he said, while standing up from his armchair. "Now, why don't we see if you can pee the test?" Harry silently followed the man into another room where the tests were conducted. 2 hours, an hour for theoretical lesson, and 1 for practice. Later, Harry James Potter was having his apparition license safely tucked in the inner pocket of his robes. The memories of apparating he got from the Horcrux were really helpful and allowed him to successfully jump from one end of the room to another on his third try. Still, it was required to do 3 successful apparitions in a row to get the license. Looking at the clock, Harry decided that he had enough time to try his luck in getting Portkey creation license as well, so he headed to the Portkey office. Late in the evening, Harry was lying on the bed in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. Today he managed to acquire both licenses he needed for his plans, even though it had exhausted him quite a bit, especially after his morning at the Carter, Bridget and Ashford law firm. The young wizard was almost sleeping when an owl-bearing Gringotts collar appeared on his windowsill with a package attached to its leg. Removing the package, Harry opened it, finding a pair of wristbands he had ordered, along with a note from his estate manager which said that the goblin managed to talk the blacksmiths into giving him the saber with the ownership rights he had proposed. Making a mental note to thank Goldsaw the next time he saw him, the young Potter transfigured the gray paper the wristbands had arrived in into a more colorful one to wrap them for Draconica. After all, tomorrow was her 13th birthday. Once he was done with wrapping the gift for the blonde witch, Harry asked Hedwig to deliver it to the Malfoy Manor to the birthday girl. Draconica sighed. Why did Harry have to send her such a gift for her birthday? Sure, the wristbands were looking so good on her and she liked them very much, but they also had her feelings for him resurface. There were some that went beyond just friendship. The blonde witch herself was now ready to admit that. Only to herself, of course. And that was something that she didn't need. Especially not now, when her body was going through puberty, and even her considerable self-control wasn't enough to keep her raging hormones completely in check. Still, she liked the wristbands too much to just lay them aside in hopes of keeping her mind away from the sender. Damn you, Potter. Shaking her head, the young witch cleared her mind from the thoughts about her green-eyed year mate and got to opening the rest of the gifts she was sent this year. Meanwhile, completely unaware of Draconica's problems, Harry apparated at the edge of wards that surrounded Slytherin's cottage, which he couldn't see yet, as it was hidden behind the trees. 10 minutes of walking later, the young wizard found himself standing in front of a 2-story wooden house with plastered walls and crust-laid roof. Despite not being used for the last several centuries, the cottage looked pretty well, almost like it was just built, thanks to the many layers of protective magic that surrounded it. Same could be said about the small garden with a pond that was behind the house. The magic kept it like it should be, preventing the nature from turning the area back into the forest. Harry chuckled. With some work, this would be a really nice place to live at. And he didn't mind doing some dirty work to turn the garden into what it should be. Instead of a lawn with overgrown it was right now. Postponing his plans for the garden for the time when the cottage will be lived in, the young Lord Potter Slytherin entered the house. It was just as big on the inside as it was from the outside, not that Harry minded it. What he did mind, though, were centimeters of dust on every horizontal surface. And he didn't know any powerful magic to deal with the dust quickly. Hogwarts didn't teach many household charms, and Tom Riddle didn't learn any beyond those he was taught. Why would a Dark Lord need to know them? Sighing, Harry started vanishing the dust with those weak spells he knew. It took him a couple of hours of hard spellwork, but in the end both floors of the cottage, along with the basement, where the potions lab was located, were as clean as they could be. During his dusting spree, the green-eyed wizard also made his first inventory of the cottage. 3 bedrooms, though not very big ones, a study room with a small leery and a bathroom made the second floor, while a kitchen, a dining room, a living room and another bathroom were on the first. The basement contained the potions lab and the supply room for ingredients. And most of the rooms had only furniture, and some old and empty GL bottles could be found in the dining room and in the kitchen. Only the study room and its leery seemed to be untouched. The rest of the day Harry spent making sure that everything in the house was working as it should and that the wards were at their maximal power. The wards, anchoring stones, were cleverly disguised to look like yet another bricks that formed the fireplace in the living room. The young Potter apparated back to London at about 7 in the evening, tired from all the magic he did today, but also rather pleased with himself for what he did today. Tomorrow he was planning to buy for the things he'll need for his new house, which meant that there will be shopping, both in the Muggle world and magical. It was late morning of Saturday, 5th June, when Augusta Longbottom and her grandson Neville flowed to the lobby of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The reason for this visit was a letter that she had received a couple of days ago that said that her grandson might be memory charmed, something that the old witch had to deal with as soon as possible. No heir of the ancient and noble house Longbottom should have those disgusting memory blocks on him. "Good morning, Lady Longbottom, Heir Longbottom." A blonde witch in a grey business suit greeted them once they had straightened themselves up. The older witch looked at her with a critical eye, trying to think why would someone meet them there, especially someone who belonged to the House L. Bridget. They weren't a noble house yet, but they still were well known and respected for their juridical work. "Good morning, Ms. Bridget," Augusta greeted back, while Neville just bowed, allowing his grandmother to do the talking. "I take it that you being here has something to do with our own visit to the hospital," Lady Longbottom stated in a matter-of-fact voice. Violet nodded. "Indeed it does. My client is currently building a case against a certain wizard, and he suspects that this wizard was the one to place memory charms on Neville there. I'm here to collect the evidence, should my client's suspicions prove to be right." Augusta nodded. "Very well," was all that she said, before she headed to the stairs, Neville following her closely behind. Violet made a barely audible sigh, and followed the two Longbottoms. Soon they were on the 4th floor, where all healers that dealt with spell damage were located. There was no queue to the oblivation specialist, so Lady Longbottom knocked on the door. Once she was told that they could come in, the old witch entered the healer's office, with Neville and Violet following her a second later. "Good morning. I'm healer Arnold Blackwater," the man in the lime green robes greeted them. "What can I do for you today?" he asked then. "There's a suspicion that my grandson has a memory charm placed on him about a year ago," Augusta answered, while making Neville come forward. "I want him to be checked. If he indeed was memory charmed, I want the charm removed, and I want to know who had placed it." Arnold nodded. "That shall be done, Lady Longbottom." He got out of his armchair and headed to the room attached to his office, while gesturing for Neville to follow him. "Come here, young man." Once the younger wizard entered that room, the healer told the two witches to wait, while he was working and closed the door, activating the privacy barriers so that nothing will distract him. About 10 minutes later healer Blackwater returned to his office with a slightly dazed Neville going to sit next to his grandmother. Picking a blank parchment from the heap on his table, Arnold pressed the tip of his wand to it and muttered a long incantation for some charm under his breath. A moment later a text appeared on the parchment. After looking at it to see whether there were any mistakes and finding none, the healer pays the parchment to Lady Longbottom, who, in turn, gave it to Violet. "I do not know who told you that Mr. Longbottom here may be under a memory charm, but he was right. There indeed was one, placed sometime around 1 year ago," the healer said to Augusta, who nodded. "As you have asked, I've removed this memory charm. This why your grandson is dazed a bit right now, his mind is reabsorbing the memories. I'd suggest you spend some time in the cafe upstairs, before leaving." Lady Longbottom nodded. "Thank you, healer Blackwater," she said, standing up. "Let's go, Neville." The boy nodded and followed her as they headed to the 5th floor. Violet went after them. Once they were sitting around the table in the cafe, Neville was still dazed a bit. Augusta asked Violet, "So, who was the bastard that dared to do this to my grandson?" The blonde witch gave the report back. "As my client suspected, it was Albus Dumbledore." Lady Longbottom nodded, accepting the fact, while internally she really wanted to hurt that old goat. How dare he? "Dumbledore?" Neville asked. "He obliviated me and Harry so that no one would know about the stone." This made both witches to raise their eyebrows, asking for some elaboration. "He had hidden the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts, Gran. Didn't I write you about it?" Augusta shook her head. "You never wrote about the Philosopher's Stone hidden at school." Seeing the shocked expression on her grandson's face, Lady Longbottom came to a conclusion that made her even angrier with Dumbledore. "Violet, please add interfering with private correspondence to the list of charges against our esteemed headmaster." The blonde witch nodded, and produced a piece of parchment from the pocket of her suit and scribed something on it with the self-inking quill she had with her. "Now, Neville, what were you saying about Philosopher's Stone?" As I've said, he had it hidden in the castle. The boy replied, "I don't know why it was there, though. Near the end of the school year things turned into a mess as someone had abducted Hermione, Ms. Granger, and wanted Harry to come to where the stone was hidden if he wanted to save her. I, of course, went with him, but we got separated before we reached her. I don't know what happened down there, but both Harry and Hermione were in a bad shape, like they were tortured, and our Dada professor was missing, most likely dead." Neville said, "I think that Dumbledore obliviated us to sweep this whole mess under the rug." His grandmother nodded, while he could say that he blocked memories to protect Mr. Potter and Ms. Granger from the aftereffects of whatever dark magic was used on them. He had no such reason for your oblivation. She said, "And since we already added memory charming you to the list of his crimes, I will only add endangerment of the children to that list." Violet shook her head. "My client already added that. According to him, keeping the stone at Hogwarts wasn't the only time when Dumbledore knowingly endangered students of Hogwarts." "I see," Augusta replied. "Now, since my grandson seems to be involved with this mess, I'd like to say that House Longbottom shall aid you in doing that old goat justice." The blonde witch nodded. "I thank you, Lady Longbottom, for this offer." By the end of the week, Harry, more or less finished turning Salazar's cottage back into a livable place. He even managed to convert the garden into something presentable, though he was far from finished with it. On Friday, Goldsaw had informed him that the teams that he had hired had finished working on the penthouse he owned in London and had already started on the summer house in Burling Gap. Aside from his dealing with his properties, the young double lord was also preparing for his Horcrux hunt. He was going to recover the ring first, and then the locket. The tiara will have to wait till the beginning of September, as Dumbledore was back to Hogwarts and Harry didn't fancy explaining him why he was sneaking through the castle's halls during the summer. Since Tom was a stronger wizard than Harry himself, the green-eyed not yet teen knew that would need boosters for his magic if he wanted to overcome the protections the Dark Lord had placed to keep his soul anchors safe. And so he was brewing some questionable or outright dark in the current age potions that would allow him to match Tom in raw magical power, even if at a cost of nasty side effects. Finally, knowing that he'd have to seat through at least one Wizengamot session before he was allowed to appoint a proxy, the young Lord Potter Slytherin was preparing for the event. He had already chosen which session he will attend, the one on the 18th of June. It was on the same day with the final meeting of professors at Hogwarts before their significantly shorter vacations started. Dumbledore will be there, so he won't be able to prevent Harry from being recognized as the Lord of Noble House Potter. Hopefully, Violet will be able to find a wizard or witch he would find acceptable as his proxy by then. On Monday, Harry inspected the penthouse, and was very pleased with the job done there. The wards were so strong that he could literally feel them, everything looked new and pretty, and everything was working as it should. All he had to do now was to pay the annual fee for keeping the fireplace on the Flow network. Speaking of which, Harry was thinking about adding the Slytherin's cottage to the network as well, but wasn't sure about it. Oh well, it was not like he hadn't time to ponder on it. Tuesday morning, the green-eyed wizard started his preparation for recovering the ring Horcrux from the Gaunt Shack, where it was left by Voldemort. He had altered his belt, so that it would hold all the potions he might need for this little adventure. He also made sure that his dragon hide gloves were in perfect condition. He remembered Tom placing a rather nasty curse on the ring, and sure as hell didn't want to be hit by it, and added several charms to increase the protection his robes offered, for the curse on the ring was not the only thing to protect the Horcrux. The final thing he made sure he had with him were 2 emergency portkeys, one to his penthouse and one to St. Mungo's, the later set to activate on its own, should he lose conscious. Hopefully he won't need them. But there was one other thing Harry needed to do before he was ready to go after the Gaunt Ring. He needed to set up the runic array for the ritual that allowed one to break the connection between the soul piece of the Horcrux and the physical object to which it was tied. The green-eyed wizard was really thankful that Tom's memories had all the information he needed about this ritual, or he would have to resort to destroying the ring with something as nasty as fiend fire, since his fang sabers weren't completed yet. Once all of the preparations were completed, the young Lord Potter Slytherin had a late lunch before leaving the cottage. Since the wards around the property prevented only incoming apparition, he had no problems. Will dissipating, he reappeared on the dirty path with trees blocking almost all of the sunlight that was coming from a partially clouded sky. He could see a shack hidden among the tangle of tree trunks with nettles almost hiding the windows. All in all, this place looked to be even more abandoned than even in Tom's memories, but Harry also felt strong repelling ward that was set to discourage anyone from coming any closer to the shack. The ward wasn't going to stop him, though, as he was too set on recovering the Horcrux, and he knew Voldemort's way around it. A dozen steps down the road there was another ward, this one set to deal some real damage to the intruders, but Harry easily stopped it from going off. Knowing all of your enemy's tricks was really helpful. Using a transfigured rabbit to set off some traps with really nasty curses that were further down the road, Harry finally reached the shack's door, immediately noticing a skeleton with some remaining badly rotten flesh nailed to it. The door itself was greatly reinforced by magic, and the lock was a P-word based one, in Parseltongue, of course, so no one unwanted would come in. Of course, someone like Dumbledore might be able to brute force his way in, but Harry couldn't do that even after drinking his magic boosters. Thankfully, he didn't need to. He knew the P-word. Open the way to my immortality. The green-eyed wizard hissed in the language. For a couple of seconds nothing happened, but then the locks opened with clang, while the charms, that wouldn't allow the door to be opened otherwise, stopped working. Inside, the shack was very dirty with the thick layer of dust on everything Harry could see. Paying no mind to that, though, the young wizard headed to the room, which Voldemort labeled as the bedroom in his memories of this place. The reason for that was a big truss of leaves that was used as a bed by the Tom's Uncle Morphin. Next to the bed, there was half-decayed rug, with a powerful ward that would try to incinerate anyone foolish enough to try removing it. And, unlike the other wards here Harry had seen so far, this one had no way around it. Once again using transfigured animals, the young wizard removed the rug, revealing the trapdoor. Since there was no wards on it, he put his dragon hide gloves on and opened it. Inside, there was a small wooden box, in which the ring was residing. Using the counter curses from Voldemort's memories, Harry diffused the traps on the box and opened it, revealing the ring. It consisted of a thick golden band with a big black square stone on it. This ring was screaming wealth, and, thus, clashed horribly with how poor the Gaunt family was in its last days. Also, the stone had a strange markings in it, a triangle with an inscribed circle, in which there was a vertical line. Harry had a feeling that this sign was important, but could not understand why, and Voldemort's memories provided no help. Deciding that he can deal with it later, he drank one of his magic booster potions and, once it was working, pointed his wand at the ring. Finite Morier Viscous. Once the curse from the ring was gone, Harry picked it up with his gloves on, of course, and placed it into the special pouch he brought with him, before dissipating away to the Salazar's cottage. Lord Malfoy took another sip of tea from his cup. Across the table from him, the host of this little meeting, the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, sent a piece of a cake into his mouth. This was one of many friendly meetings the two had, and like always, they were having some small talk up until now. But that was going to change. And another thing, Minister. The blonde wizard said, I'm afraid that we had allowed Dumbledore too much freedom in ruling Hogwarts. I'm concerned about the level of the education my children are receiving here. Cornelius, softened up by the afternoon tea and some galleons that were slipped into his pockets at beginning of the meeting, nodded, allowing his friend to continue. While most of the subjects are still as good as they were in the past, I don't think that constantly changing the Dada professors is doing anything good for the children. And let's not forget about the professors themselves. Dumbledore isn't hiring the best ones, I'm afraid. Yes, Lucius, Cornelius replied with a nod. I've heard that the last one was completely incompetent and didn't teach anything at all. The Lord of the Noble House Malfoy nodded. Indeed, this last school year the children, the future of our world, had to learn the Dada on their own. Of course, that was bad only for the pure-blood children, who needed that riffraff knowing anything. The mudbloods shouldn't even be taught how to use the noble gift of magic they have stolen from its rightful owners. I think it's about time the ministry sends someone competent to teach our children what they should know about the defense. I will see what I can do about it, Fudge said, but I'm afraid the Auror Corps don't have men to spare in our troubled times. Lucius nodded, accepting this. Of course, you shall let our Aurors do their job of protecting citizens of magical Britain from the evils lurking around. He said, but I'm sure the ministry can spare someone from the more bureaucratic position for that. The blond man made a pause, before giving the final reason for Cornelius to do that. And I've heard that young Potter is not on the best terms with Dumbledore, and should the ministry provide him with something the old man can't, good education, I'm sure he will support you over the headmaster. Now Lucius could clearly see the dreams of political power he would gain with Potter's support in Minister's eyes. Yes, of course, Lucius, Fudge replied. I'm sure that there is someone eager to help the new generation among my subordinates. Now that I think about it, my undersecretary was very good at defense during her Hogwarts years. Another lie. I'll ask if she's willing to take the position of the Dada professor. Of course, Minister, that's all I can ask for, Lord Malfoy said. Now, what do you think about Tornado's last game? I personally think that. The blond man switched back to the small talk, preparing the minister for another suggestion, this time for the new werewolf bill. Harry once again cursed the one who had invented that particular magic-boosting potion he used during the destruction of the ring Horcrux. Sure, it was easy and fast to brew, but its taste was vile, and the aftereffects were horrible. Especially since he had to take 4 doses in order to make the ritual work. It was 2 days since he had raided the Gaunt Shack for the ring and destroyed the abomination within it, and he was still in a world of pain and barely able to move on his own, with his magic almost non-existent at the moment. Hopefully, he will get better during the next week, or he'll have to change his plans for appearing in front of the Wizengamot. It would not do if he, not even 13 yet, appeared there while his power was barely above that of a squib. Anyway, with the ring Horcrux successfully destroyed, Voldemort was down to 4 at the moment, and before the Halloween he'll have only 2 left. Still too many to make the Dark Lord completely mortal again, but with his God knows where and the Hufflepuff's cup inaccessible in Gringotts, that was the most Harry could do. Not being able to do much other than thinking as he was suffering from the after effects of the potions, the green-eyed wizard started planning his actions for when Tom would return. Having the Dark Lord's memories, the young Double Lord knew that sooner or later Voldemort will get himself a new body. Since killing him without all of the Horcruxes being destroyed was pretty useless, Harry decided that needed an alternative way of dealing with the Dark Lord, something that would take care of that monster with or without his soul anchors. But what could that be? Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore read the application papers in front of him. And then he read them again, and even for the 3rd time. To make sure that they weren't a hallucination. After all, it was years since someone willingly came forward and applied to the defense against the dark arts professor's position here at Hogwarts. That curse on the position made sure of that. Yet, there, in front of him, was one such application. And it was submitted by the senior undersecretary of the Minister for Magic himself. Sure, the ancient headmaster planned on asking another person to take the Dada professor's position, but for some reason Owls had troubles finding Remus Lupin, and there was just a week before the deadline. By the end of the professors' meeting on the 18th June, the lists of the book the students would need in upcoming school year were to be approved. Dumbledore reread the application once more and sighed. With young Remus incommunicado, he had to have someone else take the position. So it looked like he'll really have to hire Madame Umbridge for the defense against the dark arts professor's position. And even though the events of the previous school year, namely Gilderoy Lockhart, showed him that believing everything without a background check could lead to some very bad results, Dumbledore was sure that the senior undersecretary of the Minister for Magic couldn't be anything but good at Dada. Sighing once again, he really wanted Remus to teach defense this year. As Harry, things appeared that he and not Mr. Longbottom was the chosen one needed to make some more connections with his family. The ancient headmaster started writing his response to Dolores' application, stating that she was to be there during the professors' meeting on the 18th June, so that the books that the students would need for her course would be approved along with all others. Once he finished his missive, Albus Dumbledore summoned one of the Hogwarts owls to his tower and attached the letter to its leg. The owl hooted and took off and disappeared in the darkness of the night, as it was on its way to deliver the message to one Dolores Umbridge. While the senior undersecretary, Madame Umbridge was not someone who liked dealing with children, especially those that were not of a pureblood families, she was still happy that her application for the Dada professor's position was accepted. Why? It was simple. With her being the professor at Hogwarts, she will be in position to influence that half-blood Potter boy to make him the icon of the ministry, and, thus, ensure that she and Cornelius will be the ones in power for a long time. And should the T refuse cooperating, she would make sure that he will never get a decent job in magical Britain. Another reason why she had agreed with Cornelius' plan to have her teaching at Hogwarts was the fact this would allow her to at least somewhat limit and control what those unworthy of magic, namely everyone who wasn't a British pureblood, were taught. She will show those bastards that purebloods were the elite of the magical world and the rest were nothing more than a dirt under their feet. But with Dumbledore and his cronies everywhere at Hogwarts, she wouldn't be able to run her discriminating company in the open. And to run it from the shadows, she'd need to be seen in a good light by her future colleagues. So, dumping all of her current tasks on her substitute, she began preparing her speeches for the upcoming professors' meeting. Tiberius Ogden, the honorary member of Wizengamot and the inventor of the most popular recipe of the fire whiskey, walked onto the stage in the center of the chamber. On the days like today, when Dumbledore was absent, he was acting as the chief warlock. Good day, lords and ladies of Wizengamot. Welcome to the second summer session of the year 1993. Before we begin with today's agenda, I'd like to welcome Lord Potter to this august body. Those 30 wizards and witches that were in the chamber looked at Harry, who stood up from his seat. It was customary for the new members of Wizengamot to give a speech. I thank you, Master Ogden. The green-eyed youth said with a slight bow. He wasn't used to the robes that the members of Wizengamot were obliged to wear during the sessions, so he tried to do as little movements as possible. Lords and ladies, I thank you for accepting me as one of your equals. Harry ignored huffs that came from the couple of representatives of the darker families. And I promise to uphold the traditions and follow the codes of conduct of this august body to the best of my ability. He made a small pause. I know that I'm here several years earlier than either you, or I myself had expected, but the Potter ring decided that now I was worthy of it, and so I do try my best to fulfill my duties of the head of the noble House Potter. Now, this might have earned him an approval from those members of Wizengamot that were Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. He was making an impression of a hard worker, trying to fill the shoes that were now too big for him. After all, he was a lord before he was even 13. He was about to say something more, but Tiberius raised his hand, signaling that it was enough. Thank you, Lord Potter. The fire whiskey inventor said. Now that you are recognized as the member of this august body, let us begin the session. Once everyone settled down, the acting chief warlock continued. First on today's agenda is the project of the new werewolf bill, proposed by our Minister for Magic. And from here Tiberius proceeded to read the contents of the document in question, which took almost half an hour. After that the discussions began. The darker families were agreeing with the bill in that those cursed by lycanthropy should be forbidden from taking the jobs in the magical world and should monitored closely by the minders. The lighter lords and ladies was arguing that werewolves were just as human, albeit with some problems, one night a month, as the rest of the magicals, so this bill was discriminating and would have a negative influence on the ministry. Having read a couple of psychology books, Harry was sure that since werewolves were actually cursed humans, placing such barbaric restrictions on them would only make them cause more troubles, which was not a good thing. So he was agreeing with those that thought that this bill needed to be vetoed. Finally it was time for the voting on the bill. As he was the acting chief warlock, Tiberius Ogden was the one to conduct it. All in favor of the werewolf bill number 93 to 121. Tiberius announced. Immediately, 9 wands were up, all of those belonging to the members of the darker houses. Once the acting chief warlock had them counted, the wands were lowered. All against the werewolf bill number 93 to 121. This time about 12.5 wands, including Harry's, were raised. Mr. Ogden counted them all, before announcing the final result. 18 against 9, the werewolf bill. Number 93 to 121 is rebuffed. There were some murmurs of disagreement with this coming from, unsurprisingly, from the darker houses, but they could do nothing about the decision. Now, on to the next business on today's agenda. Decree number 93 to 317 about the new set of taxes on CLC potion sales. The contents of the decree in question were read and then the discussions began. It was so boring that Harry was starting to have the second thoughts about his initial decision of sitting through the entire session. He was going to die from boredom. But he couldn't leave during the hour-long K that would be in the middle of the session, not today, as he needed to make a good impression on his fellow lords and ladies, and running away would only do him a disservice. At least, he could have his proxy deal with this. Once he got himself one. Those two wizards that Violet had found so far weren't what Harry wanted his proxy to be. The next morning Dumbledore was down in the Great Hall for some breakfast, while thinking about the professors' meeting yesterday. Madame Umbridge, despite her somewhat haughty attitude and horrible fashion sense, managed to make a good impression on her now colleagues. But the ancient headmaster was not as out of touch with the reality as some thought, so he could see that the senior undersecretary was taking the Dada professor's position not out of a desire to help students get a proper education. She had some other agenda there. Too bad he couldn't know what it was, not yet. So it was impossible for him to undertake the countermeasures. He needed all of the power he had right now for the greater good. An owl carrying the today's edition of the Daily Prophet flew into the Great Hall and landed in front of the headmaster, presenting the newspaper to him. Paying the owl 5 nuts for her work, Albus Dumbledore opened the newspaper and started reading it, while drinking some tea. The werewolf bill was vetoed. Good. The decree about taxes on potion sales sent back for the review. Not so good as should it be paid. It would make Severus even less pleasant to deal with. The other 2 bills were so useless, that the ancient wizard didn't care much about Wizengame's decision regarding them. Suddenly his eyes caught a familiar name in the M of text. Rereading the article, Dumbledore saw that, indeed, Harry Potter was mentioned there as the new Lord Potter. This was not good at all, as Harry's ascent into the legal adulthood would make it extremely hard for him, Dumbledore, to guide the boy along the way to the greater good of the magical world. Of course, not everything was lost and he still could manipulate the things according to his plan to bring the greater good to the magical Britain, but Harry's new status would force him to be extremely careful, more so than he normally was, to ensure that the light side was the one ruling. With the young Potter, the chosen one, at this moment Dumbledore was still thinking that Harry was more suited for this role than Neville as their icon. Shaking his head, the elderly headmaster put the newspaper aside and started making new plans to bring the greater good to life. Completely unaware of the old meddling man's planning, Harry walked out of the Gringotts Bank. There were 2 reasons as to why he had visited the Goblin Bank today. First of all, the Goblin craftsman had requested him to come to verify something about the sabers they were making, and Harry was quite pleased to know that the swords were almost complete by now. And the second reason for him to visit the Basque was to pay the last of the money he owed for his Potter properties being cleaned and fixed and rewarded. Surprisingly enough, it didn't cost him as much as he thought it would, but who was he to complain about that? Speaking of his properties, while the penthouse in London was nice, the Burling Gap summer house was a place he fell in love with. The house was not very big, smaller than Salazar's cottage actually, as it had only 2 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom and 1 smaller, for a guest or a child, but it was very tastefully decorated and, of course, it was located in a very picturesque place, just next to the 7 Sister Cretaceous Cliffs. There also was a small private sandy beach next to the house, and a pier big enough for a couple of yachts. Unfortunately, though, Harry thought, this summer was too busy for him to just relax, no matter how much he wished he could. He still needed to add anti-Portkey wards to the Chamber of Secrets, and there was another Voldemort's Horcrux. He also needed to prepare something to ease the destruction of the Diadem Horcrux at Hogwarts. He couldn't spend several days in the hospital with his magic drained without raising some questions he didn't want to answer. Finally, he still needed to find himself a proxy for his Wizengamot vote. Hopefully, Violet will be able to find someone to be his proxy soon enough, though he wasn't relying just on her and was looking out for such a wizard or a witch himself as well. Creating anti-Portkey wards in the Chamber of Secrets wasn't nearly as hard as Harry expected it to be, even if it still taxes his magic a lot. It wasn't all that hard, mostly because Voldemort's memories contained a full set of instructions for various types of anti-transportation wards. Anti-portkey wards, with exceptions being the ward he chose. After all, it wouldn't do if he himself couldn't get to the chamber via the portkey, right? Even though he finished raising the wards early in the afternoon, the young Lord Potter Slytherin did not go up into the castle to retrieve the diadem. Dumbledore was here, at Hogwarts, and being caught by him now was not something that Harry needed. Oh well, it was not like a wraith that the Britain's last Dark Lord would come and take the diadem Horcrux away from its current place. So, once the wards in the Chamber of Secrets were up, Harry used one of his portkeys, already keyed into the new ward, to return to the Salazar's cottage. He still needed to prepare to retrieve and destroy the locket Horcrux. As far as Harry knew from Voldemort's memories, it still was in the cave not far from the orphanage where Tom grew up. Harry was also thinking about how he will deal with Voldemort himself when the Dark Lord will get himself a new body. The young wizard was sure that it was only a matter of time before Tom will rise again. Without all of the Horcruxes being destroyed, simply killing Voldemort would not work, as he will just revert back to his wraith form. Sure, by how Harry had thought up an idea about how to remove the Dark Lord regardless of his soul anchors, but more research was needed before the green-eyed wizard could tell that this will work. Dealing with the Dark Lords after your life was not something where you could afford to make a mistake. Pushing those thoughts to the back of his head for the time being, they would only be distracting him now. Harry entered the potions lab in the basement of the Salazar's cottage with the intent to start brewing a new batch of magic booster potions for his Horcrux hunt. It was late afternoon of the July the 2nd when Harry finally decided that he was finally ready to go after the locket. But since this operation would require several hours of his time, the young wizard decided that it would be better as he did it the next morning. The next day he woke up early and prepared the ritual for the Horcrux destruction. Once that was done, he put on his hunting attire and did a double check of his equipment. Once he was sure he was prepared for everything that may happen in the cave where the Horcrux was hidden, the young wizard apparated to a high outcrop of dark rock that was next to the towering cliff in which the cave was. Harry walked to the very edge of the rock where a series of jagged niches made footholds leading down to boulders that lay half submerged in water and closer to the cliff. It was a treacherous descent, but using both the memories of the correct path from Voldemort's memories and his own climbing skills that he had acquired while in Dursley's care, he successfully reached that much smaller boulder that was closest to a fissure in the cliff. Harry cast a warming charm and a charm to keep his clothes water repellent, before sliding from the boulder into the rather cold water of the sea. Swimming towards the slit in the rock face of the cliff was not easy. Because no one ever bothered to teach Harry how to swim, but in the end he reached the entrance of the cave. A dark tunnel with slimy walls were barely 3 feet apart and glimmered like wet tar in the pink light of his wand. It was clear that this tunnel would be filled with water at high tide, so he had to hurry if he didn't want to spend extra 6 hours in that cave. The tunnel curved to the left, before expanding into a large cave. Since he knew where the entrance to the inner cave was, he headed straight to the flat rock in the wall which was marked with a barely noticeable rune. Knowing from Tom's memories that he had to make a sacrifice of a blood to enter, Harry cast a small charm to make a small cut on the index finger of his left hand. Then he pressed the finger to the rune and watched as in a flash of silver and crimson and arched doors into the inner cave appeared next to the rune stone. Once the doors opened, he walked through them and found himself standing on the edge of a great black lake, so vast that Harry could not make out the distant banks. The ceiling of the cavern was not seen in the darkness that was somehow denser than the normal one. A misty greenish light shone far away in what looked like the middle of the lake. This light was reflected in the water below, showing that it was completely still. But it only made it clearer that a danger was hiding there. Walking around the lake, careful not to disturb the water, he did not want to be killed by the Inferi that were placed in the lake by Voldemort. Harry reached the spot where, according to Tom's memories, the boat that would carry him to the island in the center of the lake was supposed to be. Running his hand through the air, the young Potter soon found a chain made of pure magic. Once he pulled the chain, there was a clinking sound from the chain, now visible, coiling on the ground that echoed noisily off the rocky walls. Then something was pulled from the depths of the black water. A ghostly prow of a tiny boat broke the surface, glowing as green as the chain as it floated, with barely a ripple, toward the place on the bank where Harry stood. Once he took a seat in the boat, it started slowly riding towards the island in the center of the lake. The ride lasted for about a minute, a very uncomfortable minute of being separated from the inferi-filled lake by just a fragile boat. Finally though, Harry was once again standing on the solid ground. The island was not very big, barely larger than McGonagall's office back at Hogwarts. It was an expanse of flat dark stone on which stood nothing but the source of that greenish light, which looked much brighter when viewed close to. This source of the light was a stone basin rather like the Pensieve, which was set on top of a pedestal. Looking down into it, Harry saw that the basin was full of an emerald liquid emitting that phosphorescent greenish glow. According to the Voldemort's memories, the locket was in the basin, and to reach it, one needed to drink the potion. The potion that would cause the drinker to fall into dementia, and, thus become an easy target for the army of Inferi to kill. Of course, the Dark Lord had also put a way around it that was supposed to be known only to him. Now Harry knew it as well. Touching the secret runes on the basin, the green-eyed wizard made the potion to disappear from the basin. Reaching into the basin, Harry picked the locket up. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had made some kind of a mistake, as the army of Inferi woke up and was now slowly advancing onto the island from all sides. Damn! The young wizard swore. Incendio! A moderately large fireball hit the nearest undead, doing some heavy damage to it. But taking into the account how many Inferi were there, it was clear to Harry that he needed some more powerful magic. Quickly drinking a magic booster potion, he raised his wand up towards the ceiling. Flammaro Induco! A dome of fire surrounded Harry, destroying the Inferi that get too close to it. But a couple of seconds later the green-eyed wizard came to a conclusion that waiting for the Inferi to kill themselves against his shield was not a good idea. His protection would fail before the last undead would be offed. Canceling he dome of fire, Harry cast a powerful stream of fire at the closest Inferi, Ignis I Aculamo. The spell burned the animated corpse to ashes, along with those that were behind it. Ignis Falcisco. A sickle made of fire flew from the tip of Harry's wand, incinerating the group of the undead that tried to attack him from behind. The battle lasted for about 7 minutes, but in the end Harry managed to destroy all of the undead that came from the lake to rip him apart. Too bad that he had to take the second magic booster potion during the fight. The aftereffects were already kicking in, and they weren't pretty. And he still needed to get out of the cave and return to the Salazar's cottage. Taking the boat back to the mainland, Harry then walked to the spot where the exit from the inner cave was. Sacrificing some more of his blood, he opened the gateway to the outer cave. The tunnel he first entered this place from wasn't completely filled with water, so even with almost non-existent at the moment magic he would be to reach the other end. Though it would not be easy, as his entire body was aching from the aftereffects of the magic booster potions, and the warming charms he cast on himself had already weathered and he was shivering uncontrollably. Somehow he managed to make it to the outside. Still, right now he was on a boulder that stood in front of the cliff wall one could not climb without magic or a Muggle professional mountaineer equipment. Harry had neither at the moment. Or did he? Sure, he was going to regret this decision soon, but he drank the third magic booster potion. It would temporarily return his magic to the normal levels. Once he could feel his magical powers returning to him, Harry apparated back to the Salazar's cottage well, as close as the wards around it would allow, and ran to the house, hoping to get there before the effects of the potion wear off. He managed to get only to the bottom of the stairs, though, before the aftereffects of the potions hit him with their full power, leaving him lying on the floor, barely able to move at all. Oh well, at least he was at home. It was several hours since he had returned to the cottage, and only now Harry was able to move normally again, even though he still felt extremely tired and drained. Still, being curious about the locket he had retrieved, the young Potter decided to see what his locket was. After all, it belonged to Salazar once upon a time. When he managed to open the locket without Parseltongue, something that according to Tom's memories should be impossible, Harry started suspecting something was not right. But when, instead of an elaborate construction with 2GL windows, there was nothing but a folded piece of a parchment, Harry knew that someone had gotten the real Horcrux before him. What a disappointment that wasted so much time on the fake. But being curious who else had uncovered Voldemort's immortality secret, the young double lord pulled the parchment out of the fake locket and unfolded it. To the Dark Lord, I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real thing and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I going to face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. That was the message written on the parchment. And it looked like the author of these words was in a hurry when he had wrote them down in an uneven cursive. But who was this, R.A.B.? Since the man knew about the Horcruxes and referred to Tom as the Dark Lord, Harry made an educated guess and UMED that R.A.B. was a Death Eater, who at some point decided that he didn't want to serve Voldemort anymore. Scanning Tom's memories for the names of his Death Eaters, Harry found only one that fit the abbreviation, Regulus Arcturus Black. And indeed, the man had defected from the Dark Lord shortly before that fateful Halloween night of the year 1981, and Voldemort went to off him personally to show to his minions what happens to the traitors. Harry sighed. Regulus Black was a hero in the end, but, unfortunately, the young wizard didn't know whether the man succeeded in destroying the Horcrux before his untimely death, or, if not, where the real locket was. Oh well, with the Hufflepuff's cup inaccessible anyway, he didn't a chance to make the Voldemort mortal before their inevitable confrontation. So right now he needed to concentrate on finding an alternative solution to the Voldemort problem, Harry decided. It was almost a week since he had discovered that the locket he had retrieved was a fake, and only now Harry felt that he had sufficiently recovered from the aftereffects of the magic booster potions to leave the Salazar's cottage. And, of course, the first thing he did then was contacting Violet and scheduling a meeting with her. So, on Monday, July 12th, the young Lord Potter could be seen entering the building where the offices of the Carter, Bridge and Ashford law firm were located. Since this time he had scheduled the meeting properly and not per diem, he didn't have to wait any before he was called for his meeting with Ms. Bridget, and once they had exchanged their greetings, Harry went straight to business almost. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the job you've already done. I've read the report you've sent to me, and I'm impressed with how much you managed to accomplish in such a short time. House Potter will most definitely be working with your firm in the future. The green-eyed wizard said. And, additionally, I'd like to thank you for making an alliance with the ancient and noble House Longbottom for our little undertaking of doing Dumbledore justice. Violet nodded. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Potter. The blonde witch replied. Now, let me tell you the reason I've requested this meeting. Harry said. I have another task for you. It is not as imperative as the other tasks I've given you so far, but I still would like to see it done as soon as possible. What would it be? Violet asked as she prepared a piece of parchment and self-inking quill for taking notes. I want you to clear the name of Regulus Arcturus Black, and get him the order of Merlin II or maybe even first CL post-mortem. The blonde witch raised her eyebrow at this request. As far as I know, late Mr. Black was a Death Eater. I do not know yet how I can accomplish this request of yours, nor can I see the reason why you would want something like this. She said, while still dutifully writing his request down. In response, Harry just handed her the parchment. If we remember the history of Blacks, Regulus was murdered by Lord Voldemort himself. This parchment uncovers the reason why the Dark Lord would kill his minion like that. Regulus had uncovered some of the Voldemort's dirty secrets, namely his attempt at gaining immortality, and, seeing what it was, knowing Voldemort, it is something, not pretty, decided that he should no longer serve that monster. So he defected to the light side, while destroying the item. The young Lord Potter explained. Thus I believe that he had more to ensure that Lord Voldemort lost the war than most. I see, the blonde witch said. Then she cast several charms on the parchment Harry gave her and, once she found it to be authentic, she continued, I'll see what I can do about this. But as I said, Mr. Black is widely known as a Death Eater, so changing people's opinion would not be easy. The young Potter nodded. Just do what you can. I just want to see the things being brought to justice, he said, and Violet nodded in response. Just World was something that her family and their trade partners were wishing for and worked towards. Of course, she said, I'll do what I can. Is there anything else you wished to talk to me about? The blonde witch asked, as she adding her parchment with today's notes and Regulus's message to Harry's folder. Well, Can you collect some general information about Tiberius Ogden and his political preferences? I think that he might be like someone I want as my proxy. He certainly made that impression on me when I met him." Violet nodded. "Of course. I will email you the results when I have them," she said as she added some notes to Harry's files. The young Potter thanked her then and the two told goodbye to each other, before the green-eyed wizard left the Carter, Bridget and Ashford offices. Since it was still just after midday, the young double lord had some lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, before apparating back to the Salazar's cottage. His little experiment, which he had started a couple of days before his first Wizengamot meeting, was about to hatch and, thus, required his attention. Hopefully, this little experiment of his would be a success, and the House Slytherin will once again have its familiar as the unseen guardian of Hogwarts. Well, of course Harry's experiment was quite unique. He was using the technique Muggles had developed just barely 2 years ago. Wizards had never even heard about them, so there was not a small chance that it would end as a failure. But in that case Harry still had an option of creating the guarding the traditional way. It was the end of the first week of July when the goblins finally finished their work on the saber, and the next morning Harry had already collected it. The blade itself was a fang, with many runes written in gold on it, to keep it strong and sharp. The handle and the sheath were both made from some dark wood and had some ornaments in gold and silver for decorations. All in all, this saber was just as beautiful as it was deadly, definitely worth its high price. The next morning after he got his saber, the young Potter put on his best robes, absent-mindedly noting that he would need to buy himself a new set of clothes as he had grown a lot, most likely thanks to the phoenix tears that not only cured him from the basilisk poison, but also made his body repair all of the damage caused by Dursley upbringing. Deciding that he needed some more impressiveness, he attached his saber to his belt. Yeah, this was gonna show his relatives what he became without them to hinder him. Once he was done with the preparations, he apparated to one of the dark corners close to the privet drive. Even if he was no longer bound by the laws about underage magic, statute of secrecy was still there. And as soon as he appeared in the neighborhood where he grew up, Harry, trying to project the air of aristocratic supremacy as best as he could, headed to the house where his family lived. While he was walking towards the number 4, he had noticed that several girls were looking at him with interest, which was addressed to him as a whole, and not just to his strange clothes, his sword or his eye patch. Shrugging these looks off, the young wizard made his way to the Dursleys' house. Knocking on the door, he waited for someone to answer him. Since it was a Saturday, his entire family must have been home. Unfortunately for him, they also had Aunt Marge over, if the barking that was coming from behind the door was any indication. Oh well, she too needed to see this new him, just to show her that he was not what the Dursley portrayed him to be. Finally, the door was opened by his uncle. The walrus of a man studied Harry for a couple of seconds. "We do not know where the boy is, and we do not want any of your freakishness tainting our house. Get lost." And then he tried to close the door forcefully, but the young wizard didn't let him. "Oh, I'm so hurt that you don't recognize me, dear uncle." Every word so far was dripping with venom. "But I'm here to collect the last of my things. Then we will never see each other again." Vernon looked at him, after some heavy thinking, finally recognizing his nephew. Opening his door, he gestured into the house. "Get in, take your things, freak, and get lost." Making a mock bow, Harry slipped into the house and headed straight to the smallest bedroom, which had been his room during his last year under this roof. While he was picking up those few things of his that were there, he could hear his relatives arguing downstairs, no doubt about him. As soon as he had collected everything that belonged to him, the young wizard headed downstairs, only to find all 3 of the Dursley adults standing there next to the door, waiting for him. "So, boy, is that true that we will not have you in our house anymore?" Vernon asked, looking straight into Harry's eyes. The young Potter didn't even flinch under the glare. "Unless they bring an army to keep me here, I will not be back to your generous home." Aunt Marge looked at her brother. "Are you sure we should just let him go? Look at the freaky clothes he's wearing. As if a riffraff like him could afford even a patch of them. He must have stolen them. And look at his belt. There is a sword. He must be looked for life, or, better, put down right away. Will save us, good people, money." Harry fixed his eyes on the woman. "These all are Compensation for losing an eye in a battle with a beast that wandered into my school. He noticed Petunia's eyes widen a bit, before an emotion he hadn't seen there ever before appeared. She was feeling bad for him. Maybe she didn't hate him completely, after all. Now, if there is nothing else, I'd like to be on my way. No doubt, you want me out of your lives, just as I want you out of mine. And not waiting for them to respond, he walked out of the house. I hope we will never have to see each other again, were his last words, before he disappeared from their view. On the last Sunday of July, a small delegation from the Ministry for Magic, led by Cornelius Fudge himself, and a reporter from the Daily Prophet, made their way to an house known as the Burrow, where the Weasley family lived. Since it was already quite late in the morning, all of the house inhabitants were up, and the head of the family, Arthur Weasley, could be seen doing something in his workshop, while his twin sons were degnoming the garden. Of course, as soon as the guest peered through the outer layer of wards, Arthur knew that they were there, but he was still very surprised to see such important people paying visit to his humble house. Good morning. Something I can do for you, Minister? The head of the Department of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts asked. Fudge beamed at him. Oh, nothing much, Arthur. Please have your family gather somewhere. There are some good news for you, and I want you all to be there when I announce them. The minister said. Nodding, Arthur called his family to gather in front of the house. Well, everyone but his two eldest sons, as Bill was in Egypt on a mission from Gringotts, and Charlie was in Romania working in the Dragon Reserve. Once the Weasley family was all there, Cornelius continued. As you know, this summer the Ministry for Magic had a lottery for its workers. Arthur nodded. He did enter this lottery after all. And yesterday evening, you, Arthur, were picked as the winner. My congratulations, Fudge said loudly, shaking Shocked Man's hand. Once the minister backed away, one of his lackeys gave Arthur a big bag, filled with 1,000 galleons. Now, let's have a photo of the winner. The reporter from the Daily Prophet said, with a camera in his hands. Minister. Understanding what the man had in his mind, Cornelius approached Arthur again, intent to pose for the camera with them shaking their hands. At this moment, a certain rat that so far was hiding in Ron's pocket, decided to see what was going on, and, placing its front paws on the edge of the pocket, peeked out. Just in time to see a flash of a camera. Shaking its head, the rodent hid back into its pocket. I believe that my part here is complete, Fudge said, addressing to the reporter. But I'm sure that you want to have an interview with Arthur. The man nodded. Of course. Our readers would like to know what the winner of the Ministry Lottery has in his plans for the prize. Cornelius nodded. In that case he is all yours. Turning to his lackeys, the Minister of Magic said something to them, and, after a brief exchange of words, they started walking out of the Weasley family property. Once he was sure they were gone, or at least far enough so that their talk would not interfere with his interview, the reporter turned to Arthur. Now, Mr. Weasley, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, if you don't mind. The red-haired man shook his head. Then, my first question would be this. Do you have any plans on how you will spend the money you've just won? Arthur though for a couple of seconds before replying. As you no doubt know, a tragedy had befallen my family this year, when my youngest and only daughter had to be sent to St. Mungo's hospital for treatment, from a nasty curse that was placed on her. He said. And while some noble man had paid for her treatment, I believe the 1,000 galleons that I have won should be used to make sure that she and other member of my family are safe and sound. And Arthur continued his speech, which could be surmised to the fact that he thought that his family was the most important thing in the world. This made the reporter smile. Noble men were a bit rare nowadays. Most would have spent these money on just themselves. The readers of the Prophet needed to be reminded of what the family man is, and Arthur Weasley was someone who will help there greatly with his example. Thank you, the reporter said. Now on to my next question. What? And so he continued taking the interview from the head of the Weasley family. On Tuesday, July 27th, Harry's Hogwarts letter with the list of the books for his third year arrived. So, deciding not to waste any time, the green-eyed picked his trunk wizard apparated to London to do some shopping. After taking the galleons from his vault in Gringotts, and converting some of them into British pounds, he needed a new set of Muggle clothes and some other miscellaneous things that he couldn't buy in the wizarding world, the young double Lord Potter Slytherin started his shopping. First thing he visited Madame Malkin's shop to get himself a new set of school robes, as well as some for casual wear. Of course, he preferred Muggle clothes, but in his life there would be situations when he wouldn't be able to wear them. After Madame Malkin accepted his order and promised to send him his robes via owls once they were ready, Harry went to the next shop, which happened to be that apothecary, as he needed to restock his potion supplies and get some more vials for the school year. When he was exiting that apothecary, though, he caught a sight of a familiar blonde witch, who was there for some shopping of her own with her entire family. And seeing that she was wearing the wristbands that he had sent her for her birthday present, made Harry smile. Then, seeing that the Malfoys were entering Gringotts, he continued his shopping, deciding that he'll say hello to Draconica when he would see he again today. His next stop was Flourish and Blotts, and he was surprised when he looked in at the bookshop window. Instead of the usual display of gold-embossed spellbooks the size of paving slabs, there was a large iron cage behind the GL that held about 100 copies of The Monster Book of Monsters. Torn pages were flying everywhere as the books grappled with each other, locked together in furious wrestling matches and snapping aggressively. The young Potter pulled his book list out and consulted it. The Monster Book of Monsters was listed as the required book for care of magical creatures. If that was the required book, he was starting to have second thoughts about signing for the course. But if he really wanted to become a healer, he needed some newt for it, so he'll have to attend it. Entering the shop, he had purchased all of the books he'd need for his third year, including The Monster Book of Monsters, much to the shop owner's discontent, along with a couple of extras, mainly for Dada, as the experience was telling him he should be prepared to study it on his own once again. He also got a couple of more advanced books on magical healing for his self-study, as well as some extra books on the ancient runes. Finally, Harry bought a rare herbology book as a gift to Neville and a charmed notebook in a red dragonhide cover for Hermione. So far, though, he had no idea of what to get for the two newest members of what now could be called the Six, Daphne and Tracy. Oh well, he still had some time to come up with ideas. His next stop was a magical menagerie, where he got some owl treats for Hedwig and some food for his pet project. It did hatch a couple of days ago, and now he needed to mother it till it was big enough to protect itself from whatever beasts were there in the Forbidden Forest and could go down to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry had found that there was a tunnel that connected the pipes under the castle with a small cave somewhere deep in the forest. His final stop in the Diagon Alley was the shop that sold parchments and writing utensils. Of course, with the enchanted Muggle pen he had, Harry didn't need any new quills or inks, but that didn't mean they didn't need parchments to write on as well. Plus there was a couple of interesting things that the young Potter bought as well. As he was exiting the shop, he once again saw Draconica. This time, though, she saw him as well. The two nodded a good day to each other before they were on their ways. Harry headed to the Leaky Cauldron for some lunch before he'd go into the Muggle world for his shopping there. As it turned out, a teen of 13, though Harry now looked closer to 14 for some reason, with a scar across his right eye and an eye patch that was attracting a lot of attention from the people in the streets of London, far more than the young wizard was comfortable with, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he just tried to complete his shopping there as fast as possible. Still, getting a couple of sets of casual wear and some training clothes, if nothing else, being fit will allow him to last longer in a magical fight by dodging his opponent's spells. But according to Salazar's journals, magic was intimately tied to the physical body, so the better this body was, the stronger was the magic. Took some time. On July 29th, it was Weasley's turn to do the shopping. Since Ginny was in St. Mungo's hospital and, according to the healers, won't be able to leave it for several more months, buying school things for her seemed to be more or less unreasonable. Still, Molly got some books on magical theory so that her only daughter would not be too behind once she was allowed by healers to continue her schooling. Her other children, though, needed the whole sets of books, potion ingredients, some new robes and lots of quills and parchments. And Ron needed a new wand as his was broken completely at the end of the previous year. At least with the money Arthur had won in those 50 galleons that someone had sent to Ron, she had enough money to afford all of the things. And not even secondhand, which made all of her children, even Percy, though he was trying to remain impiv, happy. After buying everything else, and sending 3 of her older sons back to the burrow via the public flow at the Leaky Cauldron, Molly brought Ron to Ollivander's wand shop. After greeting the red-haired woman in his usual manner, saying her maiden name and recalling her wand, the old wand maker turned to Ron. "Unfortunately, I don't recall you ever being to my shop before, Mr. Weasley." Molly nodded. "My youngest was using a wand from his older brothers." Seeing that Ollivanders wanted to say something about the wizard needing to have his own wand, she hastily added, "Don't worry, that was a good match. But this wand broke this spring." The elderly wizard shook his head. "That's bad. But don't worry, young man, somewhere in this shop there is your new wand. Let's find it. You're right-handed, right?" he asked, summoning his measurement tools. Ron just nodded. Once the young redhead was measured in every way possible, Ollivanders brought him the first wand to try. "How about this one? Willow and unicorn tail hair, 14 inches. The wand produced some red sparks, but the old wand makers thought that it was not the best match. No, not this one. How about?" And so Ron had to try another wand. And then another, and another. After 8 wands, it appeared that finding him a match was harder than Ollivanders thought. As he was looking for the next wand to give to Ron to try, his eyes landed on a certain wand. Why not?" he said to himself, before handing the wand to the youngest Weasley boy. Holly and Phoenix, feather, 11 inches. Much to his surprise, this wand produced by far the best results so far. "Looks like we've found your match, Mr. Weasley," Ollivanders said, before turning to Molly. "This will be 7 galleons." Once the Weasleys left his shop, the old wand maker moved to his cabinet. He needed to write a letter to Dumbledore. He had promised to inform the man when this wand was sold, after all. 2 days later, it was Harry's birthday, and he was going through the gifts his friends had sent him. He got some rare and quite expensive herbal extracts from Neville and some books on newest developments of Muggle medicine from Hermione. Daphne, Tracy and Susan collectively sent him a thick tome on the history of magical law from before Merlin was born into our days. The Gryffindor Flying Foxes, aka the Chaser Trio, sent him a decorated in an ancient Greek-style casket with a runic puzzle instead of a lock, and a group photo of themselves in rather skimpy bikinis made on some beach probably in Greece. Oliver gifted him new and enchanted for durability Seeker's gloves. The rest of Harry's friends, mostly Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, sent him various sweets. But there was one very special gift Harry received this year, and it was from Draconica. The blonde witch sent him silver pocket watch with a Potter coat of arms engraved on the front lid. The green-eyed wizard wasn't ignorant of the significance of such gift. By gifting him this watch, Draconica was saying that she was accepting him as an adult. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was thinking hard about the implications of the letter he had received from Ollivanders yesterday afternoon. The brother wand to Voldemort's was sold, but it didn't choose any of the 2 boys he thought could be the chosen one. Instead, the wand chose the youngest of the Weasley sons. But shouldn't this wand belong to the chosen one? The old headmaster could think of 2 possible ways out of the situation. 1, the wand, even this one, was really nothing more than a tool and it didn't matter who had it. And, 2, he made a mistake when he was deciphering the prophecy Sybil had made, and neither Potter nor Longbottom were the real chosen ones. But in this case, how was it possible that Ron Weasley was the one? Or it could be possible that the prophecy wasn't talking about this time period at all. No, the last option must be wrong, if nothing else because Voldemort was believing in it. So, it left Dumbledore with 2 options. And he was not sure which one he should choose. On one hand, Potterboy had already shown that he was capable of stalling the Dark Lord, and did some other things that no normal 12 years old wouldn't be able to. And he bore a mark from the Dark Lord. On the other, Harry didn't act like the savior of the magical Britain should, and he had some darkness in him, while young Mr. Weasley was as light as one could be, even if he didn't show any special talents so far. Longbottom seemed to be somewhere in between these 2, and, honestly, at this moment of time Dumbledore didn't see him as a possible chosen one. Shaking his head, the old warlock taped his pensieve with his wand, making a ghostly image of Sybil Trelawney rise from the basin. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies, the image said in a voice that unmistakably belonged to a seer making a true prophecy. It was far from the first time the Hogwarts headmaster had listened to this memory in the last 24 hours, but he was still not getting closer to deciphering it in a way that would make sense given the current situation. Albus Dumbledore shook his head again. He was getting nowhere with the way he was doing things right now. So why not trying another approach? It was a commonly known fact that prophecies often made sense only after the events they were talking about happened. So why not trying to decipher it that way? But for that to work, he needed to know which of the boys was the true chosen one. 5 days later, Dumbledore decided that found the solution to his problem with the prophecy. It took him a lot of work, but he finally made it make some sense again. But with that, another problem arose. How was he to break the news to the world, or, specifically, to the family of the chosen one? And what to do from there? Well, while politics was the art of telling lies, there were some situations when telling the truth as it was the best solution. So, the ancient wizard decided, he will announce his findings to the public as soon as he had talked to the chosen one himself and his family. And as for what he should do from there, it was simple. The chosen one needed to be trained, so that when the time comes, he will be ready to face his destiny. So, the great Albus Dumbledore walked up to the fireplace in his office and threw some flow powder into the fire. "The burrow," he called. Once the flames became emerald green, and then he stuck his head into his fireplace, having it magically reappear in the fireplace at the house called the burrow. Molly Weasley, that was starting dinner at that time, saw him almost as soon as his head appeared. "Professor, is there something I can do for you?" the witch asked. Dumbledore nodded. "Is your family all here?" he asked. Receiving a nod in response, he asked another question, "Can I come through?" This is something that is better said face to face and not over the flow. Molly nodded and invited him into the house. On Friday, August the 6th, late in the morning, the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was having his yearly visit to the least welcoming place in the whole magical Britain, the Azkaban prison. Mostly though, this visit consisted of him talking to the warden and the Aurors stationed there, but this year, for some reason, Fudge decided to go down to the holding cells and pay a visit to one of the greatest criminals of the recent time. "I hope you have a nice time rotting there." The Minister of Magic greeted the prisoner C81,122, otherwise known as Sirius Orion Black. The man, as dirty, and shaven and shabby as he was too sane for someone who had spent 12 years in Azkaban, so managed to come up with a witty reply. "All that I miss in my room is a couple of nice girls to keep me warm at nights." Cornelius scowled and did a step back from the cell's door, just in case Black decided to try and attack him. "Anyway, Minister, as much as like this place, even someone as stupid as a troll could hear a sarcasm here. It sorely lacks things to read, so much that I'm afraid I'll turn into the wild beast here." Still, Sirius Black wasn't completely sane, as no one but he himself could find a joke here. Once he finished his barking laughter, he continued, "Anyway, would you have anything to read on you, Minister?" Seeing nothing wrong in giving Black something to read, after all, who can escape Azkaban with a newspaper, Fudge produced a week-old edition of the Daily Prophet, the one where he was congratulating Arthur Weasley on winning the lottery, and threw it at the man, hoping that it would hit him across his face. Black, though, coughed the newspaper. "Thank you, Minister," the imprisoned man said. "Now, if you excuse me, I need to catch up with the world outside." And in a display of absolute lack of manners, Sirius turned around and, opening the newspaper, started reading it. Huffing angrily at the lack of respect shown to him, Fudge stomped away from Black's prison cell. While the minister was finishing his visit to the Azkaban prison, Sirius Black was rereading for dozensth time the article about Arthur Weasley winning some lottery, all of his attention concentrated on the photo. There was a familiar rat there. It took him some time to notice this, but the rat that was sitting in Arthur's youngest son's pocket was no one other than supposedly dead Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form. And since the rat was still alive and Ron, or whatever the boy's name was of the same age as Harry, Harry was in a grave danger. And as a good dogfather, Sirius decided that he needed to catch Peter before he had a chance to hurt his godson. And if he needed to escape the hell on earth he was sent to without trial, so be it. That night the Aurors that patrolled the prison reported Sirius Black talking in his sleep. Usually that was nothing unusual for the prisoners of Azkaban, but Black kept saying, "He's at Hogwarts," while a newspaper opened on the photo of the Weasley family lay next to him. It looked like Sirius Black was planning a new murder. The next morning Harry was in the garden of the Salazar's cottage, playing with his pet project, a bit, while his thoughts were about what he should do next, now that Violet had found him a proxy that he had accepted. This proxy was a 68-years-old wizard by the name Ernst Schmidt, hailing from one of the low CL pureblood families in Germany. His upbringing and the 2 wars he had lived through had made his political views very similar to those that young Lord Potter Slytherin had. Harry's thoughts were interrupted when an owl carrying the latest edition of the Daily Prophet landed on bush in front of him. Paying the bird 5 nuts for the newspaper, the young wizard took it from the bird. Unrolling the Prophet, he scanned the articles. At first it looked like nothing interesting was in this edition, but then his eyes landed on the title saying that Albus Dumbledore made a surprising announcement this Friday. Since Harry knew that the Hogwarts headmaster rarely addressed the public in the recent years, this must be something important. Or maybe not, as the article was closer to the middle of the newspaper. Still, the green-eyed wizard flipped the pages and read the article. Wizards and Witches of Great Britain. Albus Dumbledore said as he appeared in front of the crowd yesterday. "I know that many of you think that because of the deeds I have done in the past, I can't do anything wrong. Sadly, that is not the case, as I'm still a human like any of you. Yes, I'm older and wiser than most, and I make mistakes not as often, but when I do make them, my mistakes, unfortunately, are far greater than those of an average man. And, I'm afraid, 12 years ago, just after that fateful Halloween night, I made a great mistake. When the young Mr. Potter miraculously survived the killing curse cast by the Dark Lord, I foolishly assumed that he was the one who will bring peace and prosperity to the magical world." Here Professor Dumbledore made a pause, letting the crowd to calm down, so that he could continue. The reporter wrote, "But this summer I was presented with an evidence that, after a careful study, revealed that that unction was an incorrect one, and the boy who will guide us all to the greater good was someone else. This time, not to repeat the mistake I had already made. Once, I did a very thorough research, and in the end, the results I got indicated that the true savior of our world was all this time hidden in the shadows of the false one. And so I must tell you all that young Mr. Ronald Bilious Weasley is the one chosen by the fates to guide magical Britain towards the greater good." After the chief warlock of the Wizengamot left the stage, I took a small interview from him. The reporter continued, "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Can you answer some questions for the readers of the Daily Prophet?" I asked. The greatest wizard of the century just nodded in response. "Can you tell us, what made you come to a conclusion that Mr. Potter is not the real chosen one?" "I'm afraid, this is the information which is better left unknown by the Mies, especially since those who seek to send magical Britain into the darkness are lurking everywhere," Albus Dumbledore replied, "though I think I can say that I had some suspicions that Mr. Potter was not the chosen one even before this summer. Again, if this is not a secret, what gave you the clues about the identity of the real chosen one?" I asked then. The reporter wrote then, "I'm sorry, but this too is something I'm not willing to uncover at the moment, as it can prove to be a threat to the national security." The chief warlock said, "Very well, my next question would be." Harry threw the newspaper on the ground and drew his wand, wanting to set it on fire with some nasty spell, but then he stopped himself. Why was he even angry that now someone else will have to carry his burden of fame? Whatever the foolish idea made the Hogwarts headmaster say that Ron was the chosen one, it set him free. At least if the people would be decent enough to leave him to his own devices, like he wanted them to. On the second thought, knowing how lazy and narrow-minded and prone to putting his foot in the mouth his red-haired CL mate was. Should someone had a bright idea to entrust the magical Britain to Ron in hopes he'll guide it towards the greater good, the young Lord Potter Slytherin thought, he'll have to find another place to live at, for nothing good will come out of that foolishness. At the same time as Harry was thinking what the Dumbledore's announcement meant for him, in the Ministry for Magic a small meeting was held by the higher-ups as they were trying to decide what they should do now that the situation changed drastically. And so, this brings me to a question. What should we do now, Minister? A certain toad-like witch that held the position of the senior undersecretary asked. Cornelius Fudge thought for several seconds, before replying. As far as I know, the Weasley family is too deep in Dumbledore's pocket to get the chosen one see the world as we need him easily. That doesn't mean that it is impossible, so your mission at Hogwarts stays the same, Dolores. I need you to bring the chosen one to our side, he said. The senior undersecretary nodded. Of course, Minister, I'll do what I can. But, what should we do with the Potter T? Frauds and liars like him do not belong to the noble society of magical Britain, she said. Cornelius leaned forward in his armchair, folding his hands in front of his face. I will organize something before the school year starts. Potter needs to be shown that frauds are not welcome here. But should he find a way save his from justice, I want you to do everything in your power to have him out of our noble homeland as he does not belong there, the minister said. I'll do that, Dolores Umbridge said, but can you tell me, what do you have in store for the tea? I'm curious. The Minister of Magic nodded and started telling her his evil plan. Yesterday it was confirmed that notorious murderer Sirius Black, known for betraying Potters to you-know-who, had accomplished something we all thought impossible and broke out of the Azkaban prison. The newspaper read, "It does not know how he managed that at the moment, but the Ministry for Magic assures that nothing similar will happen ever again, and that when Black is caught, he will receive Dementors immediately. In the meantime, it is strongly advised that everyone remains vigilant and informs Aurors about any suspicious activity, or any other possible leads to Black's whereabouts. We, in the Daily Prophet, also remind our readers that they are not to confront Black under any circumstances. He had already shown that he wasn't Voldemort's right-hand man for nothing, when he killed Peter Pettigrew, Order of Merlin, 1st CL, post-mortem, and 12 muggles with a single spell. If you see Sirius Black, leave the area without getting his attention and inform Aurors about his whereabouts immediately." Harry swore. Just a week ago Dumbledore had turned the magical world on its ears with his announcement about Ronald Weasley being the chosen one, and now this. It looked like he would not have a quiet year as he hoped he would. Oh well, at least he should be more or less safe as no one alive but him knew where Salazar's cottage was, and no one in the right mind will attack Hogwarts. The train was a weak point here, but Harry was sure that there will be some extra protections that will keep Black away. But there was one thing that didn't add up. Voldemort had no memories about Sirius Black being a Death Eater or anything like that. Instead, according to Tom, he was a Dumbledore's agent who, along with the rest of the Roasted Turkey Order, had prevented many of the raids from being successful. Something was not right here, and Harry intended to find out the truth. So he sent a letter to Violet, asking her to find Black's trial record for him. Maybe that will clear some things up. The next morning the young Lord Potter Slytherin received an interesting missive from the Wizengamot. It was mostly interesting because it was not like an official correspondence sent out by the august body. No, this missive was just a slip of parchment with a single line written on it. Mr. Potter, you are to appear in the Wizengamot chambers on August 19th at 10 o'clock. For some reason, to Harry it looked like some plan to completely destroy his reputation, so that he will have no chance to overshadow the new, chosen one. So, in case his gut feeling was right, he contacted Violet, telling her to be there as well as his personal assistant and, if needed, barrister. Frederick Gamp was in a good mood today. Why? Today was the day when the Potter T will pay for stopping the Dark Lord from giving the world to its rightful owners, purebloods. Sure, he was tried for a different reason, but did it matter? No, not if he pays for his crimes against the owners of magic. And the Lord Gamp was absolutely sure that the boy will not avoid the punishment. The man himself was 24 years of age, and was neither handsome, nor intelligent, looking a bit like a gorilla, and as clever as one, nor he had any outstanding talents. Of course, when he was within an earshot, everyone with half a in praised him for his good looks, his intelligence and various magical talents. No one dared to displease the Lord of the most noble House Gamp and the future owner of the Malfoy fortunes through his marriage with the heiress of that house. Anyway, Frederick was thinking about the upcoming trial of the Potter T. In his opinion, It was too bad that the tea was charged only with fraud, as in this case they wouldn't be able to sentence him to lifelong imprisonment in Azkaban or a. But, maybe, if the right questions are asked during the interrogation, the list of his crimes will change. Yeah, it will good to finally remove that stain from the magical Britain's noble and pure society for good. Meanwhile, Harry Potter too was approaching the Wizengamot chambers. While he didn't know about what was going to happen to him, his gut feeling was telling him that the invitation he had received was definitely not for a tea party. So, he came prepared to protect himself, both on his own, and with the help of Ms. Bridget, who was walking just behind him. The first true sign that this won't be a normal Wizengamot meeting was a couple of Aurors stationed just outside the doors of the chamber. As the two approached them, the Aurors stopped them, and while one of them performed a body search on Harry, the other was arguing with Violet, telling her that by the minister's order, only lords were allowed to attend today's session. And since the blonde wit was more than quite stubborn, they were arguing for several minutes, before Harry intervened and told her that for now he should be fine and, should something happen, he'll contact her, though Harry himself wasn't sure how at the moment. Ms. Bridget didn't seem to be willing to let him go in unprotected, but since he was her client, his word had a lot of weight, and she had to give in. "I'll be in the cafeteria," Violet finally said, before turning around and walking away, moving deliberately slow, just in case the Aurors dared to do something to his client. Once she was out of sight, Harry was led into the Wizengamot chambers, but as soon as he stepped through the doors, he was hit with a couple of stupefy charms to the back. Some time later he was roughly woken by an enervate spell. Now he was seated in a stone chair in the middle of the chamber, facing all of the lords and ladies plus the Minister for Magic, an unpleasant toad-like woman by his side that was the senior undersecretary and a scribe, while his arms and legs were bound by a set of magical chains, and an entire troop of Aurors was standing just behind him with their wands trained at him. Not a pleasant wake-up. Not that everything in order. Let us begin, the minister said. Trial hearing of 19th August 1993 into the offenses committed by Harry James Potter against the magical law in a form of a major case of fraud. The portly man announced. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the Chief Warlock of Wizengamot. Scribe: Julia Alice Runcorn. So, they were trying to remove him for good, Harry decided. Especially with how they forbid him to bring his barrister and weren't giving him one there. Not that he would accept a man he had never met before as one. Well, it was time for him to act and defend himself. Objection, Harry said, trying to sound much more confident than he actually was. If I'm accused only in fraud, the chains are not to be used, as in accordance with the Wizengamot trial policies the chains can be used only on those accused with murder or other similar crimes. Amelia Bones sent an angry glare at the minister, who had the decency to look abashed at being caught. Aurors, release him from the chains, the head of the DMLE ordered. A second later the chains fell on the floor with a loud clang. Ahem, now then, let us continue. Cornelius Fudge said. Potter, tell us what made you think that you can appropriate the fame and everything else rightfully belonging to the Chosen One. Answer now, the man shouted in the end. I will say that I'm innocent of the crime in question, as I'm not the one who made everyone think that I was the Chosen One. The young Lord Potter Slytherin replied. This, of course, made some members of Wizengamot, from the darkest and the lightest families, shout their objections to this statement. That was until Madame Bones shut everyone up with a controlled burst of her magic, showing that she was not someone you wanted to mess with. Please explain, Mr. Potter, she said. How about we read the article about the true Chosen One, which was printed in the Daily Prophet on August 7th? Harry asked, before continuing. In that article, Albus Dumbledore says that he made a mistake when he proclaimed me to be the Chosen One after that Halloween night 1981. If that was his mistake, why am I accused of fraud? Again there were some protests from the light side of the Wizengamot only this time, but a single glare from Madame Bones was enough to restore order. Scribe, Amelia asked. The witch flipped through of papers on her desk, looking for that particular edition of the Daily Prophet. Once she found it, though it was not clear why it was already there, she scanned through the pages of the newspaper before finding the article in question. "It is as Mr. Potter says," the witch said with slight fear in her voice. Madame Bones nodded, but before she could open her mouth, Madame Umbridge asked a question. "It may be so, Potter, but no one can say that you haven't bewitched Albus Dumbledore. Surely it is possible that you made him make you the chosen one?" The toad-like woman asked in sickly sweet voice. Harry frowned. "And how that would be possible?" he asked back. "I was just 15 months old at that time. Are you trying to tell me that a child, who is not capable of abstract thoughts, required to make any sorts of plans of that level, a child who is incapable of normal speech, managed to deceive Albus Dumbledore, who is a known master in both occlumency and legilimency?" he asked. "Well, we can expect anything from someone who had defeated the Dark Lord," Madame Umbridge said, before making a pause. "Scribe, add murder of a human magic user to the list of crimes." "Orders, chains," she ordered then, and so Harry once again had his arms and kegs bound with chains. "What do you have to say about this, Potter?" she asked, once again using that sickly sweet voice of hers. "Even if it was done by me, it would fall under the self-defense category, thus I'd be legally allowed to use force proportional to the one used against me. And the Dark Lord used lethal force," the green-eyed wizard replied. "But since it is physiologically impossible for a child under about 8 years to produce a controlled magic, whatever happened during that night was not a product of my magic." "Very well," Amelia Bones said. "It is clear that Mr. Potter is innocent of the murder. Orders, release." Dolores Umbridge chose this moment to interrupt. "Surely, you don't believe that liar, Madame Bones. If he could bewitch Albus Dumbledore, he is capable of killing a pureblood wizard." The head of the DMLE stared at the senior undersecretary. "That is circular reasoning, Madame Umbridge. You can't use it as an argument," she said. "Orders, release the chains." And Harry was free again. "If nobody has anything to add," Madame Bones announced. Albus Dumbledore wanted to use the fact that Harry was a parsemouth. No, he had nothing personal against the Potter heir, but the chosen one needed money to fund the war that was to come, and Harry had the galleons Ronald Weasley lacked, but the oath he made when they were hunting the monster from the Chamber of Secrets prevented him from speaking. So he had remained silent. "As nobody has anything to add, the court will now return a verdict." Amelia Bones said. "Mr. Harry James Potter is charged with the case of major fraud. Suggested punishment: full confiscation of monies, properties and titles belonging to him in favor of the offended party, Mr. Ronald Bilious Weasley, and a year in Azkaban, followed by sealing of magic and any memories of it and exile into the Muggle world." Inserted Cornelius Fudge. Madame Bones coughed, before continuing. "Is charged with the case of major fraud. Those in favor of conviction, raise your wands," she said. Moments later roughly 30% of the Wizengamot members, the most dark ones and those that were in Dumbledore's pocket, though the old wizard himself didn't vote against Harry, and Cornelius with his pet toad raised their wands. Once the scribe counted the wands and wrote down the result, the head of the DMLE continued, "And those in favor of dropping the charges, raise your wands." This time about 60% of the Wizengamot members, and Amelia herself, raised their wands. Once the results of the vote were written down, Madame Bones continued, "The court returns its verdict. Mr. Harry James Potter is cleared of all charges." 15 minutes later the young Lord Potter Slytherin entered the cafeteria and quickly located Violet, who was sitting in the back corner of the hall and drinking some tea. "Mr. Potter," she asked, "you were incommunicado for quite some time. What had happened?" Harry took a seat across the table from her. "They tried to use some dirty tricks to sentence me for major case of fraud. But they failed," he replied. "Now then, I have a new task for you, Ms." Bridget nodded and prepared to write down the specifics of her new task. "I want you file a suit against the ministry for not following their own trial regulations. They did not let me have anyone but myself as my defense, and for ignoring the presumption of innocence. I see what I can do about this." The blonde witch replied. "The trial records are open for the public, so I will be able to get the transcription of your trial, but knowing the bureaucrats that sit in the ministry, the suit will not be resolved any time soon," she said. Harry nodded. "Do what you can," he told her. Also, I think that it is possible that the ministry cronies will not let me be just yet, so, please, prepare a defense against the media attacks for me. Violet nodded and wrote that down on her parchment. Something else? She asked then. The green-eyed wizard shook his head. No, nothing I can think of right now. He said, if there will be something, I will owl you. Ms. Bridget nodded and, after placing encryption charms on it, placed the parchment into the folder she had with her. Well, then our business here is concluded. She said. Shall we have a lunch before heading home? Violet asked, knowing that right now her client needed someone he thought of as a friend next to him. He did go through a very unpleasant experience of standing a trial all on his own, after all. Harry just nodded in response. Harry didn't have to wait long for the media attacks. On the next day after the trial, the Daily Prophet had already printed the story about how he was a fraud who was denying the chosen one what should be his, and how he had bought his way out of the just punishment. And with how sloppy and self-contradictory even the article was, it was clear that it was written by the ministry bureaucrats and then forced it onto the newspaper. Unfortunately, it seemed that the wizarding world would believe anything you tell them, as hundreds of howlers assaulted Harry's residence. The wards, though, had diffused every last one of them, turning the angry red shouting letters into normal ones. Of course, the young Lord Potter Slytherin didn't bother to open even one of those letters, and burnt them all with the flame lance spell, till there weren't even ashes left from them. Violet's response to the situation too was fast, as in the early afternoon a letter from the blonde witch arrived. In this letter, she was writing that she had already filed a suit against both the Daily Prophet and the Wizarding Wireless for character slander against the member of a noble house and using false information in their rendering of the trial events. And even though on the paper it all looked good, Harry wasn't stupid enough to think that he will get the reparations right away. The hold of the ministry on the media was far too strong for that. But since the head of DMLE was one of those who voted for his innocence during the trial, it was quite possible that Violet will win this case for him. So, for now, he would let her do her work. As it turned out, Madame Bones was far from happy with what the ministry was trying to do in their anti-Potter campaign, so the head of the DMLE personally oversaw the inquiry into the lawsuit filed by Violet. This meant that no little no-name bureaucrat dared to bury it under the tons of other paperwork, and everything was done as fast as possible, and by August 25 Amelia Bones had both this suit, and the one Harry had filed for the violations made during his trial, satisfied. This meant that both the Daily Prophet and the Wizarding Wireless were paying the young Lord Potter 50,000 galleons each, and were making a public apologies, while getting a warning for publishing the false information. The situation with the lawsuit against the ministry wasn't as good as, at least at this point, Madame Bones lacked the power to sue either the minister or his senior undersecretary. They were the ones that tried to arrest the trial, but even a strict warning from the head of the DMLE was enough to keep both in line, at least for now. Madame Bones was quite a fearsome woman, when she was displeased. Wizards and witches of the Great Britain, as we all know, the recent Azkaban escapee Sirius Black, life sentence for being a Death Eater and killing 13 humans, is still at large, and it is believed that he may be heading to Hogwarts to finish what he had started 12 years ago. But you should not worry about the safety of your children, while they are attending the school. Not only the wards of Hogwarts were strengthened, but on the orders from the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, a group of Azkaban guards will be stationed around Hogsmeade and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not even a mice will be able to get in or out unchecked. Black has no chances. Our illustrious Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, said in his interview to our newspaper. Of course, the search for Black will continue, and once he is captured, we will have him ed for the crimes he had committed against our society. From here on, the article in the Daily Prophet, from the August 29th descended into singing praises to Cornelius Fudge, whose reputation had taken a blow from the lawsuit Harry had filed against the ministry, following his trial. Of course, a lot of the article was still about the promises of the minister to keep the children at Hogwarts, especially the chosen one, Ron Weasley, safe from the evil that was Sirius Black. While Harry really hoped that those Azkaban guards the article was talking about were just Aurors, he was too much of a realist to believe that someone in the ministry would not have a bright idea of stationing Dementors around the school filled with emotional children. So, hoping for the best, he was preparing for worse, though there was pretty much nothing he could do to prepare to face a Dementor, as pretty much. The only thing to protect one from the effects of their aura was the Patronus charm, and mastering it in 3 days was just impossible. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.